The Boarfolk are a valiant and ancient race, residing in the desolate lands of central Calia, specifically on the Sana Islands. However, since the Third Great War, the once mighty Orc Empire has crumbled, plunging the Boarfolk's living conditions into dire straits as they compete with centaurs, goblins, gnolls, kobolds, and even tower into the scant resources of land and sustenance. Catan, having traversed from civilized society, has become synonymous with ugliness and filth as a Boarfolk. Follow me and reclaim the glory of our former empire. Chapter 1. The Boarfolk's Journey Through Time. Chief, a small caravan approaches from ahead, from the hillside. A Boarfolk clad in tattered leather armor rushed down, his eyes gleaming as he addressed another Boarfolk seated on a stone, who donned similar ragged attire. "Oh, gather, the brother's prey is upon us." Catan seized a hefty iron axe weighing over 100 pounds and cast a glance at the messenger Boarfolk. "Yes," the messenger responded promptly, a flicker of undeniable fear surfacing on his grotesque pig-like visage. Watching his subordinates scurry away, Catan ascended the dirt slope, peering into the distance where a hazy line of figures gradually approached. "I do not wish to kill, but alas, it is merely a stroke of misfortune that I have become a Boarfolk, perpetually hungry." Catan spat a foul, rancid gob of saliva onto the ground. Once a human, albeit not from this world, he found himself inexplicably transformed into this incomprehensible being, the Boarfolk. Indeed, in tales, they are depicted as filthy, savage, and foolish creatures, with an unsightly pig head, 2 twisted tusks, and a towering physique of nearly 2.4 meters. This was his new identity. Who could accept such a transformation? Yet, a month had passed, and he had come to terms with it after all. Is it not better to live, even as a Boarfolk? In this month, he had truly grasped the difficulties of existence. How vast and expansive is this world? He knew not. Yet, this world harbors humans, elves, and even the fabled deities. Countless races abound, each more peculiar than the last. To speak of his current predicament. The Boarfolk possess tribes, yet regrettably, since his arrival, Catan had become a wandering Boarfolk. The so-called wandering Boarfolk are those without a tribe, leading a life fraught with hardship, subsisting on meager portions, and uncertain of the day they might perish from hunger in this barren land. Catan was no exception. He too had faced hunger this past month, but he was human, not one of the notoriously dim-witted pure Boarfolk. Thus, he united dozens of Boarfolk and a handful of other beasts to raid the area, successfully improving their rations significantly. "Chief, they have arrived." The earlier messenger Boarfolk approached Catan with reverence. Catan remained silent, slowly turning to observe his meager assembly of nearly 50 individuals, most of whom bore the distinctive pig heads of Boarfolk, along with a few dwarves. 3 Tauren and a solitary reclusive werewolf. This was his motley crew. Yet a potent scent of blood permeated the air around them, their tattered leather armor stained with a mix of blood and dirt, evidently having engaged in plunder and slaughter. Numerous times, gazing at his silent band, Catan nodded with a semblance of approval, although discipline seemed non-existent. Their quietude was a welcome improvement from their previous incessant grunting. "The prey is near, what shall we do?" Catan brought his heavy axe down forcefully between his feet, his voice calm, yet commanding. "Hunt, hunt, hunt." A roar erupted from the ranks, igniting fervor throughout the ragtag band. Catan, unwilling to be outdone, raised his axe and bellowed. A team must have a figure to inspire faith, and that was him. The Boarfolk, emboldened, brandished their assorted weapons. There was no denying that under Cadan's leadership, they had not gone hungry for the past half-month for them. The arrival of prey signified the promise of sustenance for several days. Food held paramount importance, at least in their eyes. On the hillside, Catan and the few remaining Boarfolk peered eagerly at the approaching caravan, their crimson pig eyes gleaming with anticipation. Had Catan not been present, the Boarfolk would have likely charged forth in a frenzy. Yet Cadan's gaze was focused elsewhere. He had dispatched 2 teams to encircle the small caravan from either side. "Chief, Bright has arrived as commanded." "I understand," Catan acknowledged with a nod, noting Bright, the solitary werewolf. Despite his reclusive nature, this werewolf possessed far greater wisdom than the Boarfolk, thus earning a position of leadership in Cadan's eyes. On several occasions, Catan had entrusted this werewolf with leading a small squad. "Chief, Warwick has signaled as well." Warwick belonged to the Silver Dwarf clan, recognized as the intellectuals among dwarves. Thus, Catan had similarly assigned him a small team. "Very well. Signal them to commence the hunt." Catan surveyed the unsuspecting caravan several hundred meters away and instructed. "Understood." Moments later, chaos erupted within the caravan as figures surged from both flanks. Catan roared, "Charge, let's descend." He brandished his heavy axe and led the charge down the hill, followed closely by 3 towering Tauren, with a raucous boarfolk trailing behind. It's a band of wandering, beastly raiders. Curse be them, fight back, you wretched. My goods. Amidst the cacophony of shouts, the disorganized caravan of 100 struggled to maintain order against the onslaught of boarfolk. This caravan, aside from a few goblin merchants, consisted mainly of hired warriors, predominantly bear goblins, with a smattering of Tauren and dwarves. Typically, Tauren would not stray far from their kin, yet the food scarcity in the land had compelled some to seek new means of survival. The fact that goblin merchants could afford to hire so many Tauren testified to this dire situation. Cadden and his forces breached the bear goblins' defenses, cleaving through several with his axe, intent on capturing the caravan's leaders, those goblins. As the saying goes, to catch a thief, one must first seize the king. Capturing the goblins would render the caravan defenseless. Alas, 2 Tauren stood in Cadden's path, towering over 3 meters and dwarfing him by half a body length. Even he had to concede that Tauren were born warriors. Initially, Cadden intended to test his mettle, but seeing several of his boarfolk fall whether injured or dead, he felt a surge of anger. His motley crew was his source of confidence, and excessive losses would severely weaken him. Thus, he withheld no power with a disdainful grunt. A faint golden aura of fighting spirit enveloped him, and he swung his axe down upon the 2 Tauren. Crack! The weapons in the Tauren's hands splintered, their faces reflecting sheer terror as they collapsed, blood staining their chests. Boss, retreat! Several dwarves shouted at the goblins guarding the cargo as they witnessed Cadden approaching. The recent actions of Cardan did not escape the notice of the dwarves. He was astonished to discover that within this band of brigands resided a divine warrior. And oh, no. I must depart with the cargo. Several goblins shrieked in terror, frantically whipping the Kodo beasts. Alas, though the creatures quickened their pace due to the pain, it was not enough to make a significant difference. Boss, let's be off. The dwarves were on the brink of insanity in such dire circumstances. How could these wretched goblins remain fixated on their riches? No, we cannot leave. The goblins insisted, for this cargo represented their entire fortune. To abandon it would signify a surrender of their future. Chapter 2. The plunder among the goblin tribes. Wealth constitutes their very essence, without riches. Even a once-renowned merchant is met with nothing but the foul spittle of disdain in their ruin, rather than compassion. Hence, several goblin bosses clung tenaciously to their goods, refusing to relent. A dozen dwarves felt a chill run down their spines as they beheld Cadden approaching with a bloodied axe, a mocking smile etched upon his face. If even the Minotaurs were no match for him, these dwarves stood no chance whatsoever. Particularly alarming was the fact that over half of their guards lay dead or wounded. And while the remainder fought valiantly, they understood that if more fell, the wavering will of the bear goblins would surely shatter. One dwarf, drenched in sweat, glanced at Cadden and then at his avaricious boss. In a desperate bid for survival, he struck down a nearby goblin, rendering it unconscious, and hoisted it over his shoulder, darting away in the opposite direction of Cadden. The other dwarves, eyes alight with newfound hope, followed suit, seizing the diminutive goblins and fleeing in a frenzy. But Cadden merely chuckled. His intention was to obliterate all traces of his adversaries, and he could not allow anyone to escape. He hurled his heavy axe, and with a resounding thud, 2 bodies crumpled to the ground, a dwarf and a goblin, both slain by his might. Brett, you and your men intercept them, Cadden commanded, retrieving his axe from the ground, where it had claimed the lives of his foes. Yes, my lord, Brett replied darkly, summoning several boarmen to pursue the fleeing dwarves. Their speed would not suffice, especially with the added burden of goblins, and they would inevitably fall prey to the relentless wolves. Observing the chaos of battle, Cadden bellowed. Those who surrender shall not die. Those who resist shall perish. His voice reverberated, momentarily disrupting the guards' actions. The goblins have fled. Do you still wish to resist? He shouted again. The guards exchanged uncertain glances, and one by one, weapons were cast aside. Those who surrender shall live, echoed the boarmen, prompting hesitant guards to abandon their arms as well. With their masters gone, what need had they for further resistance? Though the orcs may not have been the sharpest, they were not devoid of discernment. Thus, in the thorn-laden wilderness, a minor skirmish came to an abrupt conclusion, within a span of 20 minutes. Only the cries of the wounded and the stillness of the dead bore witness to the conflict. Assess the spoils, clear the battlefield. Cadden settled beside a calmed Kodo beast, reflecting on the fact that over a dozen lives had been claimed in this encounter. Shortly, a dwarf approached him, reporting, Chief, the tally is complete. Speak. Cadden's interest piqued. The act of plunder always bore its fruits, particularly in the form of the merchant caravan's cargo. We lost 11 men, 10 boarmen, and 1 dwarf. We annihilated 27 foes, captured 55. And a handful remain unaccounted for. We have dispatched a squad to pursue them. The dwarf recounted. Proceed. Cadden nodded, his demeanor calm, though internally he felt a pang of concern. Losing 1/5 of his forces was a grievous blow. However, he had little choice. Although the merchant group did not exceed 100, their guards were formidable. Had they not been predominantly bear goblins, this would have been a far more arduous endeavor. Chief. The cargo consists mainly of striped stones, blue stones, and various beast hides, bones, and magical crystals, fundamental materials, the dwarf continued. I understand. Ensure all goods are secured for transport back, Cadden instructed, acknowledging the value of these materials. Yet, for him, the most essential resources remained food and weaponry. Everything else was mere triviality. Even if it were a dragon, it would serve no purpose. Nonetheless, though these goods were of little immediate use, they could be bartered for sustenance. Furthermore, do not await Brett. Simply mark the location, Cadden added. Yes. The dwarf hurried to relay Cadden's orders but paused after a few steps, glancing back at Cadden with uncertainty. Speak if you have something to say, Cadden snapped, casting a sharp gaze at him. Yes. What of the gravely injured captives? The dwarf queried, trembling, already aware of the likely outcome of his question. The old rule. Must I reiterate this to you? Cadden's cold glare silenced the dwarf, who trembled further. Yes. Yes. The dwarf, shaken by the mention of the old rule, dared not meet Cadden's gaze again and turned to leave. Cadden watched the retreating figure, his expression tranquil. The old rule was simply a euphemism for execution. It was not cruelty. It was the harsh law of survival. Food was paramount, and he had no surplus to squander, nor any extra medicines to waste. Approximately an hour later, Cadden returned to his lair, a cavern nestled deep within a canyon, previously inhabited by a magical beast, now vanquished by Cadden and his followers. The cavern was vast, capable of accommodating not just dozens, but even thousands without issue. Upon entering, Cadden promptly instructed his subordinates to prepare sustenance, for hunger gnawed at him. In a moment of leisure, he reclined in a stone chair, lost in contemplation. This land belonged to the north of the continent, the realm of the orcs. However, following the downfall of the Orc Empire a millennium ago, they had splintered into factions. Reports indicated that there were about a dozen kingdoms of orcs, yet the nearest was still a considerable distance away. This was the fabled land of death, a realm abandoned by the gods. This region was characterized by desolation, banditry, and malevolence, where countless races clashed for centuries without the emergence of order. Cadden reflected on these historical accounts, acknowledging that they bore little relevance to him. His primary concern was survival in this inhospitable terrain. The sole solution was to augment his strength and influence, surpassing even that of a kingdom. This was the only course of action he could conceive. Report. A distant voice of a dwarf broke Cadden from his reverie. Enter, he called out, and a dwarf stepped in, golden beard flowing, a robust physique. Though short in stature, he stood out among his kin. Warwick? What brings you here? Cadden inquired, recognizing this dwarf as one of his two captains, Warwick. Not only was he formidable in combat, but he also possessed sharp intellect, albeit with a penchant for drink, a trait Cadden chose to overlook, considering most dwarves shared this vice. Chapter 3. The gloomy crossroad trade zone. Warwick approached Cadden, his fist resting against his chest, as he slightly bent forward, and said, Chief, news has just arrived from the gloomy crossroad. A merchant from the Fox tribe has shown great interest in our goods. Oh, have you set a time? Cadden inquired, surprised, before a smile crept onto his face. This month, counting today, they had plundered 5 times, amassing a significant pile of goods, nearly 100 wooden crates, most of which contained essential materials. While these items held considerable value, their worth diminished when merely stacked in one place. Thus, Cadden was eager to sell them off. After half a month of waiting, they finally received a lead. The fact that someone wanted their goods suggested they still held substantial value. We've arranged to meet tomorrow at 3 o'clock in a small valley not far from the gloomy crossroad, Warwick replied. The crossroad? Cadden's brow furrowed at the mention. This land was dotted with numerous trade zones, populated by merchants unafraid of danger. These zones varied in size, with complex power dynamics at play. Many were guarded by formidable warriors. Hence, trade zones existed in relative safety. If any semblance of order remained, it was within these zones. Yet that order was predicated on power, wealth, or influence. Without strength, any place could become hell. Populated not only by the strong and the merchants, but also by various nefarious characters. The gloomy crossroad was the nearest trade zone to them, albeit a relatively new establishment with limited scale. Is something amiss? Warwick inquired, sensing Cadden's unease. Nothing of consequence. I will personally oversee the transport of the goods tomorrow. Cadden replied, shaking his head slightly. Yet, he harbored concerns. The proximity to the crossroad posed risks, particularly the threat of betrayal. These goods represented his first significant opportunity for wealth, and losing them would drive him to madness. After all, being a bandit could not be a frequent endeavor. Should word get out, merchant caravans would bolster their defenses or travel in numbers, both scenarios diminishing the likelihood of successful plunder. The greatest fear loomed in the form of merchants offering bounties, inviting powerful forces to hunt them down. Thus, Cadden's current goal was to amass capital swiftly, allowing him to gradually expand his influence from the shadows into the light. All of this hinged on the shipment of goods. By the way, what of the captives? Cadden asked. The captives were the individuals taken during their 5 raids, numbering over 100, all confined within a cave. Half had already surrendered, yet many remained hesitant, with a few staunchly resistant. After a moment's hesitation, Warwick replied, "My task is to persuade them to join us. I was once a member of a hill dwarf tribe, but I was captured by slavers and sold into servitude. Fortunately, during a slave uprising in a trade zone, I seized the opportunity to escape with a few others. However, wandering the wasteland as a fugitive was no easy feat. Just as we were on the brink of starvation, Cadden appeared and provided us with life-sustaining food. From that moment, I regarded the wild boar man who fed us as a deity." Cadden urged him to do everything possible to recruit these individuals, and Warwick had indeed followed through. However, for any race, being a bandit bore a stigma. Once one joined a band of thieves, they faced ostracization from their kin. Thus, not everyone was willing to align with Cadden's band. "Are there 50 willing individuals?" Cadden queried. "Excellent. Release them, treat them well, and let them feast in front of the others. Remind them that venturing out is for the sake of sustenance. As long as they join us, I, Cadden, swear by the divine that my followers shall never go hungry." Warwick was initially perplexed, but upon reflection, he understood. They would tempt these individuals with food. After all, they had been on the brink of madness from hunger, receiving only meager rations since their capture. Witnessing a feast before them would likely drive them to desperation. Any creature would lose its reason in the face of food. Warwick grasped the plan and prepared to act immediately, but Cadden halted him. "If any refuse to submit, execute them." Cadden's gaze was icy as he regarded Warwick. "Bring everyone before us and slay them." The chilling tone sent a shiver down Warwick's spine. But he was no longer the naive youth he once was. He no longer feared killing, only Cadden's indifference towards life. "Yes," Warwick replied, lowering his head. "Remember, we are not a mere band of thieves. We are the successors of the great Beastman Empire from a millennium ago. To revive it, we must grow at any cost. Only by eliminating those who stand in our way can we achieve true power." Cadden spoke calmly, embodying the principle, "Those who align with us shall prosper, while those who oppose us shall perish." Warwick's heart raced at Cadden's words. This was not the first time Cadden had mentioned the great empire of yore, but this time, he felt as though he could see the figure of the Beastman Emperor who once ruled millions of beastmen. Could the revival of the Beastman Empire truly be possible? Despite being of the dwarf lineage, the glorious tales of the Beastman Empire had been passed down through generations among his kin. It was an empire that once dominated 3/4 of the continent. Casting a glance at Cadden, Warwick silently retreated. Perhaps, just perhaps, the revival of an empire could indeed begin from this cave. After their meal, Cadden heard that the werewolf, Bright, had returned and promptly summoned him. "How did it go? Did anyone escape?" Cadden asked. Before him stood a figure with a wolf's head and a human's body, Bright's snow-white, fur lending him an unusual elegance. Cadden silently cursed. Though Bright's appearance might not rival that of a human, it was undoubtedly more appealing than his own wild boar visage. After all, the second-in-command's looks were far from pleasing. "All dead," Bright replied, his posture unwavering, his mouth opening to reveal glistening teeth as he coldly uttered those 3 words, before becoming as still as ice. Cadden chuckled. Already aware of the outcome, Bright had developed a habit of not returning with any living captives after several encounters. "Well done." Cadden patted Bright on the shoulder. "Wait, you've made a breakthrough?" Cadden asked, surprised. "I broke through while pursuing them," Bright confirmed coldly, nodding. He had indeed achieved a breakthrough, unexpectedly noticed by Cadden. Cadden was intrigued by his chief's strength. "Congratulations!" he exclaimed with excitement. Yet Bright remained as stoic as ever, merely nodding without uttering a word. His demeanor leaving Cadden somewhat exasperated. Bright's reticence was well known. Bright had achieved the rank of a level 4 warrior, commonly referred to as a divine warrior. Level 4 warriors bore the mark of the divine warrior within them, indicating mastery over their fighting spirit. For instance, Cadden was a level 5 warrior. This continent boasted numerous professions, divine warriors, mages, sorcerers, and a myriad of others. However, divine warriors were the most prevalent. Yet, only upon breaking through to level 4 could one be truly recognized as a divine warrior. Although warriors were abundant, the various methods of cultivating fighting spirit were monopolized by powerful factions. Even if such methods of cultivating fighting spirit were available for sale, their value would be exorbitant. The average individual or faction, not to mention their financial capacity, would likely lack the proper channels to acquire them. There are indeed those who have managed to break through their own exploration, yet, in the grand scheme of the continent's population, they are but a drop in the ocean, with the majority remaining perpetually stuck at the 3rd level. The distinction between the 3rd and 4th levels may seem minimal. Yet a 4th-level warrior possesses the capability to effortlessly vanquish scores of 3rd-level warriors. In fact, even with double the number of 3rd-level warriors, They would stand no chance against a single 4th-level warrior unless they employed encirclement tactics. The difference of 1 level is akin to that between heaven and earth. Just a month prior, Cadden had raided a merchant convoy and discovered a method of fighting spirit cultivation from the corpse of a snow wolf. It was at this moment that Cadden entered the realm of divine warriors. He boldly proclaimed that he would teach the method of fighting spirit cultivation to anyone who reached the 3rd level. At that time, his beastmen followers were utterly astonished. However, for Cadden, hoarding such knowledge offered no advantage. The true path lay in nurturing more divine warriors to bolster his strength. A fortnight ago, he had imparted this knowledge to several individuals, including Brait. Noticing Brait's indifference, Cadden chose not to press the matter further. After all, a 4th-level warrior, while significant in the present context, was as common as pebbles on the ground in the entirety of the Sandar Highlands. Tomorrow night, we will trade all the goods we have plundered, but this time the buyer is new to the game, and I am apprehensive. Therefore, I wish for you to set off early tomorrow morning to the Grey Crossroads Trading District to investigate. Seek out Warwick. He possesses the contact methods for his dispatched individuals. If you can ascertain the buyer's identity, that would be ideal. However, prioritize your safety above all. Cadden instructed. Understood. Brait replied with a detached nod. Very well. You may go and have your meal. Rest well, for you shall depart at dawn. Yes. Chapter 4. The transaction on the morning of the 2nd day. In the canyon before the cave, a dozen kodo beasts, each nearly 6 meters long and 4 meters tall, lay quietly on the ground, with members of the Cadden tribe binding goods on each of them. Chief, bringing only 30 men seems rather unwise, remarked the dwarf Warwick, somewhat astonished. The thought of Cadden escorting such a large shipment with merely 30 individuals struck him as absurd. The trading location was at least 200 miles away, fraught with peril from both wandering orc bands and the ferocious beast along the way, especially when encountering large merchant caravans. It could turn into a robbery in the blink of an eye. Do not fret. I have yet to explain, Cadden replied, a hint of a smile revealing itself beneath his massive boar tusks. The 30 men I bring are merely the first step. The second step involves leading the rest to follow, but they must maintain a certain distance. Why is that? Warwick was perplexed. Would it not be better to consolidate their forces? Do not question it. Just follow my instructions. Additionally, without my signal, you are to maintain that distance, understood? Cadden stated solemnly. Understood. Though Warwick was still confused, he sensed Cadden had a deeper strategy at play. How many are willing to join us? Cadden inquired further. 89. With about 30 more indifferent. Most are Tauren, who tend to be quite stubborn, Warwick reported with a hint of frustration. The bear goblins, dwarves, boarmen, and werewolves were manageable. But the Tauren were truly obstinate and set in their ways. Eliminate them. Do not waste time on their kind. Cadden shook his head. Changing a Tauren's mindset was a daunting task, and he lacked the patience for it. Wouldn't that provoke the Tauren among our ranks? Warwick expressed concern. After all, multiple Taurens served under Cadden, and slaying their kin would undoubtedly stir apprehension. What do you propose? Cadden pondered, recognizing the validity of Warwick's points. Some considerations were indeed necessary, particularly since the Tauren would serve as his primary combat force within the orc tribe. Leaving behind incriminating evidence could lead to complications, although Tauren were not particularly astute. Their loyalty to their kin was unparalleled among the beast races. Were it the boarmen, killing 1,000 of their brethren would hardly raise an eyebrow. Very well. You shall keep the Tauren in the camp to persuade them. If they remain obstinate by the time I return, I shall not be held accountable, Cadden declared before Warwick could respond. Yes. Thus, Cadden's convoy of kodo beasts moved slowly across the desolate wilderness. Traversing 200 miles would take several hours at their pace. By afternoon, Cadden and his party finally arrived at their trading destination, a rather concealed canyon. Even during daylight, it would be challenging to spot the valley unless one was deliberately searching for it. Upon arrival, Cadden's group quickly set up camp, for nightfall was still hours away. The journey had left them fatigued, and even Cadden felt more exhausted than after a fierce battle. Send word to Warwick to take advantage of the remaining daylight and scout the surrounding terrain. Also, inform him that his numbers are too conspicuous. He should refrain from large movements during these hours to avoid detection, Cadden instructed a dwarf. Yes, off you go. The wait felt interminable. Though Cadden initially had no desire for sleep, his racial traits compelled him to eat and rest. When he was roused by a boarman underling, the sky had already risen with 3 moons, illuminating the land in a shimmering glow. Rather than true night, it resembled a dim daylight. Chief, the scouting boarmen have spotted a group approaching from afar. As Cadden sat up and stretched, a dwarf rushed to report. Ah, they have arrived? Cadden instantly became alert, rising to summon his followers. Indeed, figures were approaching in the distance, approximately 20 individuals. Before long, the newcomers entered Cadden's view. Under the moonlight, the leader appeared to be an elderly man, not significantly taller than a dwarf. He was likely the Fox tribe merchant. Accompanying him were several Fox guards and half-orcs. The Fox tribe was known for their cunning intellect and treachery among the beast races, producing not only strategists but also a plethora of assassins. Cadden scrutinized the elder, noting the blue fox head, white long eyebrows, and a beast bone staff that he leaned upon, giving him an appearance of benevolence. However, Cadden was not so easily deceived. For the Fox tribe was notorious for their deceit, and a merchant thriving in the trading district would have long since met his demise without considerable skill. Are you their leader? Where are the goods? The Fox elder inquired, a warm smile gracing his features. Follow me. I shall show you the goods. Without further ado, Cadden gestured for the Fox elder to follow, while his own men remained vigilant, their eyes never leaving the Fox tribe members, who mirrored their caution. Cadden led the Fox elder into the canyon, approaching a semi-conscious Kodo beast, and opened a box, declaring, "These are the goods, fine materials. Indeed, these crates are of excellent quality. Name your price." The Fox elder observed, his gaze sharp. "Do not rush. Look towards the depths of the canyon," Cadden instructed, gesturing. Perhaps the previous lighting had been inadequate. But as the elder followed Cadden's indication, astonishment replaced his calm demeanor. "How many are there?" "All of these." The Fox elder's astonishment rendered him momentarily speechless, and he swiftly made his way among the Kodo beasts, discovering a total of 86 crates, each containing the same fine materials. "I will take them for 10 gold coins," the Fox elder declared, greed glimmering in his previously dazed eyes. 10 gold coins? Are you jesting, old man? At least 100 gold coins, Cadden retorted coldly, raising a finger. 100? Impossible. These goods are worth at most 50 gold coins. The elder protested. Fine, 50 it is. Cadden clapped his hands in agreement. The flicker of displeasure crossed the Fox elder's face, but faded quickly as he nodded slowly, saying, "Then 50 gold coins it shall be." "No, I do not want gold. I demand provisions and armaments worth 50 gold coins." Cadden shook his head. "Provisions and armaments? Is that acceptable?" The elder hesitated, glancing at the Kodo beasts. "I shall wait for you. Bring the weapons and provisions, and I will allow you to take the goods," Cadden stated resolutely. Chapter 5:005 Avarice. Thus, the transaction between the two parties concluded discordantly. Several leagues from the canyon, the elder of the Fox clan commanded everyone to halt. "Father, for what purpose have you summoned me?" A masked member of the Fox clan approached. "Carter, return to the trade district at once and assemble all the guards," the Fox clan elder stated, his face stern, a hint of excitement flickering between his white eyebrows. "Father, what is the meaning of this?" The masked Fox clan member was perplexed. 100 guards was a considerable force. Why summon them in the dead of night? Could it be? A realization dawned upon the masked Fox clan member as he glanced at his father, understanding more clearly. Indeed, the Fox clan elder said with a cold smile, "Have you forgotten? A month ago, a member of the merchant guild vanished. The guild sent people to investigate, but no trace of him was found in the nearby trade districts. That missing elf merchant? But what does this have to do with those people?" The masked Fox clan member inquired, puzzled. A month prior, the merchant guild had indeed lost a merchant. Ordinarily, the disappearance of a merchant would be unremarkable. But the unique aspect was that one of the elves in that caravan was, in fact, a noble elf prince. His disappearance was no trivial matter. Alarming most of the merchants in the trade district, it was common knowledge. Guess what I saw earlier? The merchant guild's insignia are merchant guild's insignia. What does that imply? The Fox clan elder said, his fox-like eyes narrowing. The elf merchant was abducted by those people? Does father intend to capture these brigands and claim a reward from the noble elf in the trade district? Fool. The Fox clan elder's expression instantly turned cold as he reprimanded. A reward? What reward? Remember, that noble elf is undoubtedly not simple. The deceased elf merchant may not be of great importance. In such ambiguous situations, do not provoke those we cannot afford to offend. As for these brigands, I merely have my eye on that cargo. It is of considerable value. That foolish boarman even dared to ask for 50 gold coins? Ha ha ha, how absurd. The inferior boarman even knows how to haggle. However, his pig brain will never comprehend that from the moment I laid eyes on that cargo, I never intended to pay a single coin. Return immediately and summon the guards. This band of brigands numbers only about 30. To be safe, bring 70 or 80 guards. That should suffice. The Fox clan elder revealed a slight smile. If this cargo were to fall into his hands, he would gain at least several hundred gold coins out of thin air. Several hundred gold coins was no small sum for him. Yes, father, I shall go at once. Remember to be quick. Also, do not allow others to discover any clues. Yes. In the valley, Cadden sat around the campfire. Suddenly, a dwarf scurried over and said, "Chief, our men have lost them." "Lost them?" Cadden frowned, glancing at the dwarf. "Yes, at a fork in the road. Our men lost track of them." The dwarf lowered his head, feeling somewhat guilty. He had arranged for the trackers, all of whom were dwarves, but unexpectedly, they were shaken off after only a few leagues. "Forget it. Lost is lost," Cadden said calmly. "If they were lost, It must mean they had been discovered and deliberately shaken off. You may leave now. Tell the brothers to rest. Yes. Wait, have Warwick lead his men to approach us. But maintain a distance. Yes. After the dwarf left, Cadden's stout, muscular frame suddenly climbed up the canyon's rock face as nimbly as a monkey. Time flowed by slowly, and several hours passed. On the summit of a small mountain range west of the canyon, Cadden sat cross-legged, a faint golden aura enveloping his entire body. This golden aura was battle chi, the source of Cadden's power. Cadden had originally only wanted to test if there was moonlight essence, but unexpectedly, the moonlight did indeed make the battle chi in his body circulate faster and become more condensed. Cadden suddenly looked to his right, far, far away. At least 3 leagues away. Someone was approaching him, and in considerable numbers, nearly 100. A 5th-level warrior could see 3 or 4 leagues away. Could it really be that old fox? Cadden observed for a few moments, then leaped down the mountain peak. Late into the night, about 2 leagues from the canyon, nearly 100 people were slowly advancing, led by the Fox Clan elder. At this moment, he was in high spirits, as if victory were already in his grasp. Carter. Natchan, each of you take 20 men and surround them from the left and right flanks. There is only one exit from this canyon. You must kill them all. Do not let a single one escape. Yes. The masked Fox Clan member and an equally masked tall, bald man stepped forward. Upon receiving the Fox Clan elder's orders, the two immediately drew 20 men from the nearly 100-strong force and moved swiftly to encircle the canyon from the left and right. When they were a few dozen meters from the canyon, Master, the men are in position. A guard came before the Fox Clan elder to report. Release the arrows. The Fox Clan elder narrowed his eyes and waved his hand fiercely. Whoosh, whoosh. Arrows pierced the air and rained down into the canyon, wave after wave. After about 5 or 6 waves, the Fox Clan elder frowned and ordered everyone to stop. Strange. Too strange. So many arrows have been fired. Yet there is not a single sound from within. Could they all have been pierced to death by the arrows? But there were no screams. The Fox Clan elder suddenly felt a leap in his heart, sensing that something unlucky was about to happen. He quickly summoned a guard to his side and said, Take a few men into the canyon, slowly. If you find anything, do not act rashly. Yes, Master. 5 guards slowly entered the canyon, where visibility was low. The Fox Clan elder led a large group of guards to follow slowly. Father, I do not sense that they are here. Have we taken the wrong path? The masked Fox Clan member asked, looking around. The Fox Clan elder did not speak, for he too sensed that something was amiss. Master, the cargo is inside. Suddenly, a shout came from deep within. The Fox Clan elder and his group hurried forward. Sure enough, before they had gone 20 meters, they saw 5 guards opening a crate near a Kodo beast. Master, it is the cargo, a guard exclaimed. Light the torches. The more the Fox Clan elder looked, the more he felt a chill down his spine. It was one thing if the brigands had not noticed their approach, but with 100 people moving about, creating such a commotion, how could they not have noticed them? Instantly, a dozen torches were lit, illuminating the surroundings for several meters. Cargo. All the cargo. A dozen Kodo beasts huddled together, yet not a single brigand was present. Not good. A trap? The Fox Clan elder's heart leaped into his throat, and he shouted sharply. Retreat. Retreat quickly. The guards did not yet know what was happening. The Fox Clan elder snatched a torch from a guard beside him and ran toward the canyon exit. However, he had not taken more than a few steps when he heard screams from the canyon entrance. Quick, get out. There are enemies. The Fox Clan elder knew that he might have fallen into a trap, but he had nearly 100 guards. Could he be afraid of a mere 20 or 30 brigands? Therefore, even though he knew that something was terribly wrong, he was only surprised, not panicked. The guards inside instantly changed their expressions and hastily drew their weapons, following in their master's footsteps. Chapter 6. The Wolfman Bright Father, we are in grave danger. There are thieves everywhere, exclaimed a masked fox as he rushed towards the elder fox, who had just led a group into battle. How many are there? The elder's expression darkened, realizing that the 30 to 40 guards left outside were already engaged in combat. And the clashing of blades accompanied by cries of battle suggested a significant enemy presence. I don't know, but there are at least 100. Our guards are nearly decimated. The masked fox replied anxiously. Father, we must flee at once, or we shall miss our chance. The elder fox felt a surge of anger at his son's words. Even if they were ambushed, with 70 or 80 elite guards at their disposal, retreating after just 5 minutes of conflict was unacceptable. Just as he was about to rebuke his son, a chilling voice echoed from the front lines. Flee? Where do you intend to escape? Lay down your weapons, and I shall spare your lives. Cadden, wielding a bloodied axe, was flanked by numerous blood-soaked warriors. The elder's face turned ashen. The sounds of battle had ceased. Had the guards been defeated so swiftly? How did you learn of my plans? The elder questioned, his heart filled with resentment. Old fool. Do you truly believe I am as foolish as you? How many merchants traverse the Sonda Heights without blood on their hands? Cadden sneered. Enough with the pleasantries. Will you surrender or meet your demise? Before Cadden could finish, the surrounding orcs encircled the Elder and his remaining guards. The Elder's countenance darkened as he realized he had been outwitted by a notoriously crude and foolish wild boar. Surrender, he sighed, casting a glance at his son. Recognizing that any hope of turning the tide was now a mere fantasy, the guards collectively exhaled. Resistance would only lead to death. At least you possess some sense. Cadden replied coldly, signaling Warwick to prepare to bind them. Suddenly, the Elder's son transformed into a shadow, darting through a gap in the thieves' ranks. Seeking death, Cadden's golden aura flared as he pursued, hurling his axe. A cry of anguish erupted from afar, followed by a figure collapsing to the ground. This transpired in less than 10 seconds. The Elder's face blanched as he beheld the fallen form. He had not anticipated that the leader of the thieves, a wild boar, was a warrior of divine stature. Check if he yet breathes, Cadden commanded, and a wild boar rushed forth. Alive, bring him here, Cadden ordered, with a grim expression. He approached the bound Elder Fox and struck him in the abdomen. The Elder gasped, eyes rolling back as cold sweat poured from him. Blood spilling from his mouth and nose, nearly rendering him unconscious. Old fool, do you dare to scheme before me? Cadden had only used a fraction of his strength. For had he unleashed his full power, the Elder would surely have perished. Chief, this one still lives. A wild boar returned, dragging along a one-armed fox. The fox, standing merely 5 feet tall, appeared childlike in the grip of the wild boar. An assassin? Level 4? Cadden inquired coldly, noting that the fox's right arm had been severed. Blood staining his clothing, though it had ceased flowing, a brown aura swirling about him. Dark aura. Such energy is the hallmark of an assassin. The fox's face paled in fear as he regarded Cadden. Seeing the fox's silence, Cadden turned to Warwick, assess the casualties, and secure them in the cave. Guard them well. I shall interrogate them tomorrow. After that, let the men rest. Understood. Warwick nodded, admiring Cadden's cunning. Cadden had initially feigned weakness, only to stumble upon an adversary as duplicitous as the Elder Fox. Once Warwick departed with the men, Cadden ascended to the canyon's peak, seeking a place to rest. Morning dawned, and Cadden awoke from a pleasant dream. Back in the cave, he tore into a dry piece of bread, while Warwick approached with a fresh loaf. Chief, after last night's skirmish, we suffered only 1 fatality among our wild boars. The rest are merely wounded. Additionally, we have captured 57 foes and slain 26. Of the captives, more than half are bear goblin slaves, the others are foxes, Warwick reported while eating. Excellent, Cadden replied, momentarily taken aback, then nodded in satisfaction. 1 casualty was unexpected. Yet given their numerical advantage and the element of surprise, it was not surprising. The Elder Fox's name is Hud Leek, and the assassin who lost his arm is named Eli Leek, the Elder's son. Oh, treachery among father and son? Bring them forth. I have inquiries for them. Cadden scoffed. Understood. By the way, has Bright made contact? How is it that our buyer has become a captive, yet we have received no word from him? Cadden halted Warwick, his gaze growing cold. The wolfman Bright had been missing for 2 days. He had been dispatched to the grim crossroads to gather information on the buyer. With the buyer now lost, Cadden felt an unsettling premonition. Had Bright betrayed him? After all, Bright had only joined him for a month, and having reached level 4, he possessed the strength to venture alone. Feeling the weight of Cadden's icy stare, Warwick's heart raced. Chief, I have dispatched 2 dwarves to the camp. I believe news will arrive shortly, he stammered. Damn it, could Bright truly have betrayed me? Has this wretched wolf forgotten who saved his life? Warwick cursed inwardly, fearing if Bright had indeed turned, would Cadden ever trust him again? Soon, Warwick returned, escorting the 2 foxes, one an elder, the other a one-armed youth. Cadden observed their weary expressions. It was no surprise they had been unable to rest in enemy territory. I never understand why you insist on complicating matters. You claimed yesterday that you would uphold your promise. This shipment should have long been returned to your camp. If you had simply sold the goods, you could have profited over 200 gold coins, yet you chose to oppose your own fortune. Cadden sighed, standing with arms crossed. The Elder Fox, Hud Leek, cast his gaze downward, knowing Cadden spoke the truth. Yet, what good were words now? He only wished to know how Cadden would allow them to leave. Chapter 7:007. The Trade Prince speak. What value do you and your son possess? Cadden crouched slightly, gazing at the pale-faced Elorek, who looked at him with fear, while playfully pinching the boy's ear. The foxkin's fluffy head was particularly endearing, especially since Elorek appeared to be around 7 or 8 years old. Different beast races reach maturity at varying ages. For instance, the foxkin matures at about 7, equivalent to a 16-year-old human, while wild boars reach maturity at 9, comparable to 18-year-old humans. Therefore, at 10, Elorek was akin to a 20-year-old human youth. The chief requires weapons, armor, and provisions. If you release my son and me, I will immediately deliver goods worth 500 gold coins upon returning to the camp, Hudrek implored earnestly. For some reason, Cadden displayed none of the typical traits of a wild boar. When did wild boars acquire such remarkable intelligence? Release you? Allow a tiger to return to the mountain? Cadden scoffed, turning to Hudrek and yanking out several of his whiskers. Hiss! Hudrek winced at the casual tugging of his whiskers, suppressing his pain as anger surged within him. He could never have anticipated such humiliation from a wild boar. Yet, upon witnessing Cadden's terrifying grin, he could only endure, lest he provoke Cadden into taking lethal action against him. Chief, how about allowing my son to fetch the goods from the camp? Hudrek proposed after a moment's contemplation. Forcing a smile, can you assure me that you won't resort to trickery? You, old fox, are quite cunning. One must remain vigilant against your schemes. Cadden's expression turned icy, a palpable aura of menace emanating from him. Chief, I am entirely at your mercy. How could I harbor other intentions? Hudrek shook his head, then turned to Elorek. A liar. You must go to the camp immediately and bring back what the chief requires. And I happen to possess a dragon scale armor. Include that as an apology gift for the chief. Yes, father. Elorek, trembling with fear, glanced at Cadden before nodding. Dragon scale armor? I did not expect you to possess such a treasure. I surmise it was obtained through plunder. Cadden's demeanor softened considerably. He was in dire need of food, as nearly 200 mouths awaited sustenance, consuming an astonishing amount daily. Otherwise, he would not have acted so swiftly for the goods. Thus, Hudrek's offer was indeed worth considering. Seeing Cadden's mood lighten, Hudrek breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he could leave alive, the dragon scale and the promised provisions would be worth the sacrifice. Besides, this was merely a stroke of bad luck. Once back at the camp, he intended to observe how that accursed wild boar would resist the onslaught of the camp's mercenaries. Those supplies would eventually be extracted. Just as Cadden was about to agree to this arrangement, a dwarf whispered something in Warwick's ear. Warwick hurried over to Cadden, saying, Chief, Bright has returned. He has brought some people with him who wish to see you. Some people? What does that mean? Cadden's expression cooled slightly. Let us see. Not far outside the valley, a group of more than 10 individuals was surrounded by dozens of Cadden's fearsome band of thieves. As Cadden approached, the thieves parted to allow a path, and one figure from the besieged group quickly advanced, kneeling before Cadden. It was Bright, the werewolf who had been missing for 2 days. Chief, Bright offers his apologies and requests punishment. Bright knelt before Cadden with a cold expression. Explain yourself. Why did you blatantly defy my orders? Cadden's tone softened somewhat, as Bright seemed genuinely remorseful. Cadden held a certain fondness for Bright, recognizing that he must have had a compelling reason to breach his command. I encountered the slave-catching mercenaries who took my brother to discover my brother's whereabouts. I defied the chief's orders. Bright is willing to accept punishment, Bright stated coldly, revealing the reason for his disobedience. Slave catchers? Bright's brother? Cadden comprehended, helping Bright to his feet. Rescuing one's brother is understandable, and since no significant harm has been done, I shall not dwell on this matter. However, disobeying orders cannot go without consequence. Therefore, I decree that Bright shall be stripped of his captaincy, with Edward taking over temporarily. Understood. As Cadden finished speaking, a robust dwarf named Edward, who bore a striking resemblance to Warwick but was even more muscular, smiled. Meanwhile, a flicker of emotion crossed Bright's cold eyes, though none noticed. Thank you, Chief. Now, let us discuss the matter at hand. Cadden turned his attention back to Bright. Following his gaze, he observed the group ahead, dressed in mysterious black robes resembling wizards. At that moment, one of them stepped forward, calling out from a distance, You are Chief Cadden, are you not? We are not your enemies. You may inquire with Bright, the young clan leader. Youth clan leader? Cadden's brow furrowed as he looked at Bright. Chief, they are merchants. Trustworthy merchants. Bright succinctly affirmed. Cadden was taken aback. Bright, known for his aloof demeanor, declaring someone trustworthy was astonishing. Nevertheless, he chose to trust Bright's judgment. Youth clan leader? It seems Bright is quite remarkable. May I ask what brings you here? Chief Cadden, might we discuss potential cooperation in this setting? One of the individuals from the opposing group smiled, surveying the fierce band of thieves around them. Let my brethren rest. Cadden nodded at Warwick, who promptly ordered everyone to retreat, allowing the group of 10 to approach. At the entrance of the cave, Cadden casually found a stone slab to sit upon. Feel free. This is not my home, so I cannot offer you hospitality. I hope you will not take offense. Cadden smiled, assessing the newcomers. Noting their height suggested they could be human or elf. Chief Cadden, I am Daslima. I come seeking to collaborate with you, as I heard from Bright, the young clan leader, that you are in urgent need of supplies. I can procure what you require, Daslima stated, appraising Cadden in turn. Truthfully, upon their first meeting, Daslima was surprised. Were wild boars not synonymous with foolishness and filth? Yet here was a wild boar leading a band of thieves that included dwarves, centaurs, bear goblins, wild boars, and even a werewolf youth leader. Such a diverse assembly willingly submitting to a wild boar piqued his curiosity. Before we discuss cooperation, I wish to understand your origins and Bright's background, Cadden replied, shaking his head. Cooperation? What sort of cooperation? Daslima was momentarily taken aback before laughing, finding this wild boar quite intriguing. Chief, are you familiar with the Trade Prince? Daslima inquired. The Trade Prince? Cadden paused, looking at Daslima, uncertain of his meaning. Chapter 8. The Karaganda Thieves Guild. Of course, he had heard of the Trade Princes, having traversed this world for nearly 2 months now. Although his knowledge of the realm was scant, he was aware of certain fundamental aspects. The merchants in this world were divided into 2 prominent factions, one being the Temple of Wealth, and the other an organization opposing it, known as the Trade Alliance. The elite merchants who governed the Trade Alliance were referred to as the Trade Princes across the continent. Each Trade Prince wielded influence rivaling that of any kingdom. However, could Daslima truly be a Trade Prince? Cadern could not even entertain such a notion. Observing Cadern's expression, Daslima immediately clarified, I am a Trade Commissioner under Trade Prince Raspada. A Trade Commissioner? Cadern chuckled softly, pondering whether Daslima's claim held any truth. What could this individual possibly want from him? He found it hard to believe that a mere bandit like himself could collaborate with these voracious merchants. Maintaining his smile, Cadern remained silent. I have dispatched a valuable shipment, which was intercepted en route. I hope the leader can assist me in recovering these goods, Daslima stated. He scrutinized Cadern, whose calm demeanor led him to suspect that the bandit was not the foolish boar man he initially presumed, but rather a cunning human. Particularly striking was the fact that Cadern remained unfazed upon learning of Daslima's status as a trade commissioner. Even kingdoms would treat him with respect in such circumstances. Recover the goods? Commissioner Daslima, with your influence, it seems unlikely that a bandit group would dare to rob you. Cadern shook his head. If Daslima were indeed a trade commissioner, few in the Sonda Highlands, aside from a few kingdoms, would possess the strength to challenge him. Please listen, Chief. This shipment is not from a large merchant convoy, but rather a small one, and it was the Karaganda Thieves Guild that stole the goods. This bandit group primarily consists of centaurs, and their strength is not particularly formidable, Daslima explained. The Karaganda Thieves Guild? Cadern paused, recalling his encounter with them just last month when they had raided a merchant convoy. The guild comprised over 1,000 members, and while they were not excessively powerful, they certainly outmatched him. If it is indeed the Karaganda Thieves Guild, then why not seek the aid of a mercenary group? I would assume that with your status, finding such assistance would be quite simple. Cadern expressed his skepticism, especially since he knew he could not contend with the guild at this point. Since the leader does not believe me, I will speak candidly. I am indeed a trade commissioner under Trade Prince Raspada in the Sonda Highlands, as well as the entire northern continent is the territory of Trade Prince Kafa. Thus, I cannot openly appear here, as it may incite a trade war between the 2 princes, which must be avoided. Therefore, if the leader agrees, I can even pay half of the reward in advance, 1,000 sets of leather armor, weapons, and food, Daslima asserted. Cadern's eyes narrowed, and due to his boar-like features, it appeared as though he had closed his eyes beneath his long lashes. Trade princes were of no concern to him, but the prospect of 1,000 sets of leather armor was enticing. He needed to expand his influence, and weapons, armor, and food were in urgent demand. As for Daslima's ulterior motives, he felt indifferent. Given the latter's status, there was little reason for him to deceive Cadern. Thus, if the offer was made, he would gladly accept. I can agree to this matter, Commissioner, but given my current strength, I cannot confront them directly in a short time. I will need some time. Cadern stated. Agreed. Within 6 months, I require the recovery of these goods. Daslima nodded in affirmation. 6 months is quite a while. Are you not concerned that they may dispose of the goods by then? Cadern inquired with curiosity. What could possibly be so special about these goods that allowed for such a lengthy time frame? Rest assured, Chief, these goods are exceptionally unique. Even if they were to sell them, no merchant in the Sonda Highlands would dare take them on, Daslima replied confidently. So domineering? Cadern mused to himself. Though he recognized the trade alliance's exceptional nature, perhaps they truly possessed such authority. With their collaboration established, Cadern learned from Daslima about the origins of Bright. It turned out that Bright was the son of a werewolf chieftain from the Dawa Kingdom, one of the 6 Orc kingdoms. However, with the ascension of a new king in Dawa, Bright's father had chosen the wrong side, leading to the tribe's downfall. His father perished in battle. Siblings were either killed or fled, and the rest were captured by slave traders. After sending Daslima and his companions on their way, Cadern patted Bright on the shoulder. Relax. Have you found any leads on your brother? Bright's murderous aura dissipated as he shook his head lightly, his cold demeanor revealing. Those mercenaries were mere remnants expelled by the slave traders. Before their deaths, they had no knowledge of the current whereabouts of the slave traders. Once we stabilize, I will send someone to assist you, Cadern assured him. This was not solely for Bright's benefit. Cadern harbored a deep-seated hatred for these slave traders. He could accept murder and arson, but human trafficking was intolerable to him as a well-educated boar-man. If he were to encounter a slave trader, he would undoubtedly seek to bring them to ruin. Thank you, Chief. Bright expressed his gratitude with a glance at Cattern. Lord Daslima. We have no goods that have been stolen. Why did you deceive that poor man? Moreover, you have unnecessarily gifted him supplies worth thousands of gold coins. Questioned a cloaked figure who followed Daslima after they had left the valley. Kaffa is dead, and the trade commissioners under Kaffa are like hungry tigers unleashed, vying for power. Each aspiring to become the new trade prince. This is something I wish to avoid, and I am certain Lord Raspada feels the same, Daslima replied with a smile. But what does this have to do with that poor man? The cloaked figure pressed, confused. It has nothing to do with him. Daslima chuckled nonchalantly. The cloaked figure fell silent. Feeling as though Daslima was toying with him, yet his status was not one he could question. Within the valley, Cattern summoned Ilek and commanded that his bonds be released. Grasping Ilek's furry ears, Cattern warned, "Your father is in my custody. Deliver the goods here before dawn tomorrow, or I will reduce him to a pulp." "Why yes," Ilek stammered, fear evident in his eyes as Cattern's rough hand pinched his ears painfully. His life hung in the balance, and he dared not resist. "Bright, take a few bear goblins and shadow him. If this little fox makes any suspicious moves, you are to eliminate him," Cattern instructed coldly. Understood. Bright shot a chilling glance at Ilek, causing the latter to tremble uncontrollably. After Bright escorted Ilek away, Cattern reclined in a comfortable position. With Daslima's promised items arriving the following morning, coupled with the supplies Ilek would bring, he would have ample resources to recruit soldiers and bolster his strength in the near future. Chapter 9. The Pursuit of the Tribe. Early the next morning, Cattern was roused from his slumber by the commotion outside. It was none other than Bright who had returned. Upon hearing this, Cattern could no longer linger in bed. He swiftly rose and dashed out of the cave. Outside, his subordinates gathered around the entire caravan, their faces alight with excitement. Upon seeing Cattern approach, Bright led Iker to his side and reported, "Chief, we have a total of 13 large carts. 11 of them are filled with provisions, including copious amounts of dry bread, a modest quantity of jerky, and 1 cart of kilo wine. The remaining 2 carts contain 322 pieces of armor, with over 80 being leather armor and the rest made of cloth. Impressive haul indeed. They are quite affluent, employing flame steeds to pull their carts." Cattern praised as he patted Bright on the back and moved towards the caravan. Bright casually waved his hand, signaling 2 boar men to escort Iker away. And then he followed Cattern. "These flame steeds are second-tier horses, only 16 in total. I traded the Kodo beast for them." The lad mentioned these supplies constitute their entire fortune from the Grim Crossroads camp. Bright noticed Cattern's apparent enthusiasm for the flame steeds over the supplies. Cattern caressed one of the flame steeds, its fiery red mane reminiscent of blazing flames, standing tall at 2 meters, robust and powerful, particularly captivating with its blood-red and black-tipped crest. In modern times, Cattern believed anyone would be enamored by such a magnificent creature. "What does second-tier horse mean?" Cattern inquired curiously, realizing that the horses in this world could not be considered normal. Second-tier horses are not exceptional. Only third-tier beasts can manifest magic. Even flame steeds are only truly valuable when they reach 3rd tier, Bright explained. However, acquiring 3rd-tier steeds is a challenge, as wild flame steeds are rare and difficult to encounter. Most that circulate across the continent originate from human kingdoms. 3rd-tier steeds belong to the category of magical beasts, regarded as strategic resources for human kingdoms, and are permitted for purchase only by a select few nobles. The rest are strictly prohibited from trade. Thus, most available steeds are either foals or discarded 2nd-tier horses. If they are foals, the potential for these 16 flame steeds to produce 2 or 3 3rd-tier offspring exists. Bright examined the teeth of one flame steed and shook his head. "This one is a discarded 2nd-tier horse. That is inconsequential. These horses shall serve as breeding stock, and we shall see if they can reproduce," Cattern replied, casting a glance at Bright. After absorbing Bright's insights, Cattern felt enlightened. Indeed, while orcs are often deemed ignorant, certain races like werewolves and fox people exhibit intelligence akin to that of humans. As for 2nd-tier horses, this world houses magical beasts, but they can be categorized into magical and ordinary beast races. Nevertheless, magical beasts do not simply emerge. They evolve from their ordinary counterparts. For instance, a flame steed, classified as a 2nd-tier horse, transitions into the realm of magical beast once it ascends to 3rd tier. Most magical beast races follow this pattern. Yet the continent also records various naturally occurring magical beast races, albeit rare and shrouded in mystery. Is the chief preparing to establish a cavalry? Bright's expression shifted with surprise. He understood Cattern's immense ambition, which was why he pledged his loyalty. "Cavalry? I do indeed entertain such thoughts," Cattern replied, momentarily taken aback as he inspected the goods. Upon hearing this, Bright's cold demeanor softened slightly, but he cautioned, however, flame steeds are ill-suited as mounts. Cattern shook his head in agreement. Indeed, flame steeds, even as 3rd-tier magical beasts, cannot fully harness the advantages of cavalry for us. Our cavalry should consist of werewolves riding wolves, boarmen riding boars, tiger and lion tribes riding their respective mounts, and the Tauren's Komodo dragon war fortresses. Bright nodded discreetly, recognizing that flame steeds would not be a fitting match for the Orcish physique. However, the traditional 4 cavalry types Cadden spoke of were not easily assembled even by the current Orc kingdom. Bright, I intend to establish a tribe. Do you have any thoughts on this? Cadden stated, withdrawing a gleaming large sword from the wagon, its cold glimmer revealing its mediocre quality, clearly mass-produced by goblins. The Boarman tribe? Bright paused, feeling a surge of emotion, realizing this could be the inception of Cadden's ambition. He was no ordinary werewolf. Having been raised in a werewolf tribe, his knowledge and learning far surpassed that of an ordinary werewolf. Thus, he had a far-reaching vision. Cadden's band of thieves initially existed solely for survival, but now that they had grown stronger, he would undoubtedly aspire to greater ambitions. Bright felt a mix of anticipation and trepidation. Although he and Cadden were both Orcish, they belonged to different branches. If Cadden were to establish a Boarman tribe, how would he, a werewolf, and even the Tauren, dwarves, and bear goblins in the band, find their place? Rest assured, I plan to create an alliance tribe. An alliance tribe is one where any race, even humans, can be my subjects as long as they pledge allegiance to me as their king. Of course, as a Boarman. My foundational support will come from the Boarmen, so initially, it will indeed be a Boarman tribe. Cadden discerned Bright's concerns and understood them well. However, as he stated, the Boarmen would be his foundational support, and he could not forsake them, even if he sought to conquer another tribe. Would a Tauren tribe accept a Boarman as their leader? Such a notion was utterly implausible. Bright's icy demeanor thawed slightly. Pledge allegiance to me. And you shall all be my subjects? What audacity! An Orcish empire, you say? Previously, Bright had dismissed this as mere bravado from Cadden to rally his subordinates, but now, he could see that Cadden was earnest. Even if they were as insignificant as ants at present, Bright recalled his father's teachings. Without ambition, there can be no results. Whether good or bad, all are heroes. At that moment, a Boarman rushed over to Cadden, reporting that a caravan was approaching from a mile away, heading towards the valley. A smile broke across Cadden's face. Perhaps the mysterious Daslima had indeed sent half the payment as promised. 1,000 sets of leather armor and weapons. Merely contemplating it made him salivate. Cadden instinctively wiped his mouth, nearly nicking himself on his elongated tusks. He had seen the exterior armor delivered by Eichard. The leather armor was passable, yet the cloth armor was of poor quality, likely able to be pierced by arrows from 30 paces away. However, since Bright had cleared out their encampment, he had no choice but to accept what was available. Certainly, while the cloth armor was inadequate, it was still better than being completely exposed. As 10 minutes passed, a convoy of 50 to 60 carts halted outside the valley. Cadden and Bright approached the caravan, where 3 individuals advanced to meet them. Elves? To Cadden's astonishment, the leader of the opposing convoy was indeed an elf. Chapter 10. The leader's preference. Cadden was somewhat taken aback. The northern continent traditionally belonged to the Beastmen, while the elves had played a significant role in the disintegration of the Orc Empire a millennium ago. Thus, the elves were not entirely viewed as adversaries by the Beastmen. Yet they were certainly not welcomed with open arms. In fact, some Beastmen tribes and kingdoms outright forbade any interaction with the elves, even in trade, resulting in a conspicuous absence of elven merchants, travelers, or mercenaries within Beastmen territories. You must be Chief Cadden, said Lex, an elven envoy under the esteemed Darsarima, bowing slightly in a gesture of utmost politeness. This is the reward entrusted to me by my lord. Please verify it, Chief Cadden. Cadden gazed intently at Lex, feeling a pang of envy. The elves were indeed strikingly beautiful, if one were to overlook Lex's pointed ears. He could easily be considered one of the most handsome men in contemporary society. Alas, how unfair the world seemed. Why was he so unattractive? Cadden's thoughts seethed with frustration. Lex, meanwhile, scrutinized Cadden, but felt increasingly uncomfortable under the intense scrutiny of Cadden's dark, pig-like eyes. Beside them, Brett noticed Cadden's rapt attention towards the elven visage, and it stirred memories of times when he too had been subjected to Cadden's unwarranted gaze. Could it be that the chief harbored an unusual fondness for such elven beauty? Brett instinctively took a step back, aware of the elven slave's immense value among humans, regardless of gender, and what that implied. Did Chief Cadden share the peculiar taste of certain human nobles? Brett recoiled further at the thought. Lex felt an involuntary tension rise within him. Cadden's gaze was overtly aggressive, reminiscent of a wealthy noble's lecherous eyes before making an outrageous demand during his visit to the human realm. Ahem. Chief, is there something amiss? Brett coughed, feeling an urgent need to distance himself from the situation. Oh, my apologies, Envoy Lex. I was lost in thought. Cadden quickly recovered, forcing a smile to mask his embarrassment. Lost in thought? Lex felt a fresh wave of apprehension and instinctively took 2 steps back. Not to worry, please proceed with the verification. I have pressing matters to attend to at the camp, Lex replied hastily. No need for verification as a high-ranking envoy of the trade prince. Darcerima is unlikely to deceive me, Cadden waved dismissively, confident that Darcerima would not jest with him. After all, he hardly warranted such attention. Then thank you, Chief Cadden. I shall take my leave now, Lex said promptly. Ah, Envoy Lex, do not rush off. Cadden interjected eagerly. Is there anything else, Chief? Lex asked cautiously. The thought that this foolish, grotesque boar man might harbor ulterior motives crossed Lex's mind. I intend to establish a tribe and will require numerous resources. I hope to maintain contact with you, Envoy Lex, to assist in future needs, Cadden declared with a smile. Since he had resolved to form a tribe, it was imperative to connect with influential merchants like Lex. Otherwise, the nascent tribe might face imminent collapse. Ah, that's quite agreeable. As long as you possess gold, I can procure even a dragon egg for you. Lex exhaled in relief. It was merely a business transaction, and as a trade envoy, he was eager to engage. Do not jest, Envoy. Even if I had the funds, I would not dare purchase a dragon egg. Should the dragon mother come seeking retribution? It would spell disaster for me, Cadden laughed heartily. The mere thought of a 7th-tier magical beast was enough to instill fear. His current strength would be no match. I have a shipment of goods ready to depart, substantial in volume and valued at several hundred gold coins. I wonder if you might be interested? Cadden recalled the unprocessed goods he had yet to deal with. Allow me to see, Lex exclaimed, astonished. The value of several hundred gold coins indicated a considerable quantity. How much plunder had this filthy boar man amassed from merchants? Please follow me. Cadden led Lex into a cave, where the surroundings were rather disheveled, and his subordinates were busy feeding. After a cursory glance, Lex's expression brightened. While the quantity was plentiful, the worth was not particularly high. However, selling it would still yield a profit of several hundred gold coins, a highly favorable margin for a low-ranking envoy. What price do you seek, Chief Cadden? Lex inquired. 100 gold coins. Agreed. A deal. Lex replied without a moment's hesitation, delight dancing in his eyes. 100 gold coins would guarantee a substantial profit. Soon, 17 Kodo beasts were driven out of the cave, and upon transferring the goods to Lex's escort, he handed Cadden a clinking pouch of coins. Chief Cadden, I shall take my leave now. I look forward to future collaborations. Safe travels, Envoy. Cadden weighed the pouch, satisfied with its heft, and smiled. Once Lex and his entourage departed, Cadden regained his composure, spitting disdainfully. Truly, he is remarkably handsome. Brett cast a furtive glance at Cadden, instinctively lagging a step behind. Which tribe does he belong to? Cadden turned to see Brett had not followed closely. What are you doing? Come here. He must be from the High Elves. Only they engage in trade, Brett mused as he caught up. There are many branches of elves. Yet only the High Elves are recognized as rational by all races on the continent. Other eccentric elves exist, such as the Wood Elves residing in forest trees, the Prairie Elves inhabiting underground caves, the Snow Elves thriving in icy realms, and the Sea Elves dwelling beneath the waves. Only the High Elves possess lifestyles akin to humans, complete with a ruling king and a structured governance system, while the others are led by their respective chieftains, relying on fortune. I should consider acquiring a few High Elves for some amusement, Cadden contemplated. Though he was unsightly, he harbored hopes that his future offspring would not inherit his unfortunate appearance. No. Cadden realized he was a boar man. If his children lacked the distinctive features of their lineage, would they still be considered his? Brett's expression shifted from icy detachment to one of shock. Cadden wouldn't truly. Brett, instruct everyone to don their new leather armor and prepare for our return. Yes. Brett's demeanor returned to its previous coldness as he began directing the troops to change their attire. Upon hearing of new leather armor and weaponry, excitement surged through the ranks, and everyone hastily began disrobing, disregarding any notions of propriety. By the way, where's Warwick? I haven't seen him all morning. Cadden scanned the area, observing his subordinates now stripped down to nothing. Just as he was about to scold them, he recalled Warwick's absence. Chief, Warwick is currently undergoing a breakthrough to become a divine warrior. Oh, remarkable. So soon. Chapter 11. The Rhine River tribe beyond the valley. Cadden donned ochre leather armor, exuding an air of majesty and dominance. This was the dragon armor referred to by Huderek. Initially, when Bright presented it to him, he was filled with excitement, believing it to be a high-tier dragon armor. However, it became evident that his hopes were misplaced. The dragon armor was not crafted from the hides of colossal dragons. Such a feat was unattainable, as true dragons were the apex beings of this world. While there were numerous accounts of dragon slaying, they remained mere legends. And armor fashioned from dragon hides was priceless. Thus, dragon armor typically referred to armor imbued with the bloodline of dragon-blooded beasts. These creatures, known for their lustful nature, were rare on the roads, with each one regarded as a treasure by mercenaries. The dragon armor he wore, based on the residual aura of the beast, was estimated to be no higher than a 5th tier. Yet, despite its lower rank, the inherent power of dragon beasts rendered their protective capabilities unparalleled by mere external armors. Not only had he changed his outer armor, But over 100 of his subordinates were also clad in brand new black leather armor, each appearing spirited and formidable. Nevertheless, despite the varying sizes of the armor, many were ill-fitting, particularly for the Minotaurs. However, this was of little consequence now. They would make do until he grew stronger and could afford to have a dedicated blacksmith tailor armor for his troops. At that moment, Bright approached, accompanied by a group of timid bear goblins. "Chief, we have dealt with the situation. The Fox tribe refuses to surrender, leaving only these bear goblins." Bright, clad in his own new black leather armor, appeared even more formidable than usual. His mention of dealing with clearly indicated the fate of the captives. "Well done. Have these bear goblins outfitted with new weapons and armor." Cadden nodded in acknowledgement. He had never intended to spare Huderek. His philosophy was simple: either do not offend, or ensure complete eradication of the foe, for the so-called wildfires cannot be extinguished, and spring winds will inevitably bring forth new growth. He harbored no inclination for leaving potential threats behind. Out of 50 to 60 captives, only 20 bear goblins remained. The bear goblins were known to be fickle, aligning themselves with whoever appeared stronger. While Cadden held little affection for them, their strength during favorable conditions could not be underestimated. For instance, they had just slaughtered captives, and their crude weapons still dripped with fresh blood. Indeed, Bright has taken the bear goblins to be equipped, Cadden observed as he glanced towards the mountain summit, where Warwick was still breaking through. Otherwise, he would have returned to the stronghold long ago. The proximity to the camp made this location precarious. It seemed Warwick required a bit more time to complete his breakthrough. Cadden settled onto the ground and pulled out a tattered, blurred map. He had acquired numerous maps, yet most were small in scale. This was the only one that encompassed the entirety of the Sonda Highlands. The Sonda Highlands were a desolate region, plagued by famine and death, where no race desired to inhabit. Yet, it was also home to countless orcs. The western territories belonged to the Orc Blackstone Kingdom, while the east was a haven for thieves and mercenaries, making it a thoroughfare for many merchants traveling to the Sonda Highlands in the several orc kingdoms. The northern and southern regions were inhabited by orc tribes that refused to submit to the major kingdoms, their ancestors having settled here centuries ago. Though the Sonda Highlands were dubbed the God-forsaken land, orcs and various other races still thrived here. Cadden's current position was in the southern part of the Sonda Highlands, which was even more impoverished and brutal than the north. Daily, individuals succumbed to despair and death upon this plateau. The map, though vague, allowed Cadden to discern the approximate locations after considerable study. After much contemplation, Cadden deduced that the nearest tribe existed near the Rhine River. The Sonda Highlands received scant rainfall, with the Rhine River flowing unceasingly from the northern continent being its primary source of water. Consequently, most tribes resided along its banks. Was the chief perhaps contemplating the establishment of a tribe? Cadden was momentarily taken aback as he lifted his gaze to see Warwick approaching, accompanied by Bright and the newly promoted dwarf captain, Edward. "Congratulations." Cadden signaled for the three to take their seats, offering his felicitations to Warwick. As he sensed the latter's burgeoning aura, it was evident that Warwick had successfully broken through to the 4th tier of the divine warrior realm, all thanks to the chief's blessings. Warwick looked at Cadden with reverence, his gratitude genuine. Originally a humble member of a minor silver dwarf tribe, he had been compelled by famine to lead a few dwarves in search of sustenance. Had he not encountered Cadden along the way, he might have succumbed to starvation in the desolate land, becoming prey for some flying magical beast. Moreover, Cadden had imparted to him the methods of breaking through to the divine warrior level. Now that he had attained the 4th tier, his gratitude was beyond expression. "Chief, to my knowledge, most Boormen reside in the Danube wilderness, where there are hundreds of Boorman tribes. However, the area is quite chaotic. This year, famine has intensified, forcing the Boormen to defend against their own kind as well as centaurs, goblins, and lizard folk, those despicable races." Bright remarked. "The Danube wilderness?" Cadden pointed to the location on the map. The Danube wilderness occupied a fifth of the southern Sonda Highlands. Chaos was not an issue. In fact, the more disorder, the better. Cadden's eyes sparkled with insight. The proverb to fish in troubled waters was indeed applicable here. There was no rush. Careful planning was essential. Since Warwick had achieved his breakthrough, it was time to rally their forces and return to the stronghold. Cadden cautiously stowed away the map. The Danube wilderness was at least 300 kilometers away, and he was unfamiliar with the circumstances there. Therefore, he needed to dispatch scouts for reconnaissance. However, the priority was to leave this location, as it was too close to the camp, and discovery by the mercenaries therein would spell disaster. Understood. Bright and the others immediately took their leave, mobilizing their forces to set forth eastward in a grand procession. The Grey Crossroads camp. Rather than a mere camp, it resembled a small town. Well-equipped mercenary squads patrolled the roads, while merchants, bandits, and travelers thrived within. In a modestly sized loft within the town, Daslama sat in a chair, a teacup resting beside him. Should Cadden have been present, he would have been astonished. For Daslima's long, jet-black hair and pointed ears would have revealed his identity as a dark night elf. An elegant high elf named Lester entered, carrying a steaming pot of tea and respectfully pouring a cup for Daslima. "How goes the matter with Mashiach?" Daslima inquired, lifting the teacup with a refined demeanor, an embodiment of gentility and nobility. "Rest assured, my lord, I have already bribed a portion of the merchants affiliated with the Nock Trading Company. They shall not impede my entry. Presently, Mashiach is in dire need of assistance, and my arrival will surely bring him joy." Chapter 12. The Iron Tusk Boar Tribe. Very well. I shall return to the Elven Court tomorrow. However, before I do, there is a matter of utmost importance that requires your attention. You must report every movement of that boar man, Cadden, using the Elven carrier pigeons. Daslima cast a satisfied glance at Lester, took a sip of tea, and set down his cup. "What, Cadden?" Lester was taken aback. He could not fathom what made the rogue Cadden worthy of such scrutiny. Nevertheless, as a dutiful subordinate, he nodded in agreement. "This task is manageable. I shall find some orcs to infiltrate Cadden's band of thieves. My lord, now that Prince Kala has passed, the trade caravans across the northern continent are thrown into disarray. Is there any chance that Kala's trade officers will resolve their conflicts in a short time?" Bright inquired. As one of Daslima's trusted officials, he was acutely aware of Daslima's formidable ambitions. Such an outcome is improbable. With Kafa's demise, the entire trade system of the northern continent will descend into chaos. Although those trade officers possess considerable power, unifying swiftly to establish a new trade system is but a fanciful dream. As the turmoil in the northern continent escalates, their ability to maintain their positions as trade officers is also questionable. It is not merely us who will intervene. Other trade princes will gradually become involved. And even the meddlesome wealth temple will make its appearance. Some will add water, while others will add mud, making this quagmire ever more profound. The notion of achieving swift unification is truly the folly of dreamers. Daslima smiled gently, exuding an air of refinement. Business is akin to warfare, with each trade prince wielding terrifying power. Had Prince Kafa not met with an untimely end, none would dare encroach upon another's territory. For once a trade war ignites, it is far more dreadful than a mere struggle of flesh and blood. Now that Kafa has finally passed, no trade prince desires the re-establishment of a unified trade system across the northern continent. Furthermore, with the wealth temple's interference, the trade system will become even more chaotic. Do not dwell too much on these matters. Focus on seizing control of this camp swiftly. Many of my other officials are nearing success. Do not lag behind, or I shall find it difficult to promote you. Understood. Lester nodded solemnly. As one of the high-ranking officials under the trade Prince Raspada, he was surrounded by a multitude of trade officers. It would indeed be detrimental for him not to achieve any results. Time swiftly passed, and a week had gone by. In the canyon caves, Cadden's stronghold lay in wait. At this moment, however, only a handful of defenders remained in the valley, while Cadden's main force was several hundred kilometers away in the Dana wilderness. Although this region was renowned as a wasteland, its climate was far superior to Cadden's lair. Surrounded by canyons, amidst the tall, wild grasses, shadows lurked, numbering 300 to 400, led by a robust boar man, along with werewolves, dwarves, and others. This was Cadden. In recent days, he had taken in a number of stray beasts, and with a few small bands of thieves pledging allegiance to him, as well as the captured minotaurs willing to join, his ranks had swelled to over 400 soldiers. These were formidable warriors, as the elderly, women, and children rarely survived 3 days outside the tribe. As the saying goes, one raises soldiers for the purpose of warfare. Thus, Cadden had scouted the Dana wilderness and promptly led his troops here. Before him lay a boar tribe with more than 3,000 members, the Iron Tusk tribe. Logically, a mere few hundred should not target a tribe of such size. However, due to this year's food shortages, several nearby beast tribes had united to wage war against the Centaur tribe. Consequently, the warriors of these smaller tribes had been significantly depleted, leaving fewer than 500 defenders in this 3,000-strong tribe. Although Cadden's forces were still somewhat lacking, nearly 100 Minotaur warriors were sufficient to offset this disparity. "Chief, our men have returned," Warwick exclaimed, spotting a figure climbing towards them. Cadden lifted his gaze and indeed saw a boar man approaching. This boar man, named Gangpiao, possessed remarkable talent and was the fourth divine warrior to emerge from Cadden's ranks. Gangpiao quickly reached Cadden and reported, "Chief, I ventured inside to scout. The defenses are minimal, and many have perished from hunger. Then we can attack?" Cadden noted Gangpiao's reluctance and understood his sentiment. After all, while Gangpiao could overlook the suffering of other races, he could not bear to witness his kin starve. Cadden appreciated this trait. He valued subordinates with compassion. Indeed, Cadden nodded and turned to his companions. "Bright, lead the Minotaurs to attack from the left. Warwick, you shall lead the mixed squad of dwarves and bear goblins from the right. The rest will follow me. Remember, should they not resist, do not harm the innocent. Move out." Yes, Bright and Warwick departed from either side, while Cadden's forces emerged from the wild grasses behind him. Kill! Cadden roared, rising to his feet and pointing his massive axe forward. Edward and Gonpyo led the remaining troops, charging forth like beasts. Simultaneously, the battle cries erupted from both flanks, shaking the very heavens. At the wooden gates of the Iron Tusk tribe, bewildered boar men, armed with rudimentary weapons, gazed towards Cadden's direction. Upon seeing the advancing forces, the expression of every boar warrior transformed in alarm. And those entering or exiting the gates hastily retreated back into the camp. A resounding horn echoed, plunging the entire Iron Tusk tribe into chaos. Reinforcements of boar men attempted to close the gates, only to be met with a flying axe that sent 3 or 4 of them hurtling several meters away. Charge in! Those who surrender shall not perish. Cadden bellowed, pointing forward from a distance of less than 10 meters. For valiant warriors, such a distance could be traversed in mere breaths. Edward and Gonpyo swiftly penetrated the gates, each dispatching a boar man with a single strike. In an instant, the gates were thrown into disarray, with Cadden's warriors flooding in. The cacophony of battle cries from both flanks further demoralized the boar warriors of the Iron Tusk tribe, leaving them pale and defeated. Cadden seized a massive axe from a fallen boar man, cleaving it forward, bisecting 2 charging foes. Witnessing Cadden's brutal ferocity, some boar men began to flee, retreating towards the center of the camp. Surrender, and you shall not die. With a chilling cry, Cadden's warriors echoed his words, chanting in their beast tongue, Surrender, and you shall not die. Surrender, and you shall not die. The so-called ghostly cries were traditional beast language. Most races on the continent had their own tongues, and the beast folk were no exception. The reason for using their language was that many orcs could not comprehend the common tongue of the continent. As Cadden advanced, the cries of his boar warriors resonated, and numerous boar women, children, and the elderly fell to their knees along the way, accompanied by some terrified warriors. Witnessing this scene, Cadden smiled, clearly confident that the tide of battle had turned in his favor. Chapter 13. The Storm Tribe. Approximately half an hour later, the conflict involving the Iron Tooth tribe had reached its conclusion. Cadden led his forces, encircling the 3,000 wild boar people. Observing the multitude of wild boar individuals kneeling before him, Cadden maintained a calm demeanor. Despite having subdued the Iron Tooth tribe, he was acutely aware of the significant casualties incurred. The loss of even a single subordinate weighed heavily on him. In the distance, Brait, Edward, Warwick, and Gonpyo returned with the fleeing wild boars. After a considerable pause, Brait approached Cadden. What are the casualties? Cadden inquired, furrowing his brow. 2 minotaurs, 15 wild boars, 18 bear goblins, and 3 dwarves, totaling 38 lives lost. Additionally, 6 were severely injured, and 35 sustained minor injuries. However, we eliminated over 200 wild boars, including more than 150 warriors, Brait reported coldly, stealing a glance at Cadden. The outcome was substantial, yet the nearly 100 casualties marked a grim first for Cadden's forces. Understood. Ensure that all injured receive prompt medical attention. Also, tally the merits of the warriors. Furthermore, inform them that those who reach level 3 may seek me for the Breath of Fury technique, Cadden stated calmly, though he had anticipated the casualties. The loss of approximately 1/6 of his strength was still disheartening. Yes, Brait replied, a flicker of intrigue crossing his cold gaze. What could Cadden possibly intend with this tallying of achievements? Surely, he would not reward them. What could he offer? However, Brait resolved to comply with Cadden's directives. At that moment, Warwick approached Cadden, saying, Chief, the Iron Tooth chieftain has led his forces away, leaving his 2 sons to manage the tribe. However, in the chaos, those 2 managed to escape on their war pigs. Cadden nodded, initially hoping to use the chieftain's authority to subdue the tribe. It seemed that plan was no longer viable. He ascended to the balcony of the chieftain's residence, surveying the mass of wild boar people below. Lift your heads and look at me. Cadden's voice boomed, resonating throughout the area. One by one, the wild boars cautiously raised their heads, gazing up at the imposing figure of the one who spoke. I am Cadden, their leader. From now on, I shall also be your leader. The declaration drew expressions of astonishment from the wild boars, both at the prospect of being annexed and at the fearsome minotaurs, dwarves, and bear goblins surrounding them. Who among you wishes to join my tribe, the Storm Tribe? The Storm Tribe? Cadden's followers were momentarily taken aback. They did not understand the significance of the name, yet they accepted whatever their leader proclaimed. The kneeling wild boars exchanged glances, hesitant to speak. Observing their reticence, Cadden remained composed. With a wave of his hand, Edward promptly whistled, summoning a few bear goblins who drove forward a Kodo beast laden with a towering pile of goods. The bear goblins unveiled the contents beneath the hides, a cart filled with gray bread. Instantly, the wild boars began to stir, their eyes glinting with the hunger of lions spotting prey. Brait and the others exchanged worried glances, hastily commanding their subordinates to restore order. Under the threat of force, the wild boars gradually quieted down. I bring you food, plentiful provisions that can save your lives. If you join the Storm Tribe and submit to me, I will share these with you, Cadden declared, gesturing toward the cart of bread. Suddenly, silence enveloped the crowd. Although they were restless, no one dared to speak first. I wish to join the Storm Tribe, Chief Cadden. Please save my brother. A diminutive wild boar, barely a meter tall, struggled from his mother's embrace to stand. Cadden gestured for Gongpyo to assist the child. 4 individuals emerged, a trembling wild boar woman cradling a frail youngling, accompanied by 2 more, 1 large and 1 small. Provide them with 4 loaves of bread, Cadden commanded. Gongpyo glanced at the emaciated child, clearly under a year old, yet already showing signs of starvation. He handed over the loaves. With a thud, the wild boar woman knelt, bowing her head repeatedly. Rise, and crush the bread to mix with water for him, Cadden instructed. Gongpyo helped the woman and children to their feet, managing a smile. Seeing them reminded him of his own lost family. Alas, they had perished, victims of starvation in this cruel world. Suddenly, the wild boars erupted once more in excitement. They truly were receiving food, gray bread, a taste long forgotten. I wish to join the Storm Tribe and pledge my loyalty to Chief Cadden. At that moment, a wild boar could no longer contain himself and stood up. Me too. I wish to join the Storm Tribe and pledge my loyalty to Chief Cadden. Instantly, after one wild boar's exclamation, a chorus of voices followed suit in eager agreement. Brait and his companions quickly gestured to their guards to maintain order, warning that any disobedience would be met with swift consequences. Fortunately, the hesitant ones were primarily the elderly, women, and children, allowing order to be restored swiftly. Cadden then summoned Brait and the others. First, have those who received bread return to their homes and remain there. No wandering about. Second, each of you must assess the current state of the tribe, elderly, women, children, livestock, food supplies, and so forth. Once you have completed your assessments, report back to me. Additionally, confine the adult male wild boar warriors separately. Warwick, this is your specialty, handle it. Yes. Warwick nodded. Cadden's intention was clear. He aimed to recruit these wild boar warriors. This was well within Warwick's capabilities, as he had already successfully integrated many into Cadden's ranks. After they departed, Cadden entered the chieftain's modest abode. The wild boar's taste was evident. The dwelling was unadorned, merely a dilapidated wooden structure, slightly larger than the others. Cadden tore the hides from the chair and laid them on the floor, intending to take a brief rest. The morning's rapid march from their stronghold to conquer the Iron Tooth tribe had drained even his considerable stamina as a level 5 warrior. The following morning, Cadden rose from the floor, stretching his limbs as a wave of rejuvenation washed over him. Yet, his stomach began to rumble. As he stepped outside, he found Brait and the others seated at the entrance. Come in. By the way, have you eaten? Cadden asked, momentarily taken aback by their prolonged wait. We have already dined, Chief. They replied, exasperation evident in their expressions, for it was already noon. They had endured the sounds of his snoring all morning. I shall fetch some food. Please, make yourselves comfortable, Cadden said as he departed. Chapter 14. The 6 major tasks before long. Cadden returned with a large platter of food, dry bread, jerky, and water. Ever since he had become a member of the Wild Boar clan, his appetite had likely increased tenfold. But as the leader, no one dared to deny him sustenance. Everyone, sit down. Why are you standing? Cadden entered to find the 4 still standing there, looking somewhat dazed. They exchanged glances, their expressions heavy, before slowly finding their seats. Cadden tore off a piece of jerky and began to chew it thoughtfully, then looked towards the 4. Their solemn faces mirrored his own inner turmoil. The tribe was not a ragtag band of brigands living carelessly. It required management and development. During his school years, he had served as class monitor in middle and high school and as the head of the student union's life department in college, but this was not a modern setting. This was a tribe of nearly 4,000 individuals, each one ravenously awaiting sustenance, encompassing more complexities than all the departments of a student council combined. They were troubled, and so was Cadden. Yet, as the leader, he had to maintain a composed exterior. Speak up. What did your reconnaissance reveal? I shall report. Warwick finally said after a moment of silence among the 4. According to our unified investigation yesterday afternoon, there are 3,657 inhabitants. Among them, 432 are in their prime, 325 are over 40, 2,135 are women. And there are 765 children aged from 1 month to 9 years. Only over 300 elderly wild boars? Cadden exclaimed, taken aback as he sipped his water. Wild boars come of age at 10, and on average, they live to around 50 years, meaning that 40 years is equivalent to 60 in modern human terms. The lifespan of wild boars is considered low among beast folk, while superior species like lions, tigers, wolves, bears, and elephants can live over 100 years. Naturally, longer lifespans come with slower reproduction rates. Lower lifespan species can often have multiple offspring at once, such as dog-headed and lizard folk, who can produce 8 to 10 young rapidly. However, this phenomenon is only prevalent among ordinary beast folk. The lifespans of divine warriors can be significantly extended, with even 4th-level wild boars reaching 60 or 70. According to records from the Beastfolk Empire, several demigods lived for over 3,000 years. Ultimately, due to a lack of succession, the Beastfolk Empire fell to the might of several races, including elves, humans, and trolls. Cadden was not fixated on this. Rather, he found it unreasonable for a tribe of over 3,000, especially after Chief Iron-Tooth had taken nearly 2,000 warriors, to have only a tenth as elderly. Most of the older individuals had likely ventured out to survive. Just then, Gang Biao sighed, understanding the reasons as a member of the Wild Boar clan. Cadden felt a wave of indifference wash over him. Out to seek survival? The young and strong wild boars who leave the tribe mostly perish, let alone the elderly. The so-called survival is merely a means to preserve the tribe's food for the next generation. This is the essence of legacy. Such occurrences are common among all races. Cadden shook his head, signaling Warwick to continue. This society was infinitely harsher than the one he was born into, as a wild boar. He must rely on his efforts to uplift his kin, even the beast folk as a whole. According to testimonies, Chief Iron-Tooth took over 1,860 warriors with him. Upon hearing this, Cadden sighed again, lamenting internally. Small tribe warriors serve as the vanguard for larger tribes, and it was likely that fewer than 1,000 of those nearly 2,000 wild boar warriors would survive. Assuming the battles went smoothly. What a pity. If they were under his command, he would dare to annex several nearby smaller tribes immediately. As for other resources, there were only a dozen mountain goats, all breeding stock, and the food supply consisted of some tubers and lima beans, along with various animal hides and assorted minerals. Additionally, outside, there were approximately 60 to 70 acres of land planted with tubers and lima beans, but upon inspection, Cadden noted that these crops required at least a month before they could be harvested. The remaining odds and ends held little value. A dozen mountain goats, and 60 to 70 acres of crops? Cadden exclaimed. According to the wild boar's nature, if food were scarce, they would have overturned the land completely. Indeed, we found it peculiar as well. However, the wild boars mentioned that Chief Iron-Tooth issued a decree prohibiting early harvesting, with severe penalties for violators, death for the entire family, so no one dared to disobey. It was evident that Chief Iron-Tooth possessed noteworthy capabilities, Brett remarked. Cadden nodded in agreement. While the punishment seemed harsh, without such measures, the 60 to 70 acres would have been stripped bare long ago. How long will our food supplies last? Cadden inquired. As food was a pressing issue, I have already dispatched a team to our old stronghold, instructing them to transport the remaining supplies here. Based on our calculations, our food can sustain us for only about half a month. Warwick replied. Originally, there was enough food for 2 to 3 months, but with an additional 3,000 mouths to feed, it would be consumed in no more than half a month. Thus, I shall contemplate the food situation. However, as the saying goes, military strength is the foundation of everything. We must enlist all the young and strong wild boars into the army. Brett, you shall oversee this. You understand the organization, so follow the current structure. Understood. Cadden established the formation, 10 individuals per squad, consisting of 9 warriors and a squad leader, with 3 squads forming a platoon led by 1 captain and 1 vice captain, and 3 platoons forming a battalion commanded by 1 major and 2 lieutenant colonels. Currently, 96 Minotaurs formed an independent battalion, 67 bear goblins formed another, and a small group of dwarves constituted a separate squad. The remaining wild boars were organized into 3 battalions, though none were fully staffed. Additionally, a food distribution system would be implemented temporarily, prioritizing the warriors to ensure sufficient rations to maintain the troops' combat effectiveness. Warwick would oversee the rest. Yes, Warwick nodded, admiring Cadden's wisdom. Warriors are fundamental. If they are not well fed, where will safety come from? This notion resonated with him. Gangbyo, I entrust you with the task. Ascertain the details of every household, and then compile a thorough registry. We must know precisely how many elders, children, and warriors each family has. Cadden turned to Gangbyo, harboring great expectations for him as a fellow clansman, for the elevation of wild boars and leadership roles was essential. Understood, Gangbyo replied, though he was somewhat perplexed by the notion of compiling a registry. Nevertheless, Cadden's word was law. In truth, Brett and Warwick exchanged glances, equally puzzled by Cadden's intentions. Cadden then turned to Edward, who looked back at him respectfully. The other 3 had their tasks, and he was eager to contribute. Although he was a dwarf, Cadden's actions filled him with admiration. Cadden seemed as cunning as any human, and Edward grew increasingly excited about Cadden's vision of an empire. Edward, you have 3 tasks. First, there must be a merchant camp nearby. Send someone to locate it. Second, dispatch scouts to survey the surroundings, noting any tribes, large or small, and their respective races, and compile a registry. Third, investigate the nearby terrain, including mountains, forests, rivers, and so forth, and keep a record. You may allocate dwarven squads to assist you. If more are needed, ask Brett for some wild boar squads. Yes, Edward responded, somewhat exhilarated, while others received 1 task. He had 3. Haraha. Enough of this for now, let us get busy. Cadden mused, knowing that this was the best course of action for the time being, while he continued to ponder further inquiries. Indeed, after the 4 individuals bowed in respect, they each attended to their own tasks. Chapter 15. Institutions and Rodents of the Storm Tribe. In the early morning, behind the tribe, a vast expanse of nearly 100 acres was being cultivated alongside several dozen acres of crops. The wild boar men of the tribe had formed small teams to till their respective plots of land. Among the crops, 2 figures emerged, Cadden and Gongpiao. Gongpiao held a ledger in his hands. As Cadden walked, he inspected the crops. The broad beans were blossoming and bearing fruit, while the sweet potatoes were also in bloom, lush and green. Although the sweet potatoes were not visible, the broad beans were. Cadden picked up a developing broad bean, still in its infancy, no larger than a baby's palm. In contrast, a fully developed broad bean would be the size of a knife, with 4 black seeds in one corner, each as large as Cadden's fist. Normally, 2 would suffice to satiate an average person. This plant was particularly high in starch, easily causing bloating, and in Cadden's memory, it resembled an oversized fava bean. Nevertheless, this plant possessed remarkable vitality. Its seeds could be sliced into several pieces and still sprout when planted in the soil, making it easy to cultivate. This left Cadden puzzled as to why the wild boar men would still go hungry. If they cultivated the land properly and expanded it by several hundred acres, hunger would be a distant concern. However, being wild boar men, they lacked a wise chieftain. And even seemingly simple tasks proved challenging, much like understanding the complexities of Africa's tribes. Setting down the developing broad bean, Cadden cautiously walked along the trench and softly said, "You needn't follow me. Go over there and keep watch. Expedite the cultivation of 100 acres. Yes." Gongpiao's face lit up with joy. Feeling recognized by Cadden for his allocation of tasks, he promptly turned to join the throng of wild boar men digging in the earth. A promising talent. Cadden mused as he observed Gongpiao's retreating figure. Indeed, some of the wild boar men were not lacking in wisdom. For instance, Gongpiao had performed admirably in his recent task of registering and cataloging. Cadden noted that Gongpiao had grasped the directive to cultivate new land and executed it splendidly. He had organized the capable elderly, women, and children into 100 groups, with each group responsible for tilling an acre. This left Cadden momentarily astonished. As he gazed at the industrious workers in the distance, Cadden exited the planting area. In recent days, while Gongpiao had been preoccupied with registration, Braith had been busy forming and training the military, and Edward had provided him with the location of the camp yesterday, only to vanish again today. Situated over 50 miles west of the Storm Tribe, a camp nestled within a gorge served as a trading hub for nearby tribes. Consequently, he had dispatched Warwick to procure seeds from the camp. Everyone was occupied with their respective duties, leaving Cadden with ample leisure time. Aside from the occasional third-tier warriors seeking his guidance on combat breathing techniques, he spent his days either practicing or contemplating his own progress, which still fell short of the 6th tier. Suddenly, a large shadow darted past him like a fleeting specter, nearly giving him a fright. Moments later, a dark figure collapsed a distance of 20 or 30 meters away. Cadden was taken aback and hurried over. It was a rodent, roughly the size of a cat, its black fur resembling that of a hedgehog, akin to a hybrid between a mouse and a kangaroo. An arrow had pierced its skull, yet its limbs continued to thrash wildly. "Chief, Agama pays his respects." As Cadden prepared to lift the creature for a closer inspection, a young wild boar man approached him with a bow in hand, bowing respectfully upon seeing Cadden. "No need for such formalities. Did you shoot this?" Cadden inquired with a smile. "Yes." The young wild boar man, Agama, nodded earnestly, excitement evident in his demeanor. Despite Cadden having taken over their tribe, he had provided them with food, something Agama had never experienced in such abundance. "Your name is Agama? Why aren't you helping with the cultivation?" "My adoptive father asked me to tend to the 100 goats and the flaming horses, as well as the Kodo beasts," Agama explained, clearly nervous, fearing Cadden's displeasure. The wild boar men were often difficult to read, with their expressions rarely revealing their true feelings. "Agama, you are the newly adopted son of Gongpiao," Cadden suddenly realized. Recalling the news of Gongpiao's new adoption, the name Agama had startled him, as legends spoke of a demigod of the wild boar men bearing the same name. Now, he recognized Agama as the wild boar boy who had surrendered first to save his brother. "How is your brother?" Cadden gently patted Agama's head. "He has recovered and is over there." Agama, feeling encouraged by Cadden's warmth, pointed into the distance. Cadden looked and saw a group of wild boar children playing, with Kodo beasts, goats, and flaming horses grazing nearby. "Your aim with the bow is quite impressive. By the way, what is this creature you shot?" Cadden asked, glancing at Agama. "This bow is excellent, with a long range. It was given to me by my adoptive father. This is a dragon rat, said to be a descendant of dragons, and its meat is incredibly delicious." Agama proudly presented the dragon rat to Cadden. "Chief, Agama wishes to present this to you." "There's no need. Focus on perfecting your archery skills and strive to become an exceptional warrior, Kadin replied with a smile, shaking his head. Yes, I shall go play. Agama ran off, excitedly carrying the dragon rat. Kadin chuckled. Children were so carefree, devoid of worries. A dragon rat? Could it truly be the offspring of a dragon and a mouse? Quite the peculiar pairing. Wait a moment. An idea struck Kadin, prompting him to hasten back to the cultivation site, summoning Gangpiao, who was supervising the tilling. Chief, do you require something? Gangpiao hurried over, inquiring. Are you familiar with dragon rats? Dragon rats? Yes. What is their reproduction rate? Kadin pressed. They reproduce rapidly. Within half a month, you'll have a litter. They eat everything and grow quickly, often stealing sweet potatoes, which poses a challenge for farming, Gangpiao replied thoughtfully. And how do they taste? Quite good, comparable to kodo beasts. Though not as delicious as goats, Gangpiao responded. He had caught dragon rats during a famine in the tribe, but noted their skill in burrowing made them difficult to capture. But why do you ask? What if we domesticated dragon rats? Kadin exclaimed with delight, turning to Gangpiao. Domesticate them? Gangpiao was bewildered. Yes, we capture some dragon rats, raise them, let them reproduce, and then harvest them for meat. Gangpiao was thoroughly astonished. Can we really do that? If it works. Their rapid reproduction and growth could significantly enhance our food sources. But these dragon rats burrow and have sharp teeth. They are not easy to keep, Gangpiao cautioned. Let us proceed with it. Inform Brave to bring 2 teams of wild boar men here. I have a plan, Kadin decided resolutely. So what if they burrow? So what if they have sharp teeth? They will meet their end and contribute to our livestock. Gangpiao, seeing Kadin's enthusiasm, felt a surge of excitement as well. If this could truly be accomplished, it would be a monumental boon for the tribe. He promptly dashed back toward the tribe. Chapter 16. Breeding dragon rats swiftly. Bright arrived at Kadin's location with 2 fully staffed squads, nearly 200 individuals in total. Bright felt a sense of discomfort, as he had just heard that Kadin was preparing to capture dragon rats for breeding. He admired Kadin's ingenious idea of breeding such creatures. Yet he found himself training soldiers to catch them. He wondered if Kadin understood the concept of resource allocation. You've arrived. I trust Jiangao has briefed you. Kadin greeted Bright with a smile, glancing at the 2 wild boar warrior squads behind him. Although they had only trained for 2 days, their formation was beginning to take shape. Bright indeed had a knack for military training. Chief, breeding dragon rats is indeed a commendable strategy, but what exactly are they doing? Bright inquired respectfully as he approached Kadin. In front of Kadin, dozens of wild boar women and middle-aged individuals were digging a pit of approximately 300 to 400 square feet. Their progress remarkably swift amidst a cloud of dust and debris. Dragon rats are known for their burrowing abilities and sharp teeth. I plan to excavate a vast pit, 3 meters deep, and line the bottom with stones, then release the dragon rats inside for breeding. Kadin elaborated. What an excellent plan, Bright exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. He recognized the destructive power of the dragon rat's teeth. Wooden cages would be utterly ineffective, and they lacked iron for metal cages. Kadin had evidently considered this, adopting a method he had witnessed when his classmates' family bred rabbits, albeit with variations in materials. In the distance, Jiangao approached, carrying a large stone, followed by dozens of wild boar women and youths, all hauling various sizes of stones towards the excavation site. While the wild boar women were physically robust, they could not match the strength of their male counterparts. Yet, in times of tribal peril, these young women proved to be formidable warriors. Bright, allocate 1 squad to assist Jiangao with the stone transport, while the remainder will take turns digging the pit, Kadin instructed. Understood. Bright nodded, addressing the curious wild boar warriors. Squad 3, follow Jiangao and await his orders. Squad 4, first platoon, commence digging and rotate as needed. Yes, sir. 2 burly wild boar warriors stepped forward, performing a somewhat awkward salute before Squad 3's leader took charge of the warriors and dashed off to assist Jiangao. The leaders of both squads, Lian Qi and Kai Te, were seasoned followers of Kadin. The male wild boar's strength was unmatched by the females, and once Squad 4's first platoon of 30 warriors took over, the digging progressed at a visibly accelerated pace. Your training is commendable. Kadin observed the military formation, albeit a bit clumsy, recognizing that all beginnings are challenging. It is all thanks to your exceptional leadership, Chief, Bright replied with a slight smile. Initially skeptical of Kadin's training methods, which seemed to emphasize formations over combat techniques, Bright had come to appreciate their efficacy after 2 days of training. A simple command could effectively regulate a squad of hundreds, unlike the chaotic attempts of the past. Kadin regarded Bright with intrigue. The once aloof individual now frequently smiled and even offered compliments. With the addition of the wild boar warriors, the pit was nearly completed within the hour. Django's stone transport squad had also amassed a considerable pile of stones nearby. Noticing the pit's depth had exceeded 3 meters, Kadin signaled the digging warriors to halt. Kadin removed his clothing, revealing a muscular physique adorned with defined abs, and leaped into the pit, tossing stones downward. He began constructing a stone wall, having observed his father do so in their home. With skillful hands, Cadden arranged variously sized stones into a perfectly structured barrier, captivating not only Bright and Jangao but also the other wild boar warriors and tribe members. After nearly 2 hours of labor, Cadden placed the final massive stone into the gap, completing the transformation of the former dirt pit into a beautifully structured stone enclosure, complete with 2 layers of thin flooring at the bottom. It appeared remarkably luxurious. Bright and Jangao exchanged glances. Understanding the significance of Cadden's knowledge, if anyone dared to call the wild boars foolish again, they would surely retaliate. Fill the pit with soil. Though the crowd was initially confused, they complied, and after filling it to a depth of half a meter, Cadden called for a halt. This layer of soil is for the dragon rats to burrow. Upon hearing Cadden's explanation, the crowd understood. With stone slabs below and stone walls surrounding, escape for the dragon rats was impossible, even with half a meter of soil. There remained over 2.5 meters of depth. Let's go catch dragon rats. Cadden waved his hand, leading the 2 squads and curious children towards the uncultivated land. Moments later, smoke billowed across the desolate expanse. They're emerging. Catch them. A wild commotion erupted as dragon rats scurried out of the smoking burrows, causing chaos. Wild boar warriors who managed to capture them hurriedly ran towards the breeding pit, while those who could not caught them with swift strikes, dispatching them on the spot. The air was thick with smoke, and despite the destruction of many burrows, numerous dragon rats continued to leap from the ground. Nearly 2,000 wild boar women, elders, and children who had ventured to cultivate the land now found themselves engulfed in a frenzied pursuit of dragon rats. Cadden returned to the breeding pit, witnessing the madness unfold with a smile. The pit was now teeming with hundreds of dragon rats, all fervently burrowing and digging. The smoke and fire technique he employed was reminiscent of his father's method for driving field mice from their burrows, leading to feasting cats. In the distance, Bright approached, holding 2 ferocious dragon rats by their necks, almost suffocating them in his grip. He released them into the pit, where they sprang to life. That's enough. We can't accommodate any more live ones. Just kill them. Cadden observed the surging mass of dragon rats, feeling overwhelmed by their numbers. Chapter 17. The Rodent Feast. The chief pondered the unfortunate demise of a newly discovered food source. Just as Bright was processing the situation, a group of wild boar youths, no larger than mere mice, approached, expressing their confusion. Upon turning, Cadden recognized Agama, the newly adopted son of Gangpiao. There is no room left here. Cadden chuckled, ruffling Agama's hair. Why not have more breeding pits dug? Raising more dragon mice would spare everyone from hunger, Agama innocently suggested, gazing up at Cadden. Chief, the child has a point. These creatures are far easier to rear than goats or kodo beasts. Expanding the breeding could indeed alleviate our current food scarcity, Bright concurred. Very well, you and Gangpiao decide on the details. Cadden smiled, fully supportive of the dragon mouse farming initiative, albeit surprised by the urgency displayed by the others. As time passed, the dragon mice in the breeding pits multiplied rapidly. Bright and Gangpiao had summoned several hundred warriors from other wild boar groups to excavate 4 more breeding pits, each over 500 square feet. Cadden observed the children playing with the dragon mice nearby, assuming the role of a mere onlooker. After all, as the chief, it sufficed to lead by example. Engaging in every task personally would diminish his stature. Time flew by, and the rodent-catching brigade gradually subsided, leaving the breeding pits overflowing with the creatures, causing Cadden to feel a tingle of unease. Despite their resemblance to rats, dragon mice were distinctly different, sharing more in common with bamboo rats, albeit with shorter forelegs and longer hindquarters, reminiscent of kangaroos or rabbits. Bright, alongside several wild boar warriors, energetically dug the pits, while Gangpiao collected the carcasses of the dragon mice, which had accumulated into a towering heap, likely exceeding 1,000. Upon Cadden's arrival, Gangpiao beamed. Chief, we've thoroughly eradicated the dragon mouse nest. These pests are a nuisance, devastating our crops. Your intervention has surely taught them a lesson. How do you plan to handle these dragon mice? Cadden chuckled, lifting a hefty dragon mouse, weighing around 20 pounds, before Gangpiao. The creature's limbs were astonishingly plump, and Cadden was momentarily tempted to roast one. However, considering the absence of spices such as chili in their tribe, he decided against it. He mused that on the next occasion, he would send one. Chapter 18. By the Rhine River in the western part of the Blackstone Forest, or even further north, there exist centaur tribes. However, they are separated by a distance of thousands of miles. Even if these centaurs sought assistance, it would be exceedingly difficult for any tribe to traverse such treacherous waters. As for the other despicable races like goblins and lizardfolk, they too dared not intervene. Although there are some minotaur tribes in the eastern plains, they are even less likely to aid the odious centaurs, Edward reasoned. The others nodded in agreement, finding Edward's analysis quite reasonable. The base races, goblins, lizard folk, and the like, are akin to hyenas. While they may excel at ambushes, they crumble in open warfare, proving themselves to be utterly ineffectual. As for the Minotaurs, they remain aloof from worldly affairs, let alone concerning themselves with centaurs. It is likely that the Minotaur tribes in the northern Danube wilderness have never faced pillaging or harassment from the centaurs, in the eyes of the Minotaurs. Even aiding goblins would not extend to rescuing the marauding centaurs. Does this imply that the war may soon come to a conclusion? Cadden pondered aloud. At the same time, Brett and his companions turned their gaze toward Edward, equally invested in this inquiry. Undoubtedly, like Cadden, they hoped for a prolonged conflict, allowing the Storm tribe ample time to strengthen. Otherwise, once these tribes return, a confrontation with Chief Fong would be inevitable. Of course, if a month were to pass, their concerns would dissipate. After all, in a month's time, the Storm tribe would achieve complete stability, rendering them formidable. It remains uncertain. This hinges upon the Harpies. Should they ally with the Centaurs, the war might stagnate for an extended period. However, it would not exceed a month. The prospect of supplying an army of 100,000 is indeed formidable. Edward shook his head. Cadden and the others grasped the implications. Indeed, the logistics of supplying 100,000 wild boar warriors is no trivial matter. It is unlikely that the chief of the Ash Blood tribe could overlook this. You've done well, but continue to send scouts to monitor both sides. Should any intelligence arise, relay it immediately. Understood. Edward nodded. Cadden cast a satisfied glance at Edward, feeling a sense of trust and security in him and Warwick, the dwarves. The dwarven race possesses two renowned virtues. First, nearly every dwarf harbors the innate ability to forge weaponry, seemingly a gift bestowed by their bloodline. Second is their sense of loyalty. Dwarves are steadfastly loyal, and once they choose you as a friend, you may entrust her back to them without hesitation. Cadden regarded the four and rose with a smile. Come. The warriors are waiting. It would be rude to keep them. The four shared a chuckle, particularly Brett, for the wolfkin are all carnivorous. As Cadden pushed open the door, a savory aroma of meat wafted into his nostrils. It seemed the entire tribe was preparing roasted drakes. Such a pure scent of meat was something he had not inhaled for months. Soon, the five arrived at the military camp. Upon seeing Cadden, over 1,000 warriors stood in unison to acknowledge him. Haha, no need for formalities. Please, sit. Cadden and his companions joined the officer's circle, gesturing for everyone to take their seats. The roaring flames reached skyward. In a massive pot, bubbling contents churned continuously. The fragrance of pristine drake meat filled the air. Each drake weighed no less than 10 to 20 pounds, ensuring even the nearly 1,000 warriors could indulge in several pounds of meat each. Cadden's circle consisted of officers from various races: wild boar, minotaurs, dwarves, and bear goblin officers. Noticing the warriors' eager gazes upon him, Cadden decided to speak a few words. Rising once more, "Are you all happy to feast on meat?" A moment of silence ensued, but Brett and the others quickly signaled to their respective race officers. Happy. The officers immediately understood, raising their voices in unison. Instantly, the warriors were swept up in enthusiasm, a joyous roar echoing through the camp. Many wild boar households, currently preparing meat, were startled. However, upon realizing the source of the commotion was from the military camp, they found it unsurprising. As long as we fight for the tribe and our kin, I, Cadden, chief of the Storm tribe, will devise ways to ensure you feast on meat daily and provide for your families. Today we enjoy meat. Soon, there will come a time when every meal is a feast. Without further ado, let us eat. 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 As Cadden settled down, the warriors focused their attention on the pot, their mouths watering. The squad leaders began distributing the meat. Brett handed Cadden a hefty drake leg. By the way, has Quartermaster Mace arrived? Cadden inquired, taking the drake leg. Chief, I am here. A wild boar warrior stood up respectfully beside Cadden, saluting. How many barrels of wine remain in the storeroom? 53 barrels. Quartermaster Mace contemplated. You cannot have a meat feast without wine. Thus, please ensure each squad receives 2 barrels of wine. Cadden glanced around at his circle, noticing Edward and Warwick's eyes gleam at the mention of wine. Only to helplessly state, we'll take 4 barrels for our group. Understood. In the early morning, before the sun had risen, Cadden and Edward found themselves by the banks of the Rhine River, approximately 6 or 7 kilometers west of the Storm tribe. Before them lay the Rhine River, stretching over 300 meters in length, its depth unknown, the surface calm and flowing gently. This is the Rhine River, Edward remarked, gesturing toward the seemingly endless expanse of the Blackstone forest across the river. Cadden nodded, picking up a flat stone and skipping it across the water 7 or 8 times. The Rhine River, the mother river of the northern continent, all other rivers and tributaries stem from this mighty flow. It is no exaggeration to say that without the Rhine River, the races of the entire northern continent would face obliteration. Though 3,000 meters wide, this was not the narrowest part of the Rhine, but it certainly was not the widest. As for the Blackstone forest across the river, it sprawled over an area larger than 2 great Danube wildernesses, with a riverbank spanning nearly 2,000 kilometers along the eastern side. While various races inhabit the outskirts of Blackstone Forest, it is rumored that within lies a realm of magical beasts, a place steeped in taboo. Observing Cadden skip stones. Edward found it amusing and attempted to imitate him. Yet, instead of skipping, he splashed water with each attempt. Cadden chuckled, noting that only round stones could skip across the water. However, he refrained from reminding Edward, for his purpose here was not to showcase his stone-skipping prowess. Do you think fishing could alleviate the tribe's meat shortage? Indeed, as an adept angler, he could hardly overlook the potential of the fishery. Especially with the Rhine River so conveniently located by the tribe, it was a true gift from nature. Edward halted his stone skipping, letting a stone plummet into the water with a splash. Fishing? How would we catch them? He was taken aback, neglecting to wipe the water from his face. He knew fish were edible, yet dwarves do not consume fish. In fact, many races abstain from fish, except for the lizard folk, who seem to enjoy them. Chapter 19. The Theft of the Sword Beans. Do your dwarven kin not consume fish? Carden inquired with a hint of curiosity, observing Edward's reaction. He was puzzled by the notion that someone could be unfamiliar with fishing. As for the other dwarven clans, I cannot speak for them, but in our tribe, we have always avoided consuming any aquatic life due to its overwhelming stench, Edward replied. Stench. Carden immediately ceased his inquiries. Indeed, without proper preparation, fish would be nearly inedible. I have resolved to fish. The Rhine River teems with fish, and if we can capture them in abundance, it would significantly bolster the food supply for the Storm tribe. Fish. How do you propose to catch them? Edward pondered, realizing the river's depth likely exceeded 200 meters, making fishing from the river's depths a daunting task. While Carden appeared resolute, Edward contemplated the potential of such a venture to enhance their provisions. As for the taste, the Boorman tribes were currently emaciated. Fish would be a welcomed alternative. However, Edward had never tasted or caught fish, leaving him uncertain of Carden's methods. Fishing from the river? How can that be accomplished without a boat? It is unrealistic to think we could fish from the river's surface without one. Carden was momentarily taken aback, then fell silent. Fishing from the river was indeed a challenge. In shallow waters, it might be feasible, yet the Rhine's depths were unfathomable. How many fish could be caught in a day? It would scarcely suffice to feed the tribe. But, Edward, are you suggesting we build a boat for fishing? Edward, confused, replied. But only goblins possess the skills to construct boats, and our tribe has none. How then shall we build a vessel? It was common knowledge that while goblins were not particularly formidable warriors, their commercial acumen and inventive prowess were remarkable. Through these talents, they established the renowned Goblin Empire, which had endured for over 2 millennia. Even in the Third War millennium ago, when the Orc Empire fell, the Goblin Empire continued to survive, maintaining considerable influence. Carden wished to build a boat? The Storm tribe lacked shipwrights. Carden hesitated to respond, recognizing that Edward would not comprehend his thoughts. Instead, he gazed at the river's expanse and asked, Edward, why, given the vastness of the Rhine, do you think no merchant caravans traverse its waters for transport? Wouldn't it be swifter? Edward was taken aback by this query but quickly dismissed it, shaking his head. It is not that merchants have not considered water transport. The Rhine flows from the northern ice-capped mountains for over 30,000 kilometers, merging into the southern continent's Kegik Manor Sea. With such a lengthy river, fraught with countless factions and races, what merchant would dare? Even the Prince of Trade would think twice about such an endeavor. Carden was struck by the realization of the inherent dangers. Should transport be attempted, they would likely encounter numerous river pirates. He had indeed overlooked such considerations. The Rhine River was originally known as the Cocytus River, but 3,000 years prior, the first emperor of the Orc Empire, Emperor Rhine, unified the northern continent and a third of the southern continent, renaming the river after himself. Cocytus? Carden recalled the mythological deity of marshes, daughter of Poseidon. Hearing Edward's account only deepened Carden's awe and respect for Emperor Rhine, a quintessential leader among the orcs. While this world was inhabited by divine beings, their ability to descend among mortals was undocumented. Most deities were transcendent entities, and it could be deemed taboo to rename a river after oneself. Especially one named after a goddess, an act that could provoke divine wrath. Even the mightiest beings on the continent would likely not possess the audacity to commit such an act. The Rhine River, under the stewardship of Emperor Rhine and a millennium later the last emperor of the Orc Empire, Emperor Byman, was briefly documented as a navigable waterway. How do you know so much? Carden was astonished. Edward and Warwick were not from the same dwarven clan, and when he first encountered Edward, he was a wandering dwarf. Yet, this was the first time Carden had encountered Edward's remarkable breadth of knowledge. I gleaned this from the historical records of our clan's history hall, as a child. I was captivated by such tales, Edward replied with a smile. Carden nodded, realizing that Edward hailed from a larger dwarven clan, one that preserved knowledge through generations indeed. Even Brighter's clan once boasted a school. Let us return to the tribe, Carden declared. Chief, are you not going to fish? Edward asked, bewildered. As he observed Carden turn away towards the tribe, Fish? What can be caught when there is nothing to catch? We must return and devise a plan, Carden retorted without looking back. Before long, Carden and Edward found themselves at the edge of the newly excavated wasteland. 6 or 7 kilometers was but a brief journey for them. Upon entering the wasteland, they noticed a gathering of people, surrounded by fully armed warriors. Carden and Edward exchanged a glance, sensing trouble, and hurried towards the crowd. In the distance, 8 Boorman warriors spotted Carden and Edward approaching and mistook them for foes, quickly surrounding them. Upon closer inspection, they recognized Carden and Edward and hurriedly saluted. "We greet you, Chief." What transpired? Has there been an incursion? Carden inquired. Addressing one of the squad leaders, it is essential to note that Carden established a system to better mobilize his troops. The color of the neckerchiefs designated rank: ordinary warriors wore red, squad leaders donned yellow, sergeants wore blue, and captains orange. This system was intended to prevent confusion in large-scale conflicts. Thus, Carden easily recognized the squad leader with the yellow neckerchief. Report, Chief. About an hour ago, over 100 Boormen from an external tribe raided our swordbean fields. We apprehended a dozen, but the rest escaped. Lord Blighter and Lord Warwick each led a large contingent to pursue them. The Boorman squad leader respectfully recounted the events. What? How absurd. How many swordbeans were destroyed? Carden's fury erupted. It would take at least another month for the beans to ripen. Harvesting them prematurely would be akin to killing the hen for its eggs. Moreover, Boorman's thievery would likely result in more destruction than consumption. My subordinates are unaware. I was tasked with guarding the captured thieves, while Lord Warwick seems to be in the swordbean field, the squad leader cautiously explained, retracting his neck under Carden's wrath. Without hesitation, Carden sprinted toward the swordbean field. Edward's expression mirrored his concern. That field was crucial. If it were to be ruined, the Storm tribe would face starvation and struggle to sustain itself in a month's time. Chapter 20. The Goblin Assault upon their arrival at the field of cowpeas. Cadden and Edward witnessed Warwick and several dozen wild boar women tidying up the aftermath of a recent attack. Warwick approached them with a grim expression, but Cadden chose to ignore him. Instead, he surveyed the expansive cowpea plantation before him, noting the multitude of footprints that marred the ground. The vines had been uprooted, and half-eaten cowpeas lay scattered about, creating a scene of utter devastation. Edward glanced around, his brows furrowing as he turned to the equally distressed Warwick and inquired, "What is the extent of the damage?" "Approximately 7 acres, Warwick replied, frustration evident in his voice. "This area is quite distant from the tribe and the newly cultivated lands, making it difficult to detect. It was the children of Agama who discovered that these wild boars were not from our tribe." Warwick's anger simmered beneath the surface. 7 acres of cowpeas could yield over 25,000 pounds, now entirely destroyed. Which tribe do these wild boars belong to? Cadden's face darkened ominously. This was no trivial loss. 7 acres of mature crops could sustain the Storm tribe for nearly 10 days. Had they been harvested, he might have accepted the loss. But these foolish creatures had squandered precious food. "Have you not inquired yet?" Warwick paused, realizing that while they had captured dozens of wild boars, he had yet to question them. "Bring them here," he commanded. "Yes." Soon, Warwick led a group of soldiers who ushered the captives before Cadden. "Kneel." The wild boar squad leader kicked a frail elder, forcing him to the ground. The remaining warriors followed suit, kneeling submissively. Cadden turned, his earlier cold demeanor softening slightly as he observed the fear, hunger, and numbness reflected in the eyes of the 30 or so wild boars before him. They appeared gaunt and frail, most of them elderly, accompanied by a few women and 2 weak children. Their eyes were filled with dread and avoidance, some still bearing remnants of cowpeas on their lips. Cadden's icy expression gradually melted away. It was evident that these were refugees, teetering on the brink of starvation. Sensing Cadden's shift in emotion, Warwick directed his gaze at the kneeling wild boars and demanded, "Which tribe do you belong to? Why did you steal from the Storm tribe's cowpeas? Please, my lord, spare me. Do not kill me. I have children. They're starving. And if I perish, my children will surely die." The elder boar glanced at Warwick, then bowed his head to the ground, silenced by despair. One of the women looked at Cadden, tears streaming down her face as she spoke. "Enough with the pleasantries. Which tribe are you from? How is it that you came to be here? Speak, or I shall strike you down." Edward interjected, snatching a soldier's sword and brandishing it threateningly, causing several timid wild boar women to tremble in fear. "Cadden." Cadden shot Edward a warning look, gesturing for him to lower the weapon. "Speak clearly. I am Cadden, chieftain of the Storm tribe. If you tell me the truth, I shall spare your lives and even provide you with some food." The elder wild boar looked up, his dull, lifeless eyes now reflecting a flicker of surprise, prompting several women to regard Cadden with newfound interest. At that moment, the oldest among them spoke. "Great Chieftain Cadden, we hail from the Hussein tribe. Just yesterday, we faced a massive assault from the goblins. Those wretched creatures ravaged our lands, killing or capturing half of our tribe. We are but refugees, driven to your territory by hunger and fear. Goblins, Your tribe could not defend against them? Cadden furrowed his brow, the elder's words sounding sincere. Yet it was rare for goblins to assault a tribe of wild boars directly. The elder bowed his head, pallid-faced, and finally admitted. Our chieftain took most of our warriors to fight, leaving us unable to sustain even a single meal per day. Many of our kin are weak, and numerous infants have perished. A tribe in such dire straits would possess little fighting capability. The goblins had launched an unprecedented assault, numbering over 10,000. Under normal circumstances, such a horde would be easily vanquished, yet here they were, lamenting their defeat. Cadden was taken aback. He had not anticipated the goblins would seize this opportunity to attack the wild boar tribe. Although he knew goblins to be wretched creatures, their willingness to confront a tribe of wild boars was remarkably uncommon. Edward approached Cadden, suggesting, Chief, perhaps the Centaur tribe has offered the goblins some incentive, inciting them to attack the wild boars in the rear, thereby forcing the wild boars alliance to retreat. Indeed, Cadden mused, recognizing the truth in Edward's words. The centaurs were known for their alliances, and it was not surprising they would seek to manipulate the goblins. Cadden's heart sank at the thought, if Edward's theory held merit, the wild boar alliance might indeed be compelled to withdraw. He could not naively believe the goblins had only attacked the Huzang tribe. Surely, many tribes had suffered similar fates, or else the wild boar alliance would not feel pressured. Edward, immediately send scouts to ascertain how many tribes have faced attack nearby, and keep a vigilant watch on the conflict between the centaurs and the wild boars. Report any developments to me without delay. Cadden felt a sense of urgency. The Storm tribe had only recently been established, and a premature war would not serve his interests. Yes. Edward sprang into action, understanding the gravity of the situation. Chief, our two esteemed guests have returned. A wild boar warrior raced towards them from a distance. Cadden and Warwick turned to follow the warrior's gaze, spotting a large contingent approaching across the desolate expanse. Days passed swiftly since the destruction of the 7 acres of cowpeas. Cadden had become particularly vigilant regarding the remaining crops, erecting several arrow towers, each manned by 2 soldiers, with additional pairs patrolling the fields. These warriors not only safeguarded the crops but also stood guard against any potential goblin incursions. After Bright and Gonpu pursued the stolen wild boars, they discovered a temporary refuge teeming with numerous wild boars. They managed to apprehend nearly 800, not all belonging to the Huzang tribe, but including those from other tribes decimated by the goblins. As they were kin, Cadden felt compelled to assist, particularly for the many women and children among them. These were the future of the wild boars, and he could not abandon them. Thus, he welcomed them into the Storm tribe. However, engaging in the same tasks day after day, with food only constituting half of what the Storm tribe receives, one can only anticipate the return to normalcy in sustenance once the food supply is fully restored. This arrangement has led the members of the Storm tribe to refrain from voicing their grievances, especially considering that this band of marauders had ravaged 7 acres of their precious bean crops. It would be unjust for them to partake in the same provisions as their oppressors. As for the newcomers, they are overwhelmed with gratitude. Their own tribe had been decimated, and without the sanctuary offered by another tribe, they would surely perish in the wilderness. At this juncture, the Storm tribe undoubtedly serves as a lifeline. With only 1 meal per day, everyone is profoundly thankful to Cadden. Most tribes have been left with nothing to eat, so the opportunity to join the Storm tribe and receive nourishment feels like a dream come true. While there were some dissenting voices among Bright and his companions regarding Cadden's policy of accepting newcomers, Cadden's authoritative stance compelled them to acquiesce, albeit reluctantly. In recent days, a surge of wild boar people has been observed, numbering over 1,000, and patrolling warriors have discovered many of their kin who have succumbed to starvation. Upon learning of this, Cadden, unable to bear the sight of their suffering, decided to gather these wild boar people outside the tribe. He resorted to cooking a porridge made from gray bread mixed with water and tender grass roots unearthed from the land, thereby providing aid to the distressed wild boar populace. Outside the tribal encampment, large cauldrons simmered as a line of wild boar refugees formed, clutching the meager bowls distributed by the Storm tribe. Their eyes filled with longing as they gazed upon the cauldrons. Armed warriors flanked the line, ensuring order. No one dared to cut in or act recklessly. For in the past few days, several wild boar individuals had met a gruesome fate, serving as a bloody reminder of the consequences of defiance. Following the established rules would grant them food, while straying from protocol would lead them down a path of despair. At the entrance of the camp sat a wild boar individual named Gonpiao. Observing the long line of refugees, he sighed inwardly, noting that today's numbers had swelled by over 100 compared to the previous day, undoubtedly due to news of their plight spreading. Cadden, the leader, had managed to persuade Bright, Edward, and Warwick to support the initiative to assist the refugees, as he, too, belonged to the wild boar kin. Among the refugees, women and children constituted a significant majority, further solidifying his support for Cadden's decision. Yet, as the number of refugees continued to grow, the food supply dwindled at an alarming rate. In recent days, numerous pits for raising dragon rats had been excavated, with Bright and his warriors scouring the wilderness for these creatures, resulting in the capture of thousands. The dragon rat population was experiencing a dire setback. Additionally, 100 acres of barren land had been cultivated, with fast-growing crops like beans and sweet potatoes sown. However, just 2 days prior, Cadden had issued a new order for the cultivation of another 100 acres, initiating another wave of land development. Speed up. Gong Piao called out to the line of wild boar individuals receiving their rations. He then turned to the refugees, urging them to eat quickly and return to work. The refugees were not receiving food without a cost. They were expected to contribute labor in return, for even Cadden could not be so magnanimous. The refugees, upon hearing Gong Piao's admonition, looked at him with respect and trepidation. He may have spoken harshly, but his heart was kind. Alas, may the Lord's fishing plan proceed smoothly. Gong Piao silently prayed as he gazed skyward. Indeed, today, Cadden was not in the tribal encampment, but had taken a large contingent of soldiers to the banks of the Rhine River. By the Rhine, 2 small boats, each measuring 7 to 8 meters in length, glided across the water. Each vessel was manned by 4 dwarfs, while Cadden, Bright, and Warwick stood on the shore, surrounded by a throng of wild boar warriors seated on the riverbank. After more than 2 hours, all the necessary tools had finally been lowered into the water. With the population swelling, Cadden was anxious to commence fishing. Having grown up in a land abundant with fish and rice, Cadden was no stranger to fishing techniques. He had witnessed many traditional methods in his past life. Thus, he resolved to try his hand at something novel. The plan was to employ a long-line fishing technique, a rope of 30 to 40 meters adorned with hundreds of hooks, stretched across the river from one bank to the other, with each hook baited with fresh dragon rat meat. This method required a swift current, and the size of the hooks was designed to capture larger fish, as carnivorous species tend not to be small. Cadden prepared several such lines, spanning 3 to 4 miles of riverbank. In addition, he crafted numerous bamboo nets to be submerged, filled with dragon rat meat and cooked beans and sweet potatoes. Once the nets were set, the dwarves and the boats returned. "Chief, the nets are ready," several dwarves reported, bowing to Cadden. "Understood. Everyone, keep an eye on the floats. We'll start reeling in after half an hour," Cadden instructed. He then found a stone to sit upon, preparing his own fishing rod, fashioned from animal hide and not too thick or thin, with hooks of a few fingers baited with dragon rat meat, which he cast into the river. It is worth noting that the hooks were crafted by Warwick and his dwarf team, as dwarfs, with their innate blacksmithing talents, found it easy to create them under Cadden's guidance. The floats were made from a type of dry wood that resembled foam and was resistant to water penetration, making it ideal for this purpose. Bright, Warwick, and the other wild boar dwarves regarded Cadden's endeavors with a mix of wonder and skepticism. Would this truly yield fish? Yet, upon witnessing Cadden's calm demeanor, they felt reassured. After all, Chief Cadden was an impressive wild boar. He could even construct boats, so surely there was nothing he could not accomplish. Suddenly, Cadden felt a tug on his line. So soon? He thought, observing the bobbing float on the water's surface. As a level 5 warrior, he was attuned to even the slightest pull on the line. Without hesitation, he began to reel it in. This was his first fishing attempt in this world, and he was unsure of the fish's behavior. With a hum, the fishing line sprang from the water, emitting a buzzing sound. A powerful tug surged through his hands. This must be a decent-sized fish, he mused, feeling fortunate to have hooked such a sizable catch on his first attempt. Bright and Warwick, noticing Cadden's movements, rushed over. "Is there a fish?" they exclaimed in disbelief. Without a moment's hesitation, Cadden grasped the line firmly. Although the bamboo rod was sturdy, there was always a risk of snapping it. Gripping the line, Cadden exerted his immense strength, and a large brown fish soared out of the water, arcing over his head and striking several wild boar individuals behind him who were unable to dodge in time. As the stunned wild boar individuals recovered from the shock of the flopping fish, they hurriedly attempted to subdue it. What a magnificent catch! Chapter 22, Bountiful Harvest and Border Crisis. A wild boar man exclaimed in astonishment. Before them lay a grayish-white fish, measuring about 70 to 80 centimeters long and quite rotund. Carden estimated its weight to be at least 30 kilograms. Everyone, except for Carden, was left dumbfounded. Was the fishing technique the leader spoke of truly this simple? Carden pried open the fish's mouth, revealing a mouthful of small teeth, clearly indicating it was a carnivorous species. "Do you see this barb? It is designed for the fish to swallow, making it difficult to escape once hooked. Without it, the fish would quickly free itself from the hook," Carden explained as he slowly removed the fishhook. Realization dawned upon the dwarves who had previously struggled to understand Carden's instructions, as the barb had indeed slowed their hook-making process. Both Bright and Warwick were equally astonished by the ingenuity of the fishing method. It was nothing short of miraculous. Carden, undeterred by their awe, proceeded to bait the hook and cast it into the river. Suddenly, about 200 to 300 meters downstream, fish were leaping out of the water, splashing energetically. Carden initially paid no mind, but as one fish jumped, followed by another in quick succession, the commotion intensified. "Fish are biting," Carden declared. Observing the bobbing float indicating a catch below, he swiftly pulled the hook ashore and shouted, "Quick, row the boat over there. We have fish on the line." Everyone paused momentarily, but then, following Carden's pointed direction, several dwarves hurriedly boarded two small fishing boats, paddling quickly toward Carden's line. "Forget about that. Hurry to the opposite shore and release the line," Carden commanded as he dashed forward to grasp the line. The force he felt was immense, and he could tell there were several fish on the line, each sizable. Hearing this, one dwarf in a small fishing boat rowed toward the opposite bank, where two dwarves disembarked to loosen the line tied to a large rock. Carden then tugged on the line, and within a mere 2 meters, a 30-centimeter fish surfaced, which he promptly pulled ashore. Bright, Warwick, and the others expressed their delight, for Carden's method proved effective. One after another, 3 large fish were successfully landed, and the line had already been pulled in several meters when a massive fish head broke the surface, its mouth larger than a basketball. "Goodness! That must weigh over 100 kilograms, Bright exclaimed, spotting the dark silhouette beneath the water. Carden's expression shifted slightly. This fish was indeed enormous. The saying goes, a pound of fish on land exerts 10 pounds of force underwater, meaning that while the fish might weigh only 1 pound on land, it could exert 10 times that force in the water. Although this fish could never match Carden's strength, its thrashing would soon cause the hook to dislodge. "Quick! Help me hold the line," Carden urged Bright. Upon hearing this, Bright immediately wiped the smile from his face, swiftly taking hold of the line, unaware of whether it was the fish's tremendous strength or something else, as he was suddenly yanked toward the water, nearly falling in. Warwick quickly grabbed Bright by the waist, pulling him back. Bright's face flushed. As a 4th-level warrior with a strength exceeding 1,000 kilograms, he had nearly been pulled under by a mere fish. In less than 10 seconds, Carden held 2 fish hooks he had prepared, initially thinking they would be unnecessary, but now realizing their importance. He handed one hook to the nearest warrior, instructing him to be ready for when the fish surfaced. "Yes," the wild boar warrior replied excitedly. As the fish continued to struggle beneath the surface, Carden stood in the water, directing Bright and Warwick, "Pull it up," with a resounding splash. The combined strength of the 2 warriors effortlessly brought the fish to the surface. Carden, quick on his feet, deftly hooked the massive fish with a 20-centimeter hook. The wild boar warrior, catching the gleam in Carden's eye, emulated his leader, securing the fish's back with the hook, piercing through its entire body. Blood flowed, and the great fish thrashed violently in pain. However, Carden would not give it a chance to escape. Casting a glance at the wild boar warrior, he commanded, "Pull." With a mighty splash, the 2 warriors heaved, dragging the 2-meter-long behemoth from the water. "Continue reeling in," Carden shouted, seeing Bright and Warwick momentarily stunned. They quickly regained their composure and resumed pulling the line. Before long, 7 or 8 fish were brought to the surface, and Carden began to detach the hooks. 13 fish in total. The largest weighed an estimated 200 kilograms, while the smallest still weighed over 10 kilograms. Though only 13 fish were caught, the total haul approached 400 kilograms. The crowd gazed at Carden with admiration. "Enough staring. Let's continue reeling in," Carden urged, glancing at the river's surface, signaling that it was time to gather the nets. "Yes," came the chorus, and everyone busily resumed their tasks. After nearly an hour, all 14 lines were successfully retrieved. The most productive line had snagged 35 fish, with a hook rate of 30%. Of course, that was an outlier. However, even the least productive line had caught 8 to 10 fish. The catch piled up, resembling a small mountain, estimated to weigh over 1,000 kilograms. Carden initially believed they had only one type of fish, but as the first bamboo trap was pulled up, it revealed a variety of catches: shrimp, fish, crabs, and more, all exceeding a pound in weight. While a pound crab was not surprising, Carden was astonished by the sight of a pound shrimp that resembled a lobster and had a bluish hue. "Keep going," he urged. Suddenly, the sound of galloping hooves drew near, and Carden's keen hearing, as well as that of the wild boar warriors, picked up on it. They exchanged glances but continued collecting the traps, their spirits buoyed by the impressive haul. Soon, a horse appeared in Carden's line of sight. He immediately recognized the dwarf riding it, Braun, one of Edward's scouts. Without delay, Dwarf Braun rode his fiery steed to Carden's side, dismounting swiftly and saluting with military precision. Scout Captain Braun reporting to Chief Carden. "What news?" Carden inquired, a foreboding feeling creeping into his heart. "Chief, this morning, several of my scouts discovered that the goblins are advancing toward our tribe, likely intending to attack," Braun reported gravely. "How many are there, and how far away?" Carden's expression hardened as he questioned. In just 5 days, the goblins had overrun more than 10 wild boar tribes, resulting in the deaths or starvation of thousands. If all the tribe's warriors were present, even 100,000 goblins would pose no such threat. The audacity of these vile creatures to target the Storm tribe was astonishing. They are approximately 150 miles from the tribe. It is too far to ascertain their exact numbers, but the force is at least 20,000 strong. Over 20,000? Cardin's heart sank. Hadn't it been reported that there were only tens of thousands? Chapter 23, The Storm Response. The Storm Tribe. Cadian returned to the tribe and swiftly summoned all the wild boar warriors who were cultivating outside. Over 20,000 goblins were advancing, posing a formidable test for the Storm Tribe. Cadian did not conceal the news of the goblin assault. There was no need for subterfuge, as that could lead to greater complications. Consequently, a palpable tension enveloped the entire tribe. In the chief's hall, Cadian sat at the head, while Blight, Warwick, and Gong Piao were seated below him, accompanied by 9 captains. The Storm Tribe currently comprised 1 Minotaur battalion, 1 Dwarven squad, 1 Bear Goblin detachment, and 7 Wild Boar battalions, totaling just over 900 soldiers. A few days prior, Cadian had dispatched the Dwarven squad to forge fishhooks and smelt iron, leading him to disband the squad and establish a blacksmithing division. Although these dwarves were merely novice smiths, they were more than capable of crafting rudimentary weapons. Moreover, it was inevitable that the tribe would need its own blacksmithing division in the future, hence Cadian's decision to train them directly. Esteemed colleagues, as you're all aware, we face an incursion of over 20,000 goblins. What strategies do you propose for our defense? Cadian inquired, his voice resonating with authority as he surveyed those present. The room fell into a contemplative silence, as the enormity of the goblin numbers weighed heavily on their minds. Although goblins were not particularly formidable in combat, the sheer volume of their numbers posed a grave threat. With fewer than 1,000 warriors, the tribe faced a daunting numerical disadvantage. Chief, I believe we have no reason to fear the goblins, declared a wild boar captain, shaking his head defiantly. Cadian was taken aback, and the others turned their attention to the captain. Everyone, including Cadian, was familiar with this captain, Zhang Lu, the foremost captain of the wild boars. Zhang Lu, what insight do you offer? Please, speak freely, Cadian urged, intrigued by his bold assertion. Zhang Lu, having served alongside Cadian for years, was reputed to be on the verge of breaking into the 4th tier of power. He and the Minotaur captain, Cain, were regarded as potential 4th-tier divine warriors. Everyone knows that goblins are cowardly and easily intimidated. Despite their vast numbers, they are nothing more than a rabble. We have over 900 elite warriors within the tribe. If we can catch the goblins off guard and inflict substantial damage, they will undoubtedly crumble. Their resolve is weak. If we slay 1,000 of them, they will scatter like frightened dogs, Zhang Lu asserted, his eyes gleaming with fierce determination. Cadian was astonished. Such a perspective was unexpected. He felt a pang of guilt. Zhang Lu was correct. Goblins, despite their numbers, could not withstand significant casualties. Have you fought against goblins before? Blight queried, directing his gaze at Zhang Lu. Indeed. I hail from the Bloodtusk kingdom, where I once served as a cavalry captain leading 100 men. I have charged into a horde of 50,000 goblins alongside my commander, Zhang Lu revealed without reservation. Cadian was once again struck with surprise. The Bloodtusk kingdom was a northern orc realm, thousands of miles away. However, our tribe lacks cavalry, Gong Piao interjected, shaking his head. Had we cavalry, it would be a different story. But the Storm Tribe has no war pigs. Iron Tooth once had a 30-member wild boar cavalry squad, but they were taken away by Chief Iron Tooth, and 2 were subsequently claimed by his sons. The war pigs were originally traded from other tribes. Our tribe has never raised them, Gong Piao elaborated. Then, do you feel confident? Cadian inquired, fixing his gaze on Zhang Lu. Having served in the Bloodtusk kingdom, I can assure you that their military structure is not like ours. They maintain a standing army, and such professional soldiers are invaluable, Zhang Lu replied resolutely. Although Blight possessed considerable military talent, he lacked formal training and felt uncertain in the face of a large-scale battle. This was a sentiment shared by many, as the sheer number of 20,000 goblins was indeed intimidating. Chief, I believe our chances are quite favorable, Zhang Lu affirmed. Excellent. For the upcoming engagement against the goblins, you shall take command, Zhang Lu, with Blight and Gong Piao as your deputies, fully authorized to mobilize all forces, Cadian declared, steeling himself for the gamble. It was imperative to act decisively and engage the enemy far from the tribe, lest the goblin horde reach the vicinity of their lands, causing devastation. Goblins were despised for their penchant for destruction. Understood, Chief, Zhang Lu responded, momentarily taken aback, but grateful for the trust placed in him. The others were similarly surprised by Cadian's decision to appoint Zhang Lu as commander, with Blight's cold demeanor momentarily faltering. However, he quickly regained his composure, understanding the gravity of the situation at hand. Chief, our warrior numbers are insufficient. While I have faith in Zhang Lu's capabilities, I believe we must urgently draft additional fighters. Blight proposed, his brow furrowed with concern. There are nearly 200 young wild boars among the recent arrivals and the refugees. If we can also enlist women without children and the soon-to-be adult wild boar youths, we could form a temporary battalion, increasing our chances of success, Blight continued, prompting a thoughtful silence among the assembly. I concur with Blight. The greater our numbers, the better our odds of victory, Zhonglu added, keenly aware of the tensions present. Cadden hesitated, contemplating the implications of enlisting women and children who represented the tribe's future. Yet, Blight's concerns were valid. He had never faced goblins and was uncertain of their true strength, while the pressure of facing 20,000 foes loomed large. I agree, Cadden finally conceded. This battle is critical for the survival of the tribe, and some sacrifices may be necessary for victory. Blight, you shall oversee the drafting process. Expedite it, Cadden instructed gravely. Yes, Blight affirmed, recognizing the weight of the task ahead. Long live the tribe! Long live the tribe! The assembly rose, saluting Cadden with military respect. In no time, the Storm Tribe began to operate like a well-oiled machine, gathering troops at the gates of their encampment. Blight's recruitment efforts swiftly garnered support from several young wild boars. Chapter 24, The Goblin Alliance. My lord, my child is gravely ill, bedridden and unable to rise. An elderly boar woman pleaded with the boar warrior who was conscripting fighters for the tribe. Is what you say true? You must understand that these are extraordinary times. To lie would be a grave sin. The warrior, holding a roster that clearly indicated the household comprised 3 individuals, a woman, an 8-year-old boar boy, and an elderly boar man, firmly stated. During this conscription, boys aged 8 and above were eligible for enlistment. My lord, with the tribal war looming, how could I possibly lie? Please, summon me instead, the boar woman implored. You? The conscripting warrior shook his head. The woman before him was over 35, nearing the age of the elderly, and thus not eligible for conscription. Move on to the next household. Time is of the essence, a fellow warrior urged from behind. With that, the boar warrior turned to the next page of the roster, deciding not to dwell on the plight of the sick child. As the 2 warriors headed to the next household, the boar woman sighed in relief and hurriedly shut the door behind her. Do you understand the weight of your actions? A frail, elderly woman emerged from within, pointing at the boar woman with an expression of resigned despair. Mother, can't you comprehend? Zaya is your only remaining grandson. The boar woman's eyes glistened with tears. Since marrying her husband, she had raised 6 children. 2 daughters had married, 1 was still in the tribe, and another had succumbed to illness. Of her 4 sons, 2 had fallen in battle for the tribe years prior. With the chieftain's involvement in the Centaur War, both her husband and her barely adult son had been conscripted, though it was a dire situation. The arrival of Cadden as the new chieftain meant her husband would likely never return. With 100,000 participating in the Centaur War, it was plausible that neither her husband nor her son would come back. In truth, her 8-year-old son was her last glimmer of hope. The elderly woman's silence spoke volumes. Her husband had long perished, and her son and 3rd grandson might also be lost. The thought of a 4th grandson being conscripted weighed heavily on her heart. She turned away, quietly weaving ropes from special bark, as Cadden had ordered the elderly to contribute by crafting ropes and nets, a means of utilizing labor effectively. Where is Zaire? The woman pushed open the inner door, only to find the ropes strewn across the floor. The child, once bound to the bed, was nowhere to be seen. Not in here? The elderly woman quickly entered, noticing a gap in the wooden window, evidence that it had been opened. Her expression shifted dramatically, tears streaming down her face. Stubborn little brat. Outside the encampment, Kadam sat astride a fiery steed, brandishing a long spear as he surveyed the assembled troops. This conscription had yielded 869 boar women aged 10 to 30, 657 boar boys aged 8 to 9, and 184 young boars, totaling nearly 2,700 warriors when combined with the tribal fighters. Standing before him, the formidable force inspired a sense of invincibility within Kadam. Chief, we are ready for your command. Zhonglu, holding a lance, approached Kadam on his fiery mount. The tribe possessed a total of 8 stallions, 4 of which had been deployed for intelligence missions by Edward, leaving Kadam, Zhonglu, Bright, and Gang Piaoich with 1. Warwick remained behind to maintain order within the tribe. Riding horses ensured better visibility and command during battle, but the limited number of steeds hindered the ability for all captains to lead effectively. Moreover, Zhonglu was adept in cavalry warfare. Are our weapons sufficient? Kadam inquired, glancing over the armaments. Yes, though we lack armor. However, I will position those without armor in the rear during the assault. Very well, I shall say no more. You are the commander, and your orders take precedence. Kadam nodded. Zhonglu was taken aback, a swell of gratitude filling him. He felt a deep loyalty to Kadam, akin to a soldier who would lay down his life for a worthy leader. Without further ado, he turned his horse towards the assembly. Fellow warriors, the treacherous goblins are upon us. This despicable race, emboldened by the weakened state of our tribes, dares to provoke us. How will you respond to these goblins who have brought suffering upon us? Kill. The voices of those conscripted warriors erupted in unison, filled with fury from their own tribes having been ravaged by goblins. Indeed, when have these vile creatures dared to confront the boar tribes directly? Zhonglu's icy gaze swept over the crowd, a palpable aura of vengeance emanating from him. Today, we shall teach them a lesson. They shall not withstand the wrath of the boars. Annihilate them. As he uttered the final command, his spear sliced through the air with a resounding crack. Annihilate them. Annihilate them. In an instant, the fervor of the assembled warriors ignited. Onward, Zhang Lu called, raising his spear once more. All captains, prepare to execute the plan and advance. Bright and Gang Piao exchanged glances, acknowledging Zhang Lu's capabilities with a newfound respect. They galloped forth to Kadam's side. Why are you following me? As vice commanders. You should await Zhang Lu's instructions. Now go. Kadam glanced at the two, dismayed that they, as vice commanders, had not joined the advance. Truly, half-hearted as they are. They thought. The two quickly saluted Kadam and galloped after Zhang Lu. Take care of things here, Warwick. Kadam smiled as Warwick approached him. Initially, it had been arranged for Warwick to lead the tribe, but Kadam, concerned for his safety, had insisted he remain behind. Rest assured, Chief. Warwick bowed respectfully. Though a sense of regret lingered in his heart, this was the tribe's first major battle, and he was not to participate. Kadam, sensing Warwick's discontent, pressed on. Joining the march. 60 miles northwest of the Storm Tribe, a goblin horde stretched for miles, sluggishly advancing. The goblin skin was scaly, ranging from dark brown to black. Their heads resembled that of a dog, adorned with two small, light-colored horns, and their eyes glinted with malevolence. They stood short, often shorter than dwarves, averaging about 4 feet tall. At the forefront of the horde, a score of Kodo beasts carried armored elders. These boars have become increasingly degenerate. Towering in stature yet alarmingly feeble, one goblin elder remarked. As soon as he finished speaking, other goblin elders echoed their agreement. Once we reach the Iron-Tooth tribe, your group shall lead the charge. Indeed, the Iron-Tooth tribe has been quite formidable of late. It is only fitting your group takes the lead. Ha ha ha. We follow closely behind the chief of the dog-headed people. In an instant, the elders of the dog-headed tribe burst into hearty laughter. Chapter 25, just charge ahead. In recent days, the goblin tribes have basked in their newfound glory. Having successfully breached nearly 10 wild boar tribes and capturing around 10,000 wild boars to serve as slaves. Such achievements were once beyond their wildest dreams. But the discord between the wild boars and the centaurs provided an unexpected opportunity for them. While the larger tribes of the wild boars were formidable, the smaller ones were not beyond their reach. However, the recent victories have led them to question whether they had previously underestimated their opponents. It appeared that the wild boars were not as strong as they had believed. Chief He, after our conquest of the Iron-Tooth tribe, shall we march northward? Asked the goblin leader, feeling quite flattered by the praise from his peers. This coalition consisted of over 20 goblin tribes, totaling more than 25,000 soldiers. With the strongest factions being himself and Chief He. Their voices carried significant weight in this assembly. March north? The benefits provided by the centaurs hardly warrant such an arduous effort. Chief He replied with a shake of his head. The collaboration among the goblin tribes had been facilitated by the centaurs. Otherwise, there would have been no reason to provoke the wild boars. The entire wasteland was plagued by famine, and the goblin tribes were no exception, experiencing a rapid population surge that strained their food supplies. In the past, they could have preyed upon the centaurs, minotaurs, wild boars, lizard folk, and halflings, but this year proved different, as all races were grappling with starvation, leaving them with no bounty to claim. Thus, the centaurs offered them provisions, while the goblins would strike at the rear of the wild boars. Without this arrangement, they would have no incentive to attack. After all, the wild boars were also short on food. What do you mean? The goblin leader was taken aback. The centaurs provided us with 100,000 pounds of food. We have conquered nearly 10 tribes and captured 30 to 40,000 wild boars. I believe that is sufficient. Furthermore, if we continue to clash with the wild boars, once the war concludes, they will surely seek retribution against us. Chief He remarked as dusk approached. 100,000 pounds of food. He had only received 10,000 pounds for his efforts, which he deemed ample. Chief He is correct. Indeed. The miserly centaurs have been too stingy. We have already contributed enough. A chorus of small chieftains quickly agreed, eager to retreat now that they had secured their provisions. In truth, the so-called Goblin Coalition proclaimed equality among goblins, yet throughout the campaign, it was predominantly the smaller tribes that served as cannon fodder. If this continued, some of them would soon find themselves without any troops. Since everyone is in agreement, let us make this decision. The goblin leader nodded, relieved. He was not foolish enough to expend his strength recklessly. However, he was wary of who would suggest retreat first. Though he had been contemplating retreat, his tribe was less than 200 miles from the nearest centaur tribe. If he were to withdraw first, the formidable centaurs might seek revenge, and he would find himself in dire straits. Now, however, he could shift the blame onto the old chief, He, when the centaurs came looking for accountability. Let us hasten our advance, breach the Iron-Tooth tribe, and return home. The goblins erupted in excitement upon hearing the leader's orders, their jubilant cries echoing through the night. in the desolate expanse northwest of the Storm Tribe. Numerous hills lay scattered about, forming a direct route toward the Storm Tribe. Thus, the Goblin army would inevitably traverse this hilly terrain. Behind the largest hill, Cadden, Zhonglo, and Bright gathered with their respective commanders. Though the individual strength of the goblins may be lacking, they are adept at ranged spear throwing. These small, sharp weapons can inflict significant damage if we are caught off guard. Therefore, we must draw the goblins closer to our units. I will lead the strongest contingent to strike at their center, while Vice Commander Bright will target their front, and Vice Commander Gongpyo will strike their rear. Remember, each unit must act swiftly and decisively, aiming to create maximum casualties and chaos. Additionally, after your units disrupt the goblins, swiftly regroup with mine to prevent the goblin army from encircling us and inflicting heavy losses. Zhonglo sketched a rudimentary attack route in the dirt for the others, explaining the strategy. Once finished, he turned to Bright and Gongpyo. The two of you must adhere strictly to the plan. While I do not wish to dwell on it, you remain my superiors, and should you disregard my commands, it would spell trouble. Understood. Bright and Gongpyo nodded, fully aware of the stakes involved in this ambush. Although their forces were substantial, Zhonglo urged everyone to follow orders and avoid reckless actions. Though I command 3,000 troops, which may seem sufficient to conquer a goblin army of 20,000, the reality is that only 1,000 of my forces are truly combat ready. To secure a decisive victory, we must not squander our chances. Chief, my deployment plan is complete. As Zhonglo observed the gravity etched on their faces, he turned to Cadden, who had been quietly observing. Is it done? Zhonglo, you are indeed a strategist. Cadden replied, impressed by Zhonglo's meticulous arrangements. While the effectiveness of their formation against the wild boars remained uncertain, the mere fact that Zhonglo had devised a plan was commendable. Since the assignments are made, I expect all to follow military orders without exception. Any violators, regardless of rank, shall face my wrath, Cadden warned, casting a stern glance at the assembled commanders. Yes. The commanders swiftly divided their troops into 3 groups, with Bright and Gongpyo each leading a contingent while Zhonglo commanded the remainder, all proceeding toward the hills. Night descended, and the autumn winds howled. Approximately half an hour later, a scout on a fiery steed from Edward's ranks reported that the goblins were now less than 5 miles away. Instantly, the Storm Tribe prepared to ambush, falling silent as they awaited the goblin army's approach. Within 5 minutes, a vast horde of goblins appeared, stretching as far as the eye could see, entering the hilly terrain. Cadden slowly mounted his horse, clutching his weapon, ready to charge into battle at a moment's notice. Less than 200 meters from Cadden's concealed position, Zhonglo commanded over 700 troops, including a contingent of minotaurs, all watching the advancing goblins with bated breath. Do not move. No one is to act without my command, Zhonglo quietly ordered, instilling a sense of calm amidst the tension. As the goblin vanguard swiftly passed their position, Zhonglo caught sight of the goblin leaders atop their kodos, likely a group of chieftains. He nearly made the decision to strike, realizing that eliminating these leaders could sow confusion among their ranks. However, he ultimately refrained. Fearing the presence of sorcerers among them, which could complicate matters, it was better to keep the leaders for later confrontation. This had been previously agreed upon. Should the goblins possess sorcerers or divine warriors, Cadden, Bright, and Gongpyo would swiftly break formation to engage them in battle. Please vote for us. Thank you for your support. I am quite frustrated that I cannot sign a contract yet. Gray Ear, how far are we from the Iron-Tooth tribe? The dog-headed chieftain, perched atop the Kodo beast, glanced at the sky. Orcs possess an innate ability for night vision, and he was no exception. However, after marching for nearly a full day, he found himself growing increasingly impatient, his posterior sore from the prolonged ride. Report, my chieftain. We are estimated to be only 10 miles away. Still so far? The chieftains murmured among themselves. Given the long journey, should we not take a moment to rest? The dog-headed chieftain, Jiko, cast an annoyed glance at his subordinates before his eyes brightened with a suggestion directed at the other chieftains. Jiko, let's muster our strength and attack the Iron-Tooth tribe. Wouldn't it be delightful to return home and embrace our beautiful maidens in slumber? The dog-headed chieftain, he remarked blandly. While that sounds splendid, this Kodo beast is hardly a suitable steed. Jiko replied, momentarily taken aback, before nodding in agreement. Indeed, after several days away, he was beginning to yearn for the company of his lovely wife and concubines. He shot a cold glance at Jiko, his thoughts dripping with disdain. Foolishness is foolishness. Even a mere walk can cause such a ruckus. Return home? In your dreams. The Jiko tribe was the only other tribe of 10,000 besides his own, and he had never considered that this dim-witted chieftain might see another day. There were also other chieftains, as long as they perished. He would be the sole king of the dog-headed people of the plains. Suddenly, a sound akin to the tearing of rawhide echoed from behind the hills. The front ranks of the dog-headed army, including numerous chieftains, turned towards the source of the sound. Not good. We are ambushed. He was momentarily stunned by this unforeseen occurrence. but as a chieftain of experience, he quickly regained his composure and shouted in alarm. "Ah, arrows are being shot. Enemy attack." But scarcely had his furious cries subsided when screams erupted, and in the blink of an eye, over 100 dog-headed warriors lay dead or wounded, sending the entire front ranks into a state of panic. The rear ranks, unaware of the unfolding chaos, quickly fell into disarray upon hearing of the ambush. A loud horn sounded. "Kill!" From the hills, the towering minotaurs charged down, wielding massive axes, accompanied by the fierce boarmen warriors. Concurrently, battle cries erupted from 2 other hills. "Quickly, defend yourselves. Damn it, it's the boarmen. They have set an ambush." The chieftains were thrown into a frenzy, as the boarmen had already engaged in combat with the dog-headed warriors less than 200 meters away. The dog-headed forces faltered under the onslaught of the boarmen, suffering significant casualties. Chaos reigned. He bellowed angrily, "Do not panic. We have 25,000 warriors. We need not fear them. Their numbers are few. Counterattack. Quickly mobilize your troops and eliminate them. Are you also frightened that you wish to perish?" He shouted with fervor. Indeed, it was a rabble. There were scarcely 1,000 boarmen, and the sight of them had sent the dog-headed warriors scattering. "Yes, yes, counterattack." Jiko, suppressing his own trepidation, voiced his support. The chieftains momentarily set aside their fears and began coordinating with their tribes atop the Kodo beasts. "Kill, exterminate these dog-headed ones. Ha. The great chieftain's army is almost upon us. We must annihilate every last one of these dog-headed warriors. Leave not a single one alive." The 1.4-meter-tall dog-headed warriors were utterly overwhelmed by the towering boarmen, each blow from their weapons claiming a life, leaving behind a gruesome scene of carnage as the dog-headed warriors began to retreat in desperation. "Not good, chieftain. There are boarmen in both the rear and the center. And the minotaurs are also closing in." A dog-headed warrior named Weir fled desperately towards Hiyi, who was directing the defense. Jiko's face turned ashen as he rushed towards Hiyi, disregarding the dog-headed warriors in front of him, hastily guiding his Kodo beast in Hiyi's direction. Along the way, several dog-headed warriors were trampled underfoot. "Clarify. Not only are there boarmen, but also minotaurs?" Hiyi's expression darkened. "Yes, there are not just in the center, but in the rear as well. It could be several thousand, and..." "Speak." Hiyi's expression grew colder. "They have reinforcements, and they intend to completely annihilate us." Weir spoke cautiously. "How could the minotaurs ally with the boarmen? Could it be that the boarmen have secretly returned to their ranks? Damn it." Hiyi's expression shifted rapidly. "What shall we do? Should we retreat?" Jiko suggested, glancing at the nearby dog-headed warriors who were falling in droves to the boarmen, feeling a surge of fear. At that moment, distant cries from the boarmen echoed. "The dog-headed ones are fleeing. Pursue them. Do not let them escape. Do not allow the dog-headed chieftain to escape. Seize the dog-headed chieftain's head, and the reward is 10 gold coins. Kill." The battlefield erupted with cries of slaughter, chaos reigning supreme. Hiyi and Jiko exchanged a glance, quickly turning their Kodo beasts to flee towards the northwest. In an instant, the dog-headed warriors nearby fell into disarray. Realizing their chieftains were fleeing, rendering further resistance futile, they cast aside their helmets and armor, sprinting towards the northwestern horizon. Blade, having dispatched 2 dog-headed warriors with his lance, noticed Hiyi and Jiko 100 meters away. He swiftly raised his bloodied lance and shouted, "The dog-headed chieftains are escaping. Kneel. Disarm and do not kill." With that, he charged towards the 2. Capturing the dog-headed chieftain was imperative, as it was an order from Kadin. Naturally, killing them was also an option. Upon hearing Blade's command, the boarmen captains mimicked his cry, "Kneel, disarm, and do not kill." The boarmen warriors joined in the chorus, instilling fear in the dog-headed ranks. They ran with all their might, although some immediately dropped their weapons and knelt in surrender. Quickly, waves of dog-headed warriors began to yield in terror. He glanced back, repeatedly striking his Kodo beast, which, feeling pain, quickened its pace, albeit attempting to shake him off. "You wretched beast, when I return, I shall have you for dinner." He cursed angrily, though his riding skills remained steady despite the creature's erratic movements. Seeing the distance between himself and Jiko widen, he felt a surge of panic. He too began to whip his Kodo beast. The Kodo beast, feeling the sting, leaped, throwing Jiko to the ground. Jiko's face turned pale. He scrambled to his feet, desperate to catch up to his Kodo beast, which had already vanished from sight in a fit of rage. He glanced back, a cold smile creeping across his face. "I warned you. I shall not allow you to return," he thought. His actions towards Jiko had been deliberate, knowing that the cowardly and foolish chieftain would follow suit. Did he dare provoke his steed without the skill to ride it proficiently? He was courting death. "Please, I beg for votes. Why won't anyone give me votes?" Upon realizing that no one was pursuing him, Hiyi's face lit up with joy. On this expedition, he commanded 8,000 goblins. Yet he attacked nearly 10 tribes, resulting in close to 1,000 casualties, coupled with the transport of captured goods and the goblin captives from the wild boar tribe. His current forces now number less than 4,000. While the losses are somewhat painful, the thought of returning to consolidate and absorb the tribes makes the sacrifice of 4,000 goblins seem trivial. Once unified, these goblin tribes could yield an army of 50,000 warriors, a feat he might very well achieve. Thus, the losses are not in vain. They are a necessary step toward his ascendance as the Goblin King. Above the hills, chaos reigned. Goblins scattered in flight, while wild boar captains eagerly pursued them. The number of captured goblins was estimated to be in the thousands. Cadden, wielding a battle spear and commanding a fiery steed, arrived before the commanding officer, Zhang Lu, who was overseeing the collection of goblin captives. Upon seeing Cadden, Zhang Lu's face brightened. "Chief, we have achieved a resounding victory. Well done. Quickly, tally our casualties and attend to the wounded. Moreover, do not harm the captured goblins indiscriminately." Cadden gazed at the multitude of goblin captives, a staggering sight indeed. Yes. Zhang Lu nodded with delight. For him, breaching the goblin stronghold was no small feat and worthy of celebration. However, as Zhang Lu walked away in joy, Cadden felt a pang of frustration. He had anticipated some resistance from the goblins, yet the combined assault led by Zhang Lu and his cunning tactics had utterly disoriented them. In fact, the goblin chieftain had abandoned his warriors and fled in fear. Cadden had hoped to emulate Zhao Zilong's legendary feats of bravery. But upon charging into the goblin tribe, he had only managed to slay a handful before the entire goblin force crumbled. Was this even an army? Had he known, he would have spared himself the anxiety and gone all in. Soon, Cadden spotted Zhong Lu and Gang Piao approaching on horseback. "Report, Chief. The tally is in. We suffered 23 fatalities and 265 injuries, mostly minor, which will heal in a matter of days. Among the deceased are 23 conscripted warriors, 1 wild boar warrior, 15 women, and 7 children." Gang Piao reported. 23? Cadden felt a tremor within, letting out a soft sigh. In battle, casualties were inevitable. Furthermore, these conscripted soldiers had stayed behind the regular fighters, avoiding the brunt of the charge. Otherwise, the number would surely have been higher. Although the wild boar women and children were significantly stronger than goblins, they lacked the combat skills of seasoned warriors. "How many goblins did we capture?" Cadden inquired, dismissing the casualties. He glanced towards the numerous captives encircled by tribal warriors. "Over 4,000. With about 400 to 500 wounded. We also captured 6 goblin chieftains. There were simply too many goblins. When they broke, they fled in all directions, and we had insufficient manpower to seize them. However, we estimate approximately 800 goblins perished." Zhang Lu expressed a hint of regret. The goblins' retreat left them scattered, making capture nearly impossible. Most of the captives surrendered voluntarily. "Gang Piao, you lead 3 wild boar squads to continue capturing goblins. Even if you cannot seize more, inflict as much harm as possible." "Understood," Gang Piao replied. Turning to rally his troops. "What of the Bright Tribe?" Cadden asked, puzzled by their absence. "Oh, according to reports from the captains, they have pursued 2 goblin chieftains." Zhong Lu explained. "That fool. He shows no sense of command." Cadden scolded. "Leave some warriors to secure the battlefield. We will transport our fallen back, and the goblins' corpses shall be burned on sight. The remaining warriors are to escort the goblin captives back to the tribe." "Yes." Zhong Lu was about to depart when he hesitated. Glancing back at Cadden, "What about the wounded goblins?" "Eliminate them, but only after all captives have been escorted away. The soldiers tasked with cleaning the battlefield will handle it." Cadden replied coldly, then added after a moment's thought. "Understood." Zhang Lu recognized Cadden's ruthlessness, having witnessed it on numerous occasions, including when Cadden had executed uncooperative merchant guards. Yet, he felt no sympathy for the goblins. Perhaps for the wild boar, but for the goblins? Their demise was inconsequential, especially since bringing back the wounded would only be a burden. Before long, a procession of jubilant wild boar warriors marched, escorting the downcast and terrified goblin captives toward the storm tribe. In the northwest wasteland, Chieftain Jiko sprinted for his life, wishing his hands could transform into legs. The staff symbolizing his chieftainship had long since been discarded. Suddenly, his keen ears detected the sound of galloping hooves behind him. Curiosity compelled him to glance back, only to be struck with terror. A fiery warhorse and a bloodthirsty werewolf cavalryman were hot on his trail. Panic washed over Jiko. His face drained of color as his legs nearly betrayed him. He couldn't fathom why a werewolf was involved alongside the wild boar forces. In mere moments, the werewolf knight was within 10 meters of him. Knowing he could never outrun the cavalry, Jiko quickly dove left, rolling several meters to narrowly escape the werewolf's lance, which gleamed with blood. The werewolf knight swiftly reined in his fiery steed and pivoted to charge again at Jiko. Seeing this, Jiko raised his hands towards the oncoming knight, and a grayish magic enveloped him, transforming into 5 long gray spears. With a cold smile, Jiko launched the spears towards the werewolf knight. The knight, realizing too late that he was too close to evade, was forced to leap from his mount, striking the fiery horse's abdomen with tremendous force, sending both horse and rider tumbling to the ground. narrowly dodging the 5 energy spears that struck the earth a few meters away, creating deep craters. The werewolf swiftly regained his footing and glanced at the struggling fiery horse before turning a cold gaze back at Jiko. "I didn't expect you to be a sorcerer," he remarked, gripping his lance tightly, narrowly escaping becoming a corpse himself. "Humph, a lucky escape. You won't have such fortune next time." Jiko's expression darkened. He had calculated the distance, believing the knight would be unable to evade in time, yet the unexpected outcome left him shaken. As the chieftain of a 10,000-strong tribe, he was indeed a level 4 sorcerer. Please support us. Today has been quite bizarre. At 7, there were only 20 investors, but by 11, it surged to 138. How strange. Nonetheless, I am grateful for your investments, and for those who have not yet invested, please consider doing so. Thank you. Chapter 28. The chief must not escape. Brett let out a cold chuckle. As a level 4 warrior, he held a distinct advantage over the level 4 wizard, the chief of the gnolls. There was no way the wizard could flee once they were in close proximity. Thus, Brett had ample time to toy with him. In an instant, he lunged forward, his weapon drawn, charging at the chief. The chief was not foolish. He understood that allowing a warrior to close the distance was tantamount to inviting death. With that realization, he swiftly retreated, conjuring a flurry of gray arrows that coalesced into sharp projectiles in his hands. Whoosh! An arrow shot forth from the chief's grasp with the speed of a bullet. Having experienced setbacks before, Brett was prepared. A surge of energy coursed through him, enhancing his speed severfold, allowing him to easily evade the projectile. The chief's expression darkened as he unleashed another volley of arrows, one after the other. Whoosh! 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 A dozen arrows were effortlessly dodged by Brett, inciting further ire from the chief, who conjured 10 more arrows aimed directly at the advancing warrior. The arrows flew even faster now. Brett smirked disdainfully. Such low-tier magic posed no threat to him. He intended to sidestep the incoming projectiles, but in the next moment, his expression shifted as he felt the ground beneath him give way, transforming into a quagmire. "Ha ha. Now let us see how you escape." The chief laughed triumphantly. The quagmire was indeed his creation. I underestimated your abilities. But do you really believe you can kill me with this?" In a flash, Brett summoned a shield of energy that glimmered in front of him. The 10 gray arrows struck the shield, dissipating into elemental energy. However, cracks began to form on the shield, revealing the chief's growing power. If the chief unleashed 10 arrows simultaneously, Brett would be wary of taking them head-on. With a powerful thrust, Brett drove his spear into the earth, propelling himself out of the muck and launching himself 3 meters into the air, his body enveloped in energy as he charged toward the chief. "Are you a divine warrior?" "Curse you." The chief, seeing the shield, paled and trembled, realizing Brett was no ordinary fighter. A level 4 wizard stood no chance against a divine warrior in close quarters. As the spear had aimed for him, the chief, now stricken with fear, stammered, "I surrender. Spare my life." With that, he knelt, prostrating himself fully as a sign of complete submission. Brett retracted his spear, his interest waning as he observed the chief sprawled on the ground like a dog. A non-resisting prey was an insult to a warrior's honor. "I ask you, what of the other?" Brett inquired, recalling that 2 gnoll chiefs had fled together. "That old fool, he is a skilled rider. He has likely escaped on his Kodo beast." The chief replied, his tone respectful. "Where has he fled?" "Northwest. He shouldn't be far." The chief blurted out, internally mocking himself for being captured while allowing Yi to escape. Brett regarded the chief with cold disdain, noting how even lesser races could engage in treachery amidst their own kind. The chief trembled under Brett's indifferent gaze, filled with awe. As a gnoll chief, he was aware of the rumors from the Imperial era, how gnolls and warjin were once vassals of the werewolf race. Cautiously, the chief glanced at Brett, seemingly accepting the weight of such legends. Standing over 2 meters tall, Brett's imposing figure and striking white mane were awe-inspiring, while the gnolls, with their mere 1.4 meter stature, felt utterly diminished in comparison. Brett contemplated whether to pursue Yi. Time had passed, approximately 10 minutes, and at the speed of the Kodo beast, he could cover 30 miles without issue. Stay down and do not move. Brett decided to test the waters. A wizard was still a formidable foe worth investigating. Upon seeing Brett produce a rope, the chief obediently lay flat on the ground. In mere moments, Brett bound the gnoll's hands and feet, lifting him and heading toward his fiery steed. Though the horse had sustained injuries, it was still a level 2 creature, renowned for its stamina and resilience. He tossed the chief onto the horse, secured his spear, and rode off in the northwest direction. Meanwhile, high above, a hawk soared swiftly towards the northwest. Approximately 2 minutes later, on a desolate plain 40 miles away, Chief Yi and his Kodo beast paused. A small gray hawk landed in his palm, dissipating into elemental energy. His expression soured. The scouting hawk was a level 5 spell, and he had exhausted all his magical power in its use. What troubled him further was the revelation that a divine warrior from the Warjin race was pursuing him. Why were the centaurs in the boar territory? Why had the rare warden appeared on the plains? Chief He was baffled. However, the capture of that foolish chief was a small consolation. Attempt to capture me? How could I ever be caught? He chuckled confidently. The scouting hawk had not only located the Knoll chief, but also discovered several of his own subordinates. He resolved to regroup with his followers, seizing the opportunity to eliminate the chiefs and recruit their warriors. If he succeeded, his strength would surpass that of before his expedition. Upon returning to the tribe, he would swallow the nearby Knoll tribes whole. Haraha! Chief He laughed heartily, glancing back at the desolate plains, certain that the Warden Knight would never catch up to him. With a smug smile, he clambered onto his reluctant Kodo beast and set off eastward. The Stormwind tried. As the Boar warriors returned in triumph, the entire tribe, men, women, and children, awoke from their slumber, causing a bustling scene at the camp entrance. Witnessing the capture of numerous gnolls and realizing their complete victory, the tribesfolk erupted with exhilaration. Upon spotting Cadden, they were filled with reverence. Cadden, seeing the throngs of his people, broke into a wide grin, striving to appear more approachable. Once inside the camp, Cadden summoned Chonlu. Ensure the captured gnolls are well guarded and increase patrols. Also, instruct the quartermaster to provide extra rations for the warriors. Make sure the jerky is more plentiful than usual. Yes. Chonlu replied, promptly tossing the fiery steed to a Boar warrior before sprinting toward the chief's hall. Exhaustion weighed heavily on him. After a grueling morning of fishing and an evening battle, he felt both starved and fatigued. Strangely, his racial gifts were becoming increasingly potent. He found himself consuming more and sleeping longer. Still, the urge to rest overpowered his hunger. Half an hour later, once Chonlu had arranged everything, he approached Cadden to report, only to hear a series of loud snores emanating from the chief's quarters. Chonlu chuckled resignedly and turned away. It was often said that Cadden did not resemble a Boar warrior. However, upon hearing his snores, it was clear who truly embodied the Boar spirit. Support with votes, please. Thank you for your collections and investments. The next day, under the midday sun, Cadden opened his eyes, stretching comfortably as he reminisced about his past life, where he toiled daily for mere meal money. In this world, that he was not required to work for income. The responsibility of feeding thousands in his tribe weighed heavily on him. He pondered whether the grind of a job was preferable to his current life. Draped in a garment of beast hide, Cadden washed his face, preparing to embrace the dawn of a new day. He made a simple visit to the quartermaster, where he procured some bread and jerky to satiate his hunger. Before long, Chonlu, Gang Piao, Bright, and Warwick arrived. Cadden sensed they must have much to discuss and promptly invited them to sit down. Bright, have you captured those 2 goblin chieftains? Cadden inquired. Last night. He had learned through the goblin captives that the 2 who had escaped were indeed chieftains of a considerable tribe. To his astonishment, the 10,000 tribe was a significant entity in the wasteland, and since goblins were not agricultural, they often resorted to mining and trading with merchants for sustenance. Thus, the ability to sustain the tribe indicated the chieftain's considerable capability. I managed to apprehend one, named Jiko, a sorcerer, but the other chieftain, He, eluded me despite my pursuit of 60 miles, Bright replied, shaking his head. A sorcerer? A goblin sorcerer? Cadden paused, taken aback. Sorcerers were associated with dark magic, while orc priests practiced light magic. These 2 types of magic users were the most prevalent among orcs. The term sorcerer was specific to orcs, whereas humans and elves referred to them as wizards. Among all intelligent races, wizards were a rare breed, enjoying a high social standing. Compared to divine warriors, the output of wizards was merely 1%, although this data was likely skewed by human perspectives. After all, wizards tended to gather in numbers. He is a level 4 sorcerer, having awakened his powers himself. According to him, the escaping chieftain, He, is also a sorcerer, Bright expressed with a hint of regret. Cadden nodded. Most sorcerers awakened their abilities independently unless they belonged to a large tribe with established mentorship. Otherwise, they had to rely on personal exploration for breakthroughs. While warriors at levels 1 to 3 could perceive their strength, the same could not be said for wizards, making their journey markedly more arduous. Orcs referred to level 4 sorcerers, while humans labeled them as low-level wizards. However, even a low-level wizard could attain a baronial title in human kingdoms, albeit without land, rendering them nobility by title alone. Nevertheless, this was still a leap into the upper echelons of society. Bring Jiko to me after the meeting. I shall have him serve as my attendant, Cadden contemplated. The others were taken aback. A sorcerer as a servant? Yet, Cadden's word was law. And they indeed lacked the time to keep constant watch over a wizard. Very well. Bright nodded in agreement. Gang Piao, what of your pursuit? Cadden directed his gaze towards Gang Piao, who stood beside Bright. Report, Chief. Last night, my unit defeated over 500 foes and captured 235 goblins. Gang Piao reported respectfully. Excellent. Last night's triumph was substantial. Ensure the merits of the fallen warriors' families are duly recorded. Once our tribe flourishes, I shall prioritize their rewards. Cadden declared thoughtfully. Recording merits was a principle Cadden upheld. Even in times of scarcity, he intended to prioritize rewards for those who had distinguished themselves when the tribe prospered. This principle had been carefully considered for a long time. If his ambition were solely to govern the wild boar tribe, such foresight would be unnecessary. However, he aspired to establish an orc empire, necessitating a sense of national honor. Recording military achievements and transforming them into privileges was paramount and the crucial first step towards instilling this honor. All races, irrespective of lineage, would be rewarded based on merit. After all, why should anyone fight for Cadden if they had no incentive to accept his rule? Report, Chief. I have already set people to tallying the achievements. Gang Piao smiled. He was aware that Cadden would insist on this, as it was not the first time merits had been recorded. Well done, Cadden remarked, momentarily taken aback by Gang Piao's growth, which filled him with anticipation. Frankly, he harbored a fear that the wild boars might gradually be sidelined in a kingdom of racial amalgamation. After all, he was a wild boar himself, and such concerns lingered. However, he observed promising developments. The duality of Gang Piao's scholarly and martial prowess, alongside the emerging warrior, Chong Lu Chief. There is another matter I am uncertain how to address, Gang Piao said, glancing around and contemplating, scratching his head. What is it? Speak plainly, Cadden urged. Chief. It concerns a tribesman I discovered during the merit recording today. He deceived our conscription soldiers, claiming his 8-year-old child was gravely ill in bed. However, this child, displaying remarkable courage, sneakily escaped through a window to join the conscription and even killed a goblin last night. I am unsure how to handle this, Gang Piao confessed slowly. Initially, he could have made a swift judgment, but the act of deceiving conscription was not trivial. What if this behavior became a precedent? He felt it contradicted Cadden's principles and knew it could not go unaddressed, yet he was uncertain how to proceed, seeking Cadden's perspective. The tribesman shall have his food rations halved, his tribal status revoked, and he shall be exiled as a wasteland dweller, with a public notice issued throughout the tribe. Cadden's expression darkened as he listened to Gang Piao's account, realizing the gravity of the situation. He had witnessed such absurdities in his past life, where someone backed by powerful connections could evade accountability for their actions. The memory of nearly being infuriated when he was freshly graduated and faced with a recruitment opportunity, only to miss out due to trivial matters while others flouted the rules, still stung. Cadden believed that being a soldier should be an honor not merely in defending one's homeland, but in holding the title of a soldier with pride. Regardless of the nation, soldiers deserved reverence. The act of deceiving conscription deeply angered him. He even felt a surge of murderous intent. However, given that the child had participated in battle and claimed a foe's life, he could not punish the mother for her son's transgression. A palpable tension enveloped the room, as the others sensed Cadden's fleeting wrath. Chief, this tribesman has 4 sons, 2 of whom have already perished in battle. His 3rd son and the tribesman's husband have gone to fight alongside Taya against the centaurs. This child is his only remaining son, and considering the child has even earned merit, is this punishment not excessively severe? Gang Piao reasoned, struggling to accept the implications. He could not fathom why a minor transgression would incite Cadden's ire. Do you also deem it severe? Cadden fixed his gaze on Gang Piao, who felt unnerved under Cadden's calm scrutiny and lowered his head. Cadden's gaze shifted to the others, who remained silent, hesitant to speak. Remember, in my eyes, any matter may be trivial, but anything that compromises the integrity of our military cannot be dismissed as trifling, Cadden said coldly. What is the purpose of an army? It exists to protect the tribe, safeguard its people, and in doing so, it also shields you and me. Cadden's expression grew stern as he addressed them. A subtle tremor rippled through the group. Cadden's words often shattered their preconceived notions. Yet upon reflection, it was indeed true. The warriors defended not only the chieftain, but the entire tribe. Take the recent battle against the Knolls as an example. If everyone obstructed conscription as she did, would you dare to confront the 25,000 Knolls with fewer than 1,000 warriors? Cadden inquired. The heavy silence was palpable. Bright hesitated to speak, contemplating the audacity of claiming that a mere 1,000 warriors could penetrate the ranks of 25,000 Knolls. However, given the outcome of the battle, the tribe had emerged victorious. Just a day prior, he had been oblivious to the Knolls' true strength and their surprising vulnerability. Would he have dared to voice such bravado then? Meanwhile, Warwick and Gongbia remained seated, resembling statues. Therefore, obstructing conscription is a grave transgression that warrants severe punishment. Otherwise, how can we deter others from emulating this behavior? If the punishment is lenient, everyone will follow suit, thinking that a minor penalty is a small price to pay compared to the perils of battle. I believe she has been too lenient. After all, her son is no coward and has achieved merit. Were it not for that, I would have already severed her head. As these words echoed, a hush fell over the assembly, for they understood Cadden's intent to kill was genuine. Although they felt Cadden was somewhat overreacting, they recognized the validity of her reasoning. Her son had indeed performed commendably, yet I reiterate, merit, and transgression are distinct matters. Rewards and punishments must be treated separately. Those deserving of praise should be recognized, but those deserving of punishment must face consequences. Otherwise, how can the tribe maintain order? Let this matter be handled as I have proposed, and further, issue a proclamation. Anyone who violates this decree in the future shall face execution. Yes, Gong Biao, gripped by trepidation, rose to accept the order. Very well, let this matter pass. Now, let us discuss the arrangements for the captured gnolls. Our tribe's population has expanded significantly, compounded by nearly 2,000 disaster survivors. Even if we absorb them into our ranks, we have no place to accommodate them. Thus, I plan to allocate 2,000 gnolls for the construction of new dwellings. Additionally, we shall relocate the military camp to a new site for its establishment. Cadden unveiled her original plan. The individuals present were momentarily taken aback, yet they were not entirely surprised as the tribe's housing was already overcrowded, and the military camp was ill-suited to be cramped within the bustling tribal encampment. A portion of the remaining gnolls will be tasked with fishing, particularly since the Rhine River, after yesterday's initial catch, has proven to be abundant in resources. If we significantly increase our fishing efforts, we could sustain not only thousands but even tens of thousands of tribesmen. Cadden felt confident about this. The Rhine River was vast, at least 7 or 8 times longer than the Yangtze River of his previous life. How many people did the Yangtze River support? And how few were in his tribe? It was undoubtedly a treasure trove. Therefore, let us enhance our fishing operations. Furthermore, land reclamation must not cease. We shall continue to cultivate more territory. And the breeding of dragon rats should also be expanded. By the way, Warwick, how did the procurement of war pigs, mountain goats, and the seeds for fragrant rice go? Cadden turned his gaze toward Warwick. Previously, he had instructed Warwick to acquire various seeds, including those for sword beans, yams, and sand melons. And Warwick had returned with a considerable haul. However, the number of mountain goat offspring was merely in the dozens, which was far from sufficient. The war piglets were particularly critical. He intended to attempt domestication with a small batch, as he could not afford a larger number. War pigs were not meant for consumption. Wild boar tribesmen would never accept eating war pigs, much like how one would not expect wild boar tribesmen to consume their own kin. If discovered, such acts would be met with execution. Although war pigs appeared porcine, they reached sizes surpassing even flame steeds upon maturity, and their speed outmatched that of flame steeds. While they could not compete with the third-tier magical beast, the flame steed, their thick hide could withstand arrows shot from a considerable distance. With the right investment, clad in heavy armor, a regiment of heavily armored boar cavalry would undoubtedly rank among the most formidable cavalry in this world. Thus, wild boar cavalry are rightfully regarded as one of the 4 great cavalry forces of the Orc Empire. Their reputation is well-deserved. As for the boar-meat dragon, it resembled a hippopotamus but was even more rotund. It was a terrestrial herbivore, capable of consuming virtually anything, including tree roots and bark. In Cadden's view, it epitomized a walking mass of meat. Legend has it that this creature was created centuries ago by a goblin duke named Boar-meat, who infused dragon flesh with various other ingredients. It is said that the meat of the boar-meat dragon possesses the flavor of dragon meat. However, this remains a mere legend, for how many have truly tasted dragon meat to compare? Of course, the audacious goblin duke met a grim fate, incurring the wrath of the dragonkin, leading to the annihilation of his vast goblin city, home to 1,000,000 goblins, by 3 dragons wielding their fiery breath. Even the city itself was reportedly excavated to a depth of 100 meters by the dragons, which is now said to have transformed into a massive lake. Nevertheless, despite the inventor's demise, the boar-meat dragon has persisted, as many races had already begun large-scale breeding at that time. No matter how powerful the 3 dragons were, they dared not offend everyone. Even the goblin emperor, enraged, was prepared to slay dragons, but fortunately, the 3 dragons fled swiftly. This, however, is merely the folkloric version of events, and its veracity remains uncertain. Chief, I have stationed personnel at the camp, and once the merchants arrive with these goods, I will proceed with the trade immediately, Warwick reported. He pondered for a moment before addressing Cadden. Chief, our food supply can only sustain us for a few more days. Should we consider procurement? And how much do we have left? Cadden inquired, recognizing the food issue as central to the tribe's current predicament. After deducting the budget for purchasing war piglets and other expenses, we are left with just over 30 gold coins. Over 30? Cadden was taken aback, a sense of melancholy settling in. The previous trade had netted him 100 gold coins, and after occupying the Iron Tooth tribe, he had discovered several gold and silver coins, alongside over 2,000 copper coins, hidden beneath the chief's hall bed. The continent's currency consists of gold, silver, and copper, with 1 gold coin equating to 100 silver coins and 10,000 copper coins. A single copper coin could purchase a large loaf of gray bread, sufficient for 1 tribesman's meal. Though seemingly inexpensive, with thousands of tribesmen, they consumed over a gold coin's worth of food daily. It was exceedingly challenging. Warwick lamented, "War pigs are exorbitantly priced. A single war piglet cost over 60 silver coins, and a squadron's worth would require 20 gold coins. The fragrant rice seeds are being offered at 50 silver coins per pound, with at least 20 pounds needed for 100 acres. Very well. Let us proceed with the purchase. These items represent the tribe's future. Saving money now will only lead to greater suffering later. Therefore, funds should be allocated judiciously. Money is merely a means to an end, and when depleted, it can be earned anew. But can the tribe afford to forfeit its future? Additionally, procure another batch of copper bulls, both large and small, ensuring we have both males and females capable of breeding," Cadden declared. Money, after all, is not worth holding back. Moreover, the plans he envisioned would enable the Storm tribe to be free from food concerns not just a year from now, but in mere months. This is how one should invest wisely. Procuring copper bulls? Warwick exclaimed, while the others exchanged glances at Cadden. Why is no one voting? Feeling disheartened? What are you thinking? These bulls are not for consumption. They serve a purpose. Just buy them. Cadden shook his head, clarifying. The Orc Empire holds certain taboos, for instance. Wild boar tribesmen do not consume boars, and bull-headed tribesmen do not eat bulls. Thus, Cadden quickly comprehended their reactions, especially since he had bull-headed tribesmen under his command. Consuming bulls would likely send them fleeing. There are many breeds of cattle, including ordinary livestock and various magical beasts, and copper bulls are a type of short-haired, large yellow cattle. An adult male can reach a length of 4 meters and a height of 1.8 meters at the shoulder, making them remarkably massive. Cadden procured this type of cattle primarily for agricultural purposes. Currently, the process of clearing land is laborious and time-consuming, yet the results are far from satisfactory. If there were a substantial number of yellow cattle for plowing, one could not only talk of the planned 500 acres, but even 5,000 acres could become a reality. Warwick nodded in agreement. Although he did not fully comprehend the rationale behind raising yellow cattle, he realized that Cadden's ambitions were beyond his grasp. Moreover, there were 2 additional matters to address. First, there were nearly 200 wild boar warriors available for recruitment to form the 8th and 9th battalions. Cadden recalled the influx of young warriors from various tribes into the settlement recently. Last night, many robust wild boar warriors had responded to the call to arms. Bright's expression brightened at the prospect of strengthening their military forces, which pleased him greatly. Additionally, I plan to establish 2 goblin battalions. Cadden hesitated for a moment before looking at the crowd. A goblin battalion? The assembly was momentarily taken aback by their leader's audacious aspirations. The Wild Boar Battalion, Bear Goblin Battalion, Bull-Headed Battalion, and now even a Goblin Battalion. This was quite a stretch. My lord, the combat effectiveness of goblins is rather lacking. They might fare decently against their own kind, but in battles against wild boars or centaurs, they are utterly ineffective unless organized on a large scale. Even then, they would require extensive training. I believe the costs outweigh the benefits, Bright interjected, voicing his opposition. While he welcomed the strengthening of military forces, he questioned the value of goblins, who hardly qualified as soldiers even when clad in armor. In his previous role as a minor chieftain, he had overlooked the goblin tribes that had attached themselves to his own. However, after witnessing the swift defeat of 25,000 goblins by 2,000 wild boar warriors in less than 10 minutes, he had firmly equated goblins with ineptitude. He could not fathom the utility of summoning 10 times the number of troops when even those already present could not hold their ground for more than 10 minutes. In battle, it seemed likely that these foolish creatures would flee before the fighting even commenced. Seeing Bright's strong objection, Cadden smiled, recognizing the familiar eagerness of Gang Piao to express his views, and promptly gestured for him to sit down. I'm aware of your thoughts. It is true that goblins do not possess the value of conventional recruits, but they are still a part of the orc community. My objectives are well known to all. We must unify the tribes, establishing a collective spirit. Therefore, the Goblin Battalion must be formed, even if it serves merely as a symbolic gesture. 1,000 years ago, the Empire included a rabbit people army. For the sake of the tribe's future, we must set aside certain biases and focus on the greater good. Cadden shook his head, acknowledging his awareness of the goblins' combat capabilities. Truthfully, he saw little reason to maintain this group of inept individuals. However, he aimed to rein in the goblins captured during this campaign and lay the groundwork for future conquests and integration. In time, he envisioned employing goblins to govern their own kind. The crowd fell silent, grasping Cadden's intent. From the perspective of tribal integration, their leaders' decisions were sound. During the era of the Orc Empire, the Orc Emperor commanded hundreds of legions, and this was due to the existence of numerous races. The shortest among them, the Rabbit people, even had their own army under the Emperor's command. While a handful of rabbit warriors, sorcerers, and shamans could contribute on the battlefield, ordinary rabbit warriors were hardly taller than a bull-headed warrior's calf, rendering them virtually useless. Such an army was, in essence, a means of incorporating the rabbit people symbolically. Relying on them in warfare would have likely led to the Empire's swift demise. Furthermore, the Goblin Battalion would not be entirely ceremonial. Bright, did you not propose the formation of a dedicated logistics unit? Cadden remarked. Goblins may not excel in combat, but they could serve effectively as transporters. Suddenly, Cadden's eyes lit up with realization. I understand. Bright nodded, feeling considerably relieved. Additionally, not just anyone would be recruited into the Goblin Battalion. They would compete, and the top 198 would qualify, with the first and second place being appointed as battalion leaders. Initially, 2 Goblin battalions would be established, with a third reserved for those who excelled in their tasks. All goblins would be informed that as long as they worked diligently, the highest scorers each day would be granted the opportunity to shed their status as slaves and join the 3rd Battalion. As for the scoring system, you may discuss it amongst yourselves. The group was taken aback once more, feeling somewhat helpless as their leaders seemed intent on creating more challenges for them. By the way, regarding Gang Piao, from now on, the military will be divided into 2 factions, each overseen by Bright and Gang Piao. You two will need to discuss the specifics and report back to me once finalized. The military would also require assistance with achievements documentation, food allocation, and other matters, which Gang Piao would oversee. Warwick, you will manage procurement, agriculture, animal husbandry, and fishing for the tribe, Cadden instructed. Understood. Bright exchanged a glance with Gang Piao, who responded with a smile. They shared a moment of camaraderie. Warwick and Gang Piao also exchanged glances, realizing that they had effectively been removed from the military structure. Unbeknownst to Cadden, his subordinates' thoughts were quite different from his intentions. The plans had been laid out, and there was little left to discuss. Everyone was now clear on their responsibilities, so the meeting was adjourned, and they were free to return to their respective tasks. Yes, Cadden bid farewell to the 4 individuals, settling back into his seat to continue chewing on his jerky. Though it was tough, he had grown accustomed to it over the course of nearly 3 months since his arrival. As the sun set, the Storm Clan members returned to the settlement one by one. Upon discovering a formal notice hanging at the camp entrance, written in the language of the wild boars, they were informed by a literate wild boar warrior reading aloud beside it. Before long, the news spread throughout the entire tribe. The clanswoman Dini had falsely claimed her son was gravely ill to evade conscription. Her actions were deemed severe enough that she was initially sentenced to death. However, since her son Bao had fled to join the army and slain a goblin, the chieftain decided on a lighter punishment, banishment from the tribe. At that moment, Dini returned from the fields, her expression turning pale upon hearing the news. Banishment from the tribe. Reduced to a pariah. The fate of a pariah was death. Mother, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Her son Bao buried his head in her embrace, weeping. I pleaded with Lord Gang Piao, but, in a fit of anger, Bao was bewildered as to why he, who had achieved merit, was punished while his mother was expelled. Take him away. Soon, 2 wild boar warriors pulled Bao aside, while another 2 took the dazed woman away. The path was lined with wild boar tribe members, all silent. For the announcement had made it abundantly clear. The soldiers defended not only the chieftain, but also the people, who among them did not have a son. I sent my son off to join the fight, yet you concealed yours, many thought, leading to an atmosphere of silence. Mother, Bao struggled against his captors. Yet a child could hardly contend with 2 full-grown wild boar warriors. Mother, suddenly, he felt a release as the 2 warriors stepped aside. He attempted to pursue his mother, but a strong hand gripped him tightly. You, young one, have quite the temper and strength. Bao was taken aback, recognizing the familiar voice. Turning, he gasped, Lord Gang Piao, what are you doing here? The defeat of the goblins had occurred a full week ago, and since that victory, Cadden's reputation had soared. Particularly among the orcs who had fled from the conquered tribes, each encounter with Cadden was met with expressions of awe. The orcs revered strength, and in this realm, it was exemplified to the fullest extent, especially regarding the expulsion of Bao's mother from the clan. Cadden initially anticipated that his tribesmen might secretly criticize him for being excessively stern. However, the reality was quite the opposite. Many orc women who were close to Bao's mother began to distance themselves from Ding Ni, who was seen associating with the disaster-stricken. Witnessing this situation, Cadden was uncertain whether to feel pleased or discontented. Nevertheless, such matters were trivial, and Cadden had little time to dwell on them. These days, the dynamics within the Storm Clan were in constant flux. The military, after a day of intense competition among the goblins, a total of 198 members were established in the Goblin Brigade. All those who lost in the contest were filled with regret, as victory meant becoming a warrior, and particularly within the Storm Clan, the privileges afforded to its warriors made every goblin envious. The benefits were extraordinary. Just training, with ample food and drink, and no labor to carry out. It was akin to a life in paradise. As the goblins lamented their losses, upon hearing Bright announce the designation of the 3rd Goblin Brigade, where the top scorer of the day could join, every goblin reignited their hopes. In less than a week, Over a dozen goblins had joined the 3rd Brigade. Why had so many joined in such a short span? Because the goblins were assigned to various tasks. Some were digging. Others were farming, fishing, or building houses, resulting in an average of 4 goblins joining the 3rd Brigade daily. Cadden took little notice of this. The establishment of the 3rd Brigade was intended to motivate the goblins and gradually integrate them into the Storm Clan. However, reality proved him overly optimistic. When these goblins learned of the 2 meals provided daily, they were filled with excitement, completely oblivious to their status as captives, even cheering Cadden's name on the spot. Nonetheless, upon understanding the goblins' circumstances, Cadden realized his naivety. According to his wizard servant, the goblin chief, now aligned with his first goblin subordinate, revealed that this year had seen a food shortage. The goblins who had not cultivated land found themselves in dire straits, as neighboring clans had no food to spare. Even if they mined and sold stones, their earnings were meager, barely enough to make a dent in the clan's needs. In the eastern region of Ascension, the goblins had exhausted every source of sustenance available: roots, grass, insects, and wild beasts. It could be said that they had left no edible option untouched, except those they could not conquer. The goblins of Ascension had endured no fewer than 10 civil wars, while those tribes located closer to the Danube wilderness, further from Ascension's central regions, remained relatively stable. At this juncture, the centaurs approached them. Under normal circumstances, they would not have dared to venture into the heart of the Danube wilderness, the territory of the Boar folk. However, with their tribe's people facing starvation, the goblins had nothing left to fear, leading to the formation of the Goblin Alliance. Cadden understood this well. As the saying goes, orcs will never become slaves unless their needs for food and shelter are met. As long as they possess sustenance, attracting followers is not a concern. This realization illuminated Cadden to the allure of food. Cadden stepped out of the encampment with his hands clasped behind his back, followed respectfully by an elderly goblin chief, the Chief of the Fingers. Nearby, nearly 3,000 individuals worked diligently, most of whom were goblins, with a few boar folk among them. Rows of houses had begun to rise from the ground, nearly 100 in total. These structures differed from the stone and wooden houses within the encampment. They were made of mud. More precisely, they consisted of mud bricks, crafted by mixing soil with grass, pounding it into bricks, stacking them, and sealing the sides with mud. Some of the completed houses were topped with newly fired brown arch tiles. The architectural styles inside and outside the encampment had become vastly different. This construction style was particularly novel for the Storm Clan, and even for orcs beyond the kingdom, as they had never seen such buildings. According to Bright and Chong Lu, the Orc Kingdom boasted remarkably advanced and magnificent architecture, though perhaps not as refined as that of other races. Yet, it was certainly not as primitive as stone and wooden houses. Notably, some goblin tribes still resided in caves, leaving Cadden utterly astonished. On the same continent, among the orcs, one group seemed to embody a Stone Age civilization, while another appeared to represent the culture of the 17th or 18th centuries. Even the capital of the Gnome Empire soared in the skies, with gnomes possessing cannons, firearms, and even flying iron contraptions. This left Cadden utterly speechless. The disparities in understanding across different regions of this world were remarkably vast, as if civilizations from various epochs of Earth had amalgamated. Cadden cast a distant glance. The speed of construction was impressive, with 7 or 8 houses being completed almost daily, thanks to nearly 3,000 workers and the use of mud bricks, which expedited the process. He felt that, although the pace was quickening, it could still improve. My lord, these houses are truly magnificent. It is said they are crafted by your hand, and your wisdom rivals that of the divine. The Chief of the Fingers bowed low, offering flattering praise. He had successfully grasped the secret to being a sycophant. Cadden offered a faint glance before walking towards the fields. In recent days, vast tracts of wasteland had been cultivated and were gradually being planted with various crops. Fast-growing staples like cowpeas and sweet potatoes occupied most of the arable land, while wheat, fragrant rice, and melons were also being cultivated in considerable quantities. Wheat could be used to make bread, albeit requiring a lengthy 5-month growth period, while fragrant rice took even longer, at 6 months. Most orc tribes typically shun such crops due to their long growing cycles and low yields, which seemed unappealing to the indolent orcs. As for flavor, what was that? Was there anything tastier than meat? While planting fragrant rice, Cadden overheard numerous tribespeople grumbling in private. Soon, he arrived at the first cultivated field, where hundreds of orcs were fertilizing. The young cowpea seedlings had reached knee height, resembling robust vines, and their growth was promising. Upon Cadden's arrival, they all respectfully raised their heads in acknowledgement. They were accustomed to his daily visits, which had become customary. Cadden personally oversaw the fertilization process, for otherwise, no one would bother. To most orcs, the concept of fertilization was foreign. These fertilizers were concocted from dried excrement mixed with vegetation and soft soil, having been burned for 2 to 3 days. He recalled that this was the most common fertilizer used in his childhood home. and it proved far more effective than any industrial fertilizer available for purchase. The chief of the Fingers struggled to mask his astonishment. This was not his first time witnessing this, yet he remained in awe. The endless expanse of cultivated land, spanning hundreds of acres, was truly breathtaking. If all this matured, how many lives could it sustain? Especially since he had heard Cadden intended to expand cultivation beyond 1,000 acres, his astonishment grew even greater. At the same time, this realization prompted him to reconsider his position. What was so great about being a chief? Not only did it involve worrying about the tribe's survival, but it also meant going hungry. Yet now, as a servant, he found himself consuming more food in these few days than he had in the entirety of the previous month. My lord, if you're interested, you could easily enslave a group of half-breeds to cultivate the land for you. Chapter 33, The 13th Element, Halflings? Upon hearing this, Cadden paused, straightened his back, and tossed aside a handful of weeds, gazing quizzically at Jiko. What connection could halflings have with farming? This world is replete with bizarre races. Yet halflings were a novelty to him. My lord, wild boars and kobolds are ill-suited for agriculture. If one were to consider suitability, the minotaurs would be more apt. Yet halflings surpass even them in this regard. It is said that halflings possess the bloodline of the elemental lord of wood, granting them an innate affinity with plants. The land they cultivate yields harvests that are, at the very least, twice as bountiful as those tended by other races. Both humans and high elves have a tradition of employing halflings. Should you manage to enslave a group of them, 500 acres would yield the output of 1,000. Jiko spoke with utmost respect. Is it truly so miraculous? Cadden felt a stir of interest. With the population expanding, he believed that even 5,000 acres would be insufficient. There was no denying that his desire for expansion grew stronger each day, which necessitated an ever-increasing reserve of food. If halflings, as Jiko claimed, could facilitate this, it would be a remarkable boon. Cadden regarded Jiko skeptically. Though halflings were unfamiliar to him, he was well aware of the elemental lords. This world is governed by 4 elemental categories and 13 attributes. 1. Nature, encompassing fire, water, wood, wind, lightning, and earth. 2. Space-time, including space, time, and chaos. 3. Mysticism, covering light and darkness, including holy light and darkness. 4. Spirituality, pertaining to spirit and soul, including will and mind. In essence, there exist 13 elemental lords. Elemental spirits are akin to deities, representing extraordinary forms of life. Naturally, these are ancient legends. At present, there are no accounts on the continent of anyone having glimpsed such deities. Each elemental lord is an unfathomable treasure, and their bloodline can be considered as a descendant of the divine. My lord, I would never dare deceive one whose wisdom rivals that of the gods, Jiko asserted, feeling a chill from Cadden's scrutiny, hastily adding, if you doubt me, you may consult Lord Blight or Lord Chonglu. Both are well-versed and surely have heard of halflings. Are you implying that I am uncultured? Cadden's demeanor darkened as he cast a dubious glance at the self-assured Jiko. Jiko was momentarily taken aback, quickly bowing his body and stammering, my lord, I meant no such thing. As he spoke, he wiped the sweat from his brow, bewildered by Cadden's unpredictable nature. Humph. Then do you know where the halflings reside? Cadden couldn't suppress a grin at Jiko's posture. His towering height of over 2 meters juxtaposed with Jiko's mere 1.4 meters, creating an amusing sight reminiscent of a master chastising a child. I know. In the eastern region of Istanbul, there is a halfling community. Their strength is quite feeble. With merely 1,000 warriors, you could easily capture them, forcing them to serve you. Jiko quickly responded. Quite weak, you say? Then why have you not captured them to cultivate your crops? Cadden's piercing gaze bore into Jiko. Although kobolds do not farm, as Jiko had explained, most kobold tribes possess a diverse array of slaves to tend to their lands. While the quantity may be limited, there is still some yield. Cadden could comprehend this. Though the kobolds were indolent, they were not foolish enough to rely solely on theft for sustenance. Moreover, their combat prowess deterred them from attacking larger tribes and merchant caravans. If they were wholly reliant on plunder, they would have perished long ago. My lord. I stumbled upon this halfling tribe last month by chance, Jiko said hastily, sensing Cadden's skepticism. This tribe hides in a valley within the forest. I discovered signs of their activity during my hunt. I intended to investigate further, but due to the united army of kobolds. Last month, you say? If you had encountered them last month, would you not claim it was the month before? Cadden jested. Jiko was momentarily puzzled, but upon careful consideration, he immediately knelt, exclaiming, my lord, every word I speak is the truth. I would never deceive you. Humph. I care not for your ulterior motives, but for now, curb your ambitions and obediently serve me, for it is the least you can do to avoid starvation. Cadden warned coldly. Jiko had followed Cadden to the field several times. Why had he not mentioned it before? It was evidently a spur-of-the-moment idea. Kobolds may be foolish at times, yet they could also be cunning. Of course, the news of the halflings might be genuine, however, so what? Currently, The Storm Tribe could not afford to divert several hundred troops to capture halflings from 1,000 miles away. To do so would be sheer madness. Even if it were true, it would be prudent to wait until the tribe was stronger. Cadden cast a cold glance at Jiko before turning to the bustling task of clearing the land. Jiko, the chieftain, rose with a pale face, silently trailing Cadden. He harbored some selfish motives. After all, his wife and children remained in the tribe, and several former chieftains had conferred with him, unanimously agreeing that it was a scheme by the Hinged chieftain. The mere thought of his tribe being consumed by the Hinged chieftain unsettled Jiko. It was a matter of pride, not wanting to see his enemies thrive while he was absorbed. Thus, he sought to entice Cadden into action, hoping to rescue his tribe from the Hinged chieftain's grasp. Yet, he had not anticipated that Cadden, filled with an insatiable desire for expansion, would dismiss his proposal without a second thought. Damn those wild boar creatures. Why are they so clever? Jiko seethed inwardly. Nonetheless, the information he provided regarding the halflings was indeed accurate, albeit seemingly difficult to capture. Soon, Cadden arrived at the land being cleared. Over 1,000 kobolds, along with nearly 2,000 wild boars, were rapidly increasing their pace in the task of digging and clearing. Upon Cadden's arrival, everyone was accustomed to it. In fact, much of Cadden's rising reputation stemmed from his daily inspections of the fields, fostering goodwill among the workers. After all, their previous chieftain had never taken the time to oversee their agricultural endeavors, let alone assist in planting, weeding, or fertilizing. Moreover, Cadden's approachable demeanor grew increasingly popular among them. After briefly inquiring about the progress, he refrained from intruding further upon the overseers of the land, and instead turned his gaze toward the meatballs grazing on the roots at the edge of the field. Chapter 34. The reserve army. Cadden approached the edge of the field with keen interest, where over 100 small creatures were gathered. Upon noticing Cadden and Chief Jiko, these little beings did not flee. Instead, they lifted their heads momentarily before resuming their delightful munching on the sweet grass roots scattered on the ground. These creatures, known as boar dragons, possess smooth red skin, and upon closer inspection, one could discern a thin layer of scales. Their appearance resembled that of a hippopotamus, complemented by a dinosaur-like tail and 4 short, stout legs. Their bodies, along with their heads, were round and plump, resembling inflated balloons, which created a rather incongruous image. Cadden, upon his first encounter with these beings, felt as though he was gazing upon a monster constructed from mismatched parts. Their heads bore 2 prominent horns, long ears reminiscent of a rabbit's, and their upper jaws were adorned with 2 backward-curving dragon teeth, along with small eyes akin to molten lava orbs. Initially, he assumed these little creatures were carnivorous. However, to his surprise, they were entirely herbivorous, relishing the very grass roots they were consuming. Despite being juveniles, they were already the size of fully grown pigs. Though the boar dragons had a somewhat domineering appearance, their rotund bodies exuded a certain charm, and it was evident that they were quite docile. Cadden crouched beside one of the boar dragons, gently stroking its skin, feeling the warmth emanating from its scales. It was said that the Goblin Duke had utilized the blood and flesh of red dragons in the creation of these creatures, which accounted for their dragon-like features. "What is this, my lord?" Chief Jiko asked, momentarily captivated by the boar dragons, his tone submissive despite having previously irked Cadden. Clearly, he had never encountered such a creature before. To his astonishment, he sensed a faint aura emanating from the creature that made him feel uneasy. "Boar dragon," Cadden replied casually. "A dragon?" Jiko exclaimed, his face paling in shock. "Is this truly a dragon?" "No wonder I felt uncomfortable." Cadden scoffed, shaking his head dismissively. "You lack knowledge. This is a boar dragon. If it were a true dragon, you would have been roasted by now." Although Cadden looked down on Jiko's ignorance, he understood that the boar dragons had only been discovered a few centuries ago. In the Orcish social structure, information spread slowly. He was uncertain about the Orc kingdom, but in the barren Sonda Highlands, information dissemination was even more challenging. Some tribes had remained isolated for centuries, and while they might have heard of humans or elves, they likely had no idea what they looked like. It was not an exaggeration. If he were to bring a human before the Storm Tribe, few among them would recognize him. Not a true dragon. Jiko's complexion gradually returned to normal as he let out a sigh of relief, though disappointment lingered. According to the lore of the dog-headed people, encountering a great dragon was a moment of reverence. One should not resist, but rather strive to become its kin. For great dragons would bless the dog-headed, transforming them into dragon-blooded beings. Dragon-blooded dog-headed were considered the pinnacle of their race, capable of standing against the 5 dominant races among the orcs: lions, tigers, wolves, elephants, and bears. The more Jiko contemplated, the more he felt the loss. If only the dragon were real, he mused, then he would certainly have to face the wild boar man before him. Noticing the shift in Jiko's expression, Cadden furrowed his brow and inquired, "What is it?" "Ah, damn it. He won't have heard me, will he?" Jiko panicked, taking a step back. I didn't say anything. No. My old servant misspoke. Yes, Yes, it was a mistake. What nonsense is this? Kattern slowly rose, causing Jiko to tumble to the ground. Standing over 2 meters tall, Kattern naturally exuded an air of authority. Without a smile, he radiated an intimidating presence that evoked fear. My lord, my old servant acknowledges his mistake, Jiko stammered, hastily kneeling and bowing his head in supplication. What a fool, Kattern coldly chastised, then disregarded him entirely. At that moment, he turned to see several young wild boar children approaching, clutching freshly unearthed grass roots. Upon hearing Kattern's reprimand, Jiko was taken aback. He glanced at himself, wishing he could slap his own face. He hadn't spoken aloud. How could this foolish wild boar man possibly know? I am so foolish, Jiko thought, carefully rising from the ground to face Kattern. Chief, the children exclaimed as they neared, bowing reverently. No need for excessive formality. Where is Agama? Kattern inquired with a smile, accepting the grass roots from the leading child. Instantly, several boar dragons perked up, shaking their bodies and rushing over to snatch the fresh roots from Kattern's hands. Agama has been selected for the reserve army, the boy declared, his eyes shining with envy. Realization dawned on Kattern. The reserve army was a proposal put forth by the towering figure, summoning 9-year-old children from the tribe to serve, training them while imparting military and cultural knowledge. This initiative aligned with Kattern's own thoughts, and he welcomed it wholeheartedly. Wait a minute, I remember Agama just turned 8. ISNT the recruitment age 9? Kattern pondered, somewhat puzzled. It is 9, but since the 4 reserve teams are not fully staffed, with 27 spots remaining, Lord Zhonglo has recruited from the 8-year-olds, came the reply. Unfortunately, we did not succeed, but Agama managed to secure a position. The boy's expression was tinged with disappointment, echoed by the glum looks of the other youths feeding the boar dragons. Kattern understood. There were indeed many 8-year-old wild boar children, including those among the refugees, likely numbering around 700 to 800. With such competition for a limited number of positions, it was bound to be fierce. Regrettably, he had not paid much attention to this matter, as he had been focused on civil construction within the tribe while leaving military affairs to Brait and Zhonglo, hardly inquiring about them. Thus, he had missed out on an important event. However, he was pleasantly surprised by Agama's strength. Despite being categorized as a child, this 8-year-old wild boar could easily overpower 2 or 3 humans in a contest of strength. It was evident that Agama and the other recruits would grow into exceptionally formidable wild boars, potential pillars of his empire. What is your name? Kattern inquired. My name is Haisai, exclaimed the young wild boar, his excitement palpable. Haisai? A splendid name indeed. Keep up the good work. Perhaps the reserve army will lower the age limit next time. You will have another chance, Kattern encouraged, patting the boy's shoulder and then addressing the others. Originally, the reserve army aimed to recruit children aged 8 to 9. However, Kattern had rejected this notion, citing the current food shortages and the non-productive nature of the army. If they recruited indiscriminately, it would result in a loss of over 1,000 laborers, a detrimental move for the labor-starved Storm tribe. Thus, he had set the age limit at 9. Yes, my lord. Haisai and the other boys responded promptly, standing at attention and saluting. As the salute concluded, smiles broke out among the youths. Kattern's words about potentially opening up the age limit meant they might also have a chance to be selected. Who was Kattern? He was both a chief and a leader, a figure whose word carried weight. Kattern chuckled, bemused by the fact that every warrior seemed to prefer addressing him as leader. Previously, only the former members of the thief group referred to him in such a manner, while the original residents of the Irefang tribe called him chief. However, a new custom had evidently emerged, dictating that soldiers should refer to him as leader. Originally, he intended to seek out Brait and inquire alongside Chonglu, but ultimately he refrained from doing so. The frequent calls from others rendered him more familiar with the title of leader than that of chieftain. Your support and votes is greatly appreciated. I had matters to attend to yesterday, resulting in a single update, but I shall return to 2 updates today. Additionally, I kindly request your collections, comments, and investments. I anticipate a change in status by tomorrow. An investment of 100 will not result in loss. 500 will also be secure, and 1,000 will certainly yield no detriment. However, please refrain from excessive investments, as that may indeed lead to losses. Chapter 35. The galloping steed Kattern gazed upon the young boarman, a surge of affection swelling within him. These children represent the future of the empire. Just a few days prior, Warwick had procured 100 goats, kodo beasts, copper bulls, and other livestock from the eastern camp. As for the warboars, there was still no source available, as they are strategic mounts strictly controlled by the various orc kingdoms. It is unlikely that an independent merchant could procure them. Upon hearing this, Kattern contemplated seeking out the elven merchant, Lexus, at the crossroads camp. Organized merchants like Lexus should have no trouble acquiring a few warboars. However, Kattern ultimately regained his composure. Currently, warboars hold little utility for the Storm tribe, and considering the depletion of gold coins. He decided to have Bright look into potential sources first, with the decision to purchase deferred for the time being. He had seen the goats and kodo beasts, but had yet to lay eyes on the copper bulls. Although he had heard descriptions, he was unaware of their specific appearance. The primary objective today was to assess the copper bulls, to determine whether some of the knowledge he held would prove applicable. By the way, Hisai, where do the copper bulls graze? He inquired. Yet, a cursory glance revealed no sign of these livestock within at least a 2-mile radius. My lord. The copper bulls graze to the south, near the Rhine River, Hisai replied respectfully. They exclusively consume fresh grass, and the lush greenery by the Rhine makes for a natural pasture. Cadden nodded. The copper bulls, known for their gentle temperament, are quite particular about their diet. Unlike the boar dragons, which will eat anything, or the goats and kodo beasts, which are not picky apart from avoiding grass roots, the copper bulls will only eat vibrant, green, living grass, making them exceedingly selective. However, it is precisely this finicky appetite that renders their meat a delicacy in the human kingdoms. To be honest, Cadden yearned to taste it, yet he was compelled to consider the feelings of the centaur. Thus, he was destined to refrain from such indulgence. My lord, shall we go take a look? Hisai asked, noticing Cadden's expression of interest. Previously, the tribe's livestock had been managed by Agama, who was responsible for guiding the young boarmen in herding. However, since Agama joined the reserve army, the livestock had become his responsibility. Seeing Cadden's evident curiosity, he felt compelled to showcase his leadership. Yes, I heard Warwick has purchased 65 copper bulls. I have yet to see them, so it is indeed a good opportunity to have a look. Cadden acknowledged. Shall I accompany you, my lord? Hisai inquired. Very well. Cadden mused, slightly nodding. Hisai displayed a cleverness that he found quite endearing. With Cadden's consent, Hisai leaped with excitement. After approximately 10 minutes, as they approached the Rhine River, about 4 to 5 miles south of the tribe, Cadden and his companions spotted the lush, verdant water grass along the riverbank. From a distance, they noticed several hundred goats grazing nearby. The adult male goats were roughly the size of a level 2 fire steed, particularly notable for their impressive 1-meter-long curved horns resembling sabers, exuding strength. However, apart from a handful of adult goats, the rest were kids, about the size of a Chinese rural dog, their white fur resembling cotton. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of hooves gradually approached from afar. Hisai and Cadden turned toward the source of the sound, and upon recognizing it, Cadden immediately broke into a smile. To his delight, a fire steed galloped toward them across the grassy expanse, its intent clear. It was headed straight for Cadden. Nay, nay. Within mere moments, the fire steed reached them, executing a leap reminiscent of a galloping swallow, whinnying with excitement. The fiery red creature landed gracefully, its elongated face grinning broadly at Cadden. Get away, you glutton, Cadden exclaimed, pushing the fire steed's head away. Just 4 days prior, this creature had taken a bite out of him, leaving him drenched in its foul saliva. Ever since Cadden had ridden it, the fire steed had permitted no one else to hold its reins. As for riding it, it would bite you. The last time Agama had attempted to ride it, he nearly lost a chunk of flesh, and it was only due to Agama's robust constitution as a furthermore. I kindly request your support through votes, collections, and comments. Chapter 36. The near third order magical beast. Cadden turned to the startled Jiko and inquired, what is it? I sensed magical energy on my face, Jiko exclaimed, covering his right cheek and bravely approaching Cadden. What do you mean? You are a wizard. It is not unusual for you to possess magical energy, Cadden replied, casting a sympathetic glance at the somewhat pitiful Jiko. No, it's not mine, it's Jiko insisted, pointing at the Flame King, which Cadden had just fed with some aquatic herbs. It is evolving into a third-order magical beast. After being kicked by the Flame King, Jiko noticed the residual fire element on his face. As a wizard, he knew his magical energy could not be of 6 elements. Thus it could not belong to him. This led him to consider the Flame King. Are you saying the Flame King is about to advance to a third-order magical beast? Cadden asked, astonished, as he gazed at the Flame King. That is impossible. The Flame King is a second-order horse, and at around 8 years old. It would have no chance of evolving into a third-order beast if it hadn't done so by the age of 6. Cadden shook his head in disbelief. Indeed, the flame horse is a magical beast species. However, it can only evolve into a third-order magical beast before the age of 6. Otherwise, it remains a second-order horse forever. A first-order horse refers to those under 2 years, essentially foals. After 2 years, they are considered fully mature. If the flame horse has not transformed in 4 years, it will never have the opportunity again. The Flame King, being 8 years old, has already reached the age of an eliminated second-order horse. But I truly sense the fire element on its hooves, Jiko insisted firmly. Are you so certain? Cadden, somewhat speechless, lifted the Flame King's hoof but saw nothing unusual. After all, he was not a mage and had little understanding of magic. As for Jiko, he dared not approach. So, does this mean it is still a quasi-magical beast? Cadden mused, patting the Flame King's large backside. The Flame King jumped up as if displeased, turning back to glance at Cadden with a frown. Let us go. Let us check out the copper cattle, Cadden decided. Ignoring the Flame King, as even if it truly transformed into a third-order magical beast, it would merely be a minor surprise. To Cadden, any third-order magical beast was just a matter of a single strike. Meanwhile, Dagger was somewhat bewildered. He did not understand the Flame Horse. Could it truly evolve into a magical beast? However, upon hearing Cadden's words, Haisai quickly followed, for the herd of copper cattle had already come into view in the distance. Jiko cast several glances at the Flame King, who was grazing contentedly, fully convinced that it was a quasi-third-order magical beast. After walking a mere dozen meters, a few wild boar children came running from afar. These were the herding children. Upon seeing Cadden, they immediately saluted. Soon, under the guidance of the children, Cadden and his companions arrived within 20 meters of the herd of copper cattle. Sir, these are 65 copper cattle. Haisai pointed at the herd, which was munching on grass. Among them were 15 adult bulls, 3 adult cows, while the rest were calves. Cadden nodded in acknowledgement. Copper cattle were named for their skin color, resembling that of bronze. Cowhide was already high-quality leather, and the leather of copper cattle was even finer. Coupled with their succulent meat, they were highly sought after in the human kingdoms. Adult male copper cattle were quite large, standing nearly 1.8 meters at the shoulder and measuring close to 3.5 meters in length. Strangely, however, female cattle were significantly smaller, only 2/3 the size of the males, or even less. The heads and front halves of copper cattle were enormous, with shoulders resembling towering humps, their necks short and robust, and their heads large with broad foreheads. Both male and female copper cattle sported short, curved horns. They appeared quite formidable. Cadden approached the nearest bull, whose massive horns and sturdy legs gave an impression of aggression. Yet, in truth, copper cattle were quite docile, similar to the gentle meat dragons. Aside from the mating season, male copper cattle seldom engaged in conflicts. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Cadden praised the massive bull, likely weighing over a ton, with its ideal physique. Towering hump, bronze-hued skin, and soft, short hair, its streamlined form reminded Cadden of the American bison from his previous life, though copper cattle were even larger. A perfect plowing beast. Cadden could not resist patting the bull's shoulder, finding it remarkably solid. The bull raised its head and blew air at Cadden before wandering away. Indeed, Cadden intended to purchase these copper cattle for plowing. Thus, he was here to inspect them, having only heard Warwick's introduction before. He could not help but exclaim at the sight of the copper cattle, truly a perfect plowing beast. Plowing beast? Jiko, the chieftain, was left in a fog, questioning how copper cattle could be used for farming. How could copper cattle possibly plow fields? Jiko shook his head, covering his right cheek. Haisai and the others shared his confusion, but they had heard Lord Warwick mention that these copper cattle were not intended for consumption. Rather, the chieftain had significant plans for them and instructed that they be well cared for. I wonder if the wooden plow has been completed? Cadden pondered, glancing at the bull. Regarding the wooden plow, he had visited the forge 2 days earlier, providing detailed descriptions of its design and shape. I wonder if it has been made yet. With this thought, Cadden decided to return to the tribe. The matter of the wooden plow was of great importance to him, for if the cattle could plow the fields, a considerable amount of labor would be freed up, allowing him to delegate other tasks. Furthermore, with the cattle plowing, the efficiency of farming would greatly increase. In Cadden's mind, nothing related to food was trivial. With this in mind, Cadden led Jiko, his servant, back to the tribe. The forge was situated adjacent to the military camp, where a dozen dwarven craftsmen were diligently performing their respective duties. Upon seeing Cadden arrive, the craftsmen hurriedly greeted him. In the Storm tribe, there were a total of 27 dwarves, including Warwick and Edward. Excluding these two, plus the 5 dwarves each had recruited to assist them. That left 15 dwarves in total. While the forge nominally fell under Warwick's command, the actual overseer was a young dwarf named Grot, aged 127. Dwarves come of age at 50, and among them, Warwick had just turned 56, while Edward was 63. Both were considered young adults in dwarven society. Grot, how is the wooden plow I requested coming along? Cadden inquired as he surveyed the forge, where some were refining ores, others forging iron blocks, and some crafting fishing hooks and weapons. Despite its small size, the forge was fully equipped. The wooden plow? Well, we have created a set as per your instructions, but we are unsure how to assemble it, Grot replied, scratching his head sheepishly. Unable to assemble it? Cadden was momentarily taken aback but nodded in understanding. It was only natural that Grot, who had never seen a wooden plow before, would not know how to put it together. Bring all the components over. Let me take a look. Chapter 37. The Copper Bull plows the field before long. A collection of components appeared before Cadden. In the annals of history, the advent of the wooden plow marked the zenith of agricultural civilization. A complete wooden plow consists of the plow tip, the plowshare, the plow bed, the plow tail, and the plow disc, complemented by a slightly triangular iron piece at the lower end, known as the plow blade. The rear of the wooden plow features a curved wooden handle for guiding and controlling direction. This represents the most fundamental structure of the Western Han wooden plow. Regardless of the variety of wooden plows that may exist in the world, they all adhere to the principles established by the Western Han design. As a farmer's son, Cadden was intimately familiar with this implement from a young age. Even as he entered the third year of junior high, he had already inherited his grandfather's invaluable knowledge. Mastering this remarkable tool, without further ado, Cadden crouched down and began assembling the parts. A group of dwarven craftsmen gathered around, particularly Groth, who observed with keen interest. Cadden had told him that this would be the greatest tool in the history of the orcs, capable of sustaining countless lives in the future. Naturally, Groth's curiosity was piqued by Cadden's grand proclamations. As Cadden assembled the components, a dry arc-shaped wooden plow soon emerged before him. However, while it was assembled, it lacked stability. "Where are the iron nails?" Cadden inquired. Here. A dwarf quickly produced the handmade iron nails Cadden had requested, accepting them with a nod. Cadden noted that although the dwarves were skilled in crafting rivets, they seemed unfamiliar with these nails. Without hesitation, he began securing key areas with the nails. After driving down a dozen or so, Cadden shook the wooden plow and felt satisfied with its sturdiness. Groth realized, with a spark of understanding, that iron nails could be utilized in this manner. However, he soon had questions. This tool was peculiar, and while Cadden had secured the joints with nails, one area remained unfastened. Why is this spot left without a nail? It still wobbles. This is the adjustment mechanism for the plow's depth. It cannot be permanently fixed. Cadden shook his head. The center of the plow allows for control over the depth of the plow blade. In arid land, the soil can be extremely hard. If the plow penetrates too deeply, the oxen will struggle to pull it, and the wooden plow may become damaged. Adjusting the plow's depth? Groth's mind swirled with questions. Cadden ignored him. Some things could only be understood through observation. He connected the plow blade. The proportions were just right. Cadden couldn't help but marvel at the dwarves' craftsmanship. Every item they forged seemed to emanate from divine hands. "It's ready. Digger, go fetch a copper bowl for plowing." Cadden glanced at Digger, noticing that he was chatting jovially with the blacksmiths, completely lacking the demeanor of a servant. Upon hearing Cadden's command, Digger's expression fell, yet he dared not protest, and with little legs, he scampered out of the forge. Cadden instructed Groth to carry the wooden plow. "Come, witness this miraculous device." Groth and the other dwarven craftsmen immediately expressed their interest and hurried to follow Cadden. Approximately half an hour later, Digger returned, leading a copper bowl that had been waiting for quite some time. "Could you have taken any longer?" Cadden took the reins from Digger. "This copper bowl simply refuses to move. What can an old servant do?" Digger lamented, explaining that the bull had been stubbornly uncooperative during the journey. "Is that my fault?" Cadden took the reins, and the copper bull promptly followed, showing no signs of reluctance. Seeing this, Digger kicked the bull's hind leg in frustration. "You miserable creature. Even you mock me." As he felt a sharp pain in his toe, Digger fell to the ground, cradling his foot. Cadden rolled his eyes while Groth and the dwarves erupted in laughter, and the onlooking boar men were equally amused. "Are you a fool?" Cadden ignored him, leading the copper bull to the plow, fastening the long yoke to the plow disc, and then securing the curved yoke to the copper bull. "Groth, come pull the bull." Confused, Groth approached to take the reins, and Cadden instructed, "When I say go, just pull the bull." "Yes." Groth nodded eagerly, grasping the reins from Cadden's hand. Cadden then lifted the wooden plow, inserting the plow blade into the unbroken ground. "Pull it along." Instantly, the copper bull moved forward, the plow blade turning the earth over. Cadden beamed with joy. It was a success. The dwarven craftsmen looked on in astonishment, and even Digger was taken aback. Soon, news of this miraculous farming tool spread swiftly through the clearing crew, numbering nearly 3,000 individuals. More and more boar men gathered to witness, and even Warwick arrived, intrigued by the commotion. Upon witnessing the functionality, Warwick's eyes widened with realization. "So this is how the copper bowl is used," he exclaimed, his admiration evident. In just under 3 minutes, Cadden had plowed a line across a stretch of barren land over 200 meters long, and already, the duo had returned. With this contraption, won't agricultural efficiency increase exponentially? Warwick pondered, growing increasingly convinced of the tool's significance. After a round trip, Cadden came to a halt. Groth, who had been pulling the bull, looked utterly astonished. "My lord, this is truly a divine artifact. With this, the world of agriculture will undergo a monumental transformation," Groth declared excitedly. Currently, whether among humans or other races, cultivation relied solely on human labor. Even in the human kingdoms, the addition of a few slaves merely supplemented this labor. It was clear that with the emergence of this so-called wooden plow, agriculture would indeed experience a profound shift. Groth's excitement stemmed from the knowledge that this miraculous tool was of his own making. Though credit was due to Cadden, he believed that once this wooden plow became known to the world, his name would not be forgotten. I want to give it a try, Groth exclaimed. Eager to deepen his understanding of the plow's use or identify any shortcomings for improvement, an embodiment of the spirit of craftsmanship, Cadden glanced at the enthusiastic Groth, smiled, and handed him the plow. Soon after, Groth enlisted another dwarf to lead the bull and excitedly began plowing the field. Cadden watched Groth's retreating figure, thoroughly satisfied with the wooden plow, especially considering how effortlessly the 1-ton copper bull could pull it. Thus, such a device could be produced on a grand scale, allowing surplus labor to be directed toward other projects. My chief, you are truly a divine being. Warwick approached, offering his praise. Yet it was not mere flattery. Every endeavor Cadden undertook within the Storm tribe astonished him, fostering a deep respect. Cadden's creativity consistently yielded meaningful results. Warwick, have you also learned the art of flattery? This wooden plow is nothing extraordinary. Cadden shook his head, feeling somewhat bashful about attributing it to himself. By the way, what brings you here? Is there something amiss? Warwick gave a wry smile, considering the wooden plow trivial in the grand scheme of things. However, upon hearing Cadden's inquiry, his expression turned serious. Edward has sent word. He says, the war has ended. I humbly request your support and kindly ask for your esteemed votes. Additionally, I would be immensely grateful if you could bestow your appreciation upon the character. Thank you very much. Chapter 38, The Legend of the Grey Blood Clan in the Tribal Hall. Cadden sat at the head, with Bright, Choblu, Warwick, and Gongpiao seated below him. The atmosphere was grave, even the prepared fish and bread lay untouched. The war between the Boar men and the Centaurs had concluded, with the Boar men beginning their retreat. This development instilled a palpable tension among the high-ranking officials, including Cadden. However, Cadden maintained a facade of calmness as he placed a golden, crispy piece of fried fish into his mouth. In the Orcish dietary tradition, fried foods were virtually unknown, at least among the members of the Storm tribe, be they the werewolf Blake or the dwarf Warwick, who had never heard of such delicacies. The absence of oil, whether animal or vegetable, seemed to be a commonality among orcs and dwarves alike. Cadden was uncertain about the human world's familiarity with oil. Thus, since he had slaughtered 2 somewhat injured kodo beasts to extract oil, the act of frying fish had completely transformed their culinary experience. The dwarves, in particular, were astonished by how delicious the fish could be when fried. Cadden had developed a fondness for fish, especially fried fish, despite the simplicity of their preparation. Lacking the essential spices like salt, pepper, chili, and cumin, he savored every bite. Everyone should eat. We can't go hungry, he exclaimed, crunching audibly on the fish, its aroma wafting through the air. Observing the resigned expressions of the 4 below him, Cadden chuckled. Bright and the others exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a sense of helplessness. Their leader remained unflustered, just as he had been during the previous attack by the Gnoll. Yet, while their leader maintained his composure, they found it difficult to do the same. By the way, where is Edward's scout? Have him come in, Cadden commanded, noticing the other's reluctance to eat while he indulged in his fried fish. At Cadden's request, the door swung open, and a dwarf clad in black leather armor was ushered in. You are one of Edward's scouts? Cadden inquired. Yes, I am Tayton, captain of Lord Edward's 3rd scouting team. The dwarf replied, saluting Cadden with respect. Relay all the intelligence that Edward wishes for you to convey, Cadden ordered. Indeed, Tayton nodded and began. 5 days ago, the Harpies and Centaurs officially formed an alliance and subsequently launched a large-scale attack against the Boar men. Both sides suffered significant casualties among their strongest warriors, particularly the Boar men's commander, Marshal Greyblood, who was severely wounded. Consequently, just yesterday, the tribal chieftains decided to defy Marshal Greyblood's orders to continue the offensive and initiated a mass retreat. Cadden nodded in acknowledgement. The commander's severe injuries would undoubtedly undermine his authority over the chieftains. Given the heavy losses sustained, it was entirely reasonable for them to seek retreat. It was likely that many warriors below were also weary of the ongoing conflict. Wait, did you say the Boar men's commander is Marshal Greyblood? Bright suddenly exclaimed, looking at Tayton in astonishment. Yes, Lord Bright, Tayton affirmed. What is the matter? Cadden asked, though he too was hearing the commander's true name for the first time, finding it of little consequence. Meanwhile, the others turned their gaze to Bright, curiosity etched on their faces. It's nothing. I merely thought the Greyblood clan had been annihilated over 900 years ago. I never anticipated hearing of this legendary clan again, Bright mused. However, sensing the curiosity among Cadden and the others, Bright elaborated, a millennium ago, the last emperor of the Orc Empire was Emperor Byman. Cadden paused, thinking this was common knowledge. Noticing the confusion among Cadden and the others, Bright chuckled. Actually, it was not. It was Emperor Greyblood. The room fell silent, astonished by this revelation. Cadden was equally surprised. How could history be so easily upturned? A millennium ago, Emperor Byman fought against one of the 3 dragon emperors, the Sunlight Dragon King. The latter perished, and Emperor Byman, gravely wounded in the battle, succumbed 6 months later. With his death, the Orc Empire lost its strongest force. Simultaneously, an alliance of the 4 dominant races, humans, high elves, trolls, and sea folk, launched an offensive against the Orc Empire, leading to the fall of several demigods among the orcs. Those who remained were either wounded or fled. Without the demigods, the Orc Empire struggled to withstand the coalition, suffering a rapid succession of defeats. At this critical juncture, a legendary warrior emerged from the shattered ranks of the Orc army. Within less than a year, this warrior transcended to demigod status, seeking out the surviving demigods of the Empire and unifying the fragmented Orc forces. He even vanquished several demigods from the 4 races, stalling their aggressive advance and engaging in battle with them for nearly 5 years. Ultimately, the coalition disbanded due to internal strife within the 3 human empires, which compelled them to withdraw their troops. The war came to a swift conclusion. After a prolonged conflict lasting 7 years, the toll on the sea folk, trolls, and high elves was immense, prompting their retreat as well. This demigod warrior was named Kreenig Greyblood, a boar demigod. What astonished everyone was that Kreenig Greyblood traversed thousands of miles the night before his coronation in the Orc Empire, arriving at the northern continent's high elven capital, Silvermoon City, where he assassinated the reigning high elf queen, Melissa the Sunseeker. He ultimately met his demise in Silvermoon City. Thus, he is regarded as the last emperor of the Orc Empire, albeit in name only, leading most historical records to refer to him as a half-emperor. Yet, some rare accounts do acknowledge him as Emperor Greyblood. His death precipitated a swift fragmentation of the Orc Empire, with the majority of the Grey Blood clan perishing amidst power struggles, while others fell victim to assassins sent by the vengeful Sunseeker family of high elves. Therefore, when I heard the name Grey Blood, I was somewhat astonished. As Bright concluded his tale, Cadden and the others, including Scout Tayton and Noel Zico, were left in shock, realizing the Orc Empire still harbored such secrets. Orcs were generally not inclined to document history, with only a few prominent clans possessing any written records that had survived through time. Yet Cadden was also intrigued. For a boar man to transcend to legendary status, and even demigod, was a feat more extraordinary than traversing realms. Kreenig Greyblood not only achieved this, but nearly ensured the continuation of the Orc Empire. Such a legacy was undoubtedly legendary. Cadden reflected, sometimes people might deem a race inferior. Yet some lesser races can achieve unparalleled greatness. A true testament that even gold, when submerged in filth, remains untainted. Wait, it seems we have digressed. Cadden coughed to regain focus, prompting the others to snap back to reality. How did we turn this crisis meeting into a storytelling session? They quickly composed themselves, turning their attention back to Scout Tayton. Is there any further intelligence to share? Please continue. Yes. Tayton's expression turned serious once more. According to our reconnaissance, Chief Taya's forces have suffered over 60% casualties, amounting to nearly 2,000 warriors. Hearing this, Cadden felt a sense of relief. 60% meant only about 700 or 800 warriors remained. The Storm Tribe would not be overly concerned facing off against such numbers of boar men. Chapter 39. The return of Chief Ironfang. A collective sigh of relief escaped the others. However, Tayton shook his head and remarked, according to the intelligence we have gathered, Ironfang's 2 sons have already rejoined him. Therefore, Lord Edward speculates that Ironfang may enlist the aid of other tribes. The coalition is already aware of the invasion by the dog-headed men, which gives a fair chance for those lesser chiefs who have lost their tribes to be swayed by Ironfang. Lord Edward urges the chief to exercise caution. Cadden furrowed his brow. For some time now, the former chief Ironfang had loomed in his mind like an insurmountable obstacle. He had only just taken command a few days ago, while Ironfang had ruled the tribe for nearly 30 years. The 2 forces were on a collision course. Would the current tribesmen unite with them? Would the recently allied boar men turn against them in the heat of battle? Cadden's expression shifted repeatedly. If their numbers were few, he could take the initiative, but if Edward's suspicions proved correct and Ironfang had indeed subjugated the lesser tribal chiefs, that would be dire. Let us deliberate on a course of action, Cadden said, casting a serious gaze at the 4 below him. Chief, I believe we have no choice but to engage in battle, to strike first. Brett stated coldly. The Storm Tribe's army is well equipped, and their training has begun to show results. Even if Ironfang does arrive with a force several times our own, my only response is to fight, fiercely fight, and subdue them. As for defeat, I have not even entertained that notion. Cadden glanced at the fierce Brett, remaining non-committal. Meanwhile, Warwick added, Chief, regardless of the strength of our opponent, we must engage honestly in battle. If we emerge victorious, the Storm Tribe will solidify its foundation. Furthermore, Chief, victory does not solely hinge on martial prowess. There are also intellectual battles to be won. Cadden gestured for Warwick to continue without hesitation. The remnants led by Ironfang. These boar warriors have families residing within the Storm Tribe. We can use these families to undermine their resolve. I am confident that these kin will have their reservations. As long as they harbor doubts, we can easily persuade them to abandon Ironfang. That is a commendable strategy. Gong Piao concurred. As for Zhongluo, he remained silent, listening intently, while Brett's expression remained icy, clearly favoring the idea of combat. The strategy is viable. But have you considered the possibility of a reversal? Cadden inquired. To the majority of the tribesmen, we are the outsiders, while Ironfang is merely returning home. Chief, first and foremost, we have saved their lives. Without our intervention, they would have perished from hunger long ago. Secondly, Gong Piao and I have investigated the conditions during Ironfang's reign, and he did not govern well. Many times, the tribesmen suffered from starvation, and his rule can only be described as mediocre. Therefore, Chief, who do you think the tribesmen will choose to lead them? Is it us, who currently provide food and sustenance, or the former chief who frequently allowed them to go hungry? I believe they will choose us. Thus, I feel it is necessary to take a gamble. Warwick stroked his fiery red beard, his demeanor radiating confidence. Cadden nodded. As long as the Boer men retained their wits, the likelihood of Warwick's assessment being accurate was high. After all, he had maintained a favorable reputation among the common Boer men, wise, formidable, amiable, and a host of other accolades that the tribe revered. Given this, Brett and Zhongluo, prepare the troops for battle, Cadden concluded, feeling that he could no longer conceive a better plan. As the saying goes, when water rises, earth is used for protection. When soldiers come, generals will stand guard. If we are to lose, I can always return to my previous endeavors. According to the intelligence, Ironfang is merely a level 4 warrior, even in defeat. He lacks the capability to slay me. Additionally, Gong Piao, please investigate which families within the tribe have warriors fighting alongside Ironfang. I require this data. Understood. Gong Piao nodded, finding this task quite simple. Furthermore, regarding Ironfang's return, inform the tribesmen, and Zhongluo, dispatch some warriors to gauge their sentiments. Certainly. As for other matters, they shall proceed as usual. Warwick, concerning the wooden plows, have Grot expedite the production of 14 sets for immediate deployment. Cadden pondered, while war was upon them. Civil development could not be neglected. Indeed, Warwick nodded, but then glanced at Cadden, seemingly with something to say. Cadden, noticing this, urged, speak freely. There is no need for pretense with me. Chief, it is as follows. Since Ironfang may potentially recruit those lesser chiefs, why not integrate the disaster-stricken populace into the Storm Tribe, amplifying our outreach to attract more displaced individuals? This way, when Ironfang leads his warriors into our midst, we can similarly encourage the tribesmen to influence his forces. Although it carries some risk, if successful, the Storm Tribe's power will significantly increase, and development will accelerate. This bold proposal, which had been a product of Warwick's deep contemplation, took him considerable courage to voice, as he anticipated a high probability of rejection from Cadden. Upon hearing this, Zhongluo remained calm, while Brett's eyes flickered with interest. The more warriors they could sway, the stronger their military would become. As a member of the military system, he naturally welcomed this prospect, yet he refrained from voicing his opinion, recognizing the inherent risks involved. I oppose this, Chief. Currently, the dog-headed men number nearly 5,000, while the tribe, including warriors, stands at close to 4,000, with over 2,000 disaster survivors. Ignoring the racial divide, the tribe's population has already surpassed 10,000. The daily consumption of food for this multitude is staggering. If not for the ample supply of fish and the recent harvest of dragon rat meat, the gray bread Warwick procured last time would have been depleted long ago. Gong Piao firmly objected. As the quartermaster, he was keenly aware of the tribe's daily food consumption and the terrifying scale of their needs. Warwick's suggestion seemed utterly disconnected from reality, especially since he was inclined to question Warwick on how many coins he had left to speak so naively. Seeing Gong Piao's agitation, Warwick simply chuckled and shook his head. Lord Gong Piao, you still fail to grasp the situation. The Rhine River is a veritable treasure trove, especially since the large nets invented by the chief have led to a daily increase in the fish catches. Just yesterday, we secured 5,000 pounds of fish and shrimp. With such a vast resource at our disposal, you dare suggest we are on the brink of starvation? If fish are in short supply, we can simply increase our manpower. We will always manage to catch enough. Indeed, Lord Warwick, your eloquence is commendable, but merely adding manpower does not ensure the fish will leap into our nets. Gong Piao retorted with a scoff, clearly unimpressed. While the Rhine River was indeed a bounty, fishing was far from simple. Without large vessels, and with the fishing teams comprising mostly inexperienced novices, the daily haul of over 5,000 pounds was the result of nearly 1,000 dog-headed men and several hundred Boer men laboring tirelessly throughout the day. It was not as if simply exerting effort would yield results. Thank you to the esteemed Mutsong Han Chan for the generous donation of 200 coins, and to the illustrious Qianchuan Machengsi for the 100 coins. Your support is greatly appreciated. Additionally, I humbly request votes, support, and comments. Chapter 40, A Declaration of Intent. Chief, I propose this for a reason. The Storm tribe needs to develop and requires a greater labor force. Now that the war between the Boar people and the Centaurs has concluded, the various tribes will maintain a relatively stable state. In the wasteland, all tribes, large and small, are under the jurisdiction of the Boar people as commander. As far as I understand, during peacetime, it is strictly forbidden for Boar people tribes to engage in conflict with one another. You may attack the Tauren, the Dogmen, the Lizardmen, the Centaurs, the Gnolls, and so forth, but you cannot assault a fellow tribe. Otherwise, neighboring tribes will form alliances to retaliate against you, and such actions will be rewarded by the Boar people as commander. Thus, this is our final opportunity. Once these refugees are reunited by their chieftains, it will be challenging for us to acquire new population unless we venture beyond the wasteland. Therefore, we must seize these next few days while the chieftains return to incorporate all the refugees into the Storm tribe. Although there may be some issues in the short term, with the forthcoming period of peace, we can swiftly address these population challenges, transforming them into strength. Hence, I believe it is worth a trial. In comparison to population, food scarcity is not a significant concern. There are dozens of camps scattered across this wasteland, with merchant caravans traversing daily. Provided we possess sufficient strength, the gold in their pockets will easily become ours. Warwick resolutely articulated his thoughts. The assembly fell into contemplation, including Cadden. For Cadden, a larger population is inherently advantageous. However, the issue of food supply has always troubled him. Now that the tribe has integrated fish and meat into their diet, the food situation has improved. In merely half a month, the crops that once belonged to the former tribe, such as sword beans and yams, will mature. Once harvested, the Storm tribe will be able to sustain every member's rations for the following month, coupled with an increase in fish catches. The problem of basic sustenance will soon cease to be a source of concern. Yet, Warwick's assertion rings true. The food issue may be resolved. But what of the population dilemma? Although we can plunder other races, Cadden is reluctant to indiscriminately merge with other races without a substantial influx of Boar people. This is a primary concern. The Dogmen are not a dominant combat race. Their slightly larger numbers do not significantly impact the current issues facing the Storm tribe. However, if the primary combat races outnumber the Boar people, we may encounter serious problems. Until Cadden possesses formidable strength, he will prioritize the Boar people as the mainstay of the tribe, ensuring that the numbers of other races do not exceed this primary group to prevent a reversal of power dynamics. Thus, to continue expanding after achieving stability, we must acquire population. Yet how can we gain population without resorting to force in a future stable tribal environment? What are your thoughts? Cadden felt a stir of unease, recognizing the significant risks that could easily disrupt the current stability. Therefore, he decided to gauge the opinions of others. Chief, may I express my stance? The steadfast Chon Lu shifted his seating position, surveying the assembly before fixing his gaze on Cadden. I believe it is feasible. The population is a major challenge for tribal development. Once we resolve this issue, the others will pale in comparison. I have never heard of a mighty tribe that is also a starving tribe. What is the purpose of strength? It is to acquire resources. If we lack, yet others possess, then we too shall have. The crowd gazed at Chon Lu in astonishment. His words were indeed striking. Bright was similarly taken aback. As the typically reticent Chon Lu had made such an audacious declaration, though as a military figure, he could only welcome it. His regard for Chon Lu grew warmer. Those who revel in war are my true comrades. Cadden, somewhat surprised, nevertheless concurred with Chon Lu's statement. Strength is strength precisely because it serves not only as protection but also as a means of plunder. Beside them, Gang Piao glanced at the now silent Chon Lu. He yearned to refute and scold, but ultimately chose to remain silent. Though both Chon Lu and Bright were military leaders, they had distinctly different temperaments. Bright was an unbridled war fanatic. Wherever conflict arose, he sought to involve himself. Conversely, Chon Lu was remarkably composed, devising orderly attack plans with a comprehensive understanding of the situation during times of war. His strategic approach had been evident in the previous ambush against the Dogmen. With even a strategist like Chon Lu in agreement, Cadden found himself lacking grounds for rebuttal, as his expression suggested he had already accepted the proposal. Cadden scanned the assembly, lingering on Gang Piao. Gang Piao, do you have any opinions? Gang Piao was momentarily taken aback, bitterly amused. Boss, I cannot possibly argue against you all. Can I even express dissent? It was clear that their leader sought his input. If Lord Warwick can ensure sufficient food supplies, I am in agreement. Gang Piao glanced at Warwick, sighing inwardly. The tribe was so hurried and impatient. Was this truly wise? If that is the case, since you all agree, I shall support Warwick's proposal. However, there must be a cap on the number of refugees accepted, which will be determined by you, Warwick and Gang Piao. Cadden declared. Understood. Warwick replied with a smile, while Gang Piao appeared quite disheartened. They were to set the upper limit? To him, the limit was 0. Yet it was evident that Warwick would disagree. Warwick, how much gold do you have left? Cadden inquired. approximately 60 coins, which were initially intended for purchasing warboars. The tribe has temporarily halted livestock purchases, reserving these funds for critical situations. Cadden contemplated this for a moment. 60 coins could buy enough gray bread to sustain 10,000 for a month. Thus, it is a substantial sum. Indeed. Furthermore, we shall reinforce the fishing team to strive for a daily catch of 10,000 pounds. The Rhine is vast, brimming with aquatic life, yet our fishing methods are rudimentary. Otherwise, the Storm tribe would have long been free from hunger. This was one of the principal reasons Cadden felt emboldened to support Warwick's proposal. Very well. We have spoken our minds. The military must prepare, and civil matters should be coordinated to ensure utmost reliability. Cadden stated with a serious demeanor. Yes. After the assembly dispersed, Cadden hastily consumed the remaining food and gray bread. He instructed his servant to close the door and began practicing his spear techniques within the chamber. This was a set of Tai Chi spear techniques. Since arriving in this world, Cadden had only acquired a breathing method for cultivating fighting energy, lacking any secrets of fighting techniques. Initially, he had considered purchasing one. However, any random technique book was priced at over 1,000 coins. Since his arrival, he had amassed over 100 coins. 1,000 coins felt like an unattainable dream. Yet, being a transmigrator, he possessed at least a small golden key, knowledge. Along with this set of Tai Chi spear techniques passed down from his grandfather, who enjoyed practicing in the park, drawing admiration from passersby. During his school years, he had studied it, even winning a gold medal in a martial arts competition. Originally a simple Tai Chi spear technique, Cadden, with his ingenuity, began to channel fighting energy through the spear movements, unexpectedly causing a resonance between the fighting energy and the spear techniques. Each time he practiced, his inner fighting energy surged rapidly. Alas, he still fell slightly short of reaching the 6th tier. After completing a full sequence of the Tai Chi spear techniques, Cadden let out a soft sigh. Within him, the energy of combat has subtly manifested a third source. As its name implies, a source is the wellspring of combat energy. Warriors of combat first encounter their initial source upon reaching the 4th tier, and with each subsequent ascension, an additional source emerges. His third source is on the verge of taking shape. However, he has yet to sense the imminent breakthrough. Cadden chooses not to dwell on this and continues to refine his marksmanship, dedicating time each day to practice his skills. As the saying goes, to forge iron, one must be strong. Chapter 41, The Wrath of the Boarman General. As the news of Iron Tooth's return with the army spread throughout the Storm tribe, a peculiar atmosphere enveloped the entire community. Reports indicated that of the nearly 2,000 warriors who had set out, only 700 or 800 remained alive. Families with warriors among them were struck with shock, for this implied that 2/3 of their loved ones might never return. Would their husbands or children be among those lost? Compounding this anxiety was the impending return of Chief Iron Tooth, leaving the current Chief Cadden in a precarious position. Would this lead to yet another civil war? Among the elder Boarmen, there was a palpable concern. Civil strife would claim the lives of their own kin, inflicting suffering upon the common folk. Amidst these tensions, the fate of over 2,000 refugees loomed large. Warwick and Gang Piao were stationed at the camp entrance, meticulously registering newcomers. Following the alarming news, the refugees began to contemplate their own situations. With Iron Tooth's imminent return, they realized that their own chief might also be on his way back. At this juncture, Warwick and Gang Piao announced a significant decree. Within 2 days, anyone wishing to join the Storm tribe could register and officially become a resident, entitled to 2 meals a day. Additionally, those who ventured into the wilderness to bring back stray Boarmen would be rewarded with provisions. Consequently, many Boarman refugees found themselves pondering this opportunity, while others eagerly joined the Storm tribe. Groups of Boarmen ventured into the wilderness in search of their wandering kin, hoping to return with them and secure food. In less than a day, over 2,300 individuals expressed their willingness to join the Storm tribe, with some bringing back dozens of gaunt and starving Boarmen from the plains. Warwick and Gang Piao did not hesitate to offer food rewards, distributing ample fish and rat meat. A multitude of Boarmen scoured the wilderness for stray groups and spread the word of the Storm tribe among nearby settlements. Simultaneously, Warwick and Gang Piao suspended their excavation efforts, reallocating manpower to fishing and housing construction. While fishing operations were still in their infancy, the housing site not far from the camp, bustling with thousands of workers, showed remarkable progress. The construction of new homes was advancing at an astonishing rate, with visible improvements every hour. In the northwestern region, 1,000 miles away lay the Roya area, a traditional habitat for centaurs and a part of the Blackstone Forest. However, the Rhine River had severed a portion of this forest, now known as the Roya Forest. Surrounding regions were collectively referred to as the Roya area, home to the majority of centaur tribes inhabiting the plains. To the south of Roya, remnants of over 50 centaur tribes had vanished following the onslaught of the Boarman coalition, a consequence of the centaur forces' retreat. These tribes suffered heavy casualties, with some annihilated and others forced to flee northward. A sprawling grassland, extending over 100 kilometers, bordered the Rhine River and the Roya forest. At the heart of this grassland stood a massive encampment, filled with countless makeshift tents bustling with Boermen. This was the stronghold of the Boerman coalition, once home to nearly 100,000 warriors, though now only half remained. In a 2,000-square-foot barack at the camp center, a group of individuals gathered, their expressions tense as they fixed their gaze upon the bed. There, seated, was a formidable Boerman clad in heavy azure armor, his tusks larger than those of many Boermen, exuding an air of dominance. This was Marshal Greyblood, a name known throughout all Boerman tribes. With a thunderous crash, he slammed his palm onto the wooden table before him, shattering it into pieces. Is it true that, aside from you few, all the other chiefs fled? Marshal's eyes narrowed as he scrutinized each person before him. Indeed, my chief. While you lay gravely injured, they defied your orders and retreated, a Boerman replied respectfully. Marshal's fury surged, but the pain coursing through him brought clarity amidst his rage. The coalition had numbered 120,000 warriors, led by 168 chiefs. Of those, over 30 had perished in battle, and save for a handful, the rest had deserted. He longed to unleash his wrath, but felt trapped, as those he wished to scold had already fled, leaving only his own kin behind. Where are the two high priests, Hunter and the others? He inquired, searching for the Boerman named Hunter among the gathered. Hunter, a general from his tribe, surveyed the 30 or so individuals present, noting the absence of the two high priests. Chief, High Priest Hill is gravely injured and bedridden, while High Priest Cohen has succumbed to his wounds. What? Cohen has fallen. Marshal was momentarily stunned, his expression darkening with anguish. It is my fault. I was too eager for victory, he lamented, turning slowly to his general, Hunter. What is the extent of our losses? Understanding the gravity of the situation, Hunter replied, we lost 1 7th-tier warrior, 1 6th-tier warrior, 3 heavily wounded, 12 5th-tier warriors, and 23 lightly wounded. In total, over 17,000 of our coalition have perished, with more than 25,000 injured. The losses suffered were unprecedented, surpassing the cumulative toll of the previous month. Marshal's countenance shifted as he absorbed the implications, ultimately shaking his head. The magnitude of their losses was staggering. His own injury and the death of his high priest had undoubtedly fueled the chief's desire to retreat. Noticing his chief's troubled expression, Hunter spoke, while our losses are severe, the Harpy and Centaur forces have endured even greater devastation. According to reports, the Harpy Queen has fallen, and one of the 3 elders of the Centaur Alliance has also perished, leaving the remaining 2 severely wounded. The Centaur tribes are in full retreat to the north, while the Harpies have retreated into the northern Roya forest. Chapter 42, the Tribal Alliance. Thus, if these fools had been a tad bolder, they might have inflicted significant losses upon the Centaur tribe. However, this group of imbeciles squandered that opportunity. Marshal suppressed his fury. This coalition, apart from plundering provisions, aimed primarily to severely cripple the Centaur tribe, ensuring they could not recover for at least 2 decades. Yet, clearly, the chance had been missed. With the coalition's retreat, the opposing forces also withdrew, marking the end of this conflict. Although he felt a deep sense of dissatisfaction, he understood that the coalition had convened due to the scarcity of supplies. He was merely a nominal commander, struggling to reign in the chieftains. Perhaps I was mistaken. I had believed that this victory would transform our wartime alliance into a genuine tribal coalition, enabling unified troop deployment and solidifying the alliance, restoring the glory of the Boer people. It seems I was overly optimistic. No one is willing to let a tribal coalition impose restrictions upon them, nor would they consent to my oversight. Marshal harbored a vision of establishing a Boer people tribal alliance. He was acutely aware of his ancestors' greatness, yet a millennium later, the Boer people had descended to such a state. None of the 6 Orc kingdoms were founded by the Boer people. Therefore, he aspired to create a Boer people tribal alliance, nurturing it to strength, ultimately establishing the 7th kingdom of the Orcs, a kingdom led by the Boer people. However, it now appeared that he had been indulging in fanciful daydreams. These foolish and cowardly kin were incapable of being swayed through wisdom. Perhaps the 2 high priests were correct. Power yields to might. An alliance is the refuge of the weak. He needed force to achieve his goals. Marshal expressed gratitude to the 7 chieftains for their steadfastness, instructing Hunter to allocate an additional 10% of supplies to each chieftain as a token of appreciation. Addressing the 7 chieftains who remained, he acknowledged their camaraderie, noting that their decision to stay had conferred substantial honor upon him. It was time to reward them with some provisions. Indeed, Hunter nodded in agreement. Thank you for the commander's generosity. The 7 chieftains displayed expressions of respect. A 10% reward was undeniably generous. Their reluctance to conform to the crowd stemmed from their trade relations with Marshal's Grey Sand tribe, and more crucially, their proximity to it. Should they genuinely provoke Marshal, they would face dire consequences. Furthermore, with the coalition disbanded, let us all prepare to withdraw. Soon, the next day arrived. Outside the Storm Tribe's encampment, a long line had formed early in the morning. Amongst the crowd were Boer children, women, the elderly, and robust young warriors. Gang Biao was diligently recording the details of every willing Boer person seeking to join the tribe: age, family background, name, and even skills. Over 3,400 Boer people had joined the Storm Tribe the previous day, and today perhaps even more would come. As Gang Biao recorded, he felt a tinge of impatience. It was simply too much. After the influx of over 3,400 members yesterday, he had consulted with Warwick about halting further admissions. Yet, it was evident that they had not reached a consensus. He had sought counsel from Cadden, who merely smiled and reassured him that as long as the number did not exceed 10,000, there was no need for concern. This left Gang Biao feeling helpless. Could the Storm Tribe genuinely sustain such a multitude? Meanwhile, Warwick, who was assessing the population, felt a surge of excitement. Suddenly, Gang Biao furrowed his brow and began flipping through the previous pages of records. "Warwick, come here." Upon hearing this, Warwick approached, observing Gang Biao's troubled expression with curiosity. "What is it?" "Look for yourself. They hail from the same tribe, nearly 900 members of the Karai tribe. This tribe has not been attacked by the goblins. They should not be considered refugees." Gang Biao glanced at the lengthy line, then back at Warwick. "What of it? Karai is a small tribe of just over 1,000 members. Even if they weren't attacked, their food supplies must have run out long ago. We sent word to them, and naturally, they would come." Warwick shook his head, dismissing it as trivial. "All tribes in the wasteland are suffering from varying degrees of famine due to food shortages. Only the larger tribes can sustain their members. Many from the smaller tribes have been forced to leave in search of sustenance. According to the reports from the Canyon Camp, there has been a sharp increase in Boer people attacking merchant caravans this month. Thus, when the Boer people from the Storm Tribe reach these smaller tribes or any band of robbers, they immediately rush over. This explains why so many groups share the same origin. Isn't that a recipe for disaster?" Gang Biao fretted, concerned that the Storm Tribe, having finally found its footing, might face ruin under the leadership of Cadden and Warwick, who were of different races. Rest assured, the limit is 10,000. Moreover, these Boer people are primarily elderly, children, and women. The warriors are woefully few and emaciated. Even if they dared to stir trouble, a single battalion of warriors could easily subdue them. Besides, since we control the food supply, anyone seeking provisions must heed our commands, or face starvation or expulsion from the tribe. Do not fret. These individuals will form the backbone of the Storm Tribe. With a significant number of children, it heralds a burgeoning force. Many women and children also mean that next year, the first generation of Storm Tribe will surpass 1,000 births. These Boer people represent the future of the Storm Tribe. Once we defeat Iron Tooth, the Storm Tribe will become exceptionally stable. While the current population may seem burdensome, it equally embodies potential strength. A Boer tribe of 20,000 in this wasteland would deter all but a handful of tribes from provoking the Storm Tribe, Warwick asserted. He understood Gang Biao's perspective. For a Boer person who had lost their tribe, the prospect of reclaiming a tribe made them cherish the Storm Tribe and their home deeply, unwilling to expose it to any risk. This was one of the reasons why he felt compelled to speak earnestly. Another reason was that Cadden held Gang Biao in high regard for being a Boer person. As for Warwick, as long as there were no dwarves in the Storm Tribe, Cadden might always maintain a degree of wariness towards him. Gang Biao shook his head, feeling unable to counter Warwick's arguments, uncertain whether they held merit. He simply perceived the situation as perilous. Would this not provoke all nearby tribes to unite against the Storm Tribe? "Continue. We are still far from 10,000. Warwick clapped Gang Biao on the shoulder. With a sigh, Gang Biao sat down and permitted the guards to continue, allowing individuals to enter one by one. Meanwhile, 300 miles to the northwest of the wasteland, a tribe of 1,000 was situated. A contingent of over 4,000 Boer warriors appeared outside the encampment of this 1,000-strong tribe. Observing the desolate encampment, the dilapidated gates, and the absence of guards or even a single Boer figure at the entrance, a pale-faced Boer chieftain hastily dismounted from his formidable war boar and rushed towards the encampment. Simultaneously, over 200 warriors of the Wild Boar clan, each with a pallid complexion, followed him into the encampment. Chapter 43. The Ironfang Onslaught ere long. The Boer chieftain emerged, his face ashen and his body trembling. Behind him trailed over 200 warriors, their spirits utterly broken. "Chieftain Nodith, what has befallen?" Several chieftains, observing the chieftain's pallor, dismounted their war boars with a sense of foreboding. "All is lost. Not a single soul remains in the tribe. Damn those gnolls. I shall slaughter them all." Chieftain Nodith, overcome with anguish, collapsed to his knees, his fists pounding the earth in fury. His eyes blazed with wrath. Thud. His tribe, once numbering 1,500, had been reduced to nothing. Even after he led 400 warriors away, over 1,100 remained. Now, the encampment was not but a charnel ground. a ghastly mix of gnoll and boar corpses. Not a single member of his tribe survived. His tribe was decimated, the tribe his father had founded. Nurtured from a mere handful of wandering boar men to a thriving community over 3 decades. Now, all was obliterated. Nothing remained. The other chieftains, without uttering a word, ventured into the encampment. Soon, their faces mirrored Nautif's despair. The ground was littered with bones, the remains of over 500 gnolls and boar men. Some chieftains turned ashen, for they knew their own tribes were not strong. Rumors had circulated of nearly 10 tribes being overrun by gnolls, suggesting that half of the 20-odd chieftains present might face a similar fate to Gnawtooth. Panic began to set in. We cannot linger here, chieftains. I concur. Those cursed gnolls ambushed the noble boar men tribes. Perhaps my own tribe. We must depart at once. I must hasten back. We cannot tarry. My tribesfolk may be awaiting my return. Quickly, let us depart. A wave of unrest swept through the chieftains, each eager to set off. They had initially planned to rest at Gnawtooth's encampment, allowing their warriors, weary from 2 days of marching, to enjoy a hot meal. However, witnessing the devastation, none could muster the appetite. As the chieftains prepared to order their caravans to depart, a composed, middle-aged boar chieftain approached the distraught Gnawtooth. Gnawtooth, cease your lamentations. Sorrow will not move the gods, nor resurrect your kin. Come with me. The Ironfang tribe shall be your new home. The middle-aged chieftain, Ironfang, gazed down at Gnawtooth, his voice calm and resolute. Ironfang, you seek to absorb me? You expect a chieftain to dance to your tune? Such ambition is utterly fantastical. Gnawtooth slowly rose, his gaze fixed on Ironfang. Gnawtooth, what remains to you? You, or the mere 200 warriors who still cling to you? Ironfang crossed his arms, casting a disdainful glance at Gnawtooth and his despondent warriors. Without a tribe, you are but a stray dog, and with only 200 at your side, you lack even the stature of a common cur. Ironfang sneered. The term wild dog was the ultimate insult, reserved for the most despised bands of brigands. Even with 200 warriors, Gnawtooth's band would be insignificant among the countless brigand groups roaming the plains. Without a tribe to sustain him, Gnawtooth would either be annihilated by brigands or mercenaries, or slowly fade into the dust of the wilderness. Join the Ironfang tribe, a mighty horde of 5,000. And your future shall be more than mere dust. You have 1 minute to decide. Ironfang held up a finger, pointing towards the departing caravans. Once we depart, you shall be a solitary cur in a wilderness teeming with predators. Surely, you do not fancy yourself a hunter? Gnawtooth's face grew paler with each word, sweat beading on his brow, the bristles on his head standing on end. Ironfang's words rang true. Although he was being absorbed, it seemed preferable to being torn apart by scavengers. Gnawtooth's grimace softened, and he turned to Ironfang, who wore a look of triumph. I shall join your tribe, but I demand that my brethren be treated as equals. Of the 400 who marched with him, only 200 remained, his lifelong companions. His decision to join Ironfang was partly for their sake. Though the Gnawtooth tribe was lost, its legacy must endure. Of course, they are now warriors of the Ironfang tribe. And you, my general. Let us go. The caravan swiftly resumed its march, its pace quickened by the chieftains' anxiety for their own tribes and the warriors' concern for their families. Approximately 10 hours later, as night approached, Cadden, Blight, and their compatriots gathered once more in the great hall of the Stormwind tribe. So, the Ironfang company might arrive near the Stormwind tribe by midnight? Cadden asked Titan. According to the scouts, Ironfang's company arrived 100 miles outside of the northern part of us an hour ago. That's right, Ironfang's company has about 1,500 people. But there are more than 300 moose carts of grain, so even if they march fast, it will take more than 4 hours. In that case, we could strike first or ambush them. Blight's eyes flashed. Impossible. They must have thought of it. They have been retreating since the day before yesterday, and they have traveled nearly 1,000 miles in the past 3 days. The warriors must be drowsy. They will never arrive near the Stormwind tribe. Maybe they will stay dozens of miles away to replenish their strength, have a big meal, and recharge their batteries before fighting again tomorrow morning. So it is absolutely impossible to strike first. Chenglu shook his head and denied. So, they won't attack tonight? Cadden heard the words and nodded. Absolutely not. However, if they don't come, we will. Chenglu smiled slyly. Are we going to strike first? Blight's eyes lit up again. Yes and no. Chapter 44. The storm of 100 races as our adversaries, we must not afford them a moment's respite. Thus, once our scouts ascertain their encampment, we shall deploy cavalry to disrupt them, ensuring they remain on edge and unable to recuperate. Disrupt them? A splendid strategy, Long Lu remarked with a smile. But wait, where do we find cavalry? Brett, initially brimming with excitement, suddenly recalled that the Storm tribe possessed no cavalry. Concurrently, others cast curious glances at the astute Long Lu, including Kadam. How could he be unaware of his tribe's cavalry? Nonetheless, he felt a tinge of anticipation regarding Long Lu's disruption tactics. According to intelligence, Ironfang commanded approximately 1,500 wild boar warriors. indicating that he had indeed gathered a few smaller tribes along the way. However, upon hearing this number, Kadang breathed a sigh of relief, with only 1,500. The Storm tribe had little cause for concern. After all, the Storm's regular forces numbered over 1,100. Supplemented by 4 reserve teams of wild boar warriors and 2 reserve teams of dog-headed men. He had no worries regarding troop strength. Rather, he pondered the quality of their forces. Yet, it was evident that he held the advantage, especially given his home ground. Only 5 cavalry? Everyone gasped in astonishment. And Kadang furrowed his brow, uncertain whether Long Lu was jesting. What? Are you mad? 5 cavalry to disrupt thousands? Are we sending them to their doom? Brett turned sharply to Long Lu, his tone frigid. He recalled that perhaps Long Lu meant the fire steeds, as there were indeed 5 male fire steeds within the tribe. Using these 5 cavalry, our objective is not to inflict casualties but to create disturbances, utilizing the swiftness of the cavalry to harass them relentlessly. Keeping them in a state of perpetual exertion, Long Lu affirmed, confirming he was not jesting. Is this feasible? According to our intelligence, they possess a full squadron of war boar cavalry, making 5 cavalry equally perilous. Kadang inquired, casting a wary glance at Long Lu. It must be said that Long Lu displayed remarkable military acumen. Had the Storm tribe possessed more cavalry, they might have been able to decimate their foes. Alas, there were only 5 male fire steeds, with 3 still under Edward's command. The remaining 8 female fire steeds were pregnant and unrideable. Chief, we need not worry. Iron Fang's warriors are fatigued. Do the war boars not tire? Even if they could mount them, they would likely struggle to achieve even 1/10 of their speed. Furthermore, I intend to personally lead 4 elite archers to scout their situation, preparing for the imminent battle, Long Lu declared confidently, shaking his head. You will lead the team personally? Chief need not worry. I have broken through. Long Lu proclaimed, his aura brimming with potent fighting spirit. With my prowess as a divine warrior. Even if Iron Fang himself sought to capture me, I possess the confidence to escape. Very well, let us proceed as you suggest. And congratulations on your breakthrough. Kadang nodded. Since Long Lu had ascended to the 4th tier, there was indeed little cause for concern. The cadre of divine warriors was substantial, and when distributed, they were certainly not commonplace. It was likely that Iron Fang had few of his own. Thank you for your concern, Chief. Long Lu replied with a smile, his heart swelling with delight. Although his status had risen, he still felt a disparity in might compared to Brett and the others. However, at this moment, seeing Kadang's sincere congratulations and the astonishment in the eyes of the others, he finally felt a sense of vindication. The others regarded Long Lu with newfound respect. Previously, they may have harbored some doubts about him, but now they had fully recognized his capabilities. Brett, observing Long Lu's fighting spirit, hesitated momentarily, glancing at Kadang before subtly shaking his head. By the way, how many new members have joined the tribe in the past few days? Kadang asked, directing his gaze toward Gang Biao and Warwick. Although he had been attentive, the sheer number had left him uncertain. Gang Biao rose and retrieved a notebook, stating, Chief, a total of 8,649 individuals have joined, including 7,867 wild boars. Among them, there are 716 elders, 4,344 young women, and 1,368 warriors, with the remainder being children, totaling 1,439. Additionally, 782 individuals encompass 163 bear goblins, 89 adult bear goblin warriors, 31 bear goblin women, and 43 bear goblin children. There are 291 centaurs, with 186 adult warriors, 57 centaur women, and 48 centaur children, 74 dwarfs, all adults, 34 jungle trolls, 23 halflings, 26 goblins, 19 werewolves, 15 bear men, 35 jackals, 23 dog-headed men, 7 leopard folk, 16 half-elves, 21 rabbit-eared individuals, and 17 goblins. Lastly, there are 18 gray elves. Wait, is this a gathering of 100 races? Kadang grew increasingly bewildered, his confusion deepening with each revelation. Centaurs, dog-headed men, and dwarves he could comprehend. But how did half-elves and goblins find their way here? Was this a circus recruitment? Kadang furrowed his brow, curious to know how Gang Biao and Warwick had managed to assemble such a motley crew. Moreover, some of these races had no known settlements on the plains. For instance, the leopard folk and jungle trolls had no tribes in the entirety of the northern continent. Kadang was dumbfounded, while Brett and Long Lu stared at Gang Biao in astonishment. The variety of races was overwhelming, and many of them were unfamiliar to them. Noticing Kadang's frown, Gang Biao fell silent, looking to Warwick, as it was Warwick who had brought in each one, claiming that Kadang required these races. Chief, do you have reservations about some of these races? Warwick cautiously inquired, glancing at Kadang. Did I say I disliked them? I am asking you, how did these chaotic races end up here? Kadang shot back, his eyes widening in irritation. They came on their own, Chief. Did you not advocate for the integration of 100 races to rebuild the empire? So when I saw them wishing to join the tribe, I simply acquiesced, Warwick replied innocently, his expression betraying nothing. Chief, some of these races consist of bandits. Others are former slaves rescued from raider camps, now wandering beastmen. There are also merchant guards and merchants whose goods were plundered, leaving them unable to survive. Upon hearing that the Storm tribe was willing to accept any race, they flocked here. Gang Biao interjected to clarify. Should we retain the centaurs and dwarves while expelling the others? Gang Biao suggested. No need. Once they have joined, we cannot simply cast them aside. What would that say about the Storm tribe's reputation? We must treat all equally, as it lays a solid foundation for the future. Kadang shook his head, although astonished. He reflected on Warwick's reasoning and realized that engaging with these races might yield potential allies in the future. Chapter 45. Ambush and Harassment in the Still of the Night. With the moon rising in March, a group of wild boar men was slowly setting up camp approximately 30 miles from the Storm tribe, inside a pre-constructed tent. Chieftain Iron-Tooth sat cross-legged, surrounded by 3 other wild boar chieftains, aside from Chieftain Gnashing Tooth. All of them had lost their own tribes to the dog-headed men and sought refuge under Iron-Tooth's command. According to the knowledge of my 2 ineffectual sons, the bandits who have occupied our tribe are not particularly formidable, although there are some minotaurs among them. Yet, with our strength, we shall surely reclaim our tribe by dawn. Iron-Tooth declared calmly. Despite his immense fury over having fought valiantly against the Centaur tribe while his own stronghold was overrun by a band of marauders, he understood the harsh survival rules of the wasteland, compared to losing his stronghold to others. The 4 unfortunate souls before him had lost even their own homes to the dog-headed men. Minotaurs? How many? Chieftain Gnashing Tooth asked in astonishment, though reluctant to admit it. The combat prowess of Minotaurs ranked among the top 5 within the beast tribes. If a substantial number of Minotaur raiders had besieged Iron-Tooth's tribe, the chances of recovery would significantly diminish. There aren't many, likely fewer than 100, replied a younger wild boar man standing at the entrance of the tent. Upon hearing this, the other chieftains, except for Iron-Tooth, sighed in relief. A mere 100 Minotaurs would pose little threat. Humph, Iron-Tooth scoffed, causing the 2 young wild boar men at the entrance to shrink back in fear. You 2 useless brats. Iron-Tooth's anger flared upon seeing their cowardice. These 2 were his sons, left behind to guard the tribe while he fought, yet they had fled on their own. He had entrusted 500 warriors to defend their home, and had they shown resilience, they could have repelled the marauders. The sight of his ineffectual sons fueled his ire further. Were they not his own flesh and blood, he would have slain them on the spot. The 2 young wild boar men bowed their heads, too intimidated to speak, acknowledging their father's authority. Chieftain, they are still young. Let us take things slowly. Chieftain Gnashing Tooth offered a word of consolation. Let us discuss tomorrow's plan. Although you speak of a mere band of thieves, they are fortified within the encampment, making an easy assault unlikely, he continued. Rest assured, I have governed my people for 30 years. I possess the unexpected key to their defeat, Iron-Tooth asserted confidently. He had long contemplated utilizing his tribesmen to drive out the marauders, believing they could no longer endure the exploitation they had suffered in recent days. With his sharp military edge outside and the discontented tribesmen inside, reclaiming the tribe would be effortless. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside. Chieftain, we are under attack. A panicked wild boar warrior rushed into Iron-Tooth's tent to report. What? Iron-Tooth's expression shifted as he sprang from his seat and dashed outside. The other chieftains following closely behind, their faces filled with alarm. Soon, the chaotic scene within the camp began to settle. Iron-Tooth's expression darkened as he observed a wild boar warrior emerge from a tent, pale and with a burning arrow embedded in his left shoulder. Nearby lay 2 corpses of wild boar men, each pierced by arrows. At that moment, a wild boar officer approached Iron-Tooth and reported, Chieftain, we have confirmed there were a total of 12 arrows, resulting in 2 fatalities and 4 injuries, along with a dead elk. As for the surroundings, my subordinates have scoured the area and found no one. It appears to have been a small band of marauders testing our defenses, who have since retreated. Understood. Inform the others to finalize the camp and rest quickly. We shall reclaim our tribe at dawn. Iron-Tooth commanded, his demeanor softening. They had encountered numerous small bands of thieves along their journey, yet none had dared to plunder them. Thus, upon hearing it was a minor group, he accepted it as truth. Yes. With the officers receiving their orders, each unit swiftly returned to their designated commanders. Gradually, the camp fell quiet. Meanwhile, to the south of Iron-Tooth's camp, a 4-man cavalry unit approached cautiously, led by Zhong Lu. The reason for the reduction from 5 to 4 was due to the Flame King refusing to allow anyone to ride him. Thus, Zhong Lu was left to lead 3. Each warrior wielded a bow, which, in human hands, would be classified as a longbow, yet in the hands of these orcs, it was merely an ordinary bow. Their bows could shoot a minimum of 700 paces, and with Zhong Lu's mastery of his fighting spirit, he could achieve remarkable feats. The small band of marauders that had just harassed Iron Tooth's camp was indeed this group. The 4 cavalrymen slowed their pace as they approached within 300 meters of the camp. "My lord, what difference is there between having guards and not having them?" one of the riders remarked, observing 2 wild-boar men snoring together in the distance. After traveling for 3 days and covering over 1,000 miles, exhaustion was to be expected. Zhang Lu did not mock them. Even a 4th-tier divine warrior would tire after such a journey, let alone ordinary soldiers. Enough chatter. Use fire arrows, but do not shoot the war pigs or elk, Zhang Lu instructed, swiftly preparing the crafted fire arrows. The others complied, with one igniting the arrows. The reason for sparing the war pigs and elk was that Zhang Lu considered them already his possessions. Injuring them would be a significant loss. Fire. Zhang Lu pulled back his bout of 7/10 strength, launching a flaming arrow into the air. The other 2 also released 3 fire arrows. Hurry, each shoot 4 arrows. Then retreat immediately. Zhang Lu quickly knocked another arrow, ignited it, and released. Within Iron Tooth's camp, a scream echoed throughout the area as a wild boar man burst from his tent, an arrow ablaze lodged in his back. Simultaneously, several tents began to catch fire, awakening numerous wild boar men. The camp descended into chaos as the tightly packed tents fueled the flame's rapid spread. Some officers, realizing the situation, immediately commanded their subordinates to pursue the direction of the arrows while others hurried to extinguish the flames. With water in short supply, they could only hastily dismantle the surrounding tents, allowing the other burning structures to succumb to the fire. "Damn it, what is happening?" Iron Tooth rushed over. Witnessing the tents engulfed in flames and understanding the situation, his anger surged. "Chieftain, it was a small cavalry unit. Their numbers did not exceed 10. Chieftain Gnashing Tooth reported as he approached from a distance. He had just led a pursuit and caught a glimpse of hazy figures about a mile away, likely belonging to a small cavalry force. Cavalry? Iron Tooth's face darkened further with murderous intent, realizing that both attacks had originated from the same group. Who were they? Were they other marauders, or the very band that had taken over his tribe? Exhausted from the previous day's battles, he had fallen asleep, seeking support for his cause and expressing gratitude to all who had voted. Chapter 46, 046, Flame Horse Knights. I surmise they will return. Should we augment the patrols? The warriors are weary. If they persist in these vexations, we may be unable to launch our assault tomorrow. Kosich Chieftain queried, glancing at Tia Chieftain, who was immersed in contemplation. These are not common brigands, but rather the adversaries we are soon to confront. Do you believe they are the thieves who pilfered from my tribe? Tia Chieftain's eyes gleamed with a keen interest as he turned his gaze upon Koya Chieftain. Indeed, it now appears that they are not merely a common band of robbers. Perhaps our movements are known to them with unnerving clarity. Chieftain, to be frank, regarding your reclamation of the tribe. Koya Chieftain's countenance was grave, yet the final words remained unspoken. However, Tia Chieftain's expression darkened, and the other wild boar men officers also exhibited subtle changes in their complexions. Koya Chieftain's reticence only heightened their apprehension. Kosich, my general, there is no need for doubt. Tomorrow, I shall reclaim my tribe. I vow it. Abruptly, Tia Chieftain abandoned his somber visage, replacing it with a smile as he surveyed the assembled officers, his gaze ultimately settling upon Kosich Chieftain. Very well, let ENTO remain. You chieftains and the rest may retire for the night. I shall attend to this matter. Understood. Kosich Chieftain and the other 3 chieftains, along with the officers, offered their salutations before departing to their respective quarters, leaving behind only a wild boar man general clad in armor. Come, ENTO, let us apprehend these exceedingly cunning rodents. Tia Chieftain directed his gaze toward the wild boar man general, a playful glint in his eyes. As you command. Time ebbed away. And to the south of the encampment, a quartet of mounted figures stealthily approached Sicheng Lu and his companions. Nearly an hour had elapsed since the previous assault. The group was now cautiously advancing, positioned approximately 300 meters from the camp. These fellows exhibit no signs of disquiet. The sentries around the camp are all slumbering. Are they truly unafraid of a major offensive? One of the wild boar men warriors remarked, casting a sidelong glance at the tranquil camp. The camp's serenity was unsettling. They should have expanded the patrol perimeter to forestall further harassment. Yet, the distant guards, entwined in slumber, appeared to be immersed in a delectable reverie. They must be exhausted. Or perhaps they believe we pose no significant threat. Another wild boar man warrior chimed in, casting a glance toward the camp and chuckling softly. Truth be told, they seem to relish this sort of harassment, as if one man can defy an entire army. Enough banter, prepare yourselves. For arrows apiece, then we retreat. Sicheng Lu commanded, retrieving his bow and arrows. Understood. The others swiftly readied themselves. Ignite. Sicheng Lu drew back his bow, aiming at the camp. Just as one of the wild boar men warriors was about to light the fuse, they exchanged glances. A faint sound had reached their ears from the west, followed by a dark shape materializing before their eyes. An ambush. Sicheng Lu's gaze sharpened. A fourth-order divine warrior could discern objects clearly a mile away. In the distance, a warboar cavalry unit was charging toward them. Withdraw. Chenglu bellowed, redirecting his arrow toward the approaching cavalry and drawing his bow to its full extent. He immediately wheeled his steed around, galloping back toward the direction of the storm tribe. The other 3 wild boar men, equally astute, followed suit. Swoosh. An arrow struck and felled a warboar knight moving at breakneck speed. Tia, astride his warboar, was taken aback. Kill. He roared. They must not escape. He had been waiting for them to take the bait. For nearly an hour, he had entertained the notion that they were merely common bandits. But now they had truly arrived. Moreover, the fact that someone had shot down a wild boar man warrior from 500 meters away indicated that one of them was a divine warrior. This was an opportune moment. Eliminating a divine warrior would be far more valuable than eliminating a 100-man squad. Faster. Their horses cannot outpace warboars. Furthermore, what is ENTO doing? Tia Chieftain pondered, observing the situation from afar, somewhat perplexed. At the same time, the expressions on Chenglu and his companions' faces were grim. A dozen or so warboar cavalry were relentlessly pursuing them, and in less than a minute, the distance between them had shrunk by at least 10 meters. Second-tier flame horses were no match for adult warboars. At this rate, they would soon be overtaken. No, my lord. I shall remain and hold them back while you escape. Otherwise, we shall all perish. One of the wild boar men warriors turned to face the pursuing warboar cavalry, knocking an arrow. Insolent fool, keep running. Chenglu retorted, drawing his lance and knocking the bow and arrow from the warrior's grasp. He then struck the flame horse's flank with the butt of his lance, causing it to bolt forward, nearly unseating the warrior. We came as a quartet, and we shall leave as a quartet. We shall die together, if die we must. Chenglu roared, striking the flanks of the other 2 warriors' flame horses as well. Chenglu now brought up the rear. We shall head west. Quickly, Chenglu scanned the pursuing warboar cavalry, his mind racing, before a flash of inspiration struck him. The western edge of the wilderness was bordered by the Rhine River, only 5 or 6 leagues distant. Returning to the storm tribe was out of the question. Upon hearing this, the 3 wild boar men warriors did not hesitate. They immediately reined in their steeds and turned westward. What is happening? Tia, who was in pursuit, was astonished to see Chenglu and his companions veering west. However, upon considering what lay ahead, Tia flew into a rage. Damn it, ENTO is a scoundrel. Does he have a death wish? He had ordered ENTO to lead a 10-man warboar cavalry unit to lie in ambush ahead. But now, after having traveled 3 leagues, there was no sign of them. My lord, ENTO is about to intercept them. Damn it, we have been completely ensnared. Chenglu's countenance was grave. They had been cut off. A warboar cavalry squad had emerged from the side, less than 200 meters away. My lord, flee for your life. The 3 of us shall hold them back. The 3 wild boar men warriors halted, calling out to Chenglu, who was up ahead. Chenglu was taken aback, then flew into a rage. What drivel are you spouting? Keep moving. We are only 3 leagues from the Rhine River. Once we reach the riverbank, we can escape. My lord, can we even cover 3 more leagues? One of the wild boar men warriors asked, glancing at the warboar knights, who were now less than 150 meters away. We cannot. My lord, you must flee. We cannot all perish here. You are a divine warrior. Your death would be a senseless waste. Go, my lord. I have a wife and children. I entrust them to your care. Chenglu. Kill. My lord, flee. Damn you all. We can escape. Chenglu roared, his aura surging erratically. However, the 3 wild boar men warriors had already drawn their lances, turning their flame horses to charge toward the approaching warboar cavalry. Damn it, you 3 fools. Chenglu regained his composure, casting one last glance at their backs before spurring his flame horse toward the Rhine River. Kill. The 3 flame horse knights soon fell to the ground, leaving behind 3 flame horses stained with blood. However, beside the bodies of the flame horse knights lay the corpses of 4 warboar knights. Were there only 3 of them? Tia, astride his warboar, surveyed the 3 wild boar men's corpses, riddled with holes, and then scanned his own cavalry. 4 had fallen. And adding the one who had been shot down at the start, 5 had perished, with 6 or 7 wounded, while they had only killed 3 of the enemy. I have already dispatched men to pursue him. Indo cautiously inquired. Chase them? Can they truly catch up to the divine warrior? Taya's ironclad face twisted into a sardonic smile as he retorted, Look at this. Is this the cavalry you trained? 3 individuals have thrown you into disarray. If they had 10, wouldn't I be forced to flee in disgrace? Taya struggled to suppress his fury. What had initially been a flawless strategy had been sabotaged by this foolish creature, who had allowed the most crucial adversary to escape. The quality of the warboars was particularly disheartening. How could his elite warboars, seasoned from battles against centaurs, be outmatched by the flame horse cavalry of a band of thieves? The flame horses were simply ill-suited for the boar warriors. Indo dared not speak further. Knowing that he had let a divine warrior slip away, and uttering another word would only incite the wrath of his chief. All your rewards are hereby rescinded. Furthermore, I expect the performance of the Warboar cavalry to improve by tomorrow, or you shall be expelled from my ranks. With that, Tai yanked the reins and galloped back to the encampment. Dispose of the corpses and return. Indo's expression darkened. As an officer, he had been promised numerous rewards, all of which were now forfeited. This signified that the intense struggle with the centaurs over the past month had yielded him nothing. Nevertheless, he refrained from further comment, recognizing that the Warboar cavalry was not entirely under his command. Any additional remarks could lead to dire consequences when he returned. Tai would surely be waiting with a blade in hand. Please support me with votes. The rankings on the signing list are plummeting, and I can't shake the feeling that the collections are being manipulated. Surely, this cannot be true. Chapter 47, The Unfamiliar Homeland in the Early Morning. A palpable tension enveloped the Storm Tribe's encampment as the warriors from every household gathered at the military barracks. The chieftain had issued a decree. No tribesman was permitted to leave the village without explicit orders, intensifying the anxiety among the clan members. This prompted some of the Boar folk to realize that their former chieftain had returned. Within the chieftain's hall, Cadden sat with a furrowed brow, maintaining a silent demeanor. Below him sat Bright, Warwick, and Gong Piao, the atmosphere thick with unease. At that moment, the scout captain, Titan, rushed into the hall, his expression fraught with alarm. He saluted Cadden and reported, "Leader, the Iron Tooth Brigade is less than 10 miles away. Additionally, we have not spotted Lord Zhonglo, but..." Titan hesitated. Casting a cautious glance at Cadden, Cadden shot Titan a sharp look, his voice icy as he commanded, "Speak. We did not find Lord Zhonglo's squad, but we did see 4 flame horses within the Iron Tooth's ranks." Titan took a deep breath, his words heavy with implication. "What? Are you certain?" Cadden sprang to his feet, his golden aura surging outward like a tidal wave. The expressions of Bright and the others shifted dramatically, primarily due to the overwhelming pressure emanating from Cadden. They instinctively unleashed their own auras to counteract the force, but it was an exercise in futility. While Bright felt slightly relieved, Gong Piao and Warwick were left drained, cold sweat trickling down their brows. Titan, on the other hand, was toppled to the ground, unable to move. The chief's bodyguard leaned against the entrance, his face a mask of horror as he gazed at Cadden, who radiated an aura reminiscent of a deity. This was far beyond the capabilities of a 5th-tier warrior. He had encountered 5th-tier divine warriors before, and their pressure had never been so exaggerated. Could it be that Cadden had broken through to the 6th tier? Cadden paused. Realizing that he had indeed surpassed the barrier, his third source of energy had coalesced, marking his ascension to a 6th-tier warrior. Witnessing the varied reactions of those around him under his oppressive aura, Cadden quickly retracted his energy. However, his expression darkened further. The appearance of Zhonglo's flame horses within the Iron Tooth's ranks suggested that Zhonglo and his companions had met their demise. Cadden clenched his bony fingers together, the sound echoing ominously. Regardless of Zhonglo's prowess, his leadership capabilities were the only aspect Cadden truly valued, and he had placed great hopes on him. Now, those hopes lay shattered, leaving Cadden in turmoil. Yet, the enemy was upon them. Vanquishing the Iron Tooth might serve as a fitting tribute to Zhonglo. Bright, mobilize the troops to confront the Iron Tooth. Cadden commanded coldly. Yes. Bright responded, his heart heavy. Losing a divine warrior like Zhonglo would inflict severe losses on the Storm Tribe even before battle commenced. He could sense the boundless fury lurking within Cadden's icy gaze. Following orders, he exited the hall immediately. As for the other matters, Warwick, Gong Piao, proceed with the original plan. Understood, Chief. The two nodded, feeling it best not to disturb Cadden further, and hurried to follow Bright. 5 kilometers away, a marching force steadily approached the Storm Tribe. It was the Iron Tooth Brigade. Sitting atop his warboar, Iron Tooth felt invigorated after having eliminated Zhonglo and his companions the previous night, bringing their escape to an end. Although he had allowed a divine warrior to slip away, the latter part of the night had passed without further disturbances, allowing his warriors to regain considerable stamina. "Only 3 more miles to my encampment," Iron Tooth remarked, spotting the familiar layout around him. "Chieftain, look over there," suddenly pointed out one of the chieftains to the west. Iron Tooth turned in surprise, along with the other chieftains, to observe the expansive fields. Such vast farmland. It appears to be cultivated with crops. The chieftain exclaimed in awe. As they gazed westward, they beheld an expanse of farmland, the sight of familiar seedlings igniting recognition among all present. "Chieftain, did you cultivate this land?" The chieftain inquired curiously, noting that such extensive fields were hardly characteristic of the Boar folk. Iron Tooth was equally astonished. This land was several times larger than the original cultivated fields of the tribe. Could it be that these bandits had long been operating within the tribe, and that their efforts had yielded results? Iron Tooth felt a sense of foreboding. These bandits did not seem easy to contend with. Soon, Iron Tooth was struck by another revelation. In the distance stood his encampment. But the entrance was flanked by a multitude of mud houses, their size at least 3 to 4 times that of the original encampment. Iron Tooth's warriors were equally astonished. This place had completely upended their previous impressions, especially the endless fields to the west, lush with green seedlings, in stark contrast to the novel architecture surrounding them. There must be accommodations for over 10,000 people here. One of the chieftains marveled, while the chieftain with the chipped teeth turned to Iron Tooth, questioning him. Enough chatter. Prepare for battle. Iron Tooth bellowed, refusing to answer. With his command, the entire marching force sprang into action, swiftly gathering the warriors tasked with guarding the elk-drawn carts. Nearly 1,500 boar warriors formed a cohesive battle line, ready to charge at a moment's notice. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Storm Tribe's encampment, ranks of warriors swiftly emerged, while those atop the unfinished mud houses readied their bows, taking aim at Iron Tooth and his men. As the formidable Minotaurs stepped out of the village, Iron Tooth and the other chieftains felt a noticeable shift in their demeanor. The Minotaurs were indeed as formidable as their reputation suggested, their towering, muscular forms wielding massive axes that exuded an intimidating presence. When the bear goblins and dog-headed warriors made their appearance, Iron Tooth exchanged glances with the other chieftains. This band of thieves was peculiar, while Minotaurs posed a threat. The presence of seemingly useless dog-headed warriors was equally bewildering. Their adversaries were undeniably powerful. The chieftain with the chipped teeth remarked, secretly cursing Iron Tooth for his earlier claims. Iron Tooth had asserted that their foes numbered only a few hundred, yet the gathered forces now exceeded 1,000, especially with so many Minotaurs in their ranks. The expressions of the other 3 chieftains darkened. Their assembled force included several lightly wounded, and this band of thieves was far from what Iron Tooth had described. Regardless, they had to reclaim the tribe today. None wished to become wandering beasts or part of a band of thieves. Iron Tooth cast a cold glance at the chipped teeth chieftains, suspecting they might already be wavering in their resolve. However, the die had been cast. He had no choice but to reclaim his tribe. Furthermore, the enemy's bluster could be misleading. There surely could not be many warriors left within the encampment. Discounting the dog-headed and bear goblins, they estimated the enemy's numbers at a maximum of 700 or 800. If they could break through, seize the encampment, victory would be theirs. Besides, they were merely a band of thieves. They were seasoned warriors who had fought against centaurs. How could they fear a mere band of robbers? As these thoughts echoed, the chieftains considered his words. Aside from the Minotaurs, the remaining warriors might not be able to match their strength. At that moment, the orderly ranks of warriors at the encampment parted, revealing Cadden, mounted atop the Flame King, wielding a war spear as he strode forward. As he beheld the 4 flame horses behind the enemy ranks, a chill crept further into his gaze. Gongpiao and Bright followed closely behind, riding their Komodo beasts. Who is Iron Tooth? Cadden's voice, frigid and piercing, carried over the distance of 700 to 800 meters, resonating like a clarion call. Iron Tooth, accompanied by several chieftains riding battle boars, advanced 3 paces and addressed Cadden. I am Iron Tooth, the sovereign of the Iron Tooth tribe. You vile marauders have invaded my domain. Vacate my territory at once, and I shall spare you. Chapter 48. The heart of the people is with me, your tribe? No. It now belongs to me. The Iron Tooth tribe is but a memory. It has been renamed the Storm Tribe. I offer you a chance. Take your warriors and join the storm, pledging your loyalty to me. Cadden calmly gazed at the boar man across from him. Iron Tooth, the chieftain of the Iron Tooth tribe. His visage belied his 30-plus years, towering at over 2 meters, exuding an imposing presence. He was not merely a 4th-tier warrior. He was of the 5th tier. Only someone of such strength could maintain the youthful appearance of a 20-year-old boar man at this age. Submit to you? You, the brigand who has seized my tribe? Iron Tooth seethed with indignation. You have robbed my home, and now seek to subjugate me. He could not help but admire the audacity of his opponent. Everyone, prepare to storm the encampment and reclaim our homeland. Ignoring Cadden's shamelessness, Iron Tooth unsheathed his lance, roaring as he readied for battle. Instantly, the front line of boar cavalry raised their lances, and the soldiers behind them assumed positions, poised for an imminent assault. Cadden nodded. Indeed, Iron Tooth's warriors were commendable, their morale and spirit formidable. Beside him, Blight signaled the archers stationed atop the unfinished structures to prepare. Cadden shook his head at Blight, urging patience. He then turned to Warwick, instructing him to proceed according to plan. Yes. Warwick nodded and turned to acknowledge several soldiers atop the encampment. Soon, activity surged through the camp, as elders, children, and women of the boar tribe leaned over the barricades. Iron Tooth, join the Storm Tribe. Let us avoid unnecessary conflict. A venerable boar elder, his white brows indicating his advanced age, addressed the gathering forces preparing to advance. His aged yet powerful voice captured everyone's attention. Upon hearing this elder's voice, Iron Tooth trembled, and the warriors who once belonged to his tribe now turned to regard the elder with reverence. Master, what nonsense are you speaking? They have taken our tribe, and I am here to rescue you. How can we join this so-called Storm Tribe? Iron Tooth Chieftain smiled as he inquired. The other chieftains and warriors present were taken aback by Iron Tooth's address to the elder as master. Meanwhile, Cadden wore a knowing smile. The elder was indeed Iron Tooth's mentor, a weary 60-year-old fourth-tier shaman and a dear friend of Iron Tooth's father, who had guided him to become a divine warrior. Just yesterday, when the elder had suddenly sought him out, Iron Tooth discovered there was still a fourth-tier shaman within his tribe. The elder's purpose was simple. He wished for Cadden to avoid conflict with Iron Tooth's warriors. He did not want to witness the slaughter of his own kin. Cadden readily acquiesced, for he intended to win over Iron Tooth's warriors. Knowing their families remained under his protection, these warriors would undoubtedly make a choice to honor their families. Iron Tooth, we are well. We do not require your rescue. The new Storm tribe is thriving. Honorable Chieftain Cadden has saved us from the brink of starvation, repelling the attacking goblins, bringing food and security. Listen to me, Iron Tooth. Join the Storm tribe and fight for the survival of our kin. And my descendants, join the Storm tribe, for your children, wives, and parents await your return. Only the Storm can ensure our survival. No. Iron Tooth's countenance darkened. He suddenly comprehended their intent to dismantle his authority, with his mentor complicit in the scheme. Do not listen. The Shaman Tura has surely been swayed by this brigand leader named Cadden. Follow my command and attack. Iron Tooth, flustered, raised his lance to signal an assault. Yet, behind him, no one moved. Kathy, Indo, lead your men into battle. That is an order. Iron Tooth's voice was grave as he commanded Indo and the other chieftains, his expression brooding. Chieftain, it is not that I do not wish to act. But they refused to move. Indo shook his head, glancing at the soldiers behind him, who were murmuring amongst themselves. In truth, Indo did not wish to engage. He had seen his wife and children in the encampment. Moreover, it appeared Iron Tooth was on the brink of collapse. Furious, Iron Tooth prepared to strike an example when voices rang out from the encampment. Father, come back. Ram, return, do not fight. Cass, come back. Your daughter misses you. A cacophony erupted, with cries for fathers, sons, and husbands echoing through the air. The warriors behind Iron Tooth began to stir, as many Boar men heard the calls of their loved ones. Curse it. I will say this one last time. Who? Iron Tooth's voice turned cold as he prepared to warn his warriors, but before he could finish, he saw the Boar cavalry swiftly turning away, and those behind him began to retreat slightly. Indo, do you dare betray me? Iron Tooth clenched his lance, trembling with rage, his eyes blazing with intent as he glared at Indo. Iron Tooth, I do not betray you. You have betrayed us. Indo, though wary of Iron Tooth, spoke boldly. Before us stand our parents and families. You would have us attack them? In this Centaur war, we have lost 60% of our warriors. We are already crippled. If we engage in this futile assault, even if we reclaim the tribe, how many brothers will remain? Moreover, in your eyes, our lives are but pawns for your charge. If that is the case, why should we not fight for them instead? I wish to see my wife and children alive, as do they. Indo's words resonated with the warriors behind him. After all, their families were but a stone's throw away, and living to see them again was a noble pursuit. Additionally, Indo spoke the truth. Their battles against the centaurs were for food necessary for the tribe, and dying in such a cause would be honorable. Yet to perish here would leave no memory of their sacrifice. Iron Tooth's anger swelled with each passing moment, his expression darkening as he fixed his gaze on Indo. If he did not silence this fool, he would find no peace. You, Indo, you will pay for this folly, spreading your nonsense and inciting betrayal. Iron Tooth, gripping his lance, leaped from his war pig towards Indo, a surge of fighting spirit manifesting at the weapon's tip as he thrust downward. Indo's face paled, and the nearby Boar cavalry united to defend him. But the ferocity of Iron Tooth's energy sent them flying. The lance tip hovered above Indo's head, and in an instant, he was on the brink of being crushed. Iron Fong, having retreated several meters, was drenched in cold sweat upon spotting the spear embedded in the ground. Had he hesitated for even a moment, he might have found himself lifeless. Just then, a battalion of soldiers swiftly surrounded him from a distance. Iron Fong's expression shifted again as he noticed a fiery steed galloping towards him. On its back was the enemy chieftain, the owner of the spear before him. Although it was just a single thrust, the opponent's prowess was undoubtedly superior to his own. A 6th-tier warrior? While he wished to confirm, he dared not. Having just entered the 5th tier, he was hardly a match for a 6th-tier combatant. Injuo, consider yourself fortunate this time. Iron Fong glared menacingly at Injuo before leaping onto his war pig and fleeing northward. The Storm Brigade quickly encircled Injuo and Kechi, while Cadden restrained the Flame King. Casting a glance at the retreating figure of Iron Fong, he dismounted and retrieved his bow and arrows, drawing back the string until a brilliant golden aura enveloped the arrowhead. With a swift whoosh, the air trembled, and in but a breath, the fleeing figure collapsed to the ground a mile away. Go check. If he is dead, bury him on the spot. If he is alive, bury him as well. Cadden lowered his bow, coldly surveying the distance. With their ranks diminished, and the enemy unwilling to surrender, he would not show any mercy. Yes. Blight nodded and personally rode his Kodo beast towards the scene. Meanwhile, Injuo and the other chieftains felt their hearts race with trepidation upon witnessing Iron Fang fall. A fifth-tier warrior, capable of effortlessly obliterating them, had succumbed to a single arrow from the wild boar chieftain. Kadin's chilling words further instilled fear in their hearts. Bury him if he is dead. And if he is alive, still bury him? The chieftains dared not move, allowing Kadin to scrutinize them. They remained, hoping to join the tribe. Otherwise, they would not have submitted to Iron Fang. When Iron Fang was suddenly betrayed by Injuo, they chose to remain passive, as if Iron Fang lost control over the tribe. He would no longer hold value in their eyes. They quietly assessed Kadin and the soldiers surrounding them. Injuo recognized several faces among them, while Kechi was utterly astonished. The wild boar warriors encircling them donned exquisite leather armor. Each piece of armor was worth nearly a gold coin. The sheer number of such armor pieces was unfathomable. For their warriors, merely possessing a piece of cloth armor was a rarity. Many relied on animal hides for protection against attacks. Kadin softened his demeanor, revealing a friendly smile that ultimately settled on Injuo. Behind Injuo stood hundreds of warriors, clearly loyal to him. Injuo was exceedingly nervous, although Kadin greeted him with a smile. The earlier display of lethal prowess felt like a terrifying demon grinning at him. "What is your name? What role do you serve under Iron Fang?" Kadin inquired, reporting. "My lord, my name is Injuo, the captain of Iron Fang's war pig cavalry." Injuo dared not hesitate, respectfully dismounting and bowing to Kadin. As he leaped down, the war pig cavalry followed suit, while Kechi and the other chieftains quickly dismounted as well, their warriors mimicking their actions. Cold sweat dripped from Kechi's brow. How could they remain seated on their war pigs in the presence of such a powerful individual? It was utterly disrespectful. "Injuo, a fine name. Are you willing to serve me?" Kadin gazed at Injuo, whose energy surged, indicating signs of awakened fighting spirit. With a fresh acquisition of war pigs, the formation of a cavalry was undoubtedly on the agenda. "I am willing." Injuo's face lit up with joy. To be acknowledged by such a formidable figure indicated his value. He was no fool. Why would he refuse? "Excellent." Kadin nodded in satisfaction. "I have heard that Iron Fang has subdued several chieftains. Where are they?" Injuo hastily pointed to Kechi and the other chieftains, respectfully introducing them. "My lord, these four are the chieftains: Kechi, Grey Root, Ba Mu, and Lu Ku." Kadin observed the four, sensing the aura of fighting spirit emanating from them, clearly indicating they were fourth-tier divine warriors. The Storm tribe had recently absorbed the Grey Root tribe, and many from the Lu Ku tribe. Instantly, Grey Root and Lu Ku exchanged astonished glances before their expressions brightened. They had thought their tribesmen were all perished, yet here were survivors. However, they now belong to the Storm tribe. "You four are divine warriors. And if you choose to join the Storm, I will gladly welcome you." For divine warriors were an invaluable asset, especially since the Storm tribe lacked strong combatants. Furthermore, chieftains capable of leading a tribe possess certain skills, whether in warfare or governance, making them even more coveted. "Yes, indeed. Since we have joined the Storm tribe, we shall relinquish our chieftain titles and willingly join." Lu Ku and Grey Root exchanged glances, promptly affirming their decision. They had intended to join the tribe all along, so they were more than willing. As for reclaiming their tribesmen, not only had they not considered it, but even if they had, they would not have dared to voice it. Kechi was taken aback. He had not anticipated that these two would so readily abandon their chieftain titles and join the Storm tribe. "I, too, am willing to relinquish my chieftain title and join the Storm. I also wish to join and relinquish my chieftain title." Ba Mu dared not hesitate, quickly voicing his agreement. "Splendid. I warmly welcome the four chieftains to the Storm tribe." Kadin nodded in satisfaction, surprised by their promptness. "Now that everyone wishes to join the Storm, simply lay down your weapons. The former tribesmen of Iron Fang, Grey Root, and Lu Ku may visit their families, while the remaining individuals shall await arrangements." Upon Kadin's command, the Kodo beast riding Gan Piao nodded, signaling the surrounding commanders to stand down. Instantly, the warriors readily discarded their weapons, eager to reunite with their families. Meanwhile, the gates of the Storm encampment swung open, and a throng of excited tribesmen surged forth. Kadin's gaze shifted to several hundred elk-drawn carts ahead. Each cart contained at least 10 bags of grain. Each bag was roughly the same size, weighing about 100 pounds. Kadin and Warwick smiled upon seeing the grain. Aside from their people, this was their most significant gain. Warwick turned to Gan Piao with a smirk. "See, I told you not to fear recruiting tribesmen. Look at the goodwill being shown with these supplies." Gan Piao felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, but had not expected Warwick and the chieftain to think so far ahead. "How much grain is this?" Kadin asked, picking up a bag of grain. Injuo promptly replied, "There are a total of 323 carts. With over 60,000 pounds of rye, 120,000 pounds of sweet potatoes, and 170,000 pounds of sword beans." Kadin was astonished. The Centaur tribe is so prosperous? Ironfang and Ketchi's 5 tribes had garnered over 300,000 pounds of grain. How much had the entire wild boar coalition seized? Hearing Kadden's disbelief, Injuo shook his head. The centaurs have a tradition of farming, and with the assistance of the deer people, their harvests are often bountiful. The entire wild boar coalition likely seized nearly 30 million pounds of grain. 300,000 pounds is merely a drop in the bucket. Kadden nodded. Compared to 30 million pounds, the grain before him was indeed insignificant. As for the deer people mentioned by Injuo, Kadden was aware that they were the divine descendants of the centaurs, the progeny of the gods. According to legend, the centaurs are a race birthed from the union of Ascension, one of the 9 ancient beast deities, and a divine white stag. Thus, centaurs possess the potential to give rise to deer folk adorned with majestic antlers, each of whom is innately endowed with an extraordinary affinity for the flora around them. While wood elves are hailed as the beloved children of the forest, the deer folk are celebrated as the cherished offspring of nature itself. With the assistance of the deer folk, centaurs can cultivate the land, achieving a yield that exceeds their efforts thrice over. Chapter 50. The current state of the tribe, the Storm Tribe. A cacophony of laughter and merriment enveloped the atmosphere, yet for many warriors, the present state of the Storm Tribe felt utterly foreign. Nevertheless, upon witnessing their parents, wives, and children, they could once again genuinely feel the long-lost sensation of home. However, amidst the joy, sorrow lingered as well. Numerous warriors had perished on the battlefield, delivering unfortunate news to their families. Yet, for those dwelling on the desolate plains, death was not an insurmountable tragedy. From a young age, they had witnessed countless loved ones, friends, and kin succumb to the ravages of war, disease, and famine, returning to the earth as mere dust. In the storm hall, Kadden occupied the high seat. Below him sat Brait, Warwick, Gongpiao, the newly joined Injuo, and the 4 members of Ketty, along with an elder, Tula, a level 4 Boarman shaman. Among them was a new face, Ball, the Minotaur captain, a recently promoted level 4 warrior. He had not only effortlessly transcended to level 4, but had also awakened his totemic powers, acquiring healing abilities akin to those of a healer. Though he remained uncertain about his other capabilities, this was indeed a cause for celebration for Kadden, as not only had they avoided conflict today, but they had also welcomed a new level 4 warrior, an occasion marked by double joy. However, upon hearing Injuo's words, Kadden's expression brightened. Could it be that Chonlu still lived? Kadden was overjoyed. Yes, Chief, my war-boar knights witnessed that divine warrior leap into the Rhine River last night, Injuo affirmed, revealing no concealment. Although this so-called Chonlu had been forced into the water by them, he recounted the events with transparency. Then why has he not returned to the tribe? Kadden furrowed his brow. Despite Chonlu's recent ascension to level 4, a divine warrior should not succumb to drowning. Could there be further complications? Chief, shall I dispatch individuals to search along the banks of the Rhine? Brait inquired. It was well known that Kadden held Chonlu in high regard, and his loss would not merely be a simple setback. No need. If he could be found, he would have returned to Storm long ago, Kadden replied, shaking his head. Let us not dwell on him. He will return when he is ready. Today, I have gathered you all for 2 purposes. First, Injuo, Ketty, and the others. As new members of the tribe, I hope you will unite and strive for the strength of the Storm Tribe. Additionally, with our tribe's population surpassing 10,000 and nearly 10 races joining us, I expect you, as officials, to treat all equally, regardless of their race. Anyone I see mistreating another tribe will face removal from their position. Kadden cast a cold gaze around the room. Discrimination and disdain were prevalent among the beast races. Boarmen looked down upon goblins, wolfmen, lizardmen, and rabbitmen, among others. Similarly, wolfmen and lizardmen held contempt for goblins and rabbitmen. Even goblins regarded rabbitmen with disdain. This cycle of discrimination was commonplace, as an ordinary boarman could easily overpower several rabbitmen, unless the latter possessed the prowess of a divine warrior, where their ranks would then be equal. Discrimination was a significant issue, one Kadden could not resolve entirely. So he could only caution his officials that while tribesmen might harbor prejudices, officials must uphold impartiality. Everyone present noted Kadden's icy demeanor, etching his words into their minds. The goblin servant at the doorway cast a glance at Kadden, shaking his head inwardly. Goblins were nearly universally despised by the beast races. However, witnessing Kadden's resolute gaze, perhaps there was hope for the Storm Tribe to be different. Now, let us address the matter of the military. With Chonlu absent, Brait will assume command of the troops. I expect you to train the army diligently. Do not disappoint me. Kadden directed his attention to Brait. Had circumstances permitted, he would not have appointed Brait as commander. But with Chonlu gone, Gongpiao, Warwick, and Brait all lacked the innate talent for leadership. However, for the Storm Tribe at present, with sufficient manpower and food to sustain them for a while, they should soon enter a period of peaceful development. Thus, Kadden felt no immediate concern for Brait. Yes. Brait nodded, initially filled with elation. But as he met Cadden's profound gaze, his joy turned to melancholy, clearly aware that he was not the ideal candidate, but merely a placeholder in Chong Lu's absence. With a significant increase in the tribe's strength and a population exceeding 10,000, the current military still felt somewhat insufficient, prompting Cadden to consider further expansion. The total military strength would be 3,000, divided into a dual-tier system. The first tier would consist of professional troops, whose sole responsibility would be training, exempt from other tribal duties. The second tier would encompass reservists, who, alongside training, would undertake various tasks within the tribe, such as guarding posts and patrolling the outskirts. Cadden elaborated on the two-tier system, distinguishing between professional soldiers and reservists. Initially, he had planned for 2,000 professional troops, but that number felt inadequate. Nevertheless, maintaining 2,000 professional soldiers already posed a considerable burden, leading him to contemplate the necessity of reservists. The second tier would comprise half-trained individuals responsible for various chores within the tribe. The assembly listened intently, quickly grasping the distinctions between the two tiers. Injuo and the others had familiarized themselves with the concept of professional armies. Initially, they were astounded, particularly the 4 chieftains of Keti, as this notion of a professional army seemed remarkably audacious. Sustaining such a number of warriors who contributed nothing to labor would require an immense amount of food. Yet, it was indeed the approach of the Storm Tribe. Cadden continued, outlining the organization of 2 Minotaur battalions, classified as first tier, under Baal's command. He glanced towards the Minotaur ball, seated at the end, yet exuding a striking presence. With his massive black horns and towering height of over 3 meters, along with exaggerated bronze muscles, Baal commanded an imposing presence merely by standing there. Baal was taken aback, as one who had just recently ascended to a position worthy of sitting there. He had not anticipated his promotion. Yes, Baal exclaimed, rising joyfully to salute Cadden with respect. Please, take your seat, Cadden smiled. Baal, still quite young, akin to a human in age, was merely 17, a recent adult. However, among the beast races, maturity came early. Aging primarily signified physical growth. Furthermore, the 10 Borman battalions would be expanded to 16, all classified as first-tier battalions. Chapter 51. Military Kechi, Bamu, Hugin, and Luke. You 4 shall each assume the role of a wild boar brigade leader. Brett, you will oversee this arrangement. Yes, responded Blake and the 4 others, casting their eyes towards Brett, their new superior, a member of the Wolf clan. Initially taken aback, they quickly acclimated upon realizing the tribe comprised nearly 10 different races, including elves and trolls. Noticing their gaze, Brett nodded subtly. As a 4th-tier divine warrior, he understood that asserting dominance over the 4 would not be an effortless task. Moreover, his desire for strength grew increasingly urgent, particularly after witnessing Cadden's remarkable feat of slaying a 5th-tier warrior with a single arrow. In just a month, the Storm Tribe had expanded nearly 3-fold under the command of Cadden, a monstrous wild boar warrior. Originally, Cadden led 3 4th-tier extraordinary warriors, but this number had now surged into double digits. The pace of growth was alarming. If his strength did not keep pace, he would inevitably be left behind. Cadden announced that a large unit of goblins would be organized as a first-tier brigade. He acknowledged the goblins' industriousness, often surpassing even the wild boars in their work ethic, provided they were well fed. Surviving within a race prone to infighting, each goblin exhibited commendable physical resilience. They had now taken on essential roles in construction, fishing, and agriculture, prompting Cadden to establish a first-tier brigade, signifying his regard for them. While the goblins might seem unremarkable in a brawl, their prowess as spear throwers, with their long arms, was undoubtedly exceptional. Hence, Cadden planned to equip them with finely wrought iron javelins, envisioning a well-trained unit of goblin spear throwers as a formidable asset. Everyone was momentarily taken aback, as goblins typically lacked the qualifications for a first-tier brigade. However, Brett understood Cadden's intentions regarding the spear throwers and had heard that the dwarves were already crafting iron javelins. The gatekeeper, surprised, recognized the implications of the 2-tier system and grasped that the first-tier brigade would consist of elite warriors. The mere notion of training without engaging in labor seemed indicative of noble living. The gatekeeper's excitement reflected Cadden's significant regard for the goblins. Additionally, Cadden proposed the formation of a mixed brigade, with no fixed numbers. He instructed that all war boars be organized into a mixed cavalry squad, appointing Ender as the squad leader. Recently, they had acquired over 50 war boars from Iron Tooth, necessitating the establishment of a war boar cavalry. While training cavalry was generally within the purview of Chong Lu, who was currently absent, Ender, the former captain of Iron Tooth's war boar cavalry, was well qualified for the role. Yes, Ender exclaimed, initially fearing Cadden might undermine him due to his ties to Iron Tooth. To his astonishment, he found himself reinstated, perhaps even promoted, as his previous cavalry unit comprised only 26 riders. Now, With the addition of the 4 boars from Ketchy's group, their number had swelled to over 50. Moreover, he recognized that within the Storm Army structure, a squad leader could oversee smaller units, a privilege he had not enjoyed under Iron Tooth. The 2nd Mixed Brigade would enlist 33 bear goblins, 23 dwarves, 23 jungle trolls, 23 wirgins, 10 goblins, 10 wolf clansmen, 10 bear folk, 10 half-elves, 10 rabbit folk, 10 gremlins, 10 gray elves, and 7 leopard folk. Upon hearing Cadden's declaration, everyone was stunned, especially Brett, as this truly represented a brigade of myriad races. However, Warwick understood that this mixed brigade might very well become the true backbone of their forces. Feeling an impulse, Warwick spoke up, "Leader, allow me to command this mixed brigade. Our tribe will inevitably integrate more races, and I wish to familiarize myself with them to accumulate knowledge for the future." Seeing Warwick's eagerness to lead the mixed brigade, Brett and Gongpiao exchanged glances. While others might not realize it, they were keenly aware that Warwick currently served as the tribe's treasurer, overseeing all transactions. "Why are you not focusing on your duties as treasurer? What madness is this?" Gongpiao lamented, especially considering that if Warwick became the brigade leader, the responsibilities would inevitably fall upon him. Already overwhelmed with the arrangement of thousands of tribesmen, he firmly opposed the idea. Cadden furrowed his brow and remarked, "Warwick, if you take on the role of brigade leader, who will manage your current responsibilities? The tribe's commercial dealings rely entirely on you, and only you can handle them." With plans to cultivate new commercial sectors underway, Warwick's role was indispensable. "Leader, I can manage both. Being a brigade leader and handling the tribe's affairs are not mutually exclusive," Warwick insisted, his golden beard swaying as he spoke. "Very well, the position of mixed brigade leader is yours," Cadden conceded, albeit reluctantly. If Warwick truly wished to learn about other races, it would ultimately benefit the Storm tribe. This established a total of 20 brigades, each classified as first tier. Following that were 10 second-tier brigades, 3 goblin brigades, 6 wild boar brigades, and 1 regular mixed brigade. "Brett, regarding the first-tier and second-tier brigades, we shall conduct monthly comparisons. Should the warriors of a second-tier brigade defeat those of a first-tier brigade, their positions will be reversed, stronger up, weaker down. This must be executed with fairness and justice." "Yes," Brett acknowledged, recognizing Cadden's serious demeanor. He wholeheartedly supported Cadden's philosophy of elevating the strong while relegating the weak. Furthermore, Brett, concerning the breathing techniques of combat chi. "All warriors reaching the 3rd tier may be taught these methods." Yes, both Dorn and the 4 from Ketchy were visibly stirred, having achieved their status through personal trials. They understood the challenges involved. They could hardly believe that the Storm tribe would so freely share such invaluable techniques. They lamented not encountering Cadden sooner, as their prowess could have been far greater. Dorn gazed intently at Brett, knowing he had reached the limits of his physical capabilities but struggled to ascend to the rank of divine warrior. The notion that reaching physical limits would guarantee a breakthrough was naive. In reality, the vast majority of those at their peak would never naturally transcend. This was precisely why various breathing techniques existed across the continent, each possessing significant value. The 4 from Ketchy looked to Brett, aware that while they were now divine warriors, they faced numerous challenges in their personal growth. Unless they possessed extraordinary talents, the path of combat chi would be arduous. The introduction of breathing techniques could assist them in swiftly identifying and rectifying their shortcomings. Chapter 52, The Tale of Old Tula contemplating the establishment of a secondary military system. Cadden fell into deep thought. With the formation of 4 reserve military battalions, it was inevitable that they would be withdrawn from the army structure. However, the adage "a strong youth leads to a strong nation" holds undeniable truth, underscoring the necessity of having a reserve military. Currently, the tribe boasted a population exceeding 10,000, with nearly 3,000 of those being underage children. These youngsters represented the future of the Storm, the very foundation of the future Orc Empire. Thus, Cadden recognized the imperative of valuing the tribe's potential, which extended beyond mere martial prowess to encompass talents across various fields. Only by merging these talents with strength could a formidable empire be constructed. Education. The notion of education struck Cadden with clarity. In his previous life as a modern university student, he had held deep admiration for the educational system of his homeland. Within a span of merely 60 years, a nation of over 1 billion had elevated its literacy rate from a mere fraction to over 96%. This was nothing short of a miracle in the annals of educational history, and such a high literacy rate ultimately contributed to the emergence of a vast and prosperous nation. As a modern soul, Cadden was acutely aware of the significance of education. Having reached this conclusion, he addressed the assembly. The reform of the reserve military will be accompanied by the establishment of the Storm Military Academy. All able-bodied children within the Storm tribe must enroll in the academy. The mention of the Storm Military Academy left the crowd momentarily stunned, as they were unfamiliar with the term. However, one individual, The elderly Boorman and fourth-tier priest Tula gazed at Kadin with palpable excitement. Praise the gods. Chief, you must be sent by the divine to save the orc race. Tula closed his eyes, placing his hands over his heart, and earnestly prayed with his aged visage. Kadin, taken aback by Tula's demeanor, wondered if the priest had some understanding of what an academy entailed. Yet, he refrained from interrupting. The rituals of a priest were sacred, and most benevolent priests lacked combat prowess but possessed formidable healing abilities, akin to the healers in games from his past life. While Kadin identified as an atheist, he understood that in this world, where absolute power was a rarity, one should not hastily disparage any belief. Countless deities and their faiths existed, and offending one could easily provoke a formidable religious order. Moreover, not all faiths were benevolent. Attracting the ire of malevolent deities could lead to considerable trouble. Upon witnessing Tula's completed prayer, Kadin, with curiosity shining in his eyes, inquired, Priest Tula, are you familiar with the academy? Tula, his time-worn face breaking into a respectful smile, replied, Chief, I have visited the human world. Oh, Kadin was taken aback, and so were the others. The human realm was steeped in ancient tales, separated from their continent by thousands of miles of ocean. To them, the human world felt exceedingly distant. The crowd turned their inquisitive gazes toward Tula, Kadin included. That was over 50 years ago. I was born in the human realm. My parents were sold to the humans by a slave capture group. The individual who purchased my parents was a human named Fetus Zodike, a duke from the western kingdom of Harland, who commanded a vast territory. My father, being a 7th-tier warrior, served as a captain of the internal guard within Duke Fetus's domain. Because of my father, I became close friends with Duke Fetus's son, Lindsay Zodike, from a young age. Thus, I am aware of the academy. The Duke's territory boasted numerous academies, where the sons of the Duke's commanders and soldiers would attend. Although Duke Fetus was a good man, my father was an orc, which disqualified me from attending the academy. However, Lindsay treated me well, sneaking me into the academy on occasion. It has been 53 years since we last parted. I wonder if Lindsay still lives. He became a formal mage at the age of 5, and by the time I left at 14, he was nearing 7th-tier mastery. I trust he is still alive. Old Tula reminisced, a nostalgic expression gracing his features. A mage at 5 years old? Remarkable, exclaimed Bright, who, though he had never visited the human world, had read extensively about it and was undoubtedly the most knowledgeable person present. A 5-year-old mage was undoubtedly a human prodigy. Kadin too felt a sense of awe. The humans were indeed blessed, regardless of the realm. A human mage at 5, and a near 7th-tier mage at 14. After over 50 years, he might have reached that pinnacle. Indeed, at that time, Lindsay was heralded as one of the top 100 youths in the Harlan Kingdom. Tula appeared to be lost in thought, recalling his days walking alongside young Lindsay, hearing the echoes of admiration. Such strength, yet merely among the top 100 of the Harlan Kingdom? Warwick interjected, astonished. He had heard from Bright that the most powerful realm among humans was not a kingdom, but an empire. If there were so many prodigious youths in the kingdoms, how many more would there be in the human empire? The human system is quite commendable. Tula observed Warwick's astonished expression, gently shaking his head. From the age of 4, their children are sent to nearby primary academies for training, where they learn magic, cultivate martial skills, and develop military and civil capabilities, among various disciplines. Just in a duke's territory with a population of 1 million, there are over 30 academies, and across the entire Harlan Kingdom with its tens of millions, the number of academies is even greater. Thus, the human world is incredibly powerful and daunting as they continuously forge strong individuals. 53 years ago, I escaped from the human kingdom and returned to the land that belonged to the orcs, as my father described. Only upon stepping foot on this land did I truly comprehend the might of humanity. I encountered the father of Iron Tooth, and we once dreamed of establishing a human kingdom in this land. Yet, after wandering for much of my life, we could only establish the Iron Tooth tribe. It was a formidable challenge. As a 4th-tier priest, Iron Tooth's father never advanced beyond a 4th-tier warrior. Such strength made it exceedingly difficult to ensure our people did not starve. Today, seeing the chief's desire to establish an academy fills this old heart with tears of joy. Tears welled in the almost indistinguishable eyes beneath Tula's gray brows. With Tula's story concluded, the gathering regarded him with deep respect, regardless of whether Tula's ambitions had been realized. His unwavering determination commanded admiration. Kadin was no exception. In that fleeting moment, he envisioned the vast orc land filled with countless figures like Tula, individuals who, despite not achieving success or leaving their names in history, deserved reverence. These were the pioneers. They may not be seen, but they undoubtedly existed. Chapter 53, The Storm Military Academy. Kadin gazed at old Tula, reflecting on how ideals are often crushed by the harshness of reality. In his previous life, education served as a ladder to the upper echelons, while here, it is strength that paves the way, whether through education or prowess. Both share a common trait, the ability to stand out among countless ordinary individuals. However, the situation here is far more brutal. In his past life, a lack of advanced education did not preclude one from ascending, but in this realm, without strength, one cannot rise at all. Just like old Tula, who had wandered aimlessly for much of his life in pursuit of his dreams, those dreams remained merely dreams. This is the cruel nature of this world. It is akin to a tempest. With Kadin's growing strength, the potential of the storm grows exponentially. A single individual can indeed shape the future of a tribe. Kadin smiled and asked, Tula, what do you find challenging about the Storm Military Academy? Old Tula responded with a smile, I once established an academy in a large tribe. The difficulties lie in securing qualified instructors, maintaining stability, and also in the tribesfolk themselves. Established an academy? Kadin was taken aback. Having assumed old Tula had achieved nothing beyond the Iron-Tooth tribe. Seeing Kadin's expression, old Tula shook his head. That academy may have long since become a relic. By the time I left, it had lost all hope. The most critical aspect of a school is undoubtedly its faculty, yet formidable individuals tend to be conservative and stubborn. Those willing to impart their knowledge to strangers are exceedingly rare. Without such strong figures as teachers, how can one educate students? Kadin nodded in agreement. It is undeniably true that no one will selflessly contribute without reason, not even the strong. Moreover, powerful individuals view their knowledge and skills as vital legacies, making them reluctant to teach others. Stability is another concern, as tribal conflicts and food crises frequently arise. The most pressing issue is the food crisis, without sustenance. The non-productive children and teachers are the least tolerated. The third challenge pertains to the tribesfolk. Aside from those with innate talent for combat or magic, most parents would not permit their children to pursue other studies, as those skills hold little utility within most tribes. This is a systemic flaw within the tribes. While some orc kingdoms are beginning to abandon traditional tribal governance, they still cannot compare to the advanced systems of human kingdoms. Kadin comprehended. Indeed, the tribal system is archaic. Even among orc kingdoms, there is a lack of diverse administrative divisions to govern the realm. The orc kingdom is merely a collection of tribes. The strongest tribe does not necessarily have to be the largest. It is clear that the tribal structure stifles industrial development, and Kadin concurred. Old Tula, you seem to have confidence in me. May I inquire as to why? Kadin asked old Tula. I cannot foresee the future of the storm. This is a new system. With the integration of the Tauren, gnolls, dwarves, and bear goblins, this inclusive approach reveals boundless potential for the storm, old Tula mused. His eyes closed as he envisioned the future. I envision the division of the tribe by Jangpyo and Warwick. This is precisely the system I long to see. A definitive break from traditional tribal governance. Since Kadin assumed leadership of the tribe, he had remained hidden among the tribesfolk. Jangpyo and Warwick conducted a census, establishing a hierarchy where one captain oversees 10 families of wild boars, and each 10 captains is managed by a chief who reports directly to Jangpyo and Warwick. Is this not a mirror of the human kingdom system? The human kingdom of his birth, the Harambo kingdom, is not the most advanced in terms of governance. The ideal model he envisions is found in the eastern part of the Harambo kingdom, the Sessions Empire. Sessions lacks a noble system. It operates on a three-tier structure: town, city, state. The mayors of towns, cities, and states are selected from the populace by the Sessions royal family. And this exemplary system ensures that military and judicial powers remain in the hands of the royal family, leaving only civil governance to the mayors. Fortunately, old Tula did not voice this, or else Kadin would have been astounded, for he was intimately familiar with such systems. Kadin nodded, recognizing that the hierarchical division proposed by Jangpyo and Warwick was indeed his own idea, aimed at better mobilizing labor. With that in mind, old Tula, would you be interested in becoming the first dean of the Storm Military Academy? Kadin inquired, looking at old Tula, who possessed the experience required for founding an academy. Old Tula appeared taken aback, glancing at Kadin. However, those around them were not particularly surprised. Given old Tula's narrative, it was evident to Kadin's acquaintances, Brait and Warwick, that the inaugural dean would undoubtedly be old Tula. I'm but an old man. I have few years left to live, and I fear I may not be up to the task. Old Tula expressed a mix of excitement and resignation in his tone. At 65, he was nearing the life expectancy of a fourth-tier wild boar, which is 70 years. While 70 is the perceived limit, very few actually live to that age. Tula, being a dean does not entail going to battle. Moreover, is this not the ideal you have always aspired to? Currently, the storm lacks everything, and the academy can only progress step by step. Who can predict its success? Kadin smiled. Age is not an immediate death sentence. This old man still has much to offer, and Kadin intends to make the most of it before the opportunity slips away. Very well, Chief, as you say. I shall give it a try. Old Tula responded, visibly excited, his eyes sparkling with newfound vigor. Excellent. Tula, although the Storm Military Academy has been established, the details regarding its location and infrastructure are yours to determine, once you have made your selections. Consult Jenkpio for assistance in assembling the necessary personnel to bring the academy to fruition. Understood. Old Tula nodded in agreement. Moreover, regarding the issue of faculty, Cadden felt a headache coming on. This was indeed the most pressing concern. With the storm lacking talent and strong individuals, it was akin to starting from hell. The faculty issue seemed insurmountable. However, there is always a way forward. As a priest, you can establish a course in priesthood studies. Additionally, I shall share my combat breathing techniques with you for teaching purposes. Furthermore, Brait and your group can also take on teaching roles. The warrior students will serve as the reserve force for the military, and assuming the title of teacher will undoubtedly benefit you, Cadden proposed. Teach students? The group fell silent. While Brait scratched his head, pondering whether teaching would be enjoyable. Warwick and Indo seemed intrigued, while the others nodded in agreement. After all, this was a direct request from their leader, and none dared to dismiss it. And you? Cadden turned to the languid Knoll by the door, who appeared to be dozing. At Cadden's sharp reprimand, the Knoll startled awake, looking bewildered at Cadden. However, upon meeting Cadden's increasingly frosty gaze, the Knoll's expression shifted to one of confusion. Chapter 54. The Academy's grand gift. Is there anyone who serves as you do? Upon hearing Cadden's inquiry, Jiko's head drooped, appearing somewhat deflated. From now on, you need not serve as my attendant. Cadden regarded this fellow, who had been enjoying a leisurely life as a servant these past few days, while others were toiling away. He had merely followed Cadden around, sightseeing as if on a holiday. Ah, Chief, I was wrong. Please, do not kill me. At these words, Jiko felt as if a chilling wind had swept across him, invigorating him momentarily, but his legs gave way, and he knelt on the ground, pleading for mercy. Cadden's dismissal of him as a servant seemed to imply a more dire fate awaited him. Director Tula, this indolent goblin is a 4th-tier wizard. You could establish a wizarding course at the academy. Cadden ignored the trembling Jiko on the floor and turned his attention to the elder Tula. Jiko was indeed a bona fide wizard, and with some experience under his belt, he could likely teach a wizarding class. There was no choice. It was a matter of making do with what was available. Once the Storm Tribe grew stronger and wealthier, they could recruit more powerful wizards and mages to teach. Jiko, who had initially been quaking, suddenly ceased his trembling, raising his head in astonishment at Cadden and Elder Tula. Cadden did not intend to kill him, but rather wanted him to teach. With a sigh of relief, Jiko momentarily felt reassured, but soon confusion returned. His own understanding of wizardry was somewhat rudimentary. Being suddenly thrust into a teaching role left him at a loss. Rise. From now on, you will take orders from Director Tula and teach diligently, or I shall truly have your head. Cadden glared at Jiko as he spoke. Chief. I cannot teach. Jiko climbed to his feet, offering a friendly smile to Elder Tula before cautiously addressing Cadden. You cannot? I can. If you cannot, then go learn. Do you expect me to teach you? Cadden retorted impatiently. Understood. Jiko promptly closed his mouth, refraining from further provoking Cadden. Additionally, we shall establish a forging course. And I will have the dwarven craftsmen teach. Cadden contemplated aloud. Blacksmiths were highly valued in every nation, and dwarves were renowned throughout the continent for their craftsmanship. However, the quality of items forged by dwarves was exceptional, and thus, they came at a steep price that not everyone could afford. Therefore, establishing a blacksmithing course was prudent. Mastering the craft would provide a genuine means of livelihood. Moreover, as the Storm Tribe expanded, the need for weapon forging would undoubtedly escalate. Thus, it was imperative to cultivate more blacksmiths, for relying solely on dwarves would not suffice. A formidable force must possess the ability to sustain itself, otherwise, it would lack true strength. Indeed, Elder Tula nodded in agreement. If the dwarven craftsmen were willing to teach, then the blacksmithing course would certainly succeed. Furthermore, consider if there are other disciplines worth incorporating. The decision is yours. Our primary focus now is to construct the academy. Agreed. Elder Tula nodded. All considerations aside, the academy must be built first. Chief, we could potentially add a few more subjects. At this moment, Gang Biao spoke up. Everyone was taken aback. And Elder Tula looked at Gang Biao with curiosity. What do you mean? Before the meeting, several 4th-tier extraordinary beings approached me, expressing their desire to pledge allegiance to you. Chief, what? Several 4th-tier extraordinary beings wished to serve me? Where did they come from? Cadden's demeanor shifted, a chill creeping in. The number was significant, and it seemed these extraordinary individuals had infiltrated the Storm Tribe, even making contact with his internal affairs officer. Noticing Cadden's sudden apprehension, Gang Biao quickly reassured him. There is no need for concern, my lord. They joined our tribe just yesterday. I did not recognize them during registration. However, after learning of your prowess in dispatching a 5th-tier warrior with a single arrow, they approached me, revealing their strength and seeking to serve you. Everyone was astonished, especially Warwick, who found himself bewildered. He had reviewed every new member of the tribe and had indeed not sensed any 4th-tier extraordinary beings among them. However, this was understandable. As he had only recently attained the 4th tier, and others might be adept at concealing their capabilities, unlike the novice Minotaur Ball, who had just broken through and lacked the finesse to mask his aura. Upon hearing Gang Biao's words, Cadden's expression normalized, a spark of interest igniting within him. After all, these extraordinary beings had voluntarily sought allegiance due to his prowess. Haraha. Cadden smiled, reveling in his 6th-tier status, which indeed commanded respect. Yet, a flicker of doubt lingered in his mind. He knew little of these new extraordinary beings, and what if their intentions were nefarious? But why would they harbor ill will? The Storm Tribe was hardly a treasure trove, merely a collection of tribespeople waiting for food, with scant gold to its name. What could possibly entice others to have ill intentions? Despite this reasoning, Cadden remained cautious. His extraordinary subordinates, aside from Elder Tula and Jiko, were all individuals he had nurtured himself. While Elder Tula was a reliable ally, Jiko, though crafty, lacked the audacity to act against him. As for the 4 members of the Boar tribe, they were kin, and Cadden chose to place his trust in them. Continue. Cadden nodded at Gang Biao. Undeterred by the unknowns, the Storm tribe desperately needed strength. Gang Biao nodded and continued. There are a total of 9 individuals, 3 warriors, 2 assassins, 3 mages, and 1 wizard. 9 individuals, encompassing warriors, assassins, and mages. Cadden found it rather peculiar. Was it a fortuitous sign from the heavens? As if fate knew he was establishing an academy and sent him a grand gift? Just a jest. Cadden mused whimsically. If that were the case, I should be granted a system of sorts. Have them all come here. Let us convene and assess their intentions. If any harbor ill will, we shall deal with them on the spot. Understood. Gang Biao nodded before exiting the hall. Once Gang Biao departed, the atmosphere in the hall grew heavy, with Bright feeling the weight of pressure most acutely. Just today, Cadden had recruited 4 extraordinary beings and discovered another. Now, 9 more sought to join. As the foremost warrior under Cadden's command, he felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Meanwhile, Warwick remained lost in thought. Elder Tula, however, wore a broad smile. With 3 mages in their midst, they could establish a mage course, potentially covering 3 different schools of magic. Such prospects delighted him immensely. As for the Boar tribe members, they appeared unfazed. Being newcomers, they lacked the context to feel any particular way. Yet, Injuo shared a sentiment similar to Bright's. As a 3rd-tier individual yet to attain extraordinary status, he felt out of place among a gathering of extraordinary beings, particularly with Jiko, the goblin, who was also extraordinary. He resolved to seek out his superior, the werewolf Bright, after the meeting, hoping to learn the breadth of fighting technique and expedite his progression into the extraordinary realm. The Minotaur Ball remained nonchalant, seated quietly and unmoving. Cadden observed the expressions of everyone present, taking in the myriad emotions swirling in the room. Chapter 55. The Origins of Half-Elves and Half-Orcs. In a swift manner, Gung Piao entered the room accompanied by a group of individuals, each exhibiting a myriad of expressions. Even Cadden found himself scrutinizing them one by one, as the diversity of races present was quite remarkable. A male leprechaun, towering at approximately 2 meters, bore a stern visage. Beside him stood a wild boar man, similarly tall, with a grotesque scar marring his face and one of his prominent tusks broken. A towering, verdant troll, rumored to possess giant blood, loomed over 4 meters in height. A diminutive rabbitkin, not exceeding 60 centimeters, appeared youthful, with fluffy fur and large, flopping ears. 3 half-elves, possessing the ethereal beauty characteristic of their kind, could easily be mistaken for humans were it not for their pointed ears. 2 gray elves, of similar stature to Dawkin, exuded an aura of malevolence with their ashen hues. 9 individuals, representing 6 distinct races, entered the room. Upon encountering the esteemed chief, they each displayed a mixture of reverence and respect, bowing deeply before Cadden. Please, have a seat. Cadden gestured, acknowledging them with a nod. Sensing their relatively low power levels, all were likely 4th-tier transcendent beings, he invited them to sit. May I inquire as to the reasons behind your allegiance to me? Cadden asked, casting a curious glance at the group. The 9 were momentarily taken aback, evidently unprepared for such a question. After a brief hesitation, the leopardkin, Carasso, rose to address Cadden. Chief, I am Carasso. We are 7 brothers who once formed a small mercenary band, entrusted with escorting goods for a merchant guild. However, last month, during an escort mission in the eastern wasteland, our convoy was besieged by a formidable band of thieves. Many mercenary groups suffered severe losses, and ours was decimated, leaving only us 7 alive. We wandered the wasteland until we heard that the Storm tribe was accepting members without regard for race, prompting our decision to join. Additionally, I am a 4th-tier assassin, eager to serve the chief. Subsequently, the remaining 8 members introduced themselves in turn. The half-elves and rabbitkin had been captured as slaves by a slave hunting group from the western continent, but were liberated by a mercenary band during their journey through the wasteland. The wild boar man, troll, and gray elves were affiliated with a small band of thieves. Their motivations were simple: the pursuit of sustenance and the desire for a stable sanctuary. Catelyn understood their plight. Encountering a moderately sized mercenary band or band of thieves could spell doom for even a dozen transcendent beings. Thieves typically devoured smaller bands to grow in strength, while mercenary bands often hunted down thieves and captured slaves. Beyond the northern wasteland lay numerous mercenary cities, bustling with activity and home to some of the continent's most renowned mercenary groups. This region also served as a hub of commerce, where trade princes and the Temple of Wealth thrived, leading to the issuance of bounties on thieves who preyed upon merchant caravans. Consequently, mercenary bands, save for a few exploratory or merchant-focused groups, primarily sought out thieves to hunt for bounties. Those without bounties often found themselves captured and sold to slave traders in mercenary cities. However, mercenary bands differed from slave-hunting groups in that they did not actively pursue members of any racial tribe. In contrast, slave-hunting groups harbored no such reservations, prompting Orcish kingdoms and larger tribes to post bounties on them. Thus, medium to large mercenary bands would attack both thieves and slave hunters. Yet, driven by greed, mercenaries often overlooked the risks. They would attack even without bounties if their numbers permitted, for capturing individuals could yield substantial profit. The survival of large mercenary bands was fraught with challenges, leading to the adage that even the most insignificant morsel is still a meal. To Catelyn's surprise, the adorably fluffy rabbitkin, Rat, was an assassin. This revelation astonished him. The creature's endearing appearance belied its deadly prowess as a nocturnal hunter. Indeed, the rabbitkin were renowned as one of the 4 great assassin races among beast folk, a reputation not without merit, as their charming visage often lured the unsuspecting to their demise. Complemented by their remarkable speed, the wild boar man was a warrior, while the 3 striking half-elves boasted lineage from the prairie elves. Generally, the term half-elf or half-orc refers to the offspring of humans, and either elves or orcs. From the Orcish perspective, both elves and humans are deemed unattractive, while elves consider humans equally unappealing. Yet, humans have a penchant for female elves, aligning with conventional tastes, while their more peculiar preferences extend to the likes of female foxkin, swanfolk, leopardkin, lion-tiger hybrids, and even wolfkin. In stark contrast, they exhibit a proclivity for the more unconventional, female wild boar or bullfolk, and even more bizarrely, rabbitkin, catfolk, and ratfolk. This proclivity gave rise to numerous slave-hunting groups that captured female orcs and elves for sale in the human realms, with elven women commanding the highest prices. However, the numerous powerful elves made it perilous for anyone to dare to capture them. Yet, some mercenaries, lured by the promise of wealth, would take the risk, leading to elves sending forth their mightiest warriors to rescue their kin from the clutches of humanity, employing ruthless methods in the process. Should any elf be discovered, elven warriors would slaughter entire families, nobles and commoners alike, without mercy. This situation left the human kingdoms and empires momentarily paralyzed. However, the terror wrought upon them could not be ignored. The elves, long-standing allies of humanity, possessed formidable strength, being one of the 4 near-divine races alongside titans, cyclopes, and dragons. Particularly, the once fractured elven factions united in addressing the issue of captured elven women. While a singular elven race might not inspire fear in the human realms, the combined might of the elves was insurmountable for any human kingdom. Consequently, human kingdoms, empires, and various churches convened a conference, resulting in a decree that prohibited the enslavement of elven kin. Those found in violation faced the forfeiture of their noble titles and execution by the church. The elven races, in turn, pledged not to resort to extrajudicial measures, promising to apprehend the culprits and turn them over to human authorities and the church for justice. Hence, the number of elven slaves significantly diminished, though the issue was far from eradicated. In the human world, openly selling elven kin became an act few dared to undertake. Conversely, Orcish tribes lacked the strength to enforce such a contract. During that time, they were relatively weak, and thus, such edicts did not apply to them. Consequently, the auctioning of Orcish slaves in the human world became commonplace, resulting in a substantial number of half-elves and half-orcs coming into existence. Half-orcs fared better, as Orcish tribes did not entirely reject them, though they were not wholly embraced either. In stark contrast, half-elves faced a grim fate. To humans, they were outsiders, while to elves, they were heretics, often subject to persecution. Nonetheless, whether half-orcs or half-elves, the Orcish and elven blood coursing through their veins was far more potent than that of humans, ensuring that the traits of their Orcish or elven heritage would never fade away, regardless of their lineage. Gratitude is extended to the benevolent Night Moon QR for their generous support. Chapter 57. The Grandmaster of Necromancy, what is your summon creature? Catelyn inquired, casting a curious glance at Cora. The realm of sorcery is vast, yet necromancers are often regarded as the most formidable practitioners. Catelyn found himself intrigued, pondering whether the summoned entity would be a dark knight, a death knight, or perhaps a skeletal dragon. He casually mentioned a few of the most renowned summons associated with necromancers, but soon realized the futility of his musings, sighing, But you are only at the 4th tier. I doubt you can even summon a Dark Knight. Nevertheless, Cadden harbored a desire to witness a skeletal dragon, as it is a creature that rivals a true dragon in might. The others paused, perplexed and uncertain of Cadden's references. However, Korra's eyes widened in astonishment, gradually transforming into excitement as he eagerly asked, "Esteemed Chief, is a skeletal dragon truly a dragon?" The group exchanged bewildered glances, taken aback by Korra's audacious assertion. To think that a skeletal dragon could belong to the dragon lineage. Dragons, born from eggs, are legendary beings, and though rare, each dragon that emerges possesses terrifying power. Fiss regarded Korra with a mix of intrigue and skepticism, his expression suggesting disbelief at Korra's ambition to summon a dragon. Of course, a skeletal dragon is a dragon, albeit the remains of one after its demise. Cadden remarked quizzically upon hearing Korra's question. Is it indeed possible to summon a skeletal dragon? Korra's tone was urgent, as if the answer held significant weight for him. Naturally, skeletal dragons are summoned by necromancers. Otherwise, how could they be called skeletal dragons? Cadden replied, somewhat exasperated. You are a necromancer. How could you not know this? I do not know, Korra admitted, momentarily averting his gaze in embarrassment before fixing his eyes on Cadden. His unique, murky irises gleamed with desire as he asked, Esteemed Chief, have you encountered other necromancers? Goodness. Do sorcerers today possess no basic knowledge? Cadden found Korra's blunt denial shocking, as if he were a child unaware of the existence of higher education. What kind of teachers have you had? He questioned incredulously. I have no teacher. I developed necromantic magic myself, Korra declared, shaking his head resolutely. Cadden and the others were taken aback, their jaws dropping in astonishment. Their surprise, however, was laced with mockery, for a gray elf claimed to have invented a summoning technique. The two half-elf sorcerers understood the rich history of summoning magic and found Korra's ignorance laughable. Truly a heretical elf, lacking in shame, Fiss thought, wishing he could disappear from the scene or loudly declare, I do not know this fellow. He is not of my kin. Fiss shot Korra an irritated glare, stating, Esteemed Chief is present. What nonsense are you spouting? Summoning magic has existed for millennia. How could you have created it? Have you lost your senses? Cadden and the others silently agreed. Perhaps Korra truly had lost his sanity. Yet, Korra seemed oblivious to the disapproval, asking Fiss in confusion. When did I claim that I created summoning magic? I stated that I developed necromantic spells. Is that not the same? Fiss retorted, feeling insulted. The necromantic spells you speak of are merely summoning spells. Korra shook his head and gestured for the crowd to step back. Cadden's interest piqued. Could it be that this individual was genuinely unique? He focused intently on Korra. With the space cleared, Korra commenced his incantation, uttering obscure and cryptic spells. In an instant, a grayish-white aura enveloped him, coalescing into a misty circle before him. Suddenly, 6 skeletal claws emerged from the magical circle. Cadden shook his head, remarking, indeed, the most basic of skeletal soldiers. Korra seemed momentarily taken aback before the grayish energy dissipated, revealing 3 skeletal figures, each standing approximately 6 feet tall. Their hollow eye sockets glowed with faint, greenish flames, and each skeleton wielded a battered shield in their left hand and a rusted sword in their right. The onlookers stared curiously at the motionless skeletons. Fiss, however, appeared bewildered as he questioned Korra. What is this? Aren't your summoned creatures supposed to be infernal demons? What are these? Cadden was similarly stunned, while the others exchanged puzzled looks, as none had ever witnessed a summoning sorcerer before, and even the 2 half-elf sorcerers were perplexed. I abandoned the infernal demons. They are far too perilous and constantly seek to dominate us summoners. Moreover, they tend to be disobedient. Thus, I chose to forgo them. Yet, one of those demons attempted to forcefully devour me, and in my panic, I sent it back to hell. Unfortunately, amidst the chaos, I mispronounced a few spells and inadvertently triggered a new summoning. And so these are they. They possess low intellect and are easily controlled, and crucially, summoning them requires only a meager amount of magical energy. If these 3 perish, I can summon another trio instantly. Korra explained while directing the skeletal soldiers to perform simple slashes and thrusts. So, you truly have created a new summoning technique. Fiss's surprise morphed into excitement as he observed Korra's command over the skeletal soldiers. No, it is called necromantic magic, a title bestowed by the esteemed chief, Korra corrected, turning his gaze toward Cadden. Cadden was bewildered. Was there truly no such thing as necromantic magic in this world? Or could it be that the progenitor of necromancers stood before him in the form of this diminutive gray elf? Have you never seen skeletal soldiers before? Cadden asked, his expression incredulous. The group shook their heads, and among them, the half-elf sorcerer Sod replied, Esteemed chief, it seems that his summoning technique has encountered a problem. 2 races of summoners are particularly prominent, the gray elves, those filthy heretics, and the detestable humans. They are greedy creatures, their insatiable desires making them favored by infernal demons. A proper summoner typically calls forth greedy and cunning infernal demons. Skeletal soldiers are unheard of. You wretched cur, how dare you insult noble elves? Fists erupted in fury upon hearing Sod refer to the Grey Elves as filthy heretics and compare them to rodents. Though Grey Elves may not be well regarded among their kin, they still possessed a sense of elven pride that could not tolerate such slights from a half-elf, whom they regarded as a mere mongrel. Sod's anger flared as he prepared to confront Fists. What are you doing? What are you doing? I am still here. Cadden rebuked, his voice rising. Chapter 58. Showdown in Zon. As Cadden observed Carden's countenance gradually hardening, the half-elf Sard and the Grey Elf face desisted from further pronouncements. Though their verdant and obsidian eyes remained locked in a fierce, silent battle, each endeavoring to outstare the other. Cadden, however, was disinclined to engage with either. One was a hybrid of elven lineage, the other, a disgrace to their kind. In the eyes of other elves, neither held any particular merit. Both were considered heretics. Are you confined to summoning mere skeletal soldiers? Can you not conjure forth other entities, such as dark knights or spectral riders? Cadden inquired, directing his gaze towards the three towering skeletal figures before Cora. Cadden had, albeit reluctantly, accepted the fact that Cora was indeed a necromancer. After all, necromancers were viewed as heretics by other mages, a notion unfamiliar to both the half-elf nature mage Sard and the Grey Elf warlock Face. Especially the fact that the summoner was conjuring infernal demons. This revelation was quite unexpected for Cadden, given the inherently treacherous nature of infernal demons. The fact that these summoners dared to summon, and even control them, was astounding. Perhaps Cora was one of the fabled children of the world, albeit a villainous one. Dark knights? Spectral riders? Cora echoed, his expression blank. If Cadden referred to his skeletal soldiers as such, were the dark knights and spectral riders even more formidable summons? Cadden remained impassive, deducing from Cora's demeanor that the latter was still a novice necromancer, likely unaware of such advanced techniques, having not yet explored that path. Thus, Cadden refrained from further inquiry, allowing the future antagonist to develop unhindered. Never mind. Dismiss your summons. Chieftain. Sire? Cora stammered, seemingly eager to glean more information from Cadden about dark knights and spectral riders, convinced that Cadden had encountered necromancers before. The fact that the world still had other necromancers. I am aware of your intentions. I shall address them privately at a later time, Cadden replied evasively, noticing Cora's yearning gaze. After all, he was privy to such knowledge, gleaned from novels. Therefore, he could not elaborate, as the progenitor of necromancy in this world was still an ignorant beginner. Upon hearing Cadden's words, Cora beamed with excitement, and with a surge of grayish-white magic, he returned the three skeletal soldiers to the earth from whence they came. The onlookers marveled at the spectacle, yet felt a sense of unease, given Cora's manipulation of pallid corpses. Cadden then turned to the Grey Elf Face, inquiring, Are you a dark warlock? The chieftain is aware. Face responded, withdrawing from the ongoing staring contest and addressing Cadden with deference. Are not all Grey Elves dark warlocks? Cadden queried, raising an eyebrow in uncertainty. Grey Elves were often regarded as servants of infernal demons by other elves. Given their propensity for summoning magic and their predilection for engaging in macabre and terrifying research with corpses, they also venerated dark deities, particularly those associated with death or souls. Within the elven race, the prevailing belief was in the elven pantheon. Even the legendary night elves revered these deities, though they perceived faith and action as separate, unrelated entities. However, the Grey Elves had forsaken the elven gods, embracing dark deities, which was the primary reason for their widespread condemnation among other elves. Slander, slander. These are all calumnies propagated by the damned High Elves. Face exclaimed, stamping his foot in indignation and vehemently denouncing the High Elves. Then what manner of warlock are you? Cadden pressed. A dark warlock. Face declared resolutely. Cadden's expression soured, and he retorted with displeasure, I had hoped you were not a dark warlock. Chieftain. While it is true that Grey Elves possess dark warlocks, they are not exclusively so. Grey Elves also consist of other elemental mages, as well as warriors, archers, priests, and summoners. Dark warlocks comprise only a fraction of our population, and even among them, there are various factions. Some study sentient beings, exploring the allure of life, while others delve into curses, seeking out the arcane. Some research terrifying forms of witchcraft, while still others bargain with dark gods or malevolent deities, reaping certain rewards. Though we Grey Elves have betrayed the elven gods, there are still virtuous individuals among us. Those aberrant members who venerate dark and malevolent gods are merely a handful of madmen. Yet, the damned High Elves, due to their prejudice and our betrayal of the elven gods, relentlessly defame us, fostering that detestable prejudice among all races. Virtuous dark warlocks? The half-elf earth mage Hugh scoffed. Interjecting, exploring the allure of life? Slaughtering innocents, wantonly massacring sentient beings for horrific experiments? And you dare call yourselves virtuous? That is utter nonsense. We study life. And aside from a few damned lunatics, most of us acquire captives for our purposes. We do not slaughter the innocent, Face retorted. Heretics are heretics. Are not captives living beings? The half-elf nature mage Sard sneered. Who is unaware that captives are living beings? Why else would we study them? Face retorted coldly. Moreover, setting aside the distant past, in the last century, the continent has not witnessed any large-scale wars. From whence do these endless streams of captives originate? They are brigands and slavers captured by mercenaries, and none of them are innocent. Their sacrifice for the exploration of life is the greatest value they have possessed since birth. Cadden furrowed his brow. Face's rhetoric was somewhat extreme, but in Cadden's eyes, while brigands were one thing, slavers deserved nothing less than death. Sophistry. The half-elf nature mage Sard cast a disdainful glance at Face. Fallacy. The half-elf earth mage Hewd concurred. Face bristled and confronted Sard, who stood a head and a half taller than him, exclaiming, You hybrids have inherited the baseness, treachery, and greed of humans. Within the Western Orcish kingdoms, 60% of the slaving parties are comprised of you damned hybrids. You baseborn hybrids capture not only other races, but even your own kind residing there. You two baseborn hybrids were likely captured by your own kind as well. As he spoke, the two half-elves grew increasingly ashen, unable to refute his accusations. Indeed, their captors had included members of their own race. Seeing the two half-elves rendered speechless, Face felt a surge of satisfaction and continued, Furthermore, consider your ancestors, the grassland elves. We dark warlocks merely explore unseen and intangible forces, while those damned grassland elves devour the magical minerals beneath the earth, damaging the entire land like termites. The reason grassland elves dwell in underground cities is that each underground city was once a rare vein of magical minerals, all of which were consumed by those gluttons, transforming them into underground cities. You, slander. The half-elf nature mage Sard sputtered, at a loss for words. The onlookers were bewildered, unsure of Face's meaning. However, Cadden seemed to understand, implying that grassland elves had a penchant for consuming magical minerals, which were likely a type of high-grade ore. However, this was of no concern to him, nor did he wish to investigate further. As he gazed upon the trio, a sense of amusement welled up within him. It was indeed the nature of elves. However, the half-elf archer, Folii, and the gray elf necromancer, Kola, remained utterly silent, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding events. This only served to confirm the adage that companions can often be foes. Just as the gray elf, Fis, prepared to speak, the diminutive gray figure seized the upper hand. Appearing increasingly buoyant, Cadden, unable to endure their summit of grievances any longer, interjected, Enough. Henceforth, you shall all be citizens of the Storm Tribe. Do not overstep your bounds. Upon hearing Cadden's words, Fis reluctantly fell silent, though the others were filled with joy, for this signified Cadden's acceptance of their fealty. Please, find yourselves a seat. Soon. All 9 took their places. Cadden shook his head. The once spacious hall now felt somewhat cramped with their presence. It seemed he ought to design a new chieftain's residence in due course. Cadden surveyed the 18 individuals before him, noting Edward and the formidable Chanlu. They represented the future pillars of the Storm Tribe, the foundation upon which he must rely. Welcome, 9 strong ones, to the storm. Let it be known, should the storm endure, none shall betray. His gaze turned steely as he added, Unless I, Cadden, am consigned to the dust, I shall exact vengeance without mercy upon any traitor. A wave of imposing 6th-tier battle aura surged forth, overwhelming the assembly. The hall resonated with the weight of his proclamation. As long as the storm survives, none shall turn against it. I pledge my loyalty to the storm, and I will stand firm with it until the end. Brait swiftly rose, bowing deeply to Cadden, his demeanor grave. The others, taken aback, quickly followed suit, echoing, We shall stand with the storm until death. We shall never betray. Cadden nodded approvingly, retracting the oppressive aura that had rendered them unable to lift their heads. Though their loyalty was merely verbal, he believed in establishing the rules from the outset. Should any dare to defy him in the future, he would show no mercy in purging the traitors. Be seated, Cadden instructed. Brait, arrange for the Boar Tribe commander, Stabbing Blade, to lead a contingent. You shall decide the specifics. He cast a glance at Stabbing Blade, a robust figure with a striking scar that only added to his imposing presence. Yet, being of the same kin, Cadden felt a greater affinity for him than others. Yes. Brait, the werewolf, nodded toward Stabbing Blade. Additionally, Brait, allocate a battalion to Folii. Cadden turned to the half-elf archer, saying, You may freely recruit warriors for this battalion. However, I expect to see a capable unit of archers post-haste. Can you achieve this? Indeed. Folii exclaimed eagerly, promising to train an exceptional battalion of archers for their chieftain. His excitement was palpable, given Cadden's trust in him. The other 2 half-elf mages seated nearby also cast hopeful glances at Cadden. I regret to inform you that I do not have a battalion of mages to offer you, aside from Fis and Kola. The 5 of you will be under the tutelage of Dean Tula. The Storm Tribe is preparing to establish a military and political academy. Each of you possesses unique strengths. Prepare to teach a subject. The group was taken aback, particularly the troll, Tullet, who shook his head in confusion. Teach students? I cannot. Cadden regarded the naive troll with a smile. While trolls often varied in intelligence, the less savvy were more numerous. Tullet seemed to belong to the latter category. Simply share your druidic knowledge with others. Oh, I can do that, Tullet exclaimed, his face lighting up with a goofy grin as he nodded enthusiastically. As Cadden's gaze shifted away from Tullet, Fist looked on with eager anticipation. Moreover, regarding civil affairs, we must intensify our efforts in land reclamation, aiming to cultivate 1,000 acres within a month, ultimately reaching 5,000 acres within 6 months. Otherwise, the Storm Tribe will struggle to achieve self-sufficiency in food production. Cadden continued. With a population nearing 18,000, achieving self-sufficiency would necessitate 5,000 acres of land, even with high-yield crops like sweet potatoes and legumes. Otherwise, he would be compelled to expend considerable wealth on purchasing food. Additionally, we need to bolster housing, fishing, and the breeding of dragon rats. The tribe is currently a chaotic mix. We must clarify and organize the household registration promptly. Justin Warwick, you two must tackle these mundane tasks. The two nodded in agreement, with Warwick stating, Chief, regarding housing, fishing, and wasteland reclamation, our tribe currently has ample labor. We will increase our workforce to ensure there are no issues. However, Chief, while we are expanding our military by 3,000 troops, we face a significant shortage of weapons and equipment. I have considered purchasing them, but we lack the funds. Warwick's expression turned somber. As the treasurer, he faced a daunting task, with scarce gold coins in hand and an endless list of necessities for the Storm Tribe. Fortunately, thanks to the good deeds of Iron Tooth, who had contributed tens of thousands of pounds of food, he no longer needed to worry about provisions for at least a month. However, with the military expansion, the lack of weapons and equipment was becoming critical. Unfortunately, with only 30 coins in his pocket, he could scarcely afford enough gear for a single company. Cadden felt a headache coming on. He had indeed overlooked the issue of weaponry. In truth, the deficit was not insurmountable. Many of the Boer warriors under Endo and Keth had amassed considerable weaponry. It could suffice for the time being, yet the quality was alarmingly poor. With many weapons rusted and scarcely any armor available, Cadden's forces boasted fine iron weapons and ample leather armor. Every soldier was equipped. To expand the army adequately with such resources would undoubtedly require substantial reinforcements and weaponry. Are there not numerous dwarves among us? Can we not forge our own weapons? Cadden inquired. Upon hearing his mention of kin, Warwick shook his head. Chief, setting aside the question of their craftsmanship, we lack the iron ore necessary for forging weapons. Previously, we exhausted our supply crafting fishing hooks and wooden plows, as well as producing spears for the goblin troops. Finished already? Are there no iron mines nearby? Cadden pondered aloud. Suddenly, a voice piped up from the doorway. The assembly turned to see the goblin, Jiko, seated at the entrance. Our goblin kin possess an innate sense for detecting mineral deposits. If there are any mines in the vicinity, they would surely be within our sight, Jiko declared confidently. Since Cadden had appointed him as a teacher, Jiko had grown to view him as a worthy leader. Thus, he resolved to demonstrate his capabilities and secure a contribution, particularly since the tribe was in need of iron ore, an area in which he excelled. Very well, lead a team to search for it. Finding it would be ideal. If not, we shall devise another plan, Cadden assented. Jiko, I noticed goblins within the tribe. Bring them along, and your chances will increase significantly. Fis added. Glancing at Jiko, he then remarked, do not misunderstand me, I do not question the abilities of the dog-headed folk. However, goblins possess a remarkably keen talent for locating mineral veins. By bringing them along, it would be a formidable alliance. Goblins? Cadden responded, somewhat perplexed. In his mind, goblins were not particularly favorable figures, greedy, cunning, and adept at deceit, even more so than the diminutive gremlins. Nonetheless, he acknowledged his lack of knowledge about the goblins of this world, having yet to encounter any who had joined a tribe. Chapter 60, Master of Skills. Deco nodded slightly, casting a friendly glance at the gray elf, Fis. It was evident that Fis meant well, while he had confidence in his fellow goblin kin. If the goblin truly possessed such a talent, it would indeed be beneficial for him. He was currently eager to discover a vein of ore, as this was his opportunity to showcase his abilities. Soon, Cadden concluded the meeting after discussing some trivial matters. He felt a growing hunger, especially after breaking through to the 6th tier, which had significantly increased his appetite. This was unavoidable as the Storm Tribe subsisted on low-calorie food, maintaining a ratio of 3 parts meat to 7 parts vegetables. Moreover, the distribution of food was standardized. As the chieftain, he enjoyed a half-meat, half-vegetable allowance. Yet this energy was still insufficient. Cadden decided to procure some food from the quartermaster, but turned to find two individuals staring at him, the gray elf Fis and Kola. Feeling uneasy under their unwavering gazes, Cadden inquired, "The meeting has concluded. What are you still doing here? Chieftain, have you forgotten? You did not assign us any tasks." Fis exclaimed in surprise. "Indeed, everyone else has duties, yet we have none," Kola echoed. Taken aback, Cadden soon understood their predicament. He looked at the two and waved his hand dismissively, saying, "You may leave. Currently, there is nothing suitable for you two in the tribe. Focus on enhancing your skills. There will be ample opportunities for you in the future." "Nothing to do?" Fis exclaimed, exchanging glances with Kola before slowly continuing, "Chieftain, isn't the Storm Military Academy in need of instructors? We could." "No," Cadden interjected immediately, feeling a headache begin to form. He had intended to overlook the two's suggestion. There genuinely were no suitable roles. As for teaching at the Storm Military Academy, one was a dark sorcerer, and the other a necromancer. Entrusting them to instruct on dark arts and necromancy was a notion he could not entertain, at least not at this juncture. In this world, the churches of benevolent deities were abundant, yet those of dark gods were few. Only the churches of the major dark deities dared to appear openly, while the lesser gods and evil deities were akin to pariahs. Numerous dark deities would conspire against the churches of evil gods. For those who ascended to the status of dark deities would not propagate doctrines filled with terror and slaughter. Otherwise, they could not possibly amass such a following. As the majority of the populace remained normal, with the fanatical and deranged being a minority. For instance, the god of slaughter was one of the major dark deities. Yet his doctrine bore a striking resemblance to that of the god of war from the light faction. The churches of benevolent deities were even more eager to suppress them to gain more followers and solidify their faith. In the eyes of the church, dark sorcerers were deemed 90% evil, while summoners were perceived as 99% so. As for the remaining 1%, it simply did not exist. If Cadden dared to openly propagate these beliefs, the number of churches seeking trouble with him would surpass the population of his tribe. Seeing Cadden's resolute stance, the two elves seemed to grasp his concerns. They sighed internally, recognizing the difficulty of acceptance for dark sorcerers. In truth, Cadden had exhibited remarkable understanding. Had it been any other chieftain or lord, the revelation of their being dark sorcerers might have resulted in outright rejection of their loyalty. "Chieftain, we need not teach our dark sorcery, we can impart other knowledge. For instance, our healing arts, alchemy, and potion making, none of which pertain to dark sorcery," Fis suggested. Though his enthusiasm had visibly waned. "You can do all this?" Cadden was taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment. Healing arts, alchemy, and potion making were all considered legendary professions, akin to doctors, pharmacologists, and scientists in his previous life. However, in this world, all these disciplines required magical aptitude to support them. Those lacking magical talent could only scratch the surface. Although touted as legendary skills, few in the continent pursued them. While these professions could indeed inflict damage, they were insignificant compared to the prowess of mages and warriors. Hence, those with talent were reluctant to engage in them, while those without talent could not succeed. If one possessed magical aptitude, would they aspire to become a mage or delve into these legendary professions instead? Additionally, there was the matter of time. Apart from those exceptional geniuses who defied logic, most would spend centuries studying these arts. An ordinary human might not even live to see 100 years. Only the churches of the gods and the great royal families could boast such professions, owing to their abundant resources, capable of even restoring the dead to life. Yet for ordinary folk, they might as well sleep and hasten to become extraordinary. I have stated before, we gray elves are not solely dark sorcerers. We, like other elves, explore all that is learnable. Furthermore, I possess knowledge of some white magic, Fis proclaimed with pride. You are indeed beings of longevity, with the privilege to squander. Cadden mused as he emerged from his astonishment, casting a reflective glance at the two. The world was inherently unfair. There were races like the kobolds and goblins that languished at the bottom, while dragons and elves were born at the pinnacle. It was astonishing that Fis and Kola, merely newly adult, had already acquired such a wealth of skills. Yet, elves reached maturity at 120 years of age, meaning these two gray diminutive figures were already over a century old, while Cadden was merely 10. If the two were placed within the same race, the disparity would be profound. Such was the essence of longevity. As they achieved mastery in various professions, he found himself merely on the threshold of adulthood. For the elves, prolonged life could also serve as a form of torment. However, Fis shook his head, seemingly indifferent to the elves' extended lifespans. While it appeared that the elven race possessed superior talents and a greater number of formidable individuals, such prowess was accumulated over their long lives. Your orc or eastern human kin often break through a tier in a matter of years. Yet for elves, unless one is uniquely gifted, each tier advancement may span decades, or even centuries. Without prolonged life, the elven race might have vanished from history long ago. Moreover, in terms of population, they might not even constitute a fraction of the numbers you possess. aside from the Titan kin, dragons, and the legendary beastfolk guardian, Byman. The elven population likely pales in comparison to all known races on the continent. Cadden nodded in agreement. Although elves enjoyed prolonged lifespans, their reproduction rates were low. The higher their prowess, the more challenging it became to conceive new life, particularly as elven gestation required 20 years, which drew attention from all races. Chapter 61. The Daily Life of the Storm, Part 1. 20 years. A human can bear 20 offspring, and by the time the first child is born, the sixth can already assume the role of a father. In the case of the wild boar people, 20 years could translate to several hundred individuals. Not to mention the dog-headed people, who can give birth to 7, 8, or even 10 at a time. In 20 years, they could easily proliferate into the thousands. Perhaps this is a mercy from the Creator. Otherwise, if the long-lived species were allowed to reproduce unchecked, these shorter-lived races would likely have become endangered long ago. Since you possess the skills of healing, pharmacology, and alchemy, you may seek out Dean Tula to establish these disciplines. After a moment of contemplation, Cardan turned to Fies and Cola, but his expression soon turned serious as he spoke again, his tone tinged with a hint of warning. However, I must reiterate. If you wish to teach dark sorcery and necromancy, you may take on apprentices and instruct them privately. I shall not interfere. However, it must not be publicly taught. Yes, Chief, we understand. Fies and Cola nodded, their hearts somewhat conflicted, yet overall satisfied with the outcome. Very well, if there is nothing else, you may return to your duties. Cardan waved his hand, signaling their dismissal. After such a prolonged discussion with the two, he found himself quite famished. Nonetheless, he felt the exchange was worthwhile, for healing, pharmacology, and alchemy are invaluable treasures. Particularly healing, as every orc tribe is in dire need of healers. Orcs typically do not fall ill, but when they do, it is often a death sentence for the common tribes, unless they have an orc shaman, who possesses some rudimentary healing skills. However, orc shamans are exceedingly rare, as the orcs' beliefs are quite tenuous. Aside from a few large tribes that venerate their own orc deities, most smaller tribes seldom engage in the worship of the orc pantheon. Furthermore, orc shamans differ from human clergy. Human clergy solely focus on worshipping deities, while healing skills are reserved for the church-s healers, known as priests. In contrast, orc shamans serve dual roles as tribal clergy and healers for their kin. Generally, unless they are high-ranking shamans, their medical abilities do not surpass those of healers. After bowing in respect, the two departed from the chief's hall. Cardan immediately made his way to the quartermaster. Time swiftly passed, and it had been half a month since the defeat of Iron Tooth. During this period, the Storm Tribe had embarked on a grand conscription, culminating in 2 days of intense competitions to finalize the troops, 20 first-level squads and 10 second-level squads. The most notable among them were 2 mixed squads, 1 first-level and 1 second-level. Among these mixed squads, the standout was undoubtedly Dorn, who had officially broken through to the 4th tier of the Extraordinary, leading a unit of over 50 valiant warboar cavalry. This spectacle left all participating tribespeople envious. However, the warboar cavalry was unique. Akin to the archer squads, their commander personally selected their preferred troops. The most fascinating aspect of the mixed squad was the presence of 2 exceptional teams, the Bear People and the Gremlins. 15 bear men, each towering over 3 meters and weighing over 400 kilograms, engaged in a terrifying competition for one of the 10 slots in the first-level mixed squad. The match was intense, with no weapons or armor allowed, and no lethal strikes permitted. It was a test of endurance and resilience. As fists collided with the robust forms of the bear men, igniting the bloodlust of the onlookers, particularly the bull-headed and wild boar tribesmen, many of whom were eager to challenge the bear men themselves. However, such confrontations were clearly off-limits. After an electrifying and awe-inspiring selection process, the competitors were determined. The 10 victorious bear men lay exhausted on the ground, each one smeared in blood, the source uncertain, whether their own or that of their opponents. In contrast to the bear men's raw and visceral display, the gremlins exhibited a far more cunning approach. Their tactics nearly incited the bull-headed and wild boar tribesmen to violence, as these wretched gremlins resorted to a method of competition unlike any other. Rather than brute strength, they wagered finances. Yes, you heard correctly. Money was the measure, with the least wealthy securing a spot in the squad. The bull-headed and bear men who were eliminated would have surely rejoiced at this twist. After all, they were confident in their fighting skills, but in terms of wealth? Who could rival them? Yet, these crafty gremlins were fearful, unwilling to be chosen. Thus, in a bid to avoid selection, they laid their entire fortunes bare before the throngs of conscripts. Ultimately, among the 17 gremlins, the 10 most impoverished successfully secured their places, while the remaining 7 affluent gremlins narrowly escaped calamity. Had it not been for the prohibition against violence at the venue, those 7 would have been mercilessly beaten by the enraged bull-headed and wild boar tribesmen. However, Cardan was not one to indulge the gremlins' despicable antics. He promptly intervened. citing violations of the competition rules, and confiscated the wealth of the 7 affluent gremlins. This yielded over 100 gold coins, along with a considerable amount of silver and copper coins. As for civil matters, after half a month of construction, housing issues for at least 2/3 of the new residents had been addressed. With the half-elf Earth Mage Hood's involvement, the military and political academy had taken great strides toward completion. During this time, the Grey Elf Fies and the half-elf brothers Hood and Sad held several tumultuous meetings. Fies, dissatisfied with the classrooms constructed by Hood, resorted to mockery and provocation, ultimately inciting Hood to transform the 2 classrooms initially designated for Fies' teachings in pharmacology and alchemy into a mound of dirt. This led to a skirmish between the 2. However, perhaps out of consideration for Cardan, neither party employed lethal force, resulting in a stalemate, and both emerged unscathed. Upon learning of the incident, Cardan chose not to intervene, as he was not particularly idle. In truth, he was quite busy, yet not overwhelmed. Each day, he would traverse the tribe, refining his combat skills and marksmanship. Meanwhile, 5 days prior, the crops of sword beans and yams planted during Iron Tooth's reign had matured. Across 65 acres, 27 to 28 acres of sword beans had suffered damage to 7 acres, which were subsequently replanted. The remaining 21 to 22 acres yielded over 80,000 pounds of sword beans, marking a bountiful harvest. The 38 acres of yams produced approximately 160,000 pounds, which, considering the yield and quality, could also be deemed a fruitful season. In reality, both the yams and sword beans should have yielded more. Yet the wild boar people's farming methods were rudimentary. They merely cast the seeds into the ground and relied on fate for the crops to sprout. With no weeding, fertilizing, or efforts to enhance yield, it was a mere dream to expect greater output. Thus, the harvest was grudgingly deemed successful, with over 200,000 pounds of food replenishing the Storm Tribe's reserves for another 10 days. Moreover, during this half-month, a surge of laborers joined the cause, enabling the clearing of over 1,000 acres of land. Cardan implemented a strategy of simultaneous clearing and sowing. He assigned 23 halflings to tend to the seedlings, and the dog-headed individuals were not mistaken in their assertions. The halflings worked with impressive skill, weeding, pest control, fertilizing, pruning, covering soil, and watering with the expertise of seasoned farmers. The halflings, resembling diminutive humans at a meter in height, genuinely embodied the image of elderly farmers who had toiled a lifetime in the fields. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to those who voted. Your support is immensely appreciated. Please continue to lend your votes, support, and love for our characters. Chapter 62, Storm Daily, Part 2. In addition to these developments, the fishing team within the tribe has gradually expanded, now producing over 30,000 pounds of fish daily. The Rhine River, which traverses the entire northern continent, is rich in resources, an abundance that could only be described as astonishing. However, due to limitations in fishing tools and vessels, it has become increasingly difficult to elevate the yield of fish. Cardan feels helpless in this regard. While he is adept with ordinary fishing tools, he has encountered specialized equipment for catching sea fish, but lacks the means to create them. As for vessels, he has seen small wooden boats assembled from planks, which Storm can now construct. Yet, he is at a loss when it comes to crafting larger wooden sailing ships. Cardan sought the expertise of goblins, but they turned out to be merchants rather than the reputed goblin craftsmen. Most of the goblin artisans reside in the Goblin Empire, and those traveling outside are typically merchants. To recruit goblin craftsmen from the Empire would require exorbitant costs, and although Cardan is somewhat tempted, he finds himself lacking the funds. Moreover, the journey from the Goblin Empire to the northern continent would take at least half a year. For now, Cardan can only ponder these issues. Fortunately, for the Storm Tribe, the current daily catch of 30,000 pounds of fish is already sufficient for their needs. Thus, he is not overly anxious about these matters. However, for the sake of the future, he has gathered a few half-elves and dwarves who have sailed on larger ships to form a shipbuilding research institute, hoping to explore potential advancements, although he maintains low expectations. As for food, there are also the dragon rats. Originally, there were over 20 pits, but that number has now approached 100. Just a few days ago, they slaughtered a batch of large dragon rats, each weighing around 30 to 40 pounds. Round and plump. Consequently, Cardan has called for an increase in breeding efforts. These delightful creatures are easy to care for, maturing in less than a month and producing a litter every 20 days. They consume any plant stem, including tree bark and roots, though the wasteland offers little. The roots are sufficient to sustain them. Dragon rats are large, meaty, and delicious, rich in nutrition, and their thick, soft fur can be sold as leather at merchant camps. Furthermore, according to the Grey Elf and Potion Master, Fies, dragon rats possess significant medicinal value. If consumed by pregnant women, the survival rate of their offspring is greatly enhanced. With such culinary, economic, and medicinal benefits, Cardane finds it impossible to overlook these charming creatures. The breeding of dragon rats is more favored than that of copper bulls, kodos, mountain goats, and the elk confiscated from centaurs by Iron Tooth. Consequently, the dragon rat breeding pits continue to expand. Recently, however, Cardane has heard that Gung Biao and Warwick are planning to establish a stone breeding farm specifically for dragon rats. The underground breeding takes up too much space, and after the recent rains, the stone floor has prevented the dragon rats from digging deeper burrows, leading to the drowning of 90% of the newborn dragon rats in their holes. Apart from these developments, the goblin-led mining team, consisting of dog-headed men and goblins, has yet to uncover any mineral veins. Cardane anticipated this outcome. The Orc Empire had once ruled this land, and if mineral veins were so easily found, the former masters of this continent would have discovered them long ago. Thus, Cardane offered a few words of encouragement to the leader, urging him to persist in the search. However, Cardane pondered a significant issue. The Storm Tribe lacked reliable sources of income. After several days of contemplation, it was only upon Edward's return that he recalled a lucrative opportunity. The Chiefess Hall. You mean the wild boar general, Marshall, is on the brink of death? Cardane exclaimed, rising from his seat, his gaze fixed intently on Edward. This king of intelligence, who had been absent from the tribe for nearly 20 days, returned with such a shocking revelation. Marshall Greyblood, an 8th-tier powerhouse known to all wild boar chieftains, commands a tribe of over 350,000 wild boars. His extraordinary strength has earned him recognition from nearly 200 tribes across the wasteland. Not long ago, he even defeated the Harpy Queen, another 8th-tier powerhouse, during the conflict between the centaurs and wild boars, and he also managed to slay one of the centaur elders, a peak 7th-tier warrior. Is it true that such an invincible figure in the wasteland is nearing death? Cardane was filled with doubt. Upon noticing Cardane's incredulous expression, Edward shook his head, stating, I too wish this were not the case, but the wild boar scouts I dispatched to the Greyblood tribe have relayed numerous reports. Marshall's injuries worsened on his return journey, causing him to cough up blood and fall from his war pig, and he has yet to regain consciousness, as confirmed by thousands of wild boar warriors who witnessed the event. According to the Greyblood tribe's reports, Marshall is not in immediate danger, but 5 days ago, one of his most crucial generals, General Hunter, announced the defection of approximately 20,000 wild boars and their families, alongside 70,000 women and children, to establish the Black Blood tribe. The Greyblood tribe publicly boasts 5 7th-tier powerhouses, 3 generals, and the left and right high priests. However, the left priest, Cohen, has fallen to the hands of 2 centaur elders, while the right priest, Sierra, is also severely injured. General Hunter's rebellion prompted General Ager, one of the 3 generals, to intervene, leading to a fierce conflict between their armies. In the end, both generals suffered heavy losses. Yet Hunter successfully led his followers away from the territory of the Greyblood tribe. Cardane was taken aback. Edward's words left no room for disbelief. An 8th-tier powerhouse was on the verge of demise, especially with the Greyblood tribe, a massive tribe of hundreds of thousands, seemingly on the brink of collapse. And what of the remaining general? I don't know, Edward replied. General Crosswind has yet to make an appearance, but I suspect he is already seeking a way out. Cardane nodded. With Marshall, an 8th-tier powerhouse, facing imminent death, and with one high priest dead and another wounded, it was inevitable that the generals wielding military power would no longer be kept in check. Yet, Cardane considered the long-term implications. In the hearts of the wild boar chieftains, Marshall represented a true king. Previously, no one dared to openly defy his rules. The peace within the wild boar tribes was largely due to Marshall's presence. Otherwise, life in the wasteland would likely be even harsher, mired in the suffering of war. Without this stabilizing force, Cardane could foresee a tumultuous future for the wasteland. So, the king is nearing death, and his regulations may soon become obsolete. Cardane gazed out the window at the bright sunshine, sighing deeply. The rules have already begun to falter. Edward managed a wry smile, following Cardane's gaze as he continued. The day after Hunter left the Greyblood tribe, he captured a large tribe of over 20,000 wild boars. Once this news spread, several major tribes began to prepare for conflict. Among them, the chief of the Huama tribe sent out invitations to the surrounding smaller tribes 2 days ago, claiming that the Huama tribe possesses sufficient food and is willing to assist those tribes in need. Cardane was astonished. He had not anticipated that Marshall's authority would evaporate so swiftly, particularly with Hunter, a former subordinate who had broken the rules. This was indeed grave. For when one's own breaks the rules, they would surely crumble at an alarming rate. First and foremost, I extend my heartfelt gratitude. Chapter 63. The lair of the Thieves Guild. In the intelligence relayed by Edward, Cattern had come across the Huma tribe. This tribe, one of the major settlements in the western region of the Greyblood tribe, boasted a population exceeding 200,000 wild boar men. If one were to assess the strength of the wild boar tribes scattered across the wasteland, the Huma tribe would undoubtedly rank within the top 5. The chief of the Huma tribe was a formidable 7th-tier warrior. Moreover, alongside this chief, there was a publicly acknowledged 7th-tier wild boar shaman, making the tribe's power exceptionally formidable. The emergence of such strong figures indicated that the era of gray blood might be waning. Yet, as is often the case, without the demise of the kings of the old era, how could the sovereigns of the new age ascend? Thus, while Kattern was beset by worries, he was also filled with anticipation, for this could very well be an opportunity for the storm. The investigation into the wild tribes continued, but manpower was insufficient. Kattern instructed Edward to request reinforcements from Bright, emphasizing the necessity for Storm to remain abreast of developments across the wasteland. Without needing to articulate it, Kattern understood that an opportunity for Storm might be imminent, hence the intelligence work must not falter. Yes, Chief. Edward nodded emphatically, grasping the significance of the opportunity Kattern alluded to. Kattern's strong desire for expansion was well known, and the ensuing chaos in the wasteland was, for Storm, a fortuitous event. Chief, I have uncovered additional intelligence, Edward stated after a moment's contemplation. Proceed, Kattern urged, nodding in encouragement. I have located the lair of the Calamanth Thieves Guild, Edward declared. The Calamanth Thieves Guild? Kattern was momentarily taken aback, his mind racing as he recalled having heard of them before. Soon, he remembered his commitment to the elven merchant Daslima to retrieve their goods from the Calamanth Thieves Guild within 6 months. In return, Daslima had already paid him half of the agreed compensation, 1,000 sets of leather armor and weapons. Kattern's interest peaked. Storm was in dire need of funds, and the Calamanth Thieves Guild was rumored to be worth 1,000 gold coins. Continue, Kattern urged eagerly. To the east, in a region known as the Thorny Hills, lies a place called the Chaos Cave, where many small bands of thieves conceal themselves. The lair of the Calamanth Thieves Guild is situated within that Chaos Cave, Edward explained. The Thorny Hills? ISNT that over 100 miles east of the Gloomy Crossroads camp? Kattern exclaimed in surprise. Having been a bandit chief for 2 months, he knew that mere robbery could not suffice. He had ventured to the Thorny Hills before, but had never dared to enter the Chaos Cave. Why? Because he was afraid. At that time, he commanded only a handful of men and had intended to ally with the thieves there, seeking protection. However, as fate would have it, they were robbed as soon as they approached the outskirts, losing their few remaining coins and the clothes they wore. Seeing that the thieves here would rob even their clothes, Kattern lost all interest in the Chaos Cave. He feared that if they ventured further inside, they would encounter thieves who would kill them for being empty-handed. Furthermore, the sight of thieves stripping others of their garments left Kattern, who was still adjusting to his identity as a wild boar man, utterly disheartened. Would he really seek refuge among such impoverished thieves? With no prospects, Kattern swiftly abandoned any thoughts of aligning with the Chaos Cave. At that time, Edward had not yet joined him, so he presumed Kattern was unaware. Hearing Kattern pinpoint the location, Edward nodded. Indeed. I can't believe they chose such a place for their lair. It seems these centaurs have a cunning streak. The Chaos Cave was vast, filled with rocky formations and numerous natural caverns harboring many thieves. Due to its rugged and intricate terrain, locating a camp of over 1,000 individuals would likely prove challenging. However, the benefit was its high level of security. Many mercenary groups would avoid it, as the thieves within were mostly minor ones. Any thieves of notable strength had long since recruited their own forces to grow stronger. As for solitary and powerful thieves, they would never hide there. After all, why would a thief, driven by the pursuit of wealth, conceal themselves if they possess strength? Even if they could hide, they would not be thieves in the true sense. Do you have their exact location? Kattern asked Edward, concerned about the complexities of the terrain. If you do not have precise coordinates, locating them could prove difficult. Rest assured, Chief, I have indeed discovered the exact location of their lair. One of my squads is currently monitoring them, Edward replied confidently. Storm was impoverished, and all within its leadership were acutely aware of this. Thus, the discovery of this thieves' guild naturally captured their attention, especially considering it was rumored to contain 1,000 gold coins. Excellent. I was just lamenting the lack of income. If we can eliminate them, that would mean a windfall of 1,000 gold coins. The more such profitable ventures, the better, Kattern exclaimed with excitement. 1,000 gold coins. Kattern had never even laid eyes on such an amount. With the tribe enjoying a period of stable development, he found himself with ample free time to seize this opportunity for a little extra income. Enough. You've just returned. Rest well, Kattern commanded. Yes, Edward nodded, acknowledging the rapid development of the tribe. Having been away for nearly 20 days, he barely recognized the tribe upon his return. The tribe had evolved so swiftly that, as a member of Storm, he was eager to witness its current state, especially after hearing that numerous new strong warriors had joined their ranks. Naturally, he wished to greet them. Furthermore, this would serve to establish his presence, as he was Kattern's chief intelligence officer and one of his earliest followers. If he lingered outside for too long and became marginalized, whom could he turn to for justification? As he watched Edward depart, Cadern felt a sense of satisfaction and promptly rose to exit the old encampment, making his way to the newly constructed military camp that had already begun operations. Upon hearing of Cadern's arrival, Bright, the commander of the troops, rushed to greet him. "Training, I presume?" Cadern inquired. This was his first visit to the new military camp. In truth, Cadern had scarcely visited the old military camp, not for lack of desire, but because he had confidence in its operation. Moreover, he found little entertainment in military drills. He preferred to stroll by the fields or the riverside, where he could enjoy the scenery and breathe in the essence of nature. "Yes, we are engaged in morning exercises," Bright confirmed with a nod, intending to invite Cadern to his command hall. However, Cadern shook his head, saying, "I wish to observe the training. This is my first visit to the camp, and I would like to see how things are." Bright was taken aback, but then led the way, his mind curious about Cadern's newfound interest in training, as he usually preferred to roam the fields. Nevertheless, as the commander of the troops, Bright was well aware of Edward's return, given the guards stationed at the entrance of the old encampment who monitored all comings and goings. He had yet to see Edward, as Edward had sought out Cadern immediately upon his return. As Cadern followed Bright through the new military camp, he expressed his satisfaction with the newly constructed earthen walls and barracks. Hearing Cadern's approval, Bright felt a surge of joy. The new military camp, vast in its expanse, surpasses the old encampment significantly. Although it currently houses only 3,000 warriors, Bright constructed this camp with the capacity for 5,000 soldiers in mind. Every structure and layout within the camp was meticulously crafted by Bright and his 3,000 soldiers, without the assistance of any ordinary tribesman. The camp comprises 3 distinct sections: the living quarters, the officers' administrative and dormitory area, and the training ground. Bright, accompanied by Cadern, surveyed the premises for about half an hour, covering all areas except the training ground. Overall, Cadern felt quite satisfied. This camp, while not comparable to modern military facilities, is vastly superior to the previous mixed living quarters for soldiers and civilians. It is likely that even the Grey Blood tribe would find it lacking in layout and conditions. "The overall design is commendable," Cadern remarked. "Once food supplies are sufficient, the camp will also need to establish its own mess hall. The warriors are undergoing intense training, and their rations are a significant concern, but that can be addressed later. For now, it's apparent that Storm lacks such provisions." Cadern added thoughtfully. Bright nodded in agreement with Cadern's observations, recognizing the challenges posed by the current separation of military and civilian life, as they now regard themselves as professional soldiers. Consequently, daily training has begun to take its toll on the warriors, as their energy from food is insufficient to meet the demands of such rigorous training, which is far more arduous than the typical labor of ordinary tribesmen. Thus, to provide them with the same rations as the common folk seems unjust, yet circumstances do not allow for any alternatives. The food crisis in the Storm tribe persists. I am aware of this, which is why I have considerably relaxed the original training regimen. The initial plan was to train for 2 days followed by a day of rest, but now, considering the inadequate energy from food, we have adjusted it to 1 day of training followed by a day of rest, Bright explained. Indeed, you are doing well. As the military commander, your training plans must be pragmatic and not rigidly adhered to. When you presented that plan to me, I knew the food supplies could not sustain such excessive training. Yet it seems you have come to realize this as well, Cadern praised. Bright's demeanor has gradually matured, his vision expanding. Clearly, over the past fortnight, Bright has made considerable progress. Cadern felt pleased about this development. He currently lacks ordinary warriors and is not particularly interested in mere strength. Rather, he seeks individuals with talent and leadership potential. Previously, he had sensed a hint of such talent in Zhonglu, yet he remains unaware of his fate. With Zhonglu absent, Bright has been thrust into a position of responsibility, akin to treating a dead horse as a living one. However, it appears that Bright possesses promise as a capable individual. Let us proceed to the training ground. Yes, Bright, buoyed by Cadern's commendation, promptly led him to the rear training area. Soon, they traversed through rows of living quarters and arrived at the training ground. The training ground is situated in the southern part of the tribe. While referred to as a training ground, it is essentially an expansive area of over 60,000 square meters enclosed by 6-meter-high earthen walls. The small mounds were leveled, and the pits filled in, transforming it into a training ground. Upon entering, Cadern's gaze was drawn to a small squad of warriors training closest to him. Each stood over 2 meters tall, robust as bulls. The boar men were striking a tree stump approximately 4 to 5 meters high and over 3 meters in circumference with their fists. It appeared deceptively simple. Yet the faces of the boar men revealed signs of exhaustion. As the squad leader prepared to halt training to salute him, Cadern quickly gestured for them to continue. "What are they training for?" Cadern inquired. Although he had a rudimentary understanding of military matters, he was unfamiliar with the intricacies of soldier training, endurance, and strength. With a focus on the latter, Bright replied. He then elaborated, touching the stump. This is ironwood. A century-old ironwood tree is as hard as true iron. They will hammer away for half an hour to develop the strength of their fists and their physical endurance. The pain will deplete their energy rapidly. This method seems rather primitive. Cadden shook his head. Compared to modern training methods, this approach appeared quite archaic. However, upon reflection, he doubted the applicability of contemporary military training techniques here. Modern training primarily emphasizes flexibility, while the strength and endurance required for barehanded combat could not rival that of ancient warriors. Adult male boarmen can lift stones weighing at least 500 pounds. And third-tier warriors, the pinnacle of ordinary boarmen, can effortlessly lift stones weighing 1,000 pounds. Thus, boarmen warriors need not concern themselves with flexibility. Focusing solely on strength and endurance suffices. Primitive, Brait did not comprehend, but upon noticing Cadden's disapproval, he continued, hammering the wooden stump is merely one method. We also practice with stone locks. This is it. Brait guided Cadden to the stone lock training area, where the so-called stone locks, shaped like a lock, were displayed. These stone locks weighed 600, 700, 800, 900, 1,000, and 1,100 pounds, each representing a different level of difficulty. This is also a strength training exercise. Brait effortlessly lifted a 1,000-pound stone lock, stating, as a fourth-tier warrior, I could lift even 3,000 pounds with ease. Cadden also hoisted a 1,100-pound stone lock, shaking it before putting it down and nodding. This method of training for strength is quite effective. The practice of stone locks is akin to weightlifting. However, to Cadden, this otherworldly version of weightlifting undoubtedly served to enhance physical strength effectively. Isn't this rather easy for the Minotaurs? Cadden asked. Although 1,100 pounds may seem substantial, it is far from their physical limits. The specifications differ. They too have 5 levels, starting from 1,000 pounds, increasing by 200 pounds, up to 2,000 pounds, Brait explained. Due to the diversity of races in the Storm Tribe, the training regimens for boarmen are tailored accordingly, while other races have their own training methods. Cadden nodded, acknowledging the complexity of training in the Storm Tribe. With such a multitude of races, it is impractical to expect goblins or kobolds to lift 1,000 pounds in stone locks. Furthermore, training encompasses practicing combat techniques, familiarizing warriors with the advantages and disadvantages of various weapons, and regularly engaging them in mock battles with wooden weapons to enhance their skills. Lastly, there is the formation training and the drills you mentioned. Brait gradually outlined the current training agenda for Cadden. Cadden nodded in agreement. While he had previously suggested modern formation training to Brait and Zhang Lu, he did not impose stringent expectations on them. He prioritized combat effectiveness over formation discipline. As for training, it must be strictly enforced. Maintaining momentum is crucial, and complacency cannot be tolerated. Cadden admonished. Yes, Brait nodded. Although Cadden seldom visited the military camp, he was well aware of the importance Cadden placed on military training. Hence, Brait took Cadden's words to heart. Kill, kill. Just as Cadden was about to articulate his purpose for being there, he was suddenly engulfed by the sounds of battle cries, following the source of the noise. He glanced over. That is the cavalry training ground. Should we go take a look? Brait suggested. Cavalry? Let us go. Cadden nodded, his interest piqued. In the age of cold weapons, cavalry undoubtedly represents the pinnacle of military prowess. Even in this fantastical realm, cavalry maintains its significance. As Cadden and Brait approached the cavalry training ground, they were filled with anticipation. The boar riders, each astride a towering war pig, swiftly formed 2 ranks, brandishing wooden clubs as they charged toward their opponents. A 2-meter-tall war pig carrying a boar rider of 2 meters 30 or 40 resembled a mobile hillock, especially with only 50 or so riders, yet the rumbling, crushing momentum felt like an avalanche, a cataclysm. It was as if not 50, but thousands of steeds were bearing down. Carden's gaze settled upon the fiercest rider, who, in the instant the ranks converged, unexpectedly swept an opposing boar rider off his mount with a club. He then engaged another boar warrior, but after barely 10 clashes of their lances, the boar rider was knocked to the ground by the club. As he targeted the third, he paused to emit a piercing whistle. The chaotic melee, where the 2 ranks of riders fought relentlessly, promptly disengaged, retreating to their starting points. Originally, each side had about 20 riders, but in less than 3 minutes, one side had only 6 survivors, while the other had 11. Carden, unaccustomed to large-scale cavalry melees, couldn't definitively say which side was superior. Dorn, the whistler, spotting Carden and Blake, quickly signaled the captains to resume the cavalry clash. Chieftain, Master Blake. Dorn dismounted his war pig, approaching them and offering a salute. How goes it? Any progress? Carden inquired with a smile. From his brief observation, Carden could sense the cavalry spirit, but this was merely training. Whether they would hold up against other tribes' boar riders remained to be seen. Wooden clubs are one thing. Everyone dares to be ruthless. But when it comes to real weapons, many will likely falter. It's going well. The warriors have a foundation, so we don't need to start from scratch. but reaching the desired level will take time. Dorn replied with a nod. These cavalry warriors were former boar riders, so they weren't starting from zero, as each had progressed beyond the novice stage in horsemanship. This made Dorn's training less arduous than with new recruits. Progress is good. Keep the training rigorous, but don't rush. Time is abundant. Take it one step at a time. And train them well. When we have the funds to acquire more war pig mounts, we'll use them as the foundation for a large-scale cavalry force. I have high hopes for that, Carden affirmed. He didn't harbor great expectations for the current tribal cavalry, mainly due to their small numbers. Cavalry needs scale to be effective, and a mere 40 or 50 riders are easily targeted, limiting their impact. However, Carden remained optimistic. Cavalry development is not a matter of days. And it's fortunate that these cavalry warriors were riders before. He doubted they could even properly mount a war pig in half a month if they started from scratch. Yes. Dorn nodded, taking this cavalry to heart, putting in every effort. For him, it was an opportunity, a chance to showcase himself to Carden. After half a month, he had learned much about Carden. His chieftain valued talent and was more likely to take such individuals into his confidence. So, for his future and to be valued by Carden, he naturally needed to demonstrate his worth. As Carden and the others conversed, the two cavalry ranks clashed once more. Their speed doesn't seem to be fully utilized, Blake remarked, having observed the scene for some time. Blake's comment prompted Carden to shift his attention from the warriors to the war pigs. He noticed that the war pig's speed, whether in charge or maneuvering, remained at a moderate pace. It's intentional, Dorn nodded, explaining. Maintaining this speed conserves the war pig's stamina, preventing them from tiring out before the training is complete. Secondly, it's for safety. If the speed is too high, warriors falling from the war pigs might not have time to evade being trampled by the charging war pigs behind them, resulting in injury or death. Carden and Blake understood. Blake pondered for a moment, then curiously asked, I've seen direwolf riders in the tribe. I've heard that cavalry warriors can achieve a peculiar fusion with their mounts. Do you have that? Peculiar fusion? Carden was taken aback. What kind of descriptor was that? However, he was also curious about this peculiar fusion. No. Dorn hesitated, then shook his head with a wry smile. You're likely referring to soul fusion. The conditions for that are too stringent. Soul fusion? Carden was surprised, while Blake looked at Dorn with partial understanding. Yes, it's called soul fusion on the continent. Among the orcs, it's mostly referred to as dual heart fusion. It's a state where the knight and mount achieve extreme harmony, becoming like a single entity, with a single action. A single glance. The mount or rider can understand the other's intentions. Riders who reach this level are invariably the elite of the elite. Dorn meticulously explained to Carden, then glanced at the war pig cavalry clashing in the arena, shaking his head. War pig cavalry can never achieve that, no matter how much they train. Unless there's an anomaly, a rider who raises his war pig mount from infancy. In that case, if the war pig trusts the rider with some training, they might achieve that soul fusion. That's not right. I've seen dire wolf riders among the werewolves who didn't raise their dire wolves from infancy. Blake retorted, shaking his head. Carden glanced at Blake, gaining some understanding of this soul fusion. It was essentially the ability for the knight and mount to communicate telepathically, allowing the knight to control the mount as if it were an extension of their own arm, akin to maxing out the affinity. Master Blake, perhaps you're unaware of why. Among the 4 great orc cavalry types, the boar riders rank last? Dorn said with a smile. Chapter 66, the 4 great cavalries. Blake hesitated for a moment, then shook his head and retorted, is there such a saying? I have never heard of the 4 great cavalries. What ranking could there be? Carden also cast a surprised glance at Dorn, as this notion was new to him as well. The 4 great cavalries of the Orc Empire included the Windrunner Tiger Riders of the Tigerkin, the Swift Lion Riders of the Lionkin, the Komodo Beast Riders of the Tauren, the Wolf Riders of the Workin, and the War Boar Riders of the Boarkin. As for why there were 5 instead of 4, Carden seemed to recall that it was due to a shared ancestor between the Windrunner Tiger and the Swift Lion. Thus, the external world recognized only 4 great cavalry. But Carden had not delved into the specifics of this reasoning. Noticing Blake's astonishment and Carden's confusion, Dorn shook his head and said, it is likely that very few know of this ranking now, as it originated during the era of the Orc Empire. The ranking from the Orc Empire? Blake paused, then could not suppress a scoff. That was nearly 1,000 years ago. To evaluate the present based on a ranking from a millennium past? Is that not absurd? Carden shared a similar sentiment. After all, a ranking from 1,000 years ago could hardly bear relevance today. Dorn seemed to anticipate their reactions and continued calmly. Perhaps Chief and Lord Blett are not familiar with the characteristics of the other 3 great cavalry. If Lord Blett were to understand them, he would recognize why I still hold faith in this ranking. The ranking of cavalry is not determined by the warriors themselves, but rather by their mounts. Aside from the war boars of the Boarkin, the other mounts are magical beasts, especially the Komodo Beast of the Tauren, which is born as a 3rd-tier magical beast, a status that the other 3 mounts can only aspire to. Magical beasts? Carden looked at Dorn in surprise. Upon hearing Dorn mention magical beasts, Cadden suddenly recalled that war boars were not classified as such. Blood also seemed taken aback, as he understood Dorn's criteria for judgment. If one were to evaluate the strength of cavalry based on magical beasts, then indeed, the war boars would fall short. Indeed, the wolf, swift lion, windrunner tiger, and Komodo beast are all magical beasts, while the war boar stands alone, Dorn affirmed with a nod. But being a magical beast does not inherently imply superiority, Cadden remarked, looking at Dorn with confusion, clearly not sharing the same viewpoint. Dorn elaborated. Magical beasts are not merely magical. Their growth potential is significantly higher, with a notable proportion capable of breaking through to the third tier and becoming magical beasts. In contrast, ordinary wild beasts rarely possess the opportunity to ascend to such a level unless exceptional circumstances arise. You are correct, Cadden conceded, but magical beasts possess intelligence. Even a first-tier magical beast has the intellect of a child, which wild beasts cannot compare to. Dorn smiled. The wolf, lion, tiger, and Komodo beast are all remarkably intelligent, particularly the Komodo beast, which possesses the wisdom of an ordinary human from birth. Consequently, they typically choose their riders. Only those whom they recognize may mount them. Given their intelligence, with a modicum of training, one can easily become a competent Komodo beast rider. The wolf riders are similarly selected by their mounts, allowing them to achieve a profound bond of understanding. In contrast, the war boars are rather dull, relying heavily on their riders for direction. Under such circumstances, how could a connection of mutual understanding be established? It is virtually impossible. No, it is impossible, unless the war boar transcends into the realm of magical beasts. Dorn shook his head decisively, dismissing the notion. Upon hearing this, Cadden and Blett began to comprehend the crux of the matter, the disparity in intelligence. This was unavoidable, as magical beasts inherently possessed a level of human-like wisdom, while wild beasts were limited to instinctual understanding. Cadden reflected on this and indeed recognized that magical beasts could communicate, whereas wild beasts could not. Take the Flame King, for instance, Cadden mused. It has yet to break into the realm of third-tier magical beasts. Yet it already exhibits intelligence akin to that of a sentient race. I have visited the Flame King several times. It even plays coy, ignoring me when I approach. If I continue to tease it, it will lie still, but the moment I turn to leave, it leaps up, eager to play and invite me to ride it. This is the nature of magical beasts. Were it a wild beast, it would not exhibit such anthropomorphic pride, Cadden concluded. But why then? Does the war boar rider merit a place among the four great cavalries? Blett questioned, perplexed. It seems odd to include a wild beast among four magical beasts. He found himself at a loss, unable to differentiate the strengths of the two categories. There is no particular reason. It is simply that war boars are easier to train, allowing for large-scale formations, which is a weakness of the other cavalry. Both wolves and Komodo beasts are not numerous, and the swift lions must also be scarce, as they are magical beasts, with stronger magical beasts having lower reproductive capacities. For example, wolves have a gestation period of 2 years, yielding only 1 to 3 offspring per litter, which is not a high reproduction rate. Moreover, wolves, swift lions, and Komodo beasts are not ordinary magical beasts. Legends suggest they have a certain probability of reaching the 10th tier. This probability is rare among magical beast populations across the continent, with many species reaching their limits at the 9th tier. Therefore, whether it be wolves, Komodo beasts, or swift lions, these magical beasts share a symbiotic relationship with the Warkin, Tauren, Lionkin, and Tigerkin, existing as equals without any notion of dominance. This symbiosis appears to stem from an ancient covenant, though its veracity remains uncertain due to the passage of time. Dorn elucidated. Nodding in agreement, Blett turned to Cadden and remarked, I am unaware of the specifics of this covenant, but the symbiosis is evident. The wolves in the Warkin tribe are free, none impose restrictions upon them. Each year, when new wolf riders are assessed, the head wolf, who is also the tribe leader, attends the ceremony, and the tribe's elders, generals, and my father treat them with respect. Cadden nodded, reflecting on this. Although curious, he chose not to probe further, in a world where even deities exist. It is not surprising that certain races forged agreements in ancient times. The low reproductive rate of magical beasts, coupled with their symbiotic relationships, makes large-scale formations challenging. In contrast, war boars can thrive under sufficient sustenance, producing approximately 10 offspring annually, a staggering reproductive rate that solidifies their standing. It is said that a millennium ago, in defense against the humans, elves, sea folk, and trolls, the boar folk once amassed over 1.55 million war boar riders, a feat that astonished the four races at the time. Dorn could scarcely fathom the magnitude of such a cavalry force. Chapter 67. The comfort of flattery. I am aware of this. It is documented in historical texts. The rise of the Half-Blood Emperor has led to the fragmentation of the entire Orc Empire within a mere 6 months. The scattered boar tribes have united under the banner of the Half-Blood Emperor. This massive assembly of boar cavalry has decisively defeated the coalition of the four clans, preserving the last vestiges of dignity for the Orc Empire. Lord Brait nodded in acknowledgement. Cadden listened intently, though he struggled to fully comprehend the details. Nevertheless, he grasped the sheer spectacle that 5 million Boar cavalry represented. No words could adequately describe the vastness of such a sight. This is precisely what grants the Boar cavalry its formidable standing. After all, the Boar race boasts a significant population, and their war pigs reproduce at a remarkable rate. Other cavalry forces would be hard-pressed to muster even a tenth of that strength. It is surprising that Lord Brait is familiar with the Half-Blood Emperor. It is a pity, for the Half-Blood Emperor could have become the first Boar-born emperor of the Orc Empire. Dawn cast a curious glance at Brait. There are records of this in the historical texts we keep, Brait explained. Then, turning to Cadden, he added, although the Half-Blood Emperor did not become the first Boar-born emperor, I am confident that you, Chief, will achieve this in the future. Dawn was taken aback, his mouth agape. My friend, you truly know how to flatter. Yet, he quickly turned to Cadden and asserted, indeed, Chief, you will undoubtedly become the first Boar-born emperor in history. After saying this, Dawn felt a twinge of self-reproach for indulging in such insincere flattery. Cadden, oblivious to their internal musings, erupted into hearty laughter at their compliments. Then inquired with a hint of surprise, do you truly have such confidence in me? Upon hearing Cadden's words, both men paused momentarily before responding in unison, yes. You will surely become the emperor of the new Orc Empire. Cadden waved his hand dismissively, enough of your idle chatter. Who can truly predict the future? He discerned the difference between earnest and insincere flattery, yet he couldn't help but feel a sense of secret pleasure at being praised. This is quite normal. Much like when a boss claims to be the next Jack Ma, do you genuinely believe it? Thus, Cadden's ambition to reconstruct the Orc Empire likely appeared to these two. And to all, as mere rhetoric. No one would take it seriously, not even Cadden himself could ascertain whether he believed his own words. After all, it is an arduous endeavor. For now, let us not dwell on distant matters but focus on daily training. We must ensure the quality of our training is substantial and not merely superficial. Additionally, we should enhance effective training programs and eliminate those that bear no significance to avoid wasting time and resources. Cadden gazed sternly at the training ground. Understood. Brait and Dawn replied solemnly, nodding in agreement. I have come to the camp with a purpose. Cadden proceeded to relay the news brought by Edward without any concealment. Upon hearing the news, both men were taken aback, though Brait's reaction was more subdued compared to Dawn's, who stood with his mouth agape, unable to close it for an extended period. Eventually, Dawn managed to compose himself and sighed, what a pity. That was an 8th-tier powerhouse. He recalled the moment during the battle between the Boars and the Centaurs, where Marshall led the army to assault the camps of the two races, effortlessly dispatching over 100 extraordinary beings, including 5th and 6th-tier warriors. The overwhelming might he displayed was so formidable that it intimidated even the Queen of the Harpies into abstaining from battle. Ultimately, it was only when numerous extraordinary beings could not withstand the pressure that the Queen and the 3 Centaur elders dared to engage in combat. Even then, Marshall's relentless spirit only grew stronger with each clash, significantly boosting the morale of the Boar coalition, which ultimately led to the retreat of the two races' forces. In the end, with the 2 high priests of the Grey Blood tribe restraining the 3 Centaur elders, Marshall managed to slay the Harpy Queen, who was also an 8th-tier powerhouse. The sheer terror of his presence was akin to that of a descending deity. Dawn reminisced about the scene, still feeling a surge of excitement and dread. I never anticipated such a powerful being would fall. He pondered, is this news credible? His inquiry was not born out of skepticism, but rather disbelief at the thought of such a formidable entity meeting its demise. It's hard to say. However, based on current information, it seems plausible. After all, the Harpy Queen is an 8th-tier being, and it is unlikely that Marshall could slay one of equal standing without incurring some cost, Cadden replied. Let us not dwell on this matter. The hideout of the Caramanda thieves has been located. You should recall that I promised the High Elven merchants to assist them in retrieving a shipment, for which they have offered a reward of 2,000 gold coins. Cadden turned his gaze towards Brait. They have already paid us 1,000 coins, Brait recalled. Surprised that Cadden remembered this commitment. He had previously wondered what sort of goods could possibly be valued at 2,000 coins. Will the chief lead the troops to eradicate them? Brait's expression grew fervent at the prospect of Cadden taking action. The tribe was currently in dire straits, and the Caramanda thieves were worth 1,000 coins. It was inevitable that their chief would mobilize the troops. Indeed, the elves have already paid half the deposit. We cannot go back on our word, Cadden affirmed with a nod and a smile. One must uphold their promises. Chief, I volunteer for this mission. Upon hearing Cadden's affirmative response, Brait's eyes sparkled with eagerness. Although Dawn did not fully grasp the context of Cadden's promise to the elves, he immediately followed Brait's lead, respectfully stating, Chief, I also wish to participate. Cadden regarded the two men, noticing their eager expressions. He contemplated before addressing Brait as the commander of the army. You must accompany me to eradicate the Caramanda thieves. But what of the training in the camp? Brate hesitated, wanting to suggest that others could manage. But upon meeting Cadden's gaze, he felt compelled to remain silent. He understood that as the leader, he had to consider the bigger picture. If he were to voice his thoughts, he was unsure whether Cadden would permit him to join, but he knew Cadden would undoubtedly be disappointed in him. You cannot go either. The rocky caves are winding and treacherous, making it difficult for large infantry formations to maneuver, let alone cavalry, Cadden observed, appreciating Brate's restraint, and then shook his head at Dawn. Dawn felt deflated, mirroring Brate's demeanor. However, he too understood that the rocky caves were indeed unsuitable for cavalry operations. Chapter 68. The archer cavalry with long legs. Seeing the two men appear as wilted as frost-bitten eggplants, Cadden chuckled softly. Do not lose heart. Train your soldiers diligently. You must anticipate that once the news of Marshall's complete downfall spreads, the tribes of wild boars across the plains will no longer remain as tranquil as before. The expressions of the two men shifted, as if a realization dawned upon them. Brett's face lit up with excitement once more as he turned to Cadden, somewhat uncertainly inquiring. Does the chief mean that if the opportunity arises, we shall take the initiative to strike? Indeed, the storm is currently too weak. If an opportunity arises to share in the spoils and grow stronger, the storm will not remain idle, Cadden affirmed. Upon hearing this, Brett was filled with anticipation. It was true that Cadden possessed a strong desire for expansion, yet he was equally prudent in his actions. Given that the storm had just begun to find its footing, Brett had thought Cadden would suppress his expansionist ambitions and focus solely on cultivation. It now seemed evident that the chieftain was already contemplating war. Brett wholeheartedly supported this notion. With the professionalization of the Storm soldiers, if there were no battles to fight, maintaining such a large professional army would pose a problem. Therefore, he eagerly awaited the demise of the so-called Marshal. The sooner he perished, the sooner the war would erupt, and he could witness the unstoppable Storm army on the battlefield. Dorn was equally exhilarated. From Brett's conversation with Cadden, he had learned of the legendary Marshal. Once he fell, the tribes of wild boars on the plains would undoubtedly experience a significant upheaval. For he understood that the previous peace among the wild boar tribes was maintained due to a certain individual. Thus, your training should be your foremost priority. As for this band of thieves, do not involve yourselves, Cadden advised, observing the excitement etched on their faces. Internally, he felt a sense of helplessness. Previously, Brett had shown the potential of a war fanatic, and now Dorn seemed to possess a similar inclination. Is war a good thing? Cadden was uncertain. He only knew that if war led to the storm's ascendance, then he would eagerly anticipate it, and the opposite held true as well. Actually, Chief, I believe it is necessary for you to take me along. Dorn interjected thoughtfully. I do not question your capabilities, but you lack experience in combat against centaurs. Most of these brutish beings possess exceptional archery skills. Each centaur wields a wooden longbow, standing over 3 meters tall, complemented by their powerful and robust limbs, granting them extraordinary arm strength. Almost every centaur is a natural archer. Coupled with their remarkable speed, once they create distance, they unleash a relentless barrage of arrows, easily incurring heavy casualties. If you have not faced them in battle, you may suffer significant losses. Dorn looked at Cadden earnestly. This was not mere fabrication. He had recalled that this band of thieves was composed of centaur brigands, prompting his remarks. Brett gazed at Dorn, sighing inwardly. This fellow is truly exhausting himself to gain a place in the battle. Cadden furrowed his brow. He indeed lacked knowledge about centaurs, primarily relying on hearsay. He was aware that centaurs had a penchant for archery and were combative, frequently attacking neighboring tribes, including their own kin, often engaging in internecine conflicts, rendering them a formidable race. Noting Cadden's contemplative demeanor, Dorn continued, centaurs claim to be the most formidable archers after the elves. While cavalry can suppress them, the rocky caverns do not allow for cavalry deployment, leaving only archers to contend with their kind. As for infantry, engaging them would likely result in massive casualties. They could be considered archer cavalry, but in the rocky caverns, they might not be able to exert their full strength. Brett pondered for a moment before uncertainly responding. They do seem to fit the description of archer cavalry. Dorn nodded in agreement. The centaur race is rather peculiar, resembling an elf with no lower body atop a headless horse. It is rumored that they possess the ancient bloodline of dark elves within them, akin to the harpies. However, the elves vehemently deny this claim, considering it a slander against their kind. Nevertheless, no one is particularly fixated on whether they possess the bloodline of dark elves. After all, both humans and other races categorize them as orcs. Yet, orcs generally scorn these two races, seeing one as a malevolent monster and the other as a brainless marauder. However, they do not ride mounts. Their 4 legs are their own. Thus, even in the rugged terrain of the rocky caverns, they can move with ease. Dorn shook his head. They are not hindered by the usual limitations faced by cavalry. That is true, Brett conceded. He could not deny that the kind of mental fusion technique Dorn mentioned could not compare to the natural prowess of the centaurs. Well, you have painted the centaurs in such a formidable light that I find myself genuinely concerned. However, we must not neglect our cavalry training. Please make the necessary arrangements. Cadden instructed. To be prudent, he decided to allow Dorn to accompany him, for the storm could not endure significant losses at this juncture. Dorn, having participated in conflicts against centaurs, would likely prove beneficial. Understood. Dorn replied enthusiastically, saluting Cadden with military decorum. Upon seeing Cadden's approval, Brett cast a deep glance at Dorn. You've succeeded this time. Ha ha ha. Lord Brett, do not say that. We are all working for the storm, merely with different roles, Dorn replied with a smile. Enough with the pleasantries. Where is Fuel's archer battalion? Cadden interjected, scanning the training grounds but finding no archers in sight. Since Dorn had mentioned using archers against centaurs, Cadden was eager to see if the half-elf Fuel's archers could be of use. Upon hearing Cadden's inquiry about the archer battalion, Brett sighed in resignation. I do not know. You do not know? Cadden paused, turning to Brett in surprise. To speak of the archer battalion, I have not seen them train in the past fortnight. They usually come and go at odd hours, shrouded in mystery, Brett explained. Dorn recalled, Indeed, I have not seen the archer battalion at the training grounds during this time. Brett continued, Fuel believes the archers have a solid foundation and do not need to drill at the training grounds, so he has taken them out for hunting training. Apparently in the outskirts of the Blackstone Forest these past few days. Upon hearing this, Cadden furrowed his brow. To the outskirts of the Blackstone Forest? There are often magical beasts lurking within. Fuel seems rather capable. Cadden's expression softened as he nodded. He was pleasantly surprised by Fuel's method of training through hunting live prey. This indicated that Fuel possessed some military talent. Cadden resolved to learn more about this half-elf in the future. A successful general must have a unique approach to training soldiers. Otherwise, they cannot be deemed a competent commander. Cadden firmly believed that a general incapable of adequately training their troops could not secure victory. Chapter 69. Journey to the Stone Cavern 3 days later, as night was about to descend. A vast troop was steadily marching forward over 400 miles southeast of the Storm Tribe. At the forefront was a towering and formidable boarman, riding a fiery steed whose hooves blazed with flames. This boarman was Cadden, leading the forces assembled to besiege the Caramanda band of thieves. Cadden's contingent had set out early the previous morning and, aside from brief respites, had been on the move for nearly 2 days. In this endeavor to eradicate the Caramanda band, Cadden had brought along 6 divine warriors, including Edward, their guide, along with the boarman Dorn, the half-elf Fule, the Minotaur Ball, and the boarman Stiletto and Toothbreaker. In addition to these extraordinary beings, Cadden had gathered 7 elite battalions of the Storm Tribe, comprising 1 Minotaur battalion, 1 Archers battalion, and 5 boarman battalions, totaling over 700 warriors. However, upon their arrival near the desolate crossroads the previous day, many wandering orcs and a few small bands of thieves had sought to join their ranks. The largest of these bands boasted over 50 members, albeit all gaunt and pitifully starved. Cadden, naturally, welcomed all newcomers. Although this had consumed a considerable amount of provisions, it was a minor concern, for the real advantage lay in their numbers. What had originally been a force of 700 had now swelled to over 1,100. Strength in numbers was paramount, especially when preparing to confront centaurs, and having additional fodder was a boon. How much longer until we reached the Thorny Hills? Dorn inquired, glancing at Cadden, who led the way, then surveying the desolate landscape ahead. They had been marching for a day, and the terrain had grown increasingly barren. While the Danube wasteland had its share of rough patches, this area was stark and lifeless. The sparse grass gave way to more stones and silt, making it nearly impossible to spot even a single resilient weed. Just ahead, Cadden exclaimed, pointing towards a rise in the terrain. Beyond that hill lies the Thorny Hills. The troop looked ahead, and indeed, a distinct ochre hillock loomed about 1,000 meters away. Cadden promptly ordered the unit to quicken their pace, and upon reaching the vicinity of the Thorny Hills, they set up camp to allow the soldiers to rest. Soon, within a mere 15 minutes before night fully enveloped the land, the main force successfully traversed the hill and arrived within the Thorny Hills domain. Cadden found an open area to establish their encampment. Around the campfire, Cadden and Edward, along with the 6 others, engaged in conversation while discussing strategies to confront the Caramanda band. How far is their stronghold from here? Cadden asked, popping a piece of dried fish into his mouth. Approximately 60 miles, Edward replied, drawing a rough map in the dirt with a stick. The stone cavern lies to our north, spanning over 20 miles. Their base is situated atop a rocky ridge in the heart of the stone cavern. Upon seeing the map, everyone grasped the situation immediately. Chief, once my scouts return, I propose we split our forces. Each small group, led by a member of my team, would infiltrate the stone cavern and rendezvous near their stronghold, Edward suggested. Otherwise, our large presence could easily alert them. Agreed, Cadden nodded. 1,000 warriors entering the stone cavern would indeed provoke a stir, so dividing our forces is prudent. Then it is settled. Let us finish our meal and rest. At dawn, once the scouts are in position, we shall depart. Yes, sir. The group saluted and dispersed. Fatigue evident in their demeanor after 2 days of marching several hundred miles. As Cadden prepared to retreat to his tent for rest, the sound of hooves caught his attention. Clop, clop, clop. A fiery steed approached, playfully licking Cadden's face with its long tongue while pointing towards the half-eaten piece of fish in his hand. Do you want some? Cadden asked in surprise, turning to face the fiery horse. You're a grass eater, yet you crave meat? Before he could finish, the steed expelled a mysterious substance from its nostrils, landing precisely on the fish. Damn it, I'll have you for this, Cadden exclaimed, noticing the sticky residue on his fish, and he slapped the horse's cheek in annoyance. Undeterred, the fiery steed continued to wag its tongue in the air, its eyes fixated on the fish. Such a disgusting creature must have struck lucky to evolve into a magical beast. Here, take it. Enjoy. Cadden begrudgingly handed the fish to the steed, which seized it and galloped away with a burst of speed. Cadden watched the departing fiery horse with exasperation. This troublesome steed was known as Flame King. Just 2 days prior, it had inexplicably awakened its magical abilities, ascending to the 3rd tier of magical beasts. Its size having significantly increased, with flames perpetually blazing from its hoofs. Cadden had tested whether the flames could harm, noting that it all depended on the steed's control. As dawn broke, Cadden, accompanied by the remaining 200 warriors and Edward, marched north toward the stone cavern. The others had already taken various routes toward their destination. After approximately half an hour, they finally arrived at the stone cavern. Chief, we have more followers behind us, a few Boorman warriors reported as they rushed to Cadden's side. Cadden turned to look back and shook his head. There is no need to acknowledge them. Since approaching the stone cavern, we've been shadowed by several groups of thieves. However, most only observe for a moment before departing. Only a few persistently trail us. Is this the stone cavern? Cadden mused, gazing ahead at the endless expanse of rock, a veritable ocean of stone. Indeed, but we are on the outskirts, where it remains relatively flat. If we travel another 7 to 8 miles, we'll encounter rocky ridges with deep pits formed of variously sized stones, many of which connect to one another, Edward explained, gesturing toward the horizon. Their stronghold is atop the stone slope. Relatively flat? Cadden scoffed, surveying the chaotic jumble of rocks ahead. This is hardly flat at all. Let us move. He waved, signaling for the march to continue. However, after only a few steps, Cadden dismounted from Flame King. The rocky terrain made it too jarring to ride, hopping from stone to stone. Seeing Cadden's descent, Edward followed suit, equally uncomfortable from the jolting ride. Chapter 70. The Centaur bandit clan. Cadden halted before the rocky ridge, settling onto a large flagstone. They had traversed a mere 7 or 8 li in nearly an hour. Observing the sweat-drenched state of some of his followers, Cadden signaled for a brief respite. The terrain was arduous, winding, uneven, and precipitous. Covering these few li proved more taxing than traversing dozens across the wasteland. Just then, 8 kobolds scurried past, ascending the ridge. Edward approached Cadden, gesturing towards the retreating figures. I've dispatched them to scout ahead. Cadden nodded. In contrast to the ungainly Boorman, Edward's newly recruited kobold scout squad were diminutive and far more agile. Their lithe frames allowed them to navigate the rocky terrain with relative ease. This ridge is substantial. We must still ascend several li of rocky slopes before reaching the heart of the stone labyrinth, Edward stated, surveying the sprawling rocky hills. The center of the labyrinth lay atop these hills. Is there no gentler path up the mountain? Cadden inquired, his gaze sweeping over the jagged, sky-piercing crags. Sunlight glinted off the smooth stones, making the ascent appear daunting. None, Edward replied definitively. My scouts have conducted a preliminary search, but found none. The caves dotting the ridge remain unexplored, lest we disturb the centaurs. Legend has it that this was once the domain of the ancient stone giants. The entire stone labyrinth may be a colossal stone edifice spanning several li, now largely collapsed with age, Edward continued. Cadden nodded, understanding the complexity of the terrain. The stone giants were a legendary race of immense power, said to be favored by the earth element, much like the Sylvan Elves. Though they once roamed the continent during the rise of the Orcish Empire, sightings had become non-existent in the last 2 millennia. Perhaps they had vanished, or sought refuge in some remote corner of the world. No wonder no mercenary bands venture here. Even with a hefty bounty, few would brave this forsaken place, Cadden mused, eyeing the treacherous slopes. Were it not for the promise of 1,000 gold coins, he would have turned back at the outskirts of the labyrinth. After a brief respite, the party resumed their ascent. Meanwhile, atop the ridge, a vast stone cavern yawned open, resembling a palace hewn from the rocks. Centaurs, armed with quivers, wooden bows, swords, and hammers, stood guard around the entrance. The cavern's interior was immense, with stone paths spiraling from the summit to the depths. Along these paths, centaurs hurried to and fro, carrying large wooden crates towards the cavern floor. Upon reaching the cavern floor, a a startling transformation unfolded. Gone were the endless stones, replaced by a verdant landscape teeming with flowers and a murmuring subterranean stream. Were it not for the constant traffic of centaurs, this place might have been mistaken for a secluded paradise. Deep within this subterranean realm, the centaurs deposited their burdens, forming mountainous piles of goods upon the lush grass. 3 centaur chieftains oversaw the operation. Presently, a middle-aged centaur emerged from a distant passage. He was more powerfully built than the others, his brown hair braided into intricate patterns. His ears were as pointed as those of an elf. He wore gleaming silver armor emblazoned with crimson stripes. His face was almost human, save for his pupil-less eyes that glowed with a sinister yellow light. The 3 chieftains bowed respectfully as he approached. "Chieftain, any word from the elven merchant?" The centaur chieftain inquired, casting a glance at the ever-growing piles of loot. "Not yet," one of the chieftains replied, shaking his head. "Damn it. Send someone to investigate at once." The chieftain snapped, his anger flaring. The 3 chieftains recoiled, one hastily turning to depart. However, instead of heading towards the main passages, he ventured deeper into the subterranean labyrinth. "Fools. With such a large haul, we cannot afford any mishaps. The tribe is in dire need of these funds," the chieftain hissed, his gaze hardening as he turned his wrath on the remaining 2 chieftains. "See to it that these laborers quicken their pace." "Yes, chieftain," the 2 chieftains replied, their eyes wide with fear as they hurried back to the goods, urging the centaurs to greater speed. Soon, the centaur chieftain who had ventured into the depths returned, a smile playing on his lips. Trailing behind him were 5 elves, their ears pointed, their features refined, their golden hair cascading down their backs. They wore exquisite armor and carried swords at their waists. The centaur chieftain approached the 2 chieftains who were scrutinizing the elves. "Where's the chieftain?" "I'll fetch him," one replied, nodding before turning to leave. "Lord Cabe, this is excessive. How many merchants have these vile creatures plundered?" One of the elves exclaimed in Elvish, marveling at the mountain of crates. "These goods have likely been accumulating for some time. These cursed mongrels are truly detestable. This bandit clan must be eradicated. Otherwise, the prosperity of our crossroads camp will suffer greatly," another elf added, noting the thick layer of dust on many of the crates. "Enough. They have led us to their lair, indicating their intention to abandon this place," Cabe interjected, glancing at his companions. "Besides, eliminating them is a matter for Lord Lester. Without such bandit clans, what would become of the mercenary bands we support? Moreover, these goods, though plentiful, are mostly worthless trinkets. Your armor is likely worth more than the entire lot." Cabe chuckled, gesturing towards an elf with a runic bow slung across his back. "Indeed," the other elves agreed, their eyes turning enviously towards the snow-white armor of the elf named Gula. "Hey, Cabe, don't drag me into this. You have thousands of gold coins to spare," Gula protested. "Perhaps, but we are not as extravagant as you. After all, you have married into wealth." "Who married into wealth?" "She practically begged to marry me. I mean, to be married by me," Gula stammered, his fair face flushing crimson. "Yes, she desires you. Additionally, I nearly overlooked the fact that a distinguished individual graciously bestowed upon us a generous donation of 700 coins. Heartfelt gratitude is extended to the esteemed Mr. You for his remarkable contribution of 700 book coins. It fills us with immense excitement and appreciation." Chapter 71. The business that must be done. As the elves jested among themselves, the centaur leader approached them, accompanied by the middle-aged chief of a band of centaur thieves. "You are Kulik, the leader of the Calamanth thieves?" the elf Cabe inquired, stepping forward to confront the advancing centaur. "Indeed. You are the elven merchant sent by the Shadow Guild?" The centaur chief scrutinized the 5 elves, his gaze particularly fixed on Cabe, standing at around 2 meters tall. The centaur towered over the elves, who were only 9 meters in height. Despite their shorter stature, Cabe's companions cast disdainful glances at Kulik, perceiving the centaur as a lowly creature, especially with those soulless eyes that appeared even more sinister. "Is this how you elves conduct business, with such haughty arrogance?" Kulik's expression turned icy upon noticing the contempt in the eyes of Cabe's companions. His words prompted 3 other centaur leaders, as well as those nearby organizing goods, to draw their swords and aim them at the 5 elves. "Enough, Kulik. I sincerely apologize for my companion's disrespectful behavior," Cabe replied coolly, surveying the surroundings as a faint aura of fighting spirit enveloped him. The centaur chief's demeanor shifted slightly as he regarded Cabe, and he gestured for the surrounding centaurs to lower their weapons. "Humph, if it weren't for the urgent need to offload this cargo, you wretched elves would not even think of leaving this place," Kulik sneered, glaring at Cabe's companions. "What did you say? You filthy, despicable half-beast. How dare you insult noble elves?" One of Cabe's companions, Gula, could no longer contain himself and pointed an accusing finger at Kulik. "Enough. Silence, Gula. You are being utterly insolent," Cabe admonished, alarmed by the growing fury on Kulik's face. The centaurs, incensed by Gula's tirade, brandished their bows, preparing to attack. "Gula, Taken aback by Cabe's reprimand, sulked and retorted, "What are we afraid of? Can't the five of us eradicate these lowly pests?" His words, spoken in the elven tongue, reflected his dissatisfaction with Cabe's rebuke and the notion of engaging with these inferior beings. Eradicate them? They have 1 5th-tier warrior, 3 4th-tier warriors, and hundreds, if not thousands, of archers. Do you truly believe you can eliminate them? Cabe challenged. 5th tier? Gula and the other elves were momentarily stunned, their attention drawn to the centaur chief Kulik, whose expression was one of barely contained rage. You insolent half-beast is actually a 5th-tier warrior, Gula realized. Thus, Gula, do not be so audacious. Have you forgotten the promise you made? I brought you along for trade, not to engage in extermination. If you wish to pursue such an idea, consult your brother, Lord Lester. Perhaps he might grant you that request. But for now, you must remain silent, Cabe stated firmly in the elven tongue, casting a cold glance at Gula and the others. Elf, do not mistake my patience for an invitation to continue your rudeness. Kulik unsheathed his sword, his gaze fixating on Gula with menace. This action prompted the centaurs around them to ready their weapons for combat. In response, Gula and the other elves instinctively reached for their own swords. Only Cabe moved toward the cargo, his demeanor calm as he said, "We are here to conduct business, not to engage in battle. Moreover, should a conflict arise, you will undoubtedly find yourselves at a disadvantage." Cabe's piercing violet gaze remained fixed on the centaur. Kulik glanced at the towering piles of goods, his expression shifting as he weighed Cabe's words. Though Cabe spoke truthfully, the presence of Gula made him hesitate. "You have brought us to your stronghold, indicating your desire to rid yourselves of these goods urgently. There are at least 10,000 crates here. All of the most commonplace items, worth little in value. However, aside from our crossroads camp, I imagine you will struggle to find other merchants willing to take on such a large quantity of goods in a short time." Cabe continued indifferently. "Consider this. I have expressed my willingness to engage in this transaction, but I am equally unafraid of a sufficiently bloody conflict." Upon finishing his statement, Kulik cast another glance at the mountainous cargo, his expression flickering as he finally spoke. 5,000 gold coins for the lot. Are you jesting? 1,000 gold coins. Cabe responded, his handsome features twitching at the absurdity of the offer. "Elf, your bid is far too low. 4,000 gold coins. Not a single coin less will secure this cargo from rotting here." Kulik's tone was frigid. 1,500 gold coins. Cabe countered, shaking his head. "No. 4,000 gold coins. I cannot accept anything less." Kulik insisted vehemently. 2,000 gold coins. That is my final offer. If you believe this cargo is worth more, then we shall take our leave. Cabe replied coolly, emphasizing the fact that these goods were likely stolen, hence could not fetch their original price. As Kulik's expression shifted with uncertainty, Cabe motioned for his companions to depart. Seeing Cabe turn to leave, Kulik's countenance darkened, and he gritted his teeth. "Wait. 2,000 gold coins it is. The deal is struck." Cabe turned, offering a nonchalant nod. Kulik glanced at the mountain of crates, his expression souring. Though he was unaware of their precise worth, he knew it far exceeded 2,000 gold coins. Yet Cabe was correct in his assessment that finding another merchant willing to take on such a load in a short time frame would be a daunting task. His tribe's survival hinged on this transaction. He could not afford to wait for another merchant. Very well, these 5 accursed elves will pay dearly once the tribe stabilizes. Kulik thought darkly, casting a furtive glance at the 5 elves. Now that we have agreed on a price, how shall we proceed with the transaction? Cabe inquired. Wait a moment, do you require slaves as part of this deal? Kulik asked, contemplating. Cabe paused, casting an incredulous look at Kulik. Could it be that these wretched centaurs were not merely a band of thieves, but also slave catchers? Truly a filthy and despicable lot. Chapter 72. The hunt for the centaur leader, oblivious to the disdain that the elf Cabe harbored within, would likely have slaughtered these detestable elves if he had known. However, their intention was merely to acquire some valuable slaves. Cabe nodded in agreement. With the change of ownership at the Crossroads camp, it was essential to renovate the rudimentary encampment. Thus the need for able-bodied slaves was paramount. Of course, those deemed worthless had long since met their demise. The centaur leader grinned, a terrifying display of teeth. Cabe remained indifferent. Those fortunate enough to survive the clutches of such brutal creatures had surely been favored by the goddess of fortune. As the centaur leader led the way down a winding underground passage for over a minute, they arrived at a dimly lit cavern. Dozens of centaurs stood guard, and the surroundings bore a striking resemblance to a dungeon. Numerous stone cells were present, some emanating a repugnant stench. Cabe and his companions pinched their noses, enduring the foul odors as they peered into the cells. Inside were frail, emaciated figures, slaves curled up in the darkness. Many of the stone cells contained these unfortunate souls. Just as the centaur leader was about to speak, a voice interrupted him. Lord Kiki, you have arrived. A diminutive, foul-smelling creature, resembling coal, emerged from a nearby mine. Scuttling to the centaur leader's feet and prostrating himself, We have uncovered additional iron for these past 2 days. May we exchange some for food? Food? Get lost. We have no food to spare. You wretched little creatures dare to ask for sustenance? The centaur leader looked down disdainfully at the trembling figure on the ground, lifting a foreleg to send the creature flying. Cabe glanced at the creature as it was tossed aside, a slight frown creasing his brow. Noticing Cabe's expression, the centaur leader smirked. If you desire, I can sell you these ratmen. Ratmen? The elves were taken aback, realizing that the filthy creature was indeed a ratman. Cabe observed the small figure that had managed to rise, leaning against the wall, clearly injured from the kick. No need. Cabe's expression cooled, and he shot a sidelong glance at the centaur. Introduce your slaves. If they lack value, do not waste our time. Fear not. All of them are prime specimens. The centaur leader shook his head, aware that Cabe would not be interested in purchasing ratmen. After all, these detestable elves were not kind-hearted beings. The ratmen were weak and feeble. Had they not served a purpose as laborers, he would have eradicated them long ago. However, with his imminent departure, the audacity of these wretched creatures to request food was nothing short of a delusion. The centaur leader took a few steps, gesturing toward a cluster of cells. Within these cells, there are approximately 800 adult boarmen warriors. In another, there are over 200 adult bullmen warriors. This one contains over 100 dwarves. Inside here, there are more than 200 bear goblins. And within this section, there are a dozen adult werewolf warriors. He enumerated. These are all young and robust warriors I have meticulously selected. Make your offer. The centaur leader glanced at the elf, Cabe, knowing full well that these were indeed strong and youthful warriors. As for the older or weaker ones, they had long been disposed of. Cabe scrutinized the offerings and nodded. The lowly centaur had not lied. They were indeed young and vigorous, albeit severely malnourished. This, however, posed no significant issue, with a fortnight of care back at their camp. They would transform into healthy slaves. Wait, why is there a golden-faced monkey among them? Cabe's expression shifted as he noticed a non-werewolf creature among the dozen wolfen cells. It bore a height similar to that of the elves, yet its head and neck were shrouded in white fur, revealing a heart-shaped face. Having visited the northern monkey tribes, Cabe instantly recognized it as a monkey man, specifically a golden-faced monkey, a member of the royal lineage. A golden-faced monkey? Just an old fellow from the monkey tribe. Seemingly a supernatural being, though he is on the brink of death. You can have him for free. The centaur leader was unaware of the significance of the golden-faced monkey, having captured it from a merchant convoy the previous month. Fearing it might be a devotee of some deity, he had spared its life. Cabe nodded, choosing not to elaborate. A dying golden-faced monkey held little worth, even if it were extraordinary. Meanwhile, outside, atop the rocky slope, Cadden had reunited with Doran and the half-elf Fula. Despite the presence of over 1,000 individuals, the rocky terrain and caves provided natural cover. Hiding behind a massive stone, Cadden surveyed the summit, noting several lethargic centaur sentinels. How goes it? Cadden inquired of Edward, who had returned. I sent a boarman to scout. There are 16 centaurs guarding the cave entrance. Cadden nodded, turning to Fula. The half-elf promptly acknowledged, soon returning with 15 archers, 8 of whom were half-elves and 7 boarmen. Led by Fula, the group of 16 cautiously approached the mountain's peak. As Cadden focused, he recognized one of the boarmen archers, recalling a past encounter. That young one is Agama, the recently adopted son of Piao. Isn't it? Indeed, Edward affirmed. Isn't he only 9 years old? Cadden questioned. This lad possesses remarkable talent in archery. He was recruited by Fula. Doran added, explaining that during the selection of archers, Agama had shot 6 out of 10 at 300 meters, the highest accuracy among all candidates. Despite his young age, Fula had taken him in. Cadden nodded, remembering his initial praise for the boy's archery skills. As Cadden conversed, Fula was nearing their position. Due to the abundance of boulders and the apparent lack of vigilance from the centaur sentinels, Fula and his team maneuvered swiftly, soon reaching the summit. Upon reaching their final position, Fula signaled with some peculiar gestures. Although strange, the 15 archers seemed to comprehend, drawing their bows and targeting the several lounging centaur sentinels less than 50 meters away. Fula also nocked an arrow, aiming at a centaur dozing against a rock, before nodding in readiness. With a hum, 16 arrows soared towards the unsuspecting centaurs. A loud thud echoed as one arrow pierced a centaur's skull, sending blood spraying as it fell lifelessly from its perch. Upon closer inspection, all 16 centaurs were unmistakably deceased, each with an arrow piercing their head, their lifeblood still ebbing away. The half-elf Folly nodded with satisfaction, then turned towards Cadden, situated over 200 meters behind, signaling the resolution of the matter. Chapter 73, the elder of the monkey clan emerging from behind a colossal stone, Cadden brandished a massive axe, swiftly leaping over rocks as he charged towards the summit. Hot on his heels were Edward, the Minotaur Ball, and 5 other extraordinary beings, followed by a throng of warriors erupting from behind the boulders, weapons in hand, eager to ascend the mountain. Foley, your men are well trained. Upon reaching the peak and witnessing the half-centaurs struck down by arrows, Cadden praised the half-elf Foley. Foley merely nodded in acknowledgement, remaining silent. Before long, the main force reached the summit. Cadden approached a cave formed by a pile of jagged rocks, nodding to Edward and the others before plunging inside. As he stormed into the cave, Cadden was taken aback. The cavern was immense, its structure resembling a tornado. Stone pathways spiraled downwards, leading to the depths below. Just as Cadden was about to explore further, he caught sight of numerous half-centaurs on the stone path near the bottom. Evidently unaware that their lair had been breached, Cadden turned to Edward and Ball, instructing, "Inform everyone to remain silent. The enemy has yet to realize our presence. We can take advantage of this opportunity to draw closer." "Understood." The others nodded, quickly relaying the command. Below, many half-centaurs, either idly chatting or lounging about, remained oblivious to the impending danger. In the dungeon, the elf Cabe and 3 others meticulously inspected each mine tunnel for a final confirmation. While slaves held little value, he was unwilling to squander even a single copper coin unnecessarily. Nearby, the half-centaur Kick seethed inwardly, cursing the elves for their tediousness. Soon, the elves completed their inspection and nodded at Cabe. Satisfied that the goods were in order, Cabe turned to Kick, stating, 50 gold coins. 50 gold coins. You're not conducting business. You're robbing me." Kick's expression darkened upon hearing the price. "How much do you demand?" Cabe regarded Kick coolly. 200 gold coins. 200? Kick retorted. "With that amount, I could acquire a healthy batch of slaves from the slave-catching guild. At most, 100 gold coins." Cabe replied nonchalantly. Kick hesitated, realizing the elf was driving a hard bargain. Although he had never dealt with the guild, he understood that 200 gold coins would barely purchase over 1,000 slaves. A notion utterly ridiculous. Even doubling that to 400 gold coins would hardly entice a guild to sell, as most captured slaves were destined for the human realm or the Goblin Empire, where their value could multiply tenfold. However, it was clear that the crafty elf was intent on taking advantage of him, only willing to offer 100 coins, as transporting slaves to the distant human world was unfeasible. Thus, Kick glared coldly at Cabe, gradually nodding in agreement. Just as they were about to negotiate the terms of their transaction, a panicked half-centaur burst into the dungeon, fear etched across his face. "Captain, someone has intruded." "What did you say?" Kick's fury escalated as he saw the frightened half-centaur. He had barely processed the words when his expression shifted dramatically, roaring. "A horde of wild boars has invaded. Brothers suffered heavy casualties, and Commander Ula has fallen in battle." Before he could finish, Kick, consumed by rage, kicked the half-centaur to the ground. His face contorted with fury. An attack had occurred, and one of his 3 commanders, Ula, was dead. Initially, he dismissed the possibility, as there had been no organized band of thieves near the stone cavern, particularly not wild boars. Moreover, the complex terrain of the cavern had deterred the Caramanda Thieves Guild from ever seeing a profitable mercenary group in the area. Kick bellowed at his crumpled subordinate, "Get up. You worthless fool. What are you waiting for? Move." As Kick stormed into the passageway, the half-centaur hastily scrambled to his feet, shouting to the guards stationed at the dungeon. "Quickly, we're under attack." In a swift surge, all half-centaur soldiers in the dungeon rushed into the corridor, leaving behind 5 bewildered elves. The lowly creatures had spoken entirely in their own tongue, leaving the elves in confusion. "Should we venture out to see what these wretched half-centaurs are up to?" one elf inquired of Cabe. Just as Cabe was about to respond, the elder of the monkey clan, imprisoned alongside werewolves in the mine, suddenly opened his eyes, a smile gracing his features. He rose slowly, approaching the cave entrance. To the astonishment of the dozen werewolves, the iron door, as thick as a thumb, rapidly corroded in the elder's grasp. At that moment, the 5 elves, alerted by the noise, turned to witness the iron door disintegrating before their eyes. Their expressions filled with astonishment as the monkey elder stepped through. "Be cautious. This elder just corroded the iron door, and I sensed not a hint of magic," one elf warned. The others exchanged glances, their expressions shifting, including Cabe, who quickly gestured for the 5 to huddle closely together. The speaking elf was a 4th-tier wind mage, possessing heightened perception compared to the rest. Any use of magic would disturb the surrounding magical elements, easily detected by a wind mage. However, there was an exception. If the opponent's magic had been elementalized, merging with the elements in the sky, such a powerful being would go unnoticed. This elder had certainly employed magic to corrode the door, and the wind mage's inability to sense it indicated either a 9th-tier mage or the use of an ancient, unique casting method. Regardless of which it was, the 5 lesser extraordinary beings were utterly outmatched. "Do not fear. I mean you no harm. I await the arrival of someone." The elder, standing at nearly 6 feet tall, clad in a somewhat tattered black robe, his fur gray save for a heart-shaped patch on his face, assured the wary elves with a warm smile. He then pointed at Cabe, asking, "I sense a kinship from you. Have you visited the Monkey Clan Estride?" The elves exhaled in relief, sensing that the elder was not overly hostile, though they maintained their guard. Cabe nodded. "Indeed, esteemed mage. I have traveled north and visited the Manchu kingdom. Might you also hail from the royal lineage of Manchu? Cabe respectfully inquired, recognizing the elder as a potential ninth-tier powerhouse deserving of reverence. Indeed, I have roamed the continent for over a decade since leaving the kingdom, the monkey elder lamented. In the cavern's depths, now adorned with vibrant flora, a scene of pandemonium unfolds, with corpses and blood painting the ground. The once pristine subterranean river, teeming with small fish, is now stained crimson, with the bodies of centaurs littering its course. Within the expansive underground passage, the warriors of Cadden clash fiercely with the centaurs. Devoid of their archery advantage, the centaurs are outmatched in strength by the boar men, let alone the towering minotaurs. The quadrupedal centaurs, in particular, find themselves hampered by their lack of maneuverability within the confined passage, resulting in a multitude of severed limbs and gruesome deaths beneath the axes and blades of their foes. Damnable boar men, your treachery knows no bounds. Centaur Keki roared, his eyes bloodshot with rage. He had witnessed the demise of one commander and the capture of another. The centaur warriors had suffered grievous losses, and only his unwavering authority prevented the remaining 200 from abandoning their arms and fleeing. Treachery? Such is the lament of the foolish centaur. Victory is the sole arbiter on the field of battle. Dorn, amidst the fray, retorted to his adversary's bitter cry. He was not alone in his assault, as two others pressed the attack, namely Keki and Tsidao. The trio of boar men relentlessly drove the fifth-tier centaur Keki backward. Nearby, Cadden, with his bloody great axe, stood alongside the minotaur Bar, the half-elf Fule, and Edward. They observed the unfolding siege of Keki. Is this to continue interminably? Shall we partake in the fray? Bar, the minotaur, hefted his immense iron hammer upon his shoulder, casting a glance at the quartet locked in combat. Bar, I suspect they shall not afford us the opportunity, Edward remarked, glancing at the hulking minotaur, who stood half a head taller than himself, and brimming with anticipation. Given the current state of affairs, it seemed the centaur would soon succumb. Upon hearing Edward's words and witnessing Keki's retreat, Bar grew restless, turning to Cadden, who observed the battle with stoic detachment. Chieftain, Cadden turned to the impatient minotaur, offering a nod and a smile. Go forth and dispatch him. Cadden had orchestrated the encirclement of Keki by Dorn and his companions. A newly ascended fifth-tier warrior, particularly one confined to such a limited space, was, in his eyes, as good as dead. Yet, Cadden refrained from direct engagement, for among the ranks of the storm, several fourth-tier transcendents had recently emerged, with Dorn, Bar, and Edward among them. These individuals had scant experience in confronting their peers. Thus, a constrained fifth-tier warrior presented an ideal opportunity for them to hone their skills. While the centaur was indeed a fifth-tier combatant, Cadden's presence ensured that no grave peril would befall his warriors. Initially, Cadden had anticipated that Dorn and his two fourth-tier comrades would struggle against Keki. However, contrary to his expectations, the fifth-tier centaur found himself on the defensive. With the addition of the hulking minotaur Bar, Keki's countenance paled, and a flicker of retreat ignited in his amber eyes. Yet, to turn and flee amidst the encirclement of four foes proved an insurmountable task. I must not prolong this engagement, Keki inwardly cried, his heart gripped by terror. His duki was rapidly depleting, and to continue the battle against Dorn and his companions would inevitably lead to his utter exhaustion and demise. He must devise a means to slay his adversaries or effect an escape. After all, they were merely fourth-tier warriors, and with a stroke of fortune, he might eliminate them one by one, turning the tide of battle. As for fleeing, he was loath to do so, for the loss of his centaur warriors would surely incur the wrath of his tribe, leading to his execution. However, his present predicament was that escape seemed impossible. Keki momentarily parried the quartet's attacks, seizing an opportunity to withdraw. A chilling glint flashed in his eyes as he fixed his gaze upon the minotaur Bar, bellowing, "Perish, you cursed minotaur." In that instant, the greatsword in Keki's grasp radiated with an aura of shimmering duki, emitting a fearsome glow as he lunged towards Bar. Damn, Dorn, Keki. And Tsidao cried out in alarm, instantly retracting their offensive maneuvers. Dorn, nearest to Bar, prepared to kick the defenseless minotaur to the ground. I see you have concealed your true strength. Cadden's voice echoed in the ears of all present. A massive hand seized Bar's arm, who was bracing for impact, and hurled him aside. A great axe, enveloped in golden duki, met Keki's savage blade in a cataclysmic clash. Golden and white duki intertwined, producing a series of unsettling sounds. Bang! In that fleeting exchange, Keki's white duki proved no match for Cadden's golden aura. The white duki dissipated, and a surge of concussive force propelled Keki backward, slamming him against the cavern wall. You are. See. Keki sputtered, his face contorted in anguish. He cast a resentful glance at Cadden, but the latter's duki had already ravaged his insides. He would not survive. With a few final spasms, Keki's life ebbed away. Witnessing Keki's demise, Dorn, Keki, and Tsidao, who had been caught in the blast of Cadden's duki, along with Bar, who had been flung several meters away, rose from the ground and approached Cadden. bowing their heads in shame. "We are sorry, chieftain. We have failed you." The quartet had besieged Keki, believing they had gained the upper hand, only to be caught off guard by his hidden strength. Bar, in particular, dared not meet Cadden's gaze, for he had clamored to join the battle, only to be nearly slain within a few exchanges. Do not reproach yourselves. Learn from your mistakes, and let vigilance be your watchword in future battles. This centaur had only recently ascended to the 5th tier, and the confines of this place hampered his abilities. Otherwise, your combined strength would not have been sufficient to subdue him. Cadden spoke calmly. He did not rebuke them, for they lacked experience in combat. Encounters with their peers were one thing, but facing those of a higher tier presented a different challenge. Yes, the quartet replied in unison. With Keki's death, the remaining centaurs immediately broke ranks. Most prostrated themselves in surrender, while a handful fled through the passage. "Edward, give chase. This place is truly peculiar." Cadden observed the surroundings. The ground was marred by countless footprints, yet when he had led his warriors here, it had been a verdant expanse, adorned with unknown blossoms. Even a subterranean stream flowed through, and the walls of the passage emitted a phosphorescent glow, creating a captivating grotto. "Chieftain, I have made a significant discovery." Edward hastened towards Cadden. "What have you found?" Cadden inquired, plucking a surviving flower from the ground. "Goods, a mountain of goods." Chapter 75. The early monarch on the lush green grassland. Cadden stood in a daze, gazing ahead. This expansive meadow spanned nearly a kilometer, crowned by a stone peak towering close to 100 meters, all aglow with luminescent stones. It was astonishing that such a vast space could be concealed deep within a cavern almost 100 meters underground. However, what captivated Cadden's attention was not the enchanting scenery, but rather the meticulously stacked wooden crates that lay scattered across the ground. The sight of these crates, piled high, was truly magnificent. Cadden could not ascertain their exact number, but it was certainly in the thousands. Even if each crate were worth a single gold coin, that would amount to several thousand gold coins, an exhilarating thought for Cadden. He had endured countless hardships, leading hundreds of warriors across treacherous terrain to locate the Caramanda Thieves Guild. What was his purpose? It was merely to claim the promised reward of 1,000 gold coins from the elven merchant. Yet, to his surprise, the defeat of this Thieves Guild had yielded such an enormous bounty. Surrounding the towering stacks of crates, Dorn and the half-elf Folai were busy counting the quantity and types of goods contained within. At that moment, Edward approached Cadden, saluted, and reported, "Chief, the casualty report is in. Proceed." "Yes, we have lost 73 Boar warriors, with 26 severely injured and over 100 lightly wounded." Edward glanced at Cadden, noticing his expression remained unchanged, and continued, "Additionally, over 150 of the thieves who joined us in the past 2 days have perished or been wounded, with 66 severely injured and 43 lightly wounded. Regardless of whether they were from the storm or had joined us along the way, all are treated equally. For the severely injured, our supplies can provide adequate treatment. As for the fallen warriors, they will all be buried, and their names recorded for those who fought alongside us. We will report the subsequent matters to Gung Piao upon our return to the tribe, so he can make proper arrangements." A flicker of discomfort crossed Cadden's eyes, but it was fleeting. Each loss weighed heavily on him. Every warrior was a life with flesh and blood. He had not yet grown numb to the extinction of lives. Furthermore, these brave souls had fought valiantly for him. Nevertheless, he recognized the harsh truth. Wars, both grand and trivial, unfolded every moment in this world. He could neither prevent them nor afford to relinquish his resolve. The storm required strength, and it was through warfare that it would become mightier. Otherwise, it would perish due to its own frailty. Thus, Cadden endeavored to find solace within himself. Indeed, Edward was mindful that since the professionalization of the army, Cadden had made it clear to the tribe that any warrior who perished in battle would have their elders supported until death and their children cared for until adulthood. This declaration had undeniably elevated Cadden's prestige within the storm, as tribesfolk regarded him with sincere respect each time they laid eyes upon him. Edward and the others of extraordinary standing held him in even greater esteem. In the Orcish tradition, being born into a tribe meant one must fight for it. If one were fortunate enough to become a minor leader, they might garner more spoils to support their family. However, should they fall in battle, their entire family could be left in disarray. Cadden's military benefits, therefore, alleviated soldiers' anxieties, ensuring that in the event of their demise, their families would still have a means to survive. "By the way, what of the centaurs?" Cadden inquired. "We have executed 1 5th-tier centaur leader, 2 4th-tier captains, and eliminated 637 centaur thieves. We have captured 183, including 1 4th-tier captain, all of whom sustained only minor injuries. As for the severely injured, I have arranged for their suffering to be alleviated." Edward replied. Alleviated suffering, one might assume, refers to physical relief. According to the testimony of the centaur leader, the Caramanda Thieves Guild numbered 1,100. However, a few days ago, The Centaur leader Keg sent a fourth-tier captain with over 100 centaurs to deliver a crate of gold coins back to their tribe. Thus, it seems that over 100 centaurs have escaped. The tribe? These centaurs hail from a centaur tribe? Cadden pondered momentarily before shaking his head. That makes sense. It is not uncommon for many tribes to dispatch warriors to form thieves' guilds. After all, the northern continent is rich in resources, and countless merchants transport gold coins here. Naturally, many thieves are drawn to the prospect, and numerous thieves' guilds originate from powerful tribes or Orcish kingdoms. The allure of robbery is too lucrative to resist. Very well. You may return to your duties. This haul should suffice to bolster the storm by at least 1 or 2-fold, Cadden said with a smile. Edward, gazing at the mountain of goods, could not help but smile in return. The bounty was indeed extraordinary. Everyone present was left in awe of the vast accumulation of wealth. Chief, Lord Ball requests your immediate presence. Just as Edward was about to depart, a bull-headed warrior rushed forward, saluted, and spoke respectfully. Ball? Where is he? Cadden inquired. Turning to the bull-headed warrior. Please follow me, Chief. The warrior gestured for Cadden to follow, unsure of how else to convey the message. Lead the way. Cadden did not press further, aware that this underground realm was riddled with unfamiliar passages. He had dispatched Ball to conduct thorough searches for any hidden centaurs or treasures. As Cadden followed the bull-headed warrior into an unfamiliar passage, a smile crept across his face. It appeared that another significant discovery awaited him. Regardless of the nature of the find, as long as it pertained to wealth, he would be elated. However, upon reaching their destination, he was taken aback. In a sizable cavern stood elves, werewolves, boar warriors, and what appeared to be a monkey, alongside a group of coal-black beings all staring at him. Cadden was perplexed. He cast a questioning glance at Ball, but before the bull-headed warrior could respond, the monkey suddenly approached him, bowing low and respectfully proclaiming, "The Monkey Clan, Man's Hushri, sends its greetings to the esteemed Majesty." Cadden nearly braced for an attack, prepared to defend himself, only to hear, "The Monkey Clan, Man's Hushri, sends its greetings to the esteemed Majesty." Esteemed Majesty? Who? Me? Cadden stammered, bewildered. Beside him, Ball the bull-headed warrior shared in the confusion, wondering what the old monkey was babbling about. The elf, Cabe, and his companions were equally unsettled. They had been negotiating amicably with the centaurs, having settled on terms when. Within the span of an hour, a group of bull-headed warriors arrived, followed shortly by a boar warrior. Now, a creature that was 99% likely to be a 9th-tier supreme being from the Monkey Clan was addressing a seemingly ordinary boar warrior as Your Majesty. Your Majesty. This term was commonplace in the human kingdoms, where some noble lords might be addressed thus. However, among elves, only the high elven monarch could be referred to as such. And in Orcish society, only the Orc king held that title. Did this robust, somewhat wise and imposing boar warrior truly possess the stature of a king? Cabe considered this notion but swiftly dismissed it, for there was no such thing as a boar king among orcs. Chapter 76. Foreseeing the future, Cadden gazed in bewilderment at the elder of the monkey tribe before him, utterly unaware that this was indeed a member of the monkey race until the elder introduced himself. He had initially thought it was merely an unusually dressed monkey. Manju. Surely, Your Excellency, why do you refer to me as Your Majesty? Cadden pronounced the somewhat cumbersome, yet seemingly cultured name. Upon hearing Cadden's inquiry, the half-man slaves, werewolves, warmen, ratmen, and others felt a wave of disappointment wash over them. They had genuinely believed Cadden to be a true king. The 5 elves scrutinized Cadden, curious as to why this boar man was addressed as Your Majesty by a 9th-tier powerhouse. The elder of the monkey tribe, Manju Shirley, slowly rose and looked upon Cadden, his heart-shaped face adorned with a warm smile. For a fleeting moment, Cadden almost mistook him for the Monkey King from the journey to the west. Your Majesty, please follow me. The elder's aged voice resonated within Cadden's very soul. Follow you? To where? Cadden stared in astonishment at the monkey elder. Suddenly, his eyes widened in disbelief, perhaps for the first time since his arrival in this world. The scenery around him had transformed. He found himself amidst towering trees, each reaching heights of 100 meters. Noble monkeys, resembling golden snub-nosed monkeys, leaped joyfully among the branches. The beauty of the surroundings captivated Cadden, the lush green grass clambering at the tree roots, vibrant flowers blooming, and in the distance, a gentle deer grazed peacefully. Glancing down at himself, he noticed golden fur and a long tail. It seemed he had become a monkey king, ruling over this domain. As Cadden prepared to leap onto a branch nearly a meter high, a thunderous voice echoed in his ear. Your Majesty. Your Majesty? Cadden froze, his face paling. How could I possibly be a monkey? I am a boar man, the chieftain of the Storm tribe, destined to become the emperor of the boar men. I cannot possibly be some absurd monkey king. In a flurry, Cadden examined his hands, which were once covered in golden fur, now devoid of it. The transformation from monkey to boar man had occurred in an instant. At that moment, the monkey elder Manju Shirley appeared beside him. Seeing the elder, Cadden tensed. his expression icy. Your Excellency, we have no grievances between us. Why pursue me? Kedin was no fool. He realized that what he had experienced was undoubtedly an illusion, one that could lead one astray. He had nearly become a monkey. However, he was perplexed. If the elder intended to harm him, why awaken him? Your Majesty, please do not be alarmed. This is my domain, and I have no intention of causing you harm, Manju surely said, shaking his head gently. Relieved to hear the elder's benign intent, Kedin felt a weight lift off his shoulders. The elder's power was enigmatic. Should he choose to attack, Kedin feared he would be utterly defeated. Wait, this is your domain? Kedin paused, then quickly realized, looking at Manju Shirley with astonishment. You are a Saint Domain? Manju Shirley met Kedin's gaze, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. If you had encountered me a year ago, perhaps I would have had the hope of breaking into the Saint Domain. However, I now possess less than a month to live. Kedin was taken aback, shaking his head in disbelief. It was not every day one encountered a Saint Domain, especially one who would show such deference and refer to him as Your Majesty, if he were not a saint. Then he must be at the pinnacle of the 9th tier, on the cusp of the Saint Domain. Even without being a full saint, a 9th tier pinnacle powerhouse was still astounding. Yet, the thought that such an individual had merely a month to live was both shocking and lamentable. Kedin, however, remained puzzled as to why Manju Shirley addressed him as Your Majesty. Your Majesty may be curious as to why I call you so. Manju Shirley seemed to read Kedin's thoughts, his smile widening. Kedin nodded eagerly. Have you heard of the Time-Space Sage? Manju Shirley inquired. Sage? Indeed, a variant of the Beastman priest, dedicated to exploring space, chaos, and time. Manju Shirley elucidated. Time-Space Mage? Kedin responded, recalling the explanation. There were 4 major schools of magic, with time-space mages being the most mysterious and rare, wielding powers over space, time, and chaos akin to gods among mortals. One could consider a sage a type of time-space mage. Surprised by Kedin's knowledge, Manju Shirley nodded. Then, Your Majesty understands that a time-space mage at their peak can foresee the future? Kedin was taken aback by the question. Foresee the future? Is that truly possible? He pondered, uncertain. If the future could be foretold, could one not also return to the past? Would that not throw the world into chaos? Noticing Kedin's shake of the head, Manju Shirley seemed to anticipate his thoughts, offering a kindly smile. In truth, I glimpsed the future once, a year ago. Kedin was astounded. Could it really be true? His mind raced as he regarded Manju Shirley, grappling with disbelief. Foreseeing the future was an affront to reason. It pertains to Your Majesty. Me? Kedin was thunderstruck once more. Had Manju Shirley foreseen his future? Did he witness Kedin ascending to the throne as the Beastman Emperor? Was that why he addressed him as Your Majesty? Suppressing his inner turmoil, Kedin gazed at the elder, who appeared frail, yet was indeed a formidable force, albeit one nearing his end. What did you foresee, Your Excellency? What business do you have with me? Kedin hurled 2 questions at him. If Manju Shirley had glimpsed the future, it could not merely be to inform him. There must be a deeper motive. Foreseeing the future demands a price. I am not a saint. Thus, the price is greater, leaving me with merely a month of life. Manju Shirley replied without directly addressing Kedin's inquiry. Nodding in understanding, Kedin realized that such extraordinary abilities came with grave costs. Otherwise, time-space mages would be too numerous. Manju Shirley regarded Kedin thoughtfully before continuing. I have foreseen 2 segments concerning Your Majesty. 2 segments? Kedin's gaze lingered on Manju Shirley, still grappling with the bizarre notion of foreseeing the future. The first vision. I foresee Your Majesty reclaiming dominion over the entire Kalia continent, resurrecting the Beastman Empire and ushering in an era of unprecedented prosperity and strength for the Beastmen. Manju Shirley's eyes glimmered with intensity as he looked at Kedin. I have ruled the land of Kalyuri and resurrected the Orc Empire? Kedin was uncertain whether this was a compliment or a glimpse into his future. After all, these 2 points indeed aligned with his aspirations for what lay ahead. In the second segment, on a future day, if a deity claiming to be the god of time and space were to propose an alliance, you must not sign. Instead, you should unhesitatingly eliminate him, declared Manjushri with a solemn expression. Why? Kedin instinctively inquired, bewildered at the thought that he might forge an alliance with a deity. An alliance? Would he ascend to godhood as well? Manjushri warned against signing, which implied he might suffer at the hands of this god of time and space. Wait, the god of time and space? Suddenly, a spark of realization illuminated Kedin's mind, and his countenance shifted with a hint of foreboding. The god of time and space. The deity said to govern time and dimension. So his crossing over. No, it couldn't be. He quickly dismissed this absurd notion from his mind. Your Majesty, I cannot explain, for I have witnessed the Orc Empire teetering on the brink of collapse and the suffering of its people following the alliance. As an Orc, I cannot bear to witness the second demise of the Orc Empire. Manjushri shook his head firmly. Kedin fell into deep contemplation. Perhaps what Manjushri spoke was indeed true. Regardless of its authenticity, Cadden would remember this, as it seemed he had been ensnared by a divine trickery. The god of time and space, Cadden shall remember you. In truth, I have another request that I hope your majesty will grant me. After a moment's hesitation, Manjushri continued. Please, speak. Cadden nodded, feeling a sense of gratitude for the effort taken to warn him. Yet, he sensed that this half-step saint from the Monkey Clan had ulterior motives. It concerns the Monkey Clan. I hope that in the future, your majesty will refrain from slaughtering the Monkey Clan orcs. I am willing to offer my last savings to your majesty in exchange for mercy towards my kin. Manjushri removed an ancient and elegant ring from his left hand and handed it to Cadden, saying, This ring, known as the Ring of Wisdom, was bestowed by an ancient deity of the Monkey Clan to a demigod of their kind. It possesses the ability to accelerate the flow of battle energy or magic within the wearer. Generally, any inheritor of the Monkey Clan's lineage would recognize this ring. So I hope that when your majesty encounters the Monkey Clan in the future, you will first use this ring to bring them under your banner. If they do not comply, then resort to force. Everything within the ring is to be given to your majesty, as a token of my gratitude for your future ascension as the emperor of the Orc Empire. Manjushri smiled. Is that so? Cadden gazed at the ring in Manjushri's hand, astounded that he would bestow upon him not only the sacred artifact of the Monkey Clan, but also his centuries-old treasures. Was Manjushri being excessively generous? Your majesty, do not overthink it. I have but a month to live, and the contents of the ring hold no value for me any longer. Manjushri seemed to perceive Cadden's hesitation regarding the ring's worth and shook his head. Upon hearing this, Cadden accepted the ring, regardless of the truth behind Manjushri's words. Even a spatial ring is of considerable value, and the centuries-old treasures would undoubtedly benefit him and the Storm Tribe immensely. These were precisely what he required. Lord Manjushri, I promise you, in the future, when encountering the Monkey Clan, the Storm Tribe shall extend the necessary clemency. Cadden donned the ring and nodded at Manjushri. Thank you. Your Majesty, allow me to escort you back. Perhaps your subordinates are already in a state of frenzy. Upon hearing Cadden's agreement, Manjushri immediately performed an elaborate bow. Very well. Cadden nodded. Regardless of the veracity of the claims, he had gained benefits, and he would remember what had been said. There was no need to linger. In a space governed by others, regardless of their intentions, he felt perpetually like a prisoner. This sensation was unsettling. As Manjushri lifted his head, Cadden gradually faded from view amidst the trees in the forest. Observing the spot where Cadden had vanished, Manjushri's aged, wrinkled face revealed a smile as he mused, My lord, do you not wish to meet that future sovereign? I wish to meet him, but it cannot be. A monkey, perched on the nearest branch, chattered. Otherwise, both you and I would be discovered by the world. After all, I am merely a fragment of divine essence from the future. Should I perish, it would matter little. I exist in the future, and the power of the past cannot affect my destiny, but you would be utterly destroyed, along with your divine essence. The monkey vanished, and a brilliant red flower blossomed in its place. Ha ha, my lord, I have already perished for your sake. Is it the same? Even if you break through to the saint realm in the future, your body cannot bear your ancient divine essence. Thus, it would be wiser to familiarize yourself with that sovereign now. A month from now, you shall depart, and I shall assist you in reincarnation. In the future, I shall surely help you reignite your divine flame and enter the pantheon. The flower faded, replaced by a long-legged fish that crawled while speaking. Manjushri shook his head. The deed was done, and regret was futile. He could only place his faith in this divine fragment that had returned from the future. After all, he had already invested in Cadden. Only a month left? Manjushri inquired. Previously, he had been on the brink of entering the saint realm, but now he had committed irreversible acts, rendering this body entirely useless. Yet, would he still be himself in the next life? Manjushri felt a pang of nostalgia. Yes, I hail from the future. The world has detected the presence of future energies here and is searching for me. My artifact can only shield you for a month. During the remaining time, I must seek an opportunity to breach the world's defenses and journey to the pantheon to find my present self, relaying the future events to him. Otherwise, I will be captured by the world, and all my efforts will be in vain. If the future gods expended unimaginable resources to send me to the past, that would be utterly futile. I understand. A month will suffice. Upon hearing this, Manjushri nodded. He had paid an unimaginable price this time, all to ensure the success of this future deity's plans and to assist him in reclaiming his divine throne. In the underground world, within a cavern, the Minotaurs Ball and Edward, along with others, had surrounded the elf Cabe and 4 others, along with all the slaves within the mine. Damn it. What on earth is happening? Why is our chieftain missing? Ball, the Minotaur, brandished an axe in each hand, his face ablaze with fury as he glared at the elf Cabe and the others. Elf, tell us where our chieftain is. Otherwise, none of you will leave here alive. Edward, Dorn, and others rushed over, their anger boiling over. Their chieftain had vanished. Especially Ball, who exclaimed that their chieftain Cadden had seemingly disappeared into thin air. A living person vanished without a trace. How could they not be anxious? Cadden was the master of the Storm tribe. If something had happened to him, what would they do? They all turned their gaze towards the elf Cabe, unanimously suspecting that these elves were behind the mischief. Cabe and the others were equally bewildered, for the sudden disappearance of that formidable member of the monkey clan had been utterly inexplicable. Damn orcs, why would we capture your chieftain? The elf Gura shouted in anger. Humph, why are you elves here? Is it a premeditated scheme to abduct my chieftain? Ball swung his axes threateningly. Hand it over now. I told you. The monkey people have nothing to do with us. He was the one who took them. Do you think we would believe you? Enough searching. I have returned. Suddenly, a figure materialized before the tense crowd. It was none other than Cadden, who had seemingly vanished before their eyes. Thank you for your support and tokens. Grateful to the generous reader from QQ, who gifted me 100 coins, and to the esteemed figure from the Sacred Siam Empire for their 100 coins as well. Much appreciated. You hail from the Crossroad camp, then? Do you know Lex? Cadden inquired, noting that Lex was also an elevated elf like them. In the cavern, the tense atmosphere was diffused by Cadden's unexpected appearance, averting a potential brawl. He observed the 5 elves, surprised to find them from the Crossroad camp, there to engage and trade with the centaurs. Had he not intervened, their fortunes would have been considerably diminished. The 5 elves scrutinized Cadden, sensing that this wild boar man was no ordinary figure. However, the elf named Cabe felt a surge of frustration. They had already negotiated with the centaurs, and now that this group of centaurs had been slain, did it not mean that the goods belonged to this wild boar man before them? Upon hearing Cadden mention Lex, the 5 were taken aback. How could this wild boar man know Lord Lex? They were traders under Lex's command. You know him? Cadden discerned from their expressions that they were indeed familiar with Lex. Lord Lex is our superior. Cabe hesitated before nodding in affirmation. Perfect. I was just on my way to the Crossroad camp to find him. I have confiscated the goods you were negotiating for with the centaurs, and I intend to sell them to him. Cadden smiled. Having seized such a bounty, he was undoubtedly looking to sell. Last month, he had traded with Lex, who had offered a fair price. Furthermore, if Lex were to inspect these goods and locate the items lost by Daslima, he could earn an additional 1,000 gold coins. In truth, these goods were not particularly valuable, and there was no need to involve Lord Lex. They could be sold directly to him. Cabe, after a moment's hesitation, looked at Cadden with a smile. Sell them to you? Cadden was taken aback, eyeing Cabe. It appeared that these elven merchants were fierce competitors, professing loyalty to Lord Lex while scheming to undermine their superior. Very well. Cadden was intrigued to see how much this elf could offer. If the price was right, selling to him after locating Daslima's lost goods would not be out of the question. And how much are you willing to offer? You have seen the goods, Cadden queried. Cabe held up 2 slender fingers. 20,000. Cadden nodded, astonished that the elves were indeed affluent enough to offer such a sum. 20,000? The elves exchanged bewildered glances. 20,000? You poor man must be dreaming. Cabe shook his head. I am willing to offer 2,000 gold coins. Cadden's anticipation turned to disdain as he interrupted Cabe's unfinished sentence with a scoff. Elf, have you not awakened from your slumber? His expression shifted to one of cold amusement. At that moment, Edward approached and whispered in Cadden's ear. So you offered 2,000, and the foolish centaurs accepted? Edward relayed that from the captured centaur leader. He had learned that these greedy elves were indeed offering such a paltry sum for a substantial amount of goods. How foolish of the centaurs to agree, Cadden mused. One could easily sell the over 1,000 crates for at least 10,000 gold coins, or a gold coin per crate. 2,000? If these elves were to succeed in acquiring them, they would be laughing all the way to the bank. Cadden's gaze turned icy. Do you think we are as foolish as those simple-minded centaurs? His formidable presence, emanating an aura of a 6th-tier warrior, loomed over the elves. Cabe, who had initially intended to up the ante, felt the weight of Cadden's overwhelming energy, and his demeanor shifted, the thought of provoking this 6th-tier wild boar man dissipating. Elf, be gone. Inform your superior Lex that Cadden has eliminated the Catamanth bandits. Ball, escort them out. Cadden commanded coldly, surveying the 5 tense elves. Yes. Ball immediately gestured, and a dozen Minotaur warriors drew their weapons, pointing them at the elves. Cabe and his companions were expressions of dismay, having been expelled by this foolish wild boar man, losing a considerable opportunity for profit. Yet, facing a 6th-tier warrior, they dared not retaliate. Even the elf Gula kept his displeasure to himself, refraining from activating any skills. As the elves were escorted away, Edward reported to Cadden about the pursuit of the remaining centaurs. So this tunnel leads directly outside the Thorny Ridge? Cadden inquired, astonished by Edward's revelation. With Ketty and Dagger leading over 200 soldiers in pursuit of the centaurs, they had unexpectedly uncovered this lengthy underground passage. It stretches 30 to 40 miles beyond the Thorny Ridge, and even at its narrowest, it spans 6 to 7 meters. The centaur leader mentioned that it existed long before their discovery, though some sections had collapsed. The centaurs enslaved a tribe of rat men to excavate it. Edward explained. Cadden nodded thoughtfully, gazing at the slaves encircled by his warriors, possibly merchants' guards abducted by the centaurs or wandering orcs. How many are there? Cadden asked. Surveying the encircled group comprised of wild boars, werewolves, dwarves, bear goblins, minotaurs, and a multitude of coal-black ram men. Not yet counted. Edward shook his head. Very well. Please count them. Also, gather some of our provisions to share with them. We cannot let them starve. Our tribe is in need of labor, Cadden remarked. Concerned that if they remained in captivity too long, these orcs, dwarves, and bear goblins would perish. Yes, Edward nodded. Noting that they had brought a significant supply of gray bread, fried beans, and dried fish, which could be distributed without much issue. Moreover, these individuals were young. With proper nourishment, each could become valuable laborers. Following this fruitful venture, the Storm tribe was merely short of manpower. And you? Have you finished your counting? Cadden directed his attention to Dorn and Fula. Yes, Dorn affirmed with a nod. There are a total of 12,287 items, comprising primarily of basic materials. The majority consists of beast hides and monster pelts, supplemented by some low-tier magic crystals, monster bones, tiger stripe stones, spellcasting materials, magical components, and a variety of seeds, likely numbering in the dozens. Dorn provided an overview of the contents of the chest. Furthermore, should we consider retaining some items, such as seeds? Currently, the cultivation efforts in Stormwind are rather limited. Should we also set aside some magic crystals, mid to high-tier monster bones, monster pelts, and rare magical materials, as well as spellcasting components? After all, the military academy has introduced magic courses, and they would certainly have a need for these supplies. Dorn contemplated the situation, after all. These seized items are free, while purchasing through legitimate channels would be considerably more expensive. Chapter 79. Centaur slaves. Cadden paused for a moment, then reflected on the matter. Indeed. Dorn was correct. Certain items are rare and costly, and it would be prudent to retain them now rather than expend vast sums later. As for the various seeds, they must certainly be kept. The fragrant rice seeds previously purchased were particularly valuable, worth their weight in gold. Let us keep the seeds. You may decide what else to carry back to the tribe, Cadden suggested, nodding. Understood, Dorn replied, also nodding in agreement. Soon after, Edward approached, announcing, Chief, I have compiled the numbers. We have 835 boarmen, 262 bullmen, 132 dwarves, 221 bear goblins, and 14 werewolves. All are young male beast men. The old, weak, women, and children have been slain by the centaurs. Those wretched centaurs, a vile breed. They deserve total extermination. Dorn exclaimed in fury upon hearing of the slaughtered innocents. The loss of 800 boarmen indicated that the Caramanda thieves had attacked several nearby boarmen tribes. Furthermore, the presence of these young warriors suggested the brutal massacre of at least 1,000 to 2,000 women, children, and the elderly. How could Cadden remain indifferent to such tragedy? Cadden raised an eyebrow, shaking his head in resignation. The centaurs were indeed merciless, their ranks rife with bloodshed and slaughter, not to mention their external cruelty. Edward, glancing at the furious Dorn, also shook his head. The savagery of the centaurs was well known. Wherever they roamed, chaos and carnage surely followed, with no semblance of order. Chief, why not present the captured centaurs before these warriors and execute them? It would swiftly rally our people to join the storm, Dorn suggested coldly, his face filled with murderous intent. No. Cadden's expression darkened as he rejected the notion outright, casting a glance at Dorn. Massacring them was not an option Cadden would entertain. If he consented, a faction of supporters for the annihilation of the centaurs would surely emerge within the Storm tribe. The centaurs were not a minor race on the Kalaili continent, numbering potentially over 10 million. Should Cadden foster a group of centaur extermination advocates? How would he approach relations with the centaurs in the future? Would he truly seek their extinction? Dorn was taken aback by Cadden's firm opposition. In Edward W. Chapter 80, The Misunderstanding of the Werewolves. Soon, Dorn brought the individuals forth. A group of 13 werewolves surrounded the white-maned werewolf, who bore a striking resemblance to Blake, as if they were servants fiercely protecting their master. You step forward. Kadam addressed the encircled white-maned werewolf with a calm demeanor. The werewolves, upon hearing Kadam directly call out to the white-maned one, instantly became tense, determined to shield him at all costs. Kadam furrowed his brow, prompting Dorn to bark at the werewolves. Stand down. Do you dare defy the orders of our chief? As Dorn's command echoed, the surrounding boar warriors brandished their weapons, effectively encircling the werewolves. If they were to hear a command to kill, it would not be beyond possibility to turn these werewolves to mere pulp. Witnessing the bloodthirsty gaze of the boar warriors and the gleaming weapons in their hands, the frail werewolves tightened their protective circle around the white-maned werewolf. Gallo, cough. You must step aside. The white-maned werewolf, who had been coldly observing Kadam, spoke to the two gray werewolves guarding him. No, my lord, if they intend to harm you, they must first step over our corpses. One gray werewolf shook his head in defiance. Cough. There is no need for this. I have lived long enough. The white-maned werewolf lamented, casting a bitter glance at the surrounding wolves. For the past 2 months, I have lived worse than a beast. The descendants of the Russell family do not cower like this. I cannot bring further disgrace to my lineage. My lord, you must not think this way. We must survive. For our tribe, we must endure and fight back. The werewolves were taken aback, and one gray werewolf, Gallo, slowly spoke as he looked at the emaciated white-maned werewolf. Enough. Fight back. Stand aside. I wish to see what these Boer warriors can truly do to me. At worst, I shall die. The descendants of the Russell family do not fear death. The white-maned werewolf forcefully pushed past the 2 equally frail werewolves and approached Kadam. Originally towering at over 2.5 meters, his emaciated form made him appear nearly equal in height to Kadam. Kadam regarded this werewolf, nodding in acknowledgement. He bore a resemblance to Bled, even in his gaze. Furthermore, the individual claimed to be a descendant of the Russell family, and if Kadam's memory served him correctly, Bled had introduced himself with the same surname upon their first meeting. Are you of the Russell family? Kadam inquired. Indeed, you thieves serve as lackeys for Cass. I am a Russell, so take me back. I wish to see Cass, the traitor bathed in the blood of my kin, one last time. The white-maned werewolf retorted coldly upon hearing Kadam mention the Russell family. You cannot do this, young clan leader. The faces of the surrounding werewolves paled, each attempting to move forward, but Indo's expression turned icy as he waved his hand, causing the Boer warriors to step forward and restrain them. What nonsense is this? My chief is the lord of the Danube wasteland, the chief of the Storm tribe, a tribe of thousands. What is your Cass? How dare he command my chief to serve him? Indo glared coldly at the white-maned werewolf. Chief? Truly a chief? A tribe of thousands, the Storm tribe? The werewolves pinned to the ground were taken aback. Even the white-maned werewolf appeared stunned. Initially, he thought Kadam was a bandit sent by the traitor Cass to capture them. Little did he know that Kadam was indeed the chief of a tribe of thousands. He was aware that the Danube wasteland was home to millions of Boer people, and a tribe of thousands could indeed be considered substantial. Upon learning of Kadam's status, he slowly exhaled, his gaze filled with respect as he addressed Kadam, Honorable Chief. Please forgive my offense. My name is Brian, hailing from a werewolf tribe in the Deva Kingdom. I apologize, I mistakenly assumed you were also from Deva. Upon hearing the white-maned werewolf reveal his name, Fuel, Dorn, Edward, and others burst into laughter. It was evident, this white-maned werewolf was indeed Blet's brother, as their names were only one character apart. Surely, such a coincidence could not be dismissed. Kadam nodded in agreement. Realizing that Brian had initially perceived him as a rival for his father's chieftain position, the one named Cass. Do you have a brother named Blet? Kadam inquired with interest, pondering how Blet would react upon learning of Brian's existence. From his interactions with Blet, it was clear that Blet harbored deep concerns for the whereabouts of his siblings. Thus, finding Brian filled Kadam with joy, as Blet was a valued ally, and locating his brother would undoubtedly strengthen their bond of trust. Blet? Honorable Chief, have you met my brother? Brian's eyes lit up with excitement as he gazed at Kadam with fervor. The werewolves pinned to the ground stirred with enthusiasm. Yet their frail forms hindered even the slightest movement under the weight of the robust Boer warriors. Blet is currently serving under me. I called you over to confirm your identity because I noticed your white mane and your resemblance to him, Kadam replied with a smile. I see. Brian understood completely, believing Kadam's words as the similarities in their features and names confirmed that Kadam must have met his brother. Then, Honorable Chief, could you take us back to your tribe? I became separated from my brother during our flight, and among the 6 of us, I do not know who else survived besides Blet and myself. Brian's expression turned pleading. In truth, he was terrified. Kadam, being a chief of a great tribe, might refuse him and sell them into slavery, akin to the centaur bandits of Kalmanda. Of course, Blet is also searching for you. Tomorrow morning, I will dispatch individuals to escort you to the Storm tribe, where you and your brother shall be reunited, Kadam assured him. Fully aware of Brian's concerns, he wished to convey that Brian was fortunate to have encountered him. Otherwise, the likelihood of reuniting with Blet would have been severely diminished. Thank you, Honorable Chief. Brian was overwhelmed with excitement, as were the werewolves on the ground. Very well, release them. Kadam ordered the Boer warriors, who then loosened their grips. The werewolves scrambled to their feet, gazing at Kadam with newfound respect, exchanging smiles with Brian. The following morning, as the sun rose, a fiery red steed, its hooves ablaze, galloped towards the dim crossroads camp, carrying a Boer warrior of imposing stature, exuding an air of authority, with dual axes strapped across his back and a lance at his feet. It was none other than Kadam. He had, of course, come to the camp in search of the elf Lester, not only for the 1,000-coin reward but also to vend his wares. Currently, his warriors were divided into 2 groups. The Minotaur Ball, along with Kai, Edward, and Bayonet, led 3 battalions of warriors, escorting Brian and those werewolves, as well as the Boer men, Minotaurs, and Ratfolk, Back to the Stormwind tribe. Meanwhile, Dorn and Folly remained in the subterranean realm of the Boulder Labyrinth, awaiting Cadden's missive. This was Cadden's inaugural visit to the merchant camp. The thoroughfare was smoothed by years of wagon wheels and pack animals. As Cadden approached within a few hundred meters, he decelerated the Flame King to better survey the encampment. Even from this distance, numerous individuals, both in small groups and alone, traversed the main gate. They parted or paused to observe Cadden and his Flame King. Their expressions a mixture of awe and envy. Cadden cast a glance at the diverse assembly. He even noticed a couple of boarmen together. Though they held little interest for him, the auras surrounding these individuals were unremarkable, mostly vagrants or mercenaries eking out a living in the desolate wilds. They yielded, naturally, due to the Flame King he rode. The Flame King, with its ignited hooves, was clearly a magical beast. Thus, anyone capable of riding such a creature in the wilderness was not to be trifled with, regardless of their supernatural status. After all, survival in the wasteland required a certain prudence in engaging unfamiliar adversaries. Cadden ambled toward the camp, where towering Western-style edifices stretched as far as the eye could see, visible even over the 5 or 6 meter stone ramparts. The establishment of each trading district was akin to the birth of a treasure trove. Yet these troves were so fiercely guarded that any who dared to pilfer them would face the brutal reprisal of the district's backers. The grounds of most trading districts had been irrigated with blood more than once. Patrolling the camp entrance were mercenaries, a mix of dwarves and minotaurs. Cadden sensed an extraordinary aura emanating from one of the dwarves. This alone confirmed the camp's reputation. A supernatural guardian at the gate, considering the typical 4 entrances, implied the presence of 4 supernatural sentinels. Moreover, with just Lokesh commanding 5 elven supernaturals, the entire camp likely boasted a considerable number of supernaturals, perhaps even outnumbering the Stormwind tribe. The dwarven supernatural, who had been imbibing at a table, suddenly seemed jolted by an electric shock, promptly rising to face the road. Halt. No riding within the camp. The sentinel barked at Cadden as he approached. No riding? Cadden retorted from his steed. Should the horse ride me, perhaps? The dwarf blinked, and the other mercenaries exchanged bewildered glances. Passers-by stifled laughter. Only the questioning dwarf remained dour. Those are the orders of the camp's master, or lord, he growled. If you wish to enter, you must lead your mount. Otherwise depart. Are not horses meant to be ridden? Cadden countered, shaking his head. He patted the Flame King's neck. Isn't that right? The Flame King responded by parting its jaws in a wide grin, nodding vigorously and exhaling a torrent of equine expectoration that splattered across the dwarf's face. Then, with haughty indifference, it carried Cadden past the dwarf and toward the gate. The dwarf, momentarily stunned by the equine deluge, finally recovered and drew his iron sword, howling at Cadden's retreating form. That damned boarlord. He intends to force his way in. The other mercenaries, who had been spectators, quickly surrounded Cadden. The dwarf, wiping the vile spittle from his face, stomped forward and pointed at Cadden. Do you dare challenge the authority of this camp? He roared. Dismount, or be gone. I merely inquire. Are horses not meant to be ridden? Cadden reiterated, glancing coolly at the enraged dwarf. Instantly, the mercenaries unsheathed their weapons, realizing Cadden was deliberately provoking them. Just then, the dwarven supernatural, who had been observing Cadden, approached. Esteemed warrior, please do not complicate matters, he said. These are the orders of the guild master, which we mercenaries must obey. The dwarven supernatural had sensed Cadden's aura, though its precise nature eluded him. As a mere mercenary, he wished to avoid conflict. Are horses meant to be ridden? Cadden pressed, looking down at the dwarven supernatural. The dwarf hesitated, then nodded slowly. Yes. Then what is the impediment? Summon your guildmaster. I have a significant proposition to discuss, and I wish to inquire about this prohibition against riding. A proposition? A significant one? The surrounding mercenaries murmured, but the dwarf who had been defiled by the horse's expectoration sneered. What business could a boarlord possibly have? And to summon our guildmaster? Preposterous. Warrior, do not be unreasonable. The dwarven supernatural said, his patience wearing thin. Our guildmaster is beyond your reach. Unreasonable? Cadden chuckled, and a surge of power emanated from him. The dwarven supernatural staggered backward, buffeted by an intense wave of martial energy. He summoned his own aura, barely maintaining his footing, and stared at Cadden in disbelief. The surrounding mercenaries and onlookers were thrown off their feet by the force. The spattered dwarf landed face first in the dirt. As they regained their senses, they looked up at Cadden on the Flame King with awe. Such power, far exceeding their captain's 4th rank. Was this boarlord a 5th rank, a 6th rank, or even higher? The common mercenaries and bystanders could not discern, but the dwarven supernatural, a 4th rank warrior, could. 6th rank, as formidable as their commander. Simultaneously, more than a dozen supernatural auras converged on the camp entrance. Cadden inwardly rejoiced. This was the effect he desired, to rouse the guild master and broker a deal. After all, Merchandise worth tens of thousands of coins qualified as a significant proposition in Cadden's estimation. As for why he didn't simply enter, Cadden harbored reservations. This was a substantial transaction, and he was unfamiliar with the camp. If the other party proved avaricious, and if the camp harbored even more powerful warriors, he could be double-crossed. These camps, though touted as havens of order in the wilderness, only remain so if you lack the wealth to tempt others. Announce that you carried tens of thousands of gold coins, and the camp would become more treacherous than the wilds. Such occurrences transpired constantly in countless wilderness camps. Cadden wished to avoid such a risk. Over 10,000 gold coins. With that sum, the Stormwind tribe could enter an era of rapid advancement. If he lost it, he would be inconsolable. I sincerely hope for your understanding, as I am truly eager to compose a narrative steeped in the traditions of Western fantasy. I find myself at an impasse, and it pains me deeply. Chapter 82. Farewell to Lester soon. A dozen extraordinary beings swiftly arrived at the entrance of the camp. Who would dare to cause trouble at the Crossroads camp? A voice echoed from within, yet upon seeing Cadden mounted atop the Flame King, the speaker's surprise was evident. This extraordinary being was a golden-haired high elf. None other than the fifth-tier elf, Cobber, who had been thwarted by Cadden just the day before. Lord Cobber, he is, began an extraordinary dwarf. Visibly relieved to see the elf and his entourage, but was swiftly interrupted by Cobber waving his hand. I know him. The dwarf, taken aback, retreated, realizing that there was no need for his further commentary. It is you. Were you not one of Lester's subordinates? Cadden inquired, sensing Cobber's momentary hesitation. What? Are you responsible for the safety of the Crossroads camp now? Humph. The president of the Crossroads camp has long since become Lord Lester, Cobber replied nonchalantly, casting a brief glance at Cadden. And what brings you here? Wild Boar man. Though you are 6th tier, this camp is not a place for you to run rampant. Cobber felt a surge of anger as he recalled how the insufferable Wild Boar had thwarted him, costing him at least over 10,000 gold coins. Moreover, he had been driven away, his dignity trampled by this filthy Wild Boar, and thus he was unwilling to show Cadden any courtesy. Lester is in charge of the Crossroads camp? Cadden was momentarily taken aback. Just a month prior, he had traded with Lester, who then appeared to be merely a minor merchant. However, this individual was an agent under Daslama, who was in turn an agent of the Trade Prince. By such calculations, Lester's background was indeed impressive. Upon realizing that Lester had become the president of the Crossroads camp, Cadden felt a sense of calm envelop him. Although he had only interacted with the elven merchant Lester once, he had found the brief encounter to be quite agreeable. Thus, Cadden spoke directly, I wish to see Lester. Lead the way. Lead the way? Cobber's expression soured instantly. Did this audacious Wild Boar think he could command him? Wild Boar man. Do you believe this camp is your home? Lord Lester is not someone you can just see at your leisure. Why do you prattle on so? Cadden retorted coldly, his face hardening. You penniless elf, unable to pay even 20,000 gold coins. If it weren't for your association with Lester, I would have left you here to become a sole companion of the half-human Mark Flag. Penniless elf, unable to pay 20,000 gold coins. The onlookers turned to Cobber, whose expression darkened. How dare this wretched Wild Boar insult him as such? He certainly had the 20,000 gold coins, but after losing the goods to Cadden's interception, he had earned nothing. Wild Boar man, the Crossroads camp does not welcome you. Leave at once, Cobber declared icily, his gaze as frigid as his words. With a wave of his hand, the extraordinary beings behind him readied themselves for confrontation. While Cadden was 6th tier, he doubted Cadden would dare to cause trouble here. Just then, a diminutive figure leaped from rooftop to rooftop, landing before Cobber. Lord Cobber, President Lester requests the presence of Chief Cadden. The small figure, shrouded in black cloth, peered through the fabric towards Cobber. Lord Lester wishes to see this Wild Boar? Cobber's expression shifted dramatically as he glanced at Cadden, reluctantly gesturing for his entourage and mercenaries to clear the path. Chief Cadden, Lord Lester has been awaiting you. The small black-clad figure bowed to Cadden. Lead the way, Cadden replied, casting a casual glance at the cloaked figure. The diminutive assassin, likely a rattler or catfolk, nodded and proceeded into the camp, with Cadden following atop the Flame King. As Cadden passed by the turned head of the elf Cobber, he uttered softly, penniless, though his voice was low. Every extraordinary being present heard him clearly, their expressions turning peculiar. They were left bewildered as to how Cobber had offended the Wild Boar to receive such ridicule. Cobber glared at Cadden in fury, but all he could see was Cadden's retreating figure as he entered the camp. Before long, Cadden followed the black-clad assassin through various structures. The camp was not small. It resembled a bustling thoroughfare, lined with numerous shops. Passing thieves and mercenaries approached, seemingly resembling a marketplace. Yet upon seeing Cadden atop the Flame King, everyone, thieves, mercenaries, and merchants alike, was astonished, casting curious glances at him, speculating on his identity. After all, since Lord Lex had taken over the Crossroads camp, Cadden appeared to be the first to enter riding a magical beast. Arriving at the center of the camp, Cadden stood before a towering Gothic-style building. exceeding 10 meters in height, the tallest structure in the camp. Lord Lester awaits within. Chief Cadden, please dismount. The diminutive black-clad assassin announced respectfully, halting to take the reins. Cadden nodded, releasing the reins and leaping down from the Flame King. Wait here for me, he instructed. Casting a glance at the aristocratic edifice, he ascended the steps, and upon reaching the entrance, 2 guards bowed slightly before pushing open the grand doors, which closed again behind him as he entered. Chief Cadden. No. It is Chief Cadden, long time no see, my friend. Cadden, taking in the opulent decor, was suddenly interrupted by laughter and footsteps. He turned to see a golden-haired figure with pointed ears, clad in a black evening suit, and recognized the familiar and handsome face. Lex, the elven merchant he had traded with over a month ago. Commissioner Lex, in just a month's time. You have transformed from a mere agent to the master of this treasure trove, truly unimaginable, Cadden remarked with a smile. Haha. Chief, you have also changed significantly. I hear that you have established a grand tribe in the Danube wilderness, making quite a name for yourself. Congratulations on your remarkable achievements in such a short time. Lex replied earnestly. This was no mere platitude. Maintaining a tribe was no easy feat, particularly an orc tribe where the chief bore the weight of all responsibilities. Unlike human lords, who could rely on their subjects to farm and pay taxes, being an orc chief was exhausting. He had also heard that Cadden's tribe welcomed all, including the unsightly goblins. Haha, being a chief is no easy task. Compared to you, I seem insignificant. Just look at the luxurious decor here. The genuine leather sofas, the handcrafted carpets. My dwelling is merely a mud cave, Cadden self-deprecatingly quipped. His words were sincere. For the Gothic structure and the exquisite decor he had just entered, with its gleaming leather sofas and intricately woven carpets, were indeed a sight to behold. He felt as though he had transcended from the Stone Age to the modern era. When would his chieftain's residence possess such opulence? Chapter 83. The magnanimous elf Lester could not help but chuckle at Cardan's description of the Orcish dwellings, which he deemed even less desirable than the slums of humanity. Only the capitals of the major orc kingdoms caught his eye. As for lavish decor, he silently laughed at the notion. If such dilapidated abodes could be considered luxurious, then surely his residence in Silvermoon, the capital of the High Elves, would be akin to a divine sanctuary. However, orcs, lacking in refinement, would hardly comprehend the essence of opulence. The peculiar boarman before him was no exception. Please, take a seat, esteemed chieftain, Lester said with a noble's gentle smile, guiding Cardan to a genuine leather sofa. Cardan promptly sank into the couch. Oh, how delightful, he exclaimed, rocking back and forth, reveling in the long-lost comfort. This sofa was at least 100 times more pleasurable than his wooden chair. He displayed an almost rustic enthusiasm, roughly kneading the fabric. If you enjoy it, why not procure a few for your home? They're quite affordable, Lester remarked, deliberately ignoring Cardan's brutish behavior, for he was, after all, an orc, one of the less enlightened and more unsophisticated wild boar folk. Among all the boarmen he had encountered, Cardan was notably one of the few who, while exhibiting rough manners, spoke with a degree of civility. How much? Cardan inquired, though he had no real intention of asking, for in the elven tongue, affordable often implied exorbitance. The long-lived beings had ample time to amass wealth, rendering gold merely a collection of minerals to them. Still, he wished to know, at least to gauge how far removed he was from modern society. For sofas along with this coffee table, a total of 200 gold coins, Lester replied with a casual smile. Cardan stared at Lester, his mouth agape, yet he ultimately refrained from voicing his thoughts. 200 gold coins? The Stormwind treasury scarcely boasted such an amount, and those funds were the sole support for its 20,000 inhabitants. Yet here, Lester's furnishings surpassed even that value. He longed to shout, "What wealth you possess!" The conversation between the two suddenly fell into an awkward silence. Eventually, Lester clapped his hands, and a cat girl clad in a black-maid outfit entered through a side door, carrying an ornate wooden tray. Cardan froze. A feline humanoid, dressed as a maid, with plush ears, fair skin, and long black hair, she exuded an air of aloof beauty. Cardan had only ever seen such catfolk on television. He never expected to encounter one in person. However, at a mere height of 80 to 90 centimeters, she appeared almost childlike to his towering 2-meter-4 stature. The Orcish race was indeed peculiar. The males were typically robust and unattractive, resembling beasts when standing upright, were it not for their intelligence and humanoid form. In contrast, Orcish females leaned more towards human characteristics, with the exception of certain distinct traits. The cat girl, approaching them with her feline ears and nose, bore the visage of a human maiden save for those features. Cardan had little to say regarding Lester's possession of a cat girl. Many elves and humans shared such proclivities, and even possessing an exotic maid was considered a mark of status in human society. The cat girl approached Cardan, bowing her head as she presented the tray, which held a rather large box. "Esteemed chieftain, I have heard from Cabe and the others that you vanquished the Caramanda bandits. This is the reward promised to you by Lord Das Lima, 1,000 gold coins. Lester indicated the box on the tray with a smile. A bounty? Cardan was taken aback. Shouldn't you check if your goods are in the possession of that centaur bandit group? Cardan was momentarily stunned, then glanced towards the cat girl, who held the tray with both hands, fixated on Lester's ever-present smile. No verification of the goods? A direct payout? Were elves truly this generous? Nevertheless, he opened the box, and a golden radiance filled his vision. Coins, each the size of the steel pieces he had once used. This was the 1,000 gold coins he had yearned for. The same amount for which 700 or 800 had perished. Lester waved a hand, signaling the cat girl to place the tray on the coffee table before departing. He then shook his head at Cardan, saying in truth, the goods were recovered half a month ago. They were not taken by the Caramanda bandit group, but rather by another centaur bandit group. My mercenary company located their encampment, exterminated them, and retrieved the goods. However, since you, esteemed chieftain, eliminated the Caramanda bandits within the agreed time frame, we must honor our promise. We elves are always true to our word. Always true to your word? Cardan thought with a smirk. In this world, merchants who kept their promises had long since perished in some forsaken place. Why had the Lord of the Crossroads become Lester? Cardan was not naive enough to believe that it was achieved through peaceful means. However, he chose to remain discreet, for they were, after all, friends. He truly needed the money, and would not foolishly turn down any benefits that came his way. Then I shall graciously accept it, should such fortunate opportunities arise again. Do remember me. Though I have established a tribe, combating bandit groups is also a duty of a tribal leader, Cardan said, closing the box and placing it beside him with a grin. This was no jest. Cardan envisioned a future where, as Stormwind grew stronger, he could form his own bandit groups and mercenary companies. The prospect of swiftly acquiring wealth thrilled him. By the way, since you have become the Lord of the Crossroads, I possess a batch of goods that I believe you have heard of. I wonder if you would be interested in acquiring them, Cardan continued, revealing the primary purpose of his visit. Goods? How many? They are spoils in the possession of the centaurs, I presume? Lester's interest was piqued, although he lacked for gold. As a merchant, who would refuse a chance to profit? Cardan cast a fleeting worried glance at Lester, realizing he had assumed the elves had relayed the details clearly. It seemed they too were selective in their communications. Lester was not as unyielding as he appeared. Still, it made sense. High elves were inherently proud. After all, that was the essence of being a high elf. Many would not submit to the authority of their own kind, making it difficult for one elf to command another. Given the rarity of their population, each elf was akin to a seed for their kin. To have such a sparse population engaged in fratricidal conflict would only exacerbate their plight, especially considering the cataclysmic war millennium ago, in which the High Elves participated in the downfall of the Orcish Empire, not only saw the last Elven Emperor perish, but also claimed the lives of the majority of High Elves involved in the Orcish Wars on the continent of Kalari. A millennium ago, the High Elven race suffered a near 50% loss in population, instilling a sense of panic within their ranks. Thus, the current Elven Emperor decreed strict measures against fratricidal actions. Violators would face the wrath and punishment of the Elven kin. Chapter 84. 5,000 sets of armor indeed. This centaur is exceedingly ruthless, having amassed a considerable amount of plunder. Herein lies the inventory of goods, detailing the types and quantities, compiled by my subordinates. Cadden presented a document to Lester, detailing the seized goods. Upon reviewing the bill, Lester was taken aback, exclaiming, "So much?" He was astonished that the Caramanda bandits had managed to steal such a vast array of items, which Cadden had now intercepted. One could ponder whether Cadden was simply fortunate or if the Caramanda thieves were particularly foolish. Generally, small bands of thieves lack a viable market. Petty merchants cannot afford to engage with a band devoid of credibility. Finding capable merchants is no simple task, and the risk of betrayal is ever present. Most prominent traders maintain a retinue of mercenaries. In the wastelands, martial prowess is an essential currency. Are you interested in acquiring some? Cadden inquired with a smile. Indeed. Lester replied with a nod, his affirmation clear. Although these were merely base materials, the sheer volume was impressive. Furthermore, these basic commodities never face a shortage of buyers. When sold to the human realms or the industrious gnome empires, their value could multiply several times over. What price do you seek? Lester asked, assessing the inventory. You wish to offer me a fair price? Cadden retorted, recognizing the familiar negotiation tactic. If he offered a low price, Lester would surely agree. Should he propose a high price, Lester would employ persuasive rhetoric to drive it down. After a moment of contemplation, Cadden calculated that although there were originally 287 boxes of goods, some materials and all seeds had been retained, leaving roughly 10,000 boxes. I propose a flat price of 20,000 gold coins, Cadden asserted, extending 2 fingers confidently towards Lester. Agreed. Lester smiled and nodded in acceptance. Agreed? Cadden was momentarily taken aback. then quickly realized the gravity of his statement and nodded in acknowledgement. He felt a pang of regret. He had anticipated that 20,000 gold coins would be a high offer, yet Lester accepted without hesitation. Nevertheless, once uttered, a man's word is his bond. And Cadden had no inclination to retract his offer. Seeing Cadden's expression, Lester secretly smiled. The value of these goods would vary significantly depending on who possessed them. In the hands of some, they might not be worth 20,000 gold coins. But in his hands, or in the hands of the trade prince's representative, they could be worth several times that amount. The two then discussed the logistics of the transaction, which involved Lester providing manpower and wagons to transport the goods to the Crossroads camp, after which the payment would be rendered to Cadden. Under ordinary circumstances, Cadden would insist on a deposit, but Lester's demeanor was sufficiently trustworthy, prompting Cadden to acquiesce. Once the agreement was finalized, Cadden sat back down after having risen. Lester regarded him with a questioning gaze. With newfound wealth, I wish to procure some weaponry and armor for my tribe, Cadden stated. You oversee the Crossroads camp, and I would like to purchase some equipment from you. With funds at his disposal, Cadden was naturally inclined to address the matter of military supplies. Currently, the Storm tribe boasted a force of 3,000 warriors, yet the percentage of fully armored fighters fell short of 100, and many warriors' armor was in a state of disrepair. Yet they continued to utilize it. With newfound wealth, it was imperative to bolster military strength. Oh, how much do you require? What specifications do you seek? Armor, weaponry, mounts? Lester's face lit up with a smile, eager for the business opportunity, especially as Cadden's tone suggested a substantial order. Mounts? Do you have mounts available? Cadden asked, astonished. Mounts had always been of great significance to him. The advantages of cavalry in large-scale combat were unparalleled. However, he was currently troubled by the lack of purchasing channels. Previously, Warwick had faced difficulties acquiring warboars near Storm for the same reason. Indeed, we have a variety of mounts. Your wild boar riders prized warboars, werewolves dire wolves, human flame steeds, black wind steeds, griffins, pureblood fire eagles, bipedal dragons, dwarven storm ram, gnomes raider dragons, and the Tyrannosaurus king, among others. These are relatively common, though the rare mounts such as the orcs lion tigers, the taurens komodo beasts, and various mounts of the sea folk may take years to acquire. Upon hearing Lester's comprehensive list, Cadden was left dumbfounded. While he could accept the mention of griffins and lion tigers, the prospect of acquiring a celestial steed or a dragon was utterly beyond his comprehension. The individual strength of dragons starts at the 7th tier, and their value is unfathomable. Some human nations indeed have dragon knights, each one being a pillar of the state. As for the celestial steeds, Cadden wanted nothing to do with them. If he were a king of an orc kingdom, it might be a different story. However, given his current status, it was simply unfeasible. The celestial steed is a sacred beast of the foremost goodly faith, considered a gift from the god of light to his followers. It goes without saying that any attempt to acquire one would invite the ire of the formidable Church of Light, leading to unimaginable repercussions. Never mind the mounts. I need to consider that further, Cadden finally replied, shaking his head. I require 5,000 sets of various sizes of leather armor and assorted weaponry, Cadden declared after some contemplation. Considering the number of troops in the Storm tribe, 5,000 sets was not excessive. Furthermore, it was absolutely necessary to stockpile some armor and weapons. The Danube wasteland would likely soon see the resurgence of conflict, and he needed to prepare adequately. Sharpening his teeth for the inevitable feast. 5,000 sets? Lester was momentarily stunned, exclaiming in astonishment. This wild boar man certainly harbors ambition. The acquisition of armor and weaponry is undoubtedly a precursor to expanding your forces. Is it possible that your commander-marshal is nearing his end? Lester inquired. Marshal Greyblood, Cadden responded, recognizing the gravity of the situation. The de facto emperor of the Danube wasteland, a formidable 8th-tier warrior, appeared to be on the brink of demise. Are you aware? Lester continued, shaking his head with a rueful smile. Your commander's surname is one that our high elves cannot easily forget, the Greyblood clan. A mark of shame from a millennium past. Cadden exchanged a glance with Lester, who bore a bitter smile, choosing to remain silent. A millennium ago, the Greyblood Emperor launched a surprise assault on the elven capital, Silvermoon City, ruthlessly slaying the last elven monarch. It was a deeply ingrained humiliation for the High Elves, as this was the second elven monarch ever to be slain, and the only one to be murdered within the heart of elven territory. The elven race is long-lived. Aside from the first elven monarch, who was killed during an internal strife, this marks the only instance of an elven monarch falling to an outsider's hand. Chapter 85. The era favors him. Cadden and Lester engaged in further discussions regarding the procurement of 5,000 sets of various leather armors, which included 500 sets each for Tauren, humans, and dwarves, along with 100 sets of iron armor for wild boar men. The remainder being leather armor for the wild boar men. The Tauren leather armor was designed for their towering stature, suitable only for beings such as Taurens, bear men, and trolls, all of whom stood nearly 4 meters tall. The human leather armor was intended for half-elves and bear goblins, races whose physique closely resembled that of humans. Dwarven leather armor could be utilized by dwarves, dog-headed men, and even gray elves. As for the iron armor for wild boar men, Catelyn had initially been reluctant to purchase it due to its exorbitant price, 6 gold coins per set, when paired with a fine iron lance, whereas the leather armor with various weapons cost merely 2 gold coins per set. However, considering the war boar cavalry, he ultimately decided to invest in 100 sets. Acknowledging that the defensive capabilities of iron armor far surpassed that of leather, Stormwind currently boasted over 50 cavalry and once clad in iron armor. They might create a formidable tide of steel in small-scale conflicts. In total, Catelyn expended 10,600 gold coins, managing to negotiate down to an even 10,000 gold coins through his eloquence and shameless reasoning. Upon concluding their negotiations, Leicester summoned the elf Kabi, instructing him to immediately arrange for over 1,200 Kodo beast carts to accompany Catelyn in transporting the goods back to the Crossroads encampment. After bidding farewell to Catelyn, Leicester ascended to the top floor of his Gothic-style building, from where he could gaze upon the entire Crossroads encampment through its elegantly antiquated windows. Catelyn was indeed an impressive figure. Perhaps she was correct in her assertion that this continent might soon witness unimaginable transformations. As Leicester surveyed the distance, he spotted Catelyn riding the Flame King towards the camp entrance. At that moment, a resonant male voice reached his ears. Startled, Leicester turned to see a strikingly handsome elf with long black hair and pointed ears, even more striking than himself, yawning and stretching lazily as he crossed paths with Leicester. His eyes fixed on Catelyn, who had just reached the camp entrance. This elf was Disrima. It seems you have struck 2 lucrative deals, Disrima remarked with a smile. My lord, it is hardly a significant transaction, Leicester replied, shaking his head. However, the rapid ascendance of the wild boar men is astonishing. Just a month ago, they were mere petty thieves, and now they have transformed into tribal leaders. It feels almost like a cheat. Such is the nature of things, thus. You must cultivate a relationship with him. In the future, he may very well become a pivotal force in our dominion over this continent through gold, Disrima advised. Leicester raised an eyebrow, intrigued. You hold him in such high regard, my lord? It is not I who regards him favorably. Rather, it is the era that favors him. Every era has its protagonists. The world has enjoyed nearly a millennium of tranquility, and it is on the verge of stirring great upheavals. Should I hear of an invasion by hellish demons tomorrow, I would not be surprised. Certain individuals are destined to rise with each epoch. Perhaps it is he, perhaps you. Perhaps I, or perhaps another. Catelyn possesses potential. Nurturing a good rapport with him may yield unexpected rewards in the future, even if no rewards materialize. The losses would be negligible. Remember, cast a wide net. The pond is not vast, yet one may still capture the dragon lurking within. Leicester listened attentively, grasping the essence of Disrima's words, albeit somewhat incomprehensively. Nevertheless, given Disrima's esteemed status, he resolved to adhere to his counsel, including investing in Catelyn without hesitation. You have performed admirably. Prepare yourself. Upon my return from the Western Deva Kingdom, I shall appoint you as the regional leader. Do not disappoint me. Yes, Leicester replied with utmost respect. At the camp entrance, Catelyn, astride the Flame King, did not have to wait long before witnessing a torrent of carts emerging from the camp. This was the promised arrangement of 1,200 Kodo beast carts, accompanied by over 600 mercenaries, along with 6 extraordinary elves led by Kabi, all riding majestic moose, none of whom had been present the previous day. The distance from the camp to the underground exit of the Ruins of Stone was less than 100 miles. However, given the substantial cargo, Leicester clearly wished to avoid any mishaps on the journey. Thus, he dispatched over 600 mercenaries alongside Kabi and his companions for protection. With Catelyn's forces in tow, any small to medium-sized band of thieves would surely flee at the sight. As for larger groups, it appeared that the Crossroads encampment had none. Observing Catelyn's hesitance to depart, Kabi, mounted on his moose, remarked coolly, "Shall we not set off? Surely the chieftain would not leave us here to enjoy the breeze." "Certainly not. Is that moose for sale?" "I have money," Catelyn replied with a grin, playfully slapping his waist, though in truth, it was only the excess flesh beneath his dragon armor that he possessed. Kabi's expression soured at Catelyn's arrogance. The moose, a creature native to the elves, was not for sale. From a young age, moose formed a bond with their elf riders, and unless one party died or grew old, they could not abandon one another. Breaking such a pact would jeopardize the symbiotic relationship between their races. Hence, selling the moose was out of the question. Not for sale. I could easily inform Leicester that I would purchase my goods for 2,000 gold coins, and he would say that if you are in need of funds, you should seek him out. He might aid you, Catelyn whispered conspiratorially to Kabi. Kabi's eyes widened in surprise, and he shot a glare at Catelyn's back. This wild boar man had dared to threaten him. However, it seemed that this intimidation was effective. Let us proceed. Follow him. Kabi commanded, casting a cold glance at Cadden before signaling for the lengthy caravan to set out. Cadden smiled lightly as he led the way, enjoying the chance to tease the haughty elf. Moreover, Kabi's unwillingness to remain under Lester's command suggested ulterior motives, which Cadden found quite agreeable. Whether as an adversary or an ally, Cadden preferred not to see his counterparts as a uniform entity. After all, he was an irregular piece in this chess game. And how could he be integrated into a board of uniformity? I humbly seek your support and encouragement for my characters. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the esteemed Bayin Zhang for their generous donation of 100 coins, to the Honorable Lucky for their contribution of 300 coins, and to the esteemed Yang Shuezi for their continued support with an additional 200 coins. My sincere thanks also go to the distinguished O Wang for their generous gift of 200 coins. Furthermore, I am deeply appreciative of the QQ Reading community member for their donation of 100 book coins. Your kindness fills me with immense joy and gratitude. Chapter 86. A collection of centuries. The caravan moved swiftly, and after transporting goods back and forth, they returned to the crossroads camp under the shroud of twilight. The journey was smooth. Despite the numerous thieves lurking along the way, none dared to make a move. As for the elf, Cabe, perhaps due to Cadden's admonitions, he was quite cooperative and did not cause any trouble. Within the camp, Lester dispatched men to inspect the cargo, while Cadden sent individuals to check the weapons and armor. The quantities matched perfectly, and what about those items you are not selling? Soon, Lester received a report from his subordinates, nodded at Cadden, and glanced at the several dozen Kodo beast carts parked outside the camp. Cadden shook his head and said, "Those boxes contain various crop seeds that my tribe can utilize." Oh, Lester nodded in understanding. Before long, Dorn approached Cadden and informed him, "Chief, the number of equipment has been confirmed against the inventory, and it is substantial." Dorn was immensely excited, not only because Cadden had procured the goods at a high price, but also due to the 5,000 sets of cloth armor. Particularly, the 100 full iron suits, including helmets, breastplates, greaves, and new, razor-sharp steel cavalry lances, stirred his blood with fervor. The revelation that each set cost 6 gold coins was almost unbelievable. However, he could only sigh, such extravagance. 6 gold coins could provide enough gray bread for several individuals for an entire year. Yet Dorn deemed it worth every penny, for the armor was exquisite and undoubtedly valuable. Good. Cadden nodded and turned to Lester, stating, "Since both parties have verified the details, let us proceed to the settlement." "Very well," Lester replied, raising his hand, revealing a series of gray-green rings, which he presented to Cadden, saying, "There are 9,500 gold coins here. Each ring is worth 500 gold coins. And the total value of the 221 carts amounts to 50 gold coins, though the carts are a gift for you, Chief." "Is this a spatial ring?" Cadden inquired, taken aback. "Indeed, but this particular ring is a mass-produced item from the Gnomish Empire, with only a few square meters of internal space. It is still worth 500 gold coins, and having a spatial ring allows you to store wealth and other valuables more securely and conveniently," Lester explained. "Is this considered a forced sale?" Cadden raised an eyebrow, looking at Lester. "However, the officer mentioned I needed one, and I truly do." Cadden accepted the spatial ring with enthusiasm. Speaking of rings, the enigmatic monkey man, Manjushri, had also given him one, claiming it was a sacred artifact of the monkey race. Cadden had intended to open it, but he found himself at a loss on how to do so. Manjushri had hastily sent him away, leaving him unprepared. Initially, he planned to return to the tribe to consult with the Grey Elves, Fiss, and others. However, upon glancing at Lester, a thought crossed his mind. If anyone knew about the ring, it would be Lester. Cadden looked around and asked Lester, "How does one use this?" Lester was momentarily taken aback but soon relaxed, realizing it was reasonable for Cadden to be unfamiliar with spatial rings. He then replied with a smile, "This is an unclaimed ring. Simply drop a drop of blood on it, and by virtue of your bloodline connection, you can control the space within the ring." "Bloodline recognition?" Cadden nodded, extending a bronze-colored, rough finger towards the double-headed axe on his back. He made a small incision, allowing a few drops of crimson blood to drip onto the gray-green ring. Instantly, a flash of red light occurred as the blood was absorbed. Cadden could immediately sense the space within the ring, resembling a dimly lit mirror world, containing 3 chests filled with gleaming gold coins. How convenient. Cadden withdrew his consciousness from the ring's space and nodded at Lester. "By the way, you mentioned unclaimed rings. Does that imply there are claimed rings as well?" Cadden inquired intentionally. "Of course. For instance, if someone else's ring falls into your possession and the original owner has perished, it becomes an unclaimed ring. Alternatively, if the owner voluntarily relinquishes control over the ring's space. Otherwise, one would need to consult a spatial magician, enchanter, or runesmith to dismantle the ring's spatial structure. A spatial ring cannot be forcibly opened. If attempted, it would collapse, causing the contents within to scatter across the world, benefiting some fortunate soul." Lester chuckled. "I see. Cadden nodded, pondering if the ring given to him by Manjushri had been similarly relinquished. He was eager to test it. Now that our transaction is complete, Chief, please feel free to attend to your affairs. I must take my leave, Lester remarked, observing that the cargo had been fully unloaded, before casting a thoughtful glance at Cadden. Very well. As Lester departed, Cadden summoned Dorn and Ryan, instructing them to arrange for guards while allowing the others to rest. We shall set off at dawn tomorrow. Returning to the tribe. Understood. The two nodded and left. Cadden returned to his tent, retrieving a black, ancient, and elegant ring, the wisdom ring given to him by the monkey man. Manjushri. Cadden felt a surge of excitement. After all, Manjushri had lived for centuries, and he must have accumulated a staggering fortune over such a lengthy existence. The spring of the storm had arrived. Cadden squeezed out another drop of blood from his already injured finger and let it fall onto the wisdom ring. Immediately, the ring responded. He sighed in relief, fearing that Manjushri might have forgotten to relinquish control. If that were the case, he would have to wait a month. By then, if Manjushri had passed away, the ring would naturally revert to being unclaimed. Suddenly, Cadden's vision shifted to a vast space, astonishingly immense. He scrutinized his surroundings, revealing a square space measuring approximately 1,000 meters in length and width. Such grandeur was befitting a divine artifact bestowed upon a demigod, expansive and extravagant. However, as Cadden continued to examine the space, his expression gradually soured. In one corner of the vast expanse lay a disheveled pile of items, clothing, food, and numerous books, while gold, silver, and copper coins were carelessly scattered about. Yet, upon closer inspection, Cadden discovered there were barely 2,000 gold coins. Good grief. He felt an urge to curse. After centuries of accumulation, there were scarcely 2,000 gold coins. He had expected at least a starting sum of 100,000. Then, indeed, the spring of the storm would have truly arrived. Decades of life had been in vain. This wretched old man. Cadden transferred the coins from the sacred ring to the green ring, and then gazed at the pile of at least several hundred books. With a mental command, one book appeared in Cadden's hands. Earth Elemental Forbidden Spell. Wrath of the Earth Forbidden Spell. Cadden was flabbergasted. This was, astonishingly, a tome of Earth Elemental Forbidden Spells. In this world, sorcerers wielded two types of spells: ordinary spells, which circulated widely across the continent, and forbidden spells, often referred to as legendary spells. These were spells researched meticulously over a lifetime by learned archmages and even demigods, rivaling divine magic. Because the spells of archmages or demigods rarely spread widely, they would either pass them down to their disciples or, upon their demise, the knowledge would fade, occasionally rediscovered by fortunate sorcerers, allowing them to shine anew. Each forbidden spell had the power to dominate a nation, traversing the continent with unparalleled might. Mastering forbidden spells in the sanctum or being a ninth-tier archmage far surpasses one's peers. Of course, forbidden spells come in various forms. Some possess the catastrophic power to obliterate a city housing hundreds of thousands, while others are considerably less formidable. Nevertheless, it is undeniable that the destructive capacity of offensive forbidden spells far exceeds that of ordinary incantations. Beyond offensive types, there exist defensive, sealing, healing, and various other enigmatic forbidden spells. As Cadden opened the tome, he attempted to comprehend its contents, but alas, he could not decipher any of the peculiar symbols. They must be demonic script. Cadden speculated, for it is known that 99% of forbidden spells are inscribed in this ancient language, which originated from the infernal gods. Though convoluted and arcane, the incantations flow with remarkable fluidity, leading ancient sorcerers to adopt this script as a specialized notation for spells. Many mages learn this language, as not only forbidden spells utilize it, but a significant portion of ancient ordinary spells do as well. Without this knowledge, even the most potent spells would leave one utterly bewildered, just as Cadden felt at that moment. Closing the tome with a smile, Cadden realized that this singular volume of forbidden spells could fetch a fortune, perhaps even hundreds of thousands of gold coins. Yet, he quickly extinguished that thought, for there is a saying, possessing treasure brings peril. Were he a sanctum dweller or a ninth-tier warrior, he might consider selling it. Alas, he was neither. Cadden then turned his gaze to the other volumes, each laden with forbidden spells. He soon discovered another, Advanced Wind Elemental Offensive Magic, Gale's Fury. Wind Magic? He flipped to yet another, Intermediate Water Elemental Magic, Rain Arrow, Magical Classification Annotations, Lightning Elemental Forbidden Spell, Divine Retribution, 10 Directions Battle Energy, Sweep the 8 Directions. Phantom Holy 9 Soul Step, Intermediate Fire Elemental Magic, Chain Fireball Technique, Comprehensive Guide to Plant Cultivation, and so forth. After dedicating half an hour to his exploration, Cadden finally comprehended the true value of these tomes. 3 forbidden spells. In addition to the first 2, there was a healing spell, Holy Light Forbidden Spell, Salvation for All. Besides these, there was a multitude of initial, intermediate, and advanced spells across various schools, excluding the dark, mysterious, and mental realms. Moreover, there were 15 volumes concerning warrior techniques, which brought Cadden immense joy, for as a warrior, he had long lacked combat techniques, hindering his full potential. The Taiji spear technique was merely a skill and not a proper combat technique. Now, armed with these techniques, particularly the 10 directions battle energy, which promised explosive power, he felt an exhilarating anticipation. As a warrior, one must embrace the thrill of combat. Alongside the magical incantations and combat techniques, there were diverse other texts, such as goblinoid steel forging techniques and runic worship annotations. These tomes, spanning various fields, constituted a significant collection. Cadden glanced through them and found many incomprehensible. Requiring time to study, he resolved to bring them back and pass them to old Tura and the others for thorough examination, as they might eventually become part of the Storm Military Academy's curriculum. What true treasures these books are! It is evident that Manjushri had grand aspirations, traversing the world to amass such a collection. Calming his exhilaration, Cadden took out 10 directions battle energy to peruse. Despite their immeasurable worth, these tomes remained mere books, incapable of swiftly translating into the strength of Storm, especially since the Storm Military Academy had yet to commence its sessions. Upon opening 10 directions battle energy, Cadden found the techniques akin to martial arts from previous novels. Excellent combat techniques not only accelerated the core of his internal energy, but also perpetually unlocked his latent potential. This text was replete with extensive annotations and illustrations of various stances, intricately depicting the pathways through which energy flows within the body, a complex web of knowledge involving bones, flesh, and energy. Though obscure, Cadden soon became engrossed, gradually mimicking the movements as described by the golden lines. Was it the core energy within him accelerating, or merely an illusion? Tension surged through him as he executed another cycle. Indeed, it was not a figment of his imagination. His internal energy core had indeed quickened. Truly, the superiority of specialized techniques over mere intuition was evident. Cadden nodded, initiating the flow of energy within him while simultaneously grasping the illustrated stances. The following morning, Cadden awoke in his tent. Breathing deeply, he felt invigorated, entirely free of the previous fatigue that accompanied his lack of combat techniques. Though merely one night, he felt as though he had gained tenfold what he had previously acquired. "Chief, are you awake?" came the voice of Dorn from outside the tent, pulling him from his contemplations. "I am awake. How are the preparations coming along?" Cadden replied, tossing the books back into his spatial ring as he emerged from the tent, directing his gaze toward Dorn, who stood at the entrance. "Everything is being packed up. We can depart shortly. Then notify everyone to finish packing at once and set off immediately." "Yes." Dorn nodded, summoning a wild boar warrior who swiftly began to dismantle Cadden's tent. Before long, over 100 carriages departed from the Crossroads camp, heading towards the Danube wasteland. In the Storm Tribe's military camp, an assembly of commanders convened. The military commander, the werewolf Bright, sat upright in his chair, scrutinizing a map of the Danube wasteland laid out before him. To his left and right sat around 20 individuals, including Warwick and Gang Piao, as well as the dwarf Tidon, captain of Edward's 3rd reconnaissance team. Since Cadden's departure, numerous wild boar scouts from various tribes had appeared around the Storm Tribe. Bright dispatched individuals to capture several, discovering at least 7 or 8 tribes had sent scouts. These tribes were in close proximity to the Storm Tribe, with the nearest tribe of 3,000 people located merely 30 miles away. However, these were not significant concerns, as scouts do not necessarily signify a threat. Yet, this morning, they received alarming news from Tidon, over 300 miles to the northwest. A tribe named Tantai had devoured 3 other tribes within 2 days, inciting panic in the surrounding areas. Some nearby tribes had even migrated southward overnight. Consequently, many tribes began to probe their surroundings, contemplating alliances for mutual protection.